Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 71 to Chapter 150. What's that sound? Feng Lei raised his head and wiped off the demon beast blood essence in his mouth with his right arm, just like a child wiping his nose. His bloodshot eyes sank slightly as he looked into the depths of the dark forest and muttered to himself, could it be that the boss is in danger? No. I have to go take a look. Then Feng Lei carried the giant machete and quickly rushed towards the depths. Behind him, the corpses of demon beasts were piled up like a mountain. All of them had their necks cut off with a single slash, and the blood dyed the surroundings into a pool of blood. The beast on the back of his head had undergone a few changes. 2 ferocious fangs were revealed, looking even more terrifying, like an ancient demon god. Whoosh, whoosh, Luo Tian hid his aura and quickly passed through. He wanted to see what kind of giant beast could kill his 3 steel beasts in an instant. Now that he had lost his killing machine, he was very unhappy. He was still waiting for them to create more experience for him. This time, he entered the Ghost Prison mountain range to repair them so that they could last longer. Who would have thought that they would be killed in an instant? Like the wind, like a shadow, he quickly shuttled through the dark forest. 2 hours later, Luo Tian's speed slowed down. It wasn't that he didn't want to be fast, but that he couldn't. Every time he took a step closer, his mind would suffer an even stronger impact from the killing intent. This kind of killing intent was like a powerful pressure, firmly crushing his entire body. It was very uncomfortable. Even Luo Tian could hear the buzzing sound of the murderous, blood-sucking wild blade, as it excitedly emitted. Slaughter world, 10,000 blades slaughtered, annihilating everything. This was the world of killing intent of the blood-sucking blade. The kind of aura that came from the 9 heavens was extremely grand, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. Luo Tian now thought of the scene where the corpses were piled up into a 10,000-meter-high mountain and blood flowed like a river in the killing world. His heart couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't fear, but he didn't dare to imagine it. This killing intent was different from the killing intent released by the blood-sucking blade. The former was extremely savage and ruthless. Blood-sucking wild saber's murderous aura was domineering, the domineering aura of the #1 saber in the world. The two were different, but it didn't affect the resonance between them at all. To be exact, it should be that the blood-sucking frenzy blade was like a tiger shark that smelled blood, greedily sucking in the killing intent in the jungle. Luo Tian tried his best to restrain himself from thinking about blood-sucking wild saber, fearing that his mind would once again be lost in the slaughter world of blood-sucking wild saber. He still didn't have the ability to kill bloodsucker frenzied blade. Once he entered, his mind would probably be taken away by it and he would become its killing machine. Luo Tian felt a burst of excitement when he thought of the killing intent of the blood-sucking wild saber and its incomparably domineering aura. Sooner or later, I will subdue you. At that time, let's see how you can show off in front of me. Phew, Luo Tian gently exhaled and carefully walked forward step by step. He had almost reached the center of the killing intent. He could already clearly hear the rough breathing sound, and it was not difficult to judge how ferocious this demonic beast was just by the sound of its breathing. 1 step, 2 steps, pushing aside the leaves, an empty space was revealed. The surroundings were covered with spiderweb-like blood threads. The leaves, the ground, and the rocks were all covered in dark red blood. The surrounding area was filled with demon beasts' limbs. The scene was extremely bloody, as if it was a bloody hell. It made people feel nauseous. Luo Tian also endured it. He didn't even dare to move as he stared into the distance with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, Luo Tian was excited. Boss. Boss. Rank 5 demonic beast, 1000-year zombie king. It was more than 2 meters tall, and its entire body was as black as iron. Under its dark skin, there were bright red blood vessels, and the flow of blood could be clearly seen within the blood vessels. Its 2 green fangs were 10 centimeters long, sharp, and shining with a cold light. It breathed out clouds of white gas from its nose, and wherever the white gas went, the leaves would quickly wither and turn into ashes. The white gas that it breathed out was highly toxic. The most eye-catching thing was that it had 6 eyes, and its entire face seemed to be occupied by eyes. It was extremely terrifying. The killing intent released from its body slightly fluctuated as it breathed in and out. As expected, it's the killing intent released from its body. Zombies are also demon beasts? They also have demon cores? Luo Tian asked himself in his heart. The 1,000-year zombie king's entire body was shining with a golden light. He couldn't help but secretly clench his fists, and thought to himself, I really want to kill it. He wanted to, but Luo Tian was not its opponent at all. Back then in the beast fighting arena, the lava lizard's strength had also reached rank 5 demonic beast. However, it was still a rank 4 demonic beast, and its actual strength was still far from a rank 5 demonic beast. This time, it was a real rank 5 demonic beast, one that even had a strange killing intent. A rank 4 Xian master was not its opponent at all, the difference in strength was too great. If he could reach rank 5 Xian master, Luo Tian bit his lips, his heart in pain. The most painful thing in the human world was not being able to kill a boss. How painful was this? The 1,000-year zombie king did not notice Luo Tian. Right now, it was playing with Wei Zhentian's arm. With a light tear, it removed Wei Zhentian's head and put it into its mouth to bite it. A large piece of fine iron was bitten off, and it ate it with a crunching sound, as if it was eating a lollipop. After biting for a while, it found that there was no taste, and it spat it out again. It was all fine iron powder. Luo Tian was puzzled, and thought to himself, damn it, what kind of toothpaste is it using? Its teeth are so good. He grabbed Wei Zhentian's broken limb and lightly threw it. Bam! Wei Zhentian, who weighed several thousand pounds, was directly thrown dozens of meters away, and directly broke a towering tree. It could be seen how strong this fellow was. The 1,000-year zombie king came to the great strength King Kong's side and played with it for a while. It found that it was a little delicious, and revealed a very angry expression. Its 2 hands continuously ravaged the several thousand pounds of fine iron, and in the end, the great strength King Kong turned into a large iron ball. Abnormal. How strong is this power? Originally, Luo Tian wanted to give it a try. When he saw the boss, he would at least attack it to test the waters. At least, he would know how powerful it was, and he would have a plan in his heart. But now, Luo Tian had completely given up. The power of the 1,000-year zombie king was too abnormal. Immediately, Luo Tian's gaze tensed up, and he carefully retreated, and thought to himself, just you wait, I'll take care of you in a few days. He couldn't kill the boss when he saw it, endure it for now, since Luo Tian had seen it, he would definitely not let it go. Furthermore, he was very interested in the killing intent on the 1,000-year zombie king's body. Let's retreat first. Luo Tian carefully retreated a few steps, and then wanted to jump onto a big tree and quickly retreat. It was also at this moment. Feng Lei ran over with sweat all over his head, smiled foolishly, and said loudly, Boss, so you're here. The 1,000-year zombie king suddenly moved, and all 6 of his eyes turned towards Luo Tian's direction. Luo Tian's heart turned cold, F***ck. P.S. The old cow quietly said, thank you for everyone's blessings to little cowboy. The old cow is extremely grateful, and then I ask for everyone's support. Collections, ratings, comments, and recommendation tickets, all of them. You damn fatty, are you a clown invited by the 1,000-year zombie king? Luo Tian really suspected that the fatty was doing it on purpose. This was because when this guy saw the 1,000-year zombie king, his eyes shone with a golden light, as if he was looking at a naked and enchanting girl. He kept on giving him electricity, making all kinds of seductive postures, drawing out his primitive desires, like a hungry wolf that had been thirsty for decades. He wanted nothing more than to go up and bite it. Crazily gnawing on a 1,000-year zombie, what the F***ck, Luo Tian did not dare to imagine that scene. Feng Lei scratched his head, his silly look was at a loss, and he muttered, Boss, did I do something wrong? Luo Tian was too lazy to say anything. Because he no longer had the time to speak, the 1,000-year zombie king jumped and instantly jumped to a place only a few meters away from him. His killing intent became even stronger. The brutal killing intent was like thousands of sharp swords pressing down on Luo Tian's mind, making it hard for him to breathe. It was very uncomfortable. It was also at this time. Feng Lei's eyes were wide open as he pointed at the 1,000-year zombie king and said excitedly, Boss, look, there's a very strong demon beast here. Luo Tian looked at Feng Lei's silly look and suddenly had the urge to die. F***ck. The thousand-year zombie king's 6 eyes sank, and looked at Luo Tian, who was half squatting under the bushes. His 6 eyes did not move at all, and just stared at him blankly. Luo Tian did not dare to move. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, Luo Tian really didn't have any other choice now. In his mind, he thought of Uncle Lin Jingying's various zombie movies and thought of all kinds of ways to avoid being detected by the zombies. He didn't know which movie it was. In any case, there was a movie that said that zombies couldn't see and could only determine their location through their breathing. Luo Tian couldn't care less now. He took a deep breath and held it in. Luo Tian's actions made Feng Lei curious. Feng Lei squatted beside Luo Tian, touched Luo Tian's arm, and asked, "Boss, what are you doing? Aren't we going to kill them?" "Boss, this is a very strong demonic beast. Maybe it's a 4th-rank demonic beast with a demonic core. Do it. Just like before, I'll hold it back for you while you attack." As he spoke, Feng Lei's saliva almost flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Luo Tian glared at Feng Lei. He wished he could find a big stick and beat him half to death. He didn't even look at the situation. Was this guy so easy to kill? If it was a 4th-rank demonic beast, why would it wait for him to come over? Luo Tian himself had already started killing. It was also at this moment. The thousand-year zombie king squatted down curiously, holding his cheeks with both hands and looking at him seriously with his 6 eyes. It was as if he had found a fun toy. "You can't see me, you can't see me, hold my breath, I'm holding my breath with all my might." At such a close distance, Luo Tian could even feel the stench coming from the thousand-year zombie king's body. His stomach churned, and he wanted to vomit several times, but he managed to hold it in. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes, Luo Tian's face was flushed red. The cultivation of the Xianxia realm was indeed not simple, being able to hold his breath for more than 3 minutes. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the thousand-year zombie king's face was also flushed red from holding his breath, and there was even a trace of blood seeping out from his dark skin. This was not the main point. The most terrible thing was Feng Lei. This guy was actually furious. He raised the giant machete with both hands and suddenly jumped up, heavily chopping down on the head of the thousand-year zombie king. Good. Luo Tian was secretly happy as he cheered loudly. The profound qi in his body moved, and he was ready to attack at any time. The machete drew a thin blade qi and heavily chopped down. However, clang! Sparks flew in all directions, as if it had struck a thick steel plate. The thousand-year zombie king's head was not damaged at all, only a shallow white mark appeared, and not even a trace of blood flowed out. Feng Lei was at the 7th stage of the profound disciple realm. His strength was comparable to a Xianxia realm expert. Just this one strike from him was enough to kill a rank 3 monster. However, it had no effect on the thousand-year zombie king. In the words of the game, Feng Lei's move was a complete miss. There was not even a drop of blood. It did not matter if there was no damage, but Feng Lei's arms were about to break. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb, and his 2 arms were constantly trembling. Even the incomparably hard machete was shaken off. The thousand-year zombie king raised his 6 eyes and scratched his head with his cyan fingernails. His face sank, as if he had reacted. He suddenly stood up and spat out a mouthful of white air. Wang, an even more intense killing intent was released from his body and shot out in ripples visible to the naked eye. Oh no! This guy is angry. Luo Tian's heart tightened. The thousand-year zombie king's defense was beyond his expectations. He originally wanted to use Feng Lei's sneak attack to heavily injure him, and then he would attack and take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, he did not go up. Otherwise, everything would be over. Luo Tian did not even think about it, and bellowed, "Level 2 Berserk." With one hand, he pulled Feng Lei, who was still in a daze, and heavily stepped on the ground with his right foot, wind shadow step. 2nd stage. Whoosh! His speed increased to the limit as he shot out with incomparable speed. However, at this moment, the 6 eyes of the thousand-year zombie king glared angrily, revealing dark red blood pupils, and his 2 feet heavily propped up. Bam! It landed not far behind Luo Tian. Wind shadow step. He used it again and shot out like a bullet. 10,000 grass mud horses whistled through his heart as he shouted in his heart, "Damn it, don't let me escape, or else I'll definitely come back and kill you." Killing intent attacked him. His mind and sea of consciousness began to stir. In just a few breaths of time, it was as if a storm had struck his body, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Being crushed by this kind of oppressive killing intent, Luo Tian's heart was extremely irritable. Relying on the wind shadow step's fast sprint, his speed slightly increased, but the 1,000-year zombie king's second jump was even faster than the first. Moreover, all 6 eyes on his face had turned blood red. 6 blood pupils. The suppression of the killing intent became even more intense. "Kid, can you do it? If you can't, then let me out. I will definitely kill this guy. He dares to release his killing intent in front of me. I will let him see what true killing intent is. You can't even resist this kind of childish killing intent. I really don't know why I'm in your hands." In his mind, the wild voice of the draw slasher rang out. Luo Tian ignored him. This guy looked like he was helping him, but in reality, he didn't know what kind of scheme he was up to. If he took the opportunity to occupy his mind, then what the hell would he do in the future? "Kid, I'm talking to you? Shut up!" Luo Tian shouted angrily. "Oh, you still have a temper. You can't even resist this little bit of killing intent. You really are bad." The draw slasher ridiculed. Walala, not far away, the sound of a waterfall could be heard. Luo Tian frowned and shouted, "Fatty, hold your breath." "What?" Feng Lei didn't hear it clearly at all. He was almost dragged along by Luo Tian, and the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. He didn't hear what Luo Tian said at all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The 1,000-year zombie king jumped again, jumping dozens of meters high. Then, he landed heavily, directly blocking in front of Luo Tian. There was dark green mucus in the depths of his green fangs. He extended his hands, and his 10 fingers pierced out like 10 sharp swords. "Sky supporting pillar, go." The space wooden tablet was thrown away. The sky supporting pillar descended from the sky, and its huge body made of fine iron appeared in front of the 1,000-year zombie king. With a sweep of his hands, the sky supporting pillar was cut into 2 halves. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian raised Feng Lei above his head and threw him over his head, throwing him more than 10 meters away and landing right in the middle of the waterfall. Feng Lei's face turned pale with fright as he shouted, "Boss, I don't know how to swim." Wind shadow step. Second stage. Swish, Luo Tian shot out and landed on the waterfall. He turned around and stared at the 1,000-year zombie king, his anger soaring to the sky as he roared, "You better wash your butt clean and wait for me, see if I don't explode to death." Pooh. Pooh. Fatty Fang's face was pale, his belly bulged, and he lost consciousness. From time to time, he would spit out large mouthfuls of water, and sometimes there were small fishes and shrimps in the water. The fishes and shrimps that he spat out were jumping around his chest, making a final struggle. Luo Tian stood on a rock by the riverbank. His face was also very ugly as he panted heavily. He looked up at the dense forest on the cliff and muttered to himself, "I finally escaped." The undead millenary king's killing intent, strength, and defense were all much stronger than the berserk lava lizard. It was only a difference of 1 level, but the difference in strength was so big. A rank 5 monster was indeed very powerful. The more powerful it was, the more excited Luo Tian was. There was no other reason. The stronger the boss, the better the equipment it would drop. The undead millenary king would definitely die. If a rank 4 Xian master was not its match, then it would be a rank 5 Xian master. If a rank 5 Xian master was not its match, then it would be a rank 6 Xian master. Leveling up in a paradise like the Ghost Prison Mountain Range was only a matter of time. So, sooner or later, he would kill it, after resting for a while. Luo Tian kicked the half-dead fatty Feng and said, "You damn fatty, are you still pretending to be dead? Hurry up and get up. Boss, let me vomit for a while more. I think there are still a few loaches in my stomach." Feng Lei said weakly. Then, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of water. He almost died under the waterfall. He kept drinking water and drank a stomach full of water. Luckily, Luo Tian jumped down in time, or else this 250 kilograms fatty would really die here. Serves you right. I almost died because of you. After drinking so much water, you should be awake now. Do you know how powerful that zombie is? Luo Tian said angrily. If not for Feng Lei's appearance, he would not be in such a sorry state. He even did such a dangerous thing like jumping off a cliff. If he accidentally fell on a rock, then he would really die. Feng Lei scratched his big bald head and grinned, "Boss, I also didn't know that thing was so powerful. I will be more careful next time. However, boss, his essence blood is very tempting to me. When I see it, it's like there's an impulsive beast in my body, inciting me to kill it and drink its blood. Sometimes, I can't even control myself," Feng Lei said. As he spoke, he frowned slightly. Luo Tian was also stunned. Fatty's background, the beast tattoo that suddenly appeared on the back of Fatty's head, and his ability to break through by sucking blood. Luo Tian could not explain all of this. It was exactly what he had just said. Clearly, Feng Lei had encountered a bottleneck. Luo Tian wanted to help him, but he couldn't. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tian patted Feng Lei's shoulder and said, "Power. Power controls everything. If you don't want to be controlled, you have to be stronger than it. Use your power to suppress it and crush it." Feng Lei listened attentively, and listened, then a mouthful of water spurted out like a fountain. With a big loach in it, Luo Tian almost burst out laughing. At this moment, a striped leopard that had been lurking for a long time pounced out. Luo Tian's face twisted, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You're courting death." He turned around and threw out a heavy punch. Bam! With a punch to the head, the striped leopard's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere, brain matter burst out, and it fell to the ground, its body twitching. Ding! The system sounded out. Feng Lei's gaze tensed up, and he became extremely serious. He clenched his fists tightly, "Power, power, power." He said the word power 3 times in a row. Then, he walked to the side of the leopard's corpse, grabbed it with one hand, and started to suck it. All of the leopard's blood essence was sucked clean by it. The eyes of the ferocious beast on the back of its head flashed with a scarlet light, disappearing in a flash. Luo Tian smiled faintly, then shouted loudly, "Enter the mountain, begin a hunting feast. Let's go." To the left. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. Fatty, on top of your head. In the forest, one fat and one skinny, the two of them were dyed red with beast blood. Their faces were ferocious, as if they had crawled out of a pool of blood. Around them were piles and piles of demon beast corpses. Feng Lei was fiercely drinking blood, his face was red, and his entire body was incomparably hot. The blood essence entered his body, and the profound qi was absorbed by him bit by bit. Luo Tian, on the other hand, was crazily hunting. Experience, what he wanted was experience, a large amount of experience. Every time he attacked, he did not use any moves. It was purely a heavy blow of strength, without the slightest bit of defense. Level up. There were countless wounds of all sizes on his body. The pain in his body resonated with the pleasant voice in his mind. There was a saying, pain and happiness. This was the portrayal of Luo Tian's current state. Fatty, don't just focus on devouring the blood essence. Don't forget what I told you, Luo Tian reminded. Fatty Lei raised his head, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said, "Boss, don't worry, I will collect all of the Class 3 demonic beast bones you want." Following that, Feng Lei asked again, "Boss, what do you want the bones of these demonic beasts for?" Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, and said, "You'll know after a while." The bones of the demonic beasts were extremely hard, several times harder than fine iron. It could be used to refine weapons, but the requirements for the refiner were quite high. Luo Tian's refining technique was still at level 1, so it was impossible for him to refine the bones of the demonic beasts. He had other uses. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days, the 8th day, for an entire 8 days and 8 nights, Luo Tian did not sleep a single time. He killed all the way, not even letting the half-stage demonic beasts go. Finally, Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Fiery Rock Boar for obtaining 500 experience, Profound Chi 50 points, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, Xian Master Stage 5. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Cultivation Method System reward, reward item Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar. Level up, Xian Master Stage 5. The moment he leveled up, all the wounds on Luo Tian's body healed at lightning speed, and all his attributes were brand new. Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian was slightly startled, and muttered in his heart, Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar? The name of this cultivation method is quite familiar. Is it the cultivation method that the main character of that novel cultivates? A few minutes later, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly shook, and he laughed out loud, ha ha ha. The main character of Battle Through the Heavens, Xiaoyan's cultivation method. Cultivation method, Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar grade, 6th grade proficiency, 02000 consumption, 1000 profound chi skill description. This cultivation method is a sound wave cultivation method. Lions and tigers roar in unison, causing all beasts to submit. 6th grade? Luo Tian laughed. He did not expect to obtain a 6th rank cultivation method. The power of this cultivation method could be imagined. Boss, what are you so happy about? Feng Lei raised his head and asked. Luo Tian said excitedly, take out all the rank 3 demonic beast bones you collected, we'll prepare, now is the time to kill it. The strength of the 4th stage of the Mystic Cultivator tier was completely different from that of the 5th stage. It was just a small difference in strength, but it was like an insurmountable ravine. Whether it was strength, speed, or mystic chi, his body's strength had all increased by a large amount. The moment he broke through, Luo Tian clenched his fists and secretly felt the power of the 5th stage of the Mystic Cultivator tier. He immediately became excited. Let's see how you can show off in front of me. In these 8 days, Luo Tian constantly thought of the 1000-year Corpse King. That golden boss aura made him feel like a cat was scratching his body. Kill it, I must kill it. In these 8 days, Luo Tian desperately killed monsters to break through to the 5th stage of the Mystic Cultivator tier. His strength increased and his mystic chi was full. Now that he had enough strength, he should be able to fight the 1000-year Corpse King. That night, Luo Tian set up a fire and started to roast the monster meat. The meat was roasted until oil oozed out and the smell of oil jumped crazily like a beautiful waltz. Feng Lei's hands rubbed his stomach that was already full to the point that it couldn't hold any more and revealed a happy smile. In these 8 days, he didn't know how much essence blood he had swallowed. The power and mystic chi in the essence blood allowed him to rise by 2 levels. He had already stepped into the 9th stage of the Mystic Cultivator tier and his strength was twice as strong as a few days ago. This speed could be called a transformation. Transformation. Of course, Feng Lei was still lacking compared to Luo Tian. So to speak of transformation. Transformation. Luo Tian was worthy of being called a transformation. Transformation King. Rest well for the night. Tomorrow we'll go find that guy and take revenge for last time. Luo Tian took the roasted meat from the fire and gave it to Feng Lei. Feng Lei shook his head to show that he couldn't eat and said, it's a pity that my blade was destroyed, otherwise I would want to see how hard its head is. Just thinking about it made Feng Lei angry. He really liked that giant machete, but he didn't think that it would be broken. Luo Tian smiled and said, you'll have another machete in the future. Rest well and recover your energy, tomorrow is destined to be a tough battle. Feng Lei nodded and then closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, Fatty Lei's snoring shook the sky. He hadn't rested for 8 whole days. He was really tired. Luo Tian smiled knowingly. After eating the barbecued meat, he took out the wooden plate that Feng Lei used to store the demon beast bones and walked to a relatively spacious area. Phew, Luo Tian took a deep breath and a diagram of a puppet appeared in his mind. After pondering for a while, Luo Tian nodded. With a flick of his right hand, a demonic beast bone flew out. Whoosh, 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 swift and decisive, Luo Tian's movements were extremely fast. Every time he made a move, several demonic beast bones would be placed in specific positions. Half an hour later, More than 1,000 demonic beast bones were laid out, and a pattern made of demonic beast bones appeared on the empty ground. It had a ferocious appearance, sharp claws, and 2 black hole-like eyes that emitted a terrifying aura. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat, and heavily shouted, "Level 2 Berserk!" Buzz, a loud buzzing sound came from Luo Tian's body, and a powerful force shot out from Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian frowned and pressed down with his right palm. "Ci," an ear-piercing sound rang out. Under his right palm, a dazzling white profound chi was constantly churning and brewing. Under the second level of Berserk, the value of the profound chi dropped crazily. It continued to circulate to Luo Tian's right palm, and Luo Tian firmly controlled it. In order to create a puppet soldier, the release of the profound chi was extremely important. Every demonic beast bones link relied on Xianxia. The more Xianxia there was, the better the link would be, and the stronger the puppet soldier would be. It was also because of this that Luo Tian released the second level of Berserk. Other than releasing a dense profound chi, Luo Tian also merged his idea into the profound chi. This was a bold attempt. He wanted the puppet soldier to have some basic common sense. This idea was very bold. Once successful, the puppet soldier would no longer be as simple as a puppet. It would have its own thoughts and consciousness, and its fighting ability would increase by several levels. Of course, this was only Luo Tian's first attempt. Whether or not it would succeed would be known after trying it out. A full 3 minutes. The profound chi under Luo Tian's palm had been brewing for a full 3 minutes. The powerful force almost made him unable to control it and wanted to fly out of his hand. His arm trembled and went numb. Luo Tian glared angrily. With a low shout, his right palm heavily pressed against the ground. At the same time, he used the puppet technique. Boom! With a loud sound, the dense profound chi was instantly released along the bones. Kiki! Kiki, like mercury flowing quickly in a mold, wherever it went, there would be the sound of bones colliding together. A dazzling white light crazily scurried. Luo Tian retreated to the side. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. He was a little nervous. The bones of these rank 3 monsters were incomparably hard. If they could be made into puppet soldiers, their defense would be 1 level higher than Optimus Prime's. With strong defense, their attack would not be weak. Time passed bit by bit, and the connection between the bones slowly entered the final stage. Success! It must succeed. The concept of the Autobot puppet soldier in Transformers was very grand. It had also completed Luo Tian's childhood dream. And this time, the concept was even grander. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. After the profound chi connection was completed, Luo Tian's mind tensed up. He shouted heavily, "Rise for me." Pa la pa la, there was a burst of explosive sounds, just like the sound of human joints. The 2 legs began to move. The puppet soldier that was connected by the bones seemed to come alive, releasing an indescribable aura of death. This aura seemed to come from hell. It was like the evil aura released by those dead monsters. It had a powerful soul-stealing power. In an instant, the bone puppet soldier suddenly stood up. It was 4 meters tall and 6 meters long. It had 4 claws, 2 wings, antennae, and long dragon whiskers. Its shape was the same as the dragons in the movies. Not bad, it was a dragon. The ghost dragon that crawled out of hell had a domineering appearance, and it carried a thick aura of death. The dragon in the Western world. This was because Luo Tian did not collect enough bones. Otherwise, no matter what, he would not be able to create a dragon from the Western world. The dragon in the Western world could only be considered a large lizard. Its strength could not be compared to the Eastern dragon in any aspect. However, Luo Tian had no choice. Due to the limitations of the materials, he could only temporarily make a dragon like this. However, as long as he had the materials, Luo Tian would be able to create an Eastern dragon sooner or later. Sitting on top of it, he would be able to act cool and pick up girls. How cool would that be? Although it did not have the majesty of the Eastern dragon, the Western battle dragon made from this bone was not simple either. Its black hole-like eyes seemed to be able to move, and the aura of death that erupted from its body could cause some low-level monsters to lose their ability to resist. Pressure, this kind of aura should be considered a type of pressure. Luo Tian looked at the bone dragon and grinned. He did not expect to succeed, the only thing that disappointed him was that his consciousness did not integrate into it. Because it was the same as Optimus Prime and the others, its expression was lifeless, just like a puppet. Failure was the mother of success. Luo Tian was not discouraged, he gently stroked the war dragon and smiled, "From today onwards, your name will be Ghost Dragon." Suddenly, the ghost dragon's head nodded slightly, but Luo Tian did not see it. "All right. Now, earn back the profound chi that I used to make you." Luo Tian moved, and the ghost dragon locked onto a place and rushed out like a god of death from hell. Not long after, the system beep in Luo Tian's mind rang out chaotically. His experience points and profound chi values were increasing crazily. This ghost dragon was awesome to the point of being in a mess. Killing the 1,000-year undead king increased his chances of winning again. If you really don't like it, please click on the red X on the right corner. Please don't curse. There is a saying that the one who humiliates others is humiliating himself. The ghost dragon's killing style was much sharper than Optimus Prime and the others. To use a sentence to describe it, wherever it went, not a single blade of grass would grow. Although it was a bit exaggerated, the ghost dragon's fighting ability was indeed strong. Especially his defensive ability, a rank 3 monster couldn't break through his defense at all. Ding. Congratulations to the player, ding. Congratulations to the player. The system beep kept ringing in his mind. His experience points and profound chi were both increasing rapidly. Luo Tian was secretly excited, as expected. "You didn't disappoint me." The ghost dragon's structure came from an online novel. When he first read this novel, Luo Tian had thought that if he had such a cool ghost dragon puppet soldier, that would be awesome. He didn't expect himself to really make it. Although it wasn't as powerful as the one in the novel, sooner or later, he would create a ghost dragon at the 10th step. 10th step ghost dragon, how terrifying would his battle be? Just thinking about it made him excited. Luo Tian looked at the dark sky. There was still a long time before daybreak, and after pondering for a moment, he took out the remaining monster bones from the space token. There were still a few hundred monster bones left. Luo Tian thought about how Fatty's machete was broken, and wondered if he could use these monster bones to refine one for him. Then again, he had to improve his refining skills as well. The Song family had sent so many first-grade weapons, and Luo Tian wanted to repay this favor with the weapons he had refined himself. Refining required a furnace fire, profound chi activation, shape, constant tempering, hammering, not relaxing for a moment. These were only the basics. If he wanted to refine a high-grade profound weapon, he would need to have high-grade materials. Once the fusion was successful, the power of the profound weapon would greatly increase. However, the spirit treasure of heaven and earth was extremely precious, and even if there was one, it was impossible to use it to refine a profound weapon. Once it failed, there would be nothing left. Furthermore, refining a spirit treasure of heaven and earth consumed a lot of profound chi. It was an extremely difficult task, and there weren't many refiners in the entire continent who could do it. Luo Tian had never thought about this. Even so, with his current 0 proficiency in refining, not to mention refining a spirit treasure of heaven and earth, even refining a monster's bones was extremely difficult. But, he was different from other blacksmiths. What he wanted was not the success of the refinement, but the proficiency. This was his strength. He didn't need to rack his brains or think about how to break through. He only needed to raise his proficiency. It was that simple. Without a furnace, Luo Tian found some dry wood. After igniting it, he released some profound chi to activate it. The yellow flame turned light blue, and the temperature reached an extremely high level. Luo Tian moved his left hand and threw a bone over. He poured his thoughts into it and then released the refining technique. Profound chi decreased by 100 points. Ding. Refining failed, proficiency +1. As expected. As long as I refine it, my proficiency will increase. It's exactly as I thought, Luo Tian thought inwardly. Immediately, he waited for the 30-second cooldown to end before refining it once more. Once every 30 seconds, Luo Tian had never heard of it before. The increase in proficiency wasn't considered fast. This was also the reason why he kept failing. If he succeeded in refining it, it would double or even triple the proficiency. Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry. In any case, the night was long and he didn't want to sleep. He might as well train with all his might. This reminded him of his previous life when he spent an entire night training dog books and legend. He even trained until he was full of energy. The feeling now was similar. Ding. Proficiency plus 1 inch ding. He kept training without stopping for even a minute. Without sleep for 8 days and 8 nights, the degree of fatigue could be imagined. However, Luo Tian still persevered. Even if he had the leveling system, he was better than others in many aspects. However, this world was always left for those who were prepared. The 1,000-year undead king in front of him, the Jade Mountain City's family invitational tournament in 20 days, all these pressured him to the point that he couldn't breathe. Luo Tian had no choice but to work hard. Many people showed their bright side. Behind the bright side was countless sweat, countless bitter training, and countless battles. There were very few geniuses. Many of them were geniuses who worked hard and cultivated diligently. Only by being ruthless to oneself could one walk further on the path of martial arts. Luo Tian, who had transmigrated, understood this principle even more. For this reason, he clenched his teeth, risked his life, and carefully worked hard. Time passed by minute. His proficiency was also increasing bit by bit. When the eastern sky turned white and revealed a trace of light, Luo Tian smiled faintly, finally leveled up. Refining technique leveled up to level 2, a night of hard training didn't go to waste. Looking at the last huge rib bone, it was slightly curved like a tang sword. This was a good material for refining. It was still difficult to refine a demon beast's bone with level 2 refining technique. However, since it had leveled up to level 2, Luo Tian wanted to give it a try. If he succeeded, Fatty would have a blade. If he didn't succeed, it didn't matter. Anyway, there were many demon beasts in the Ghost Prison Mountain range. At most, he could just kill a few more next time. Phew, Luo Tian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes slightly closed, and his mind calmed down like an ancient well. Half a minute later, Luo Tian's eyes widened. He raised his right palm and let out a loud roar. Profound chi rolled out and rushed into the blue flame. Under the stimulation of the profound chi, the temperature quickly soared. The water quickly evaporated, and the surrounding weeds withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. They dried up and then spontaneously combusted. Activating the profound chi, his left hand put the huge demon beast's bone into the fire. Level 2 Berserk. 4 times the attribute was released. The speed of the profound chi release was even more violent. The blue flame had already turned into a trace of black nothingness. Black flame, the temperature was extremely high. Pure profound chi burned. The bones seemed to melt, and in that instant, all heaven unleashed his artificing arts. His will poured into the bones like lightning, and as he did, the bones began to transform. Crazily rotating. Profound chi crazily gushed out. At this moment, Luo Tian forgot everything. There was an illusory image on his body, like a celestial being. If there was a refining grandmaster here, he would be shocked half to death. Oneness of heaven and man, the legendary oneness of heaven and man, the realm that only existed in legends. No one would have thought that it would appear on a Xian master who had just started cultivating the refining technique. It was too shocking. Luo Tian naturally did not know about this. His mind was completely focused on the bone. Do it for me. Boom, the black flame exploded, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Everything returned to its original state. On top of the extinguished fire, a dazzling white giant saber that was as white as ivory flickered with a faint fluorescent light. It was very beautiful, like the stars in the sky in the dark night. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining, proficiency plus 3. It's a success. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed excitedly, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was also because of this relief that he almost fainted. His head was covered in sweat, his entire body was drenched, and his mental strength was extremely exhausted. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him extremely sleepy. Huff. Huff. Luo Tian gasped for breath and sat on the ground. He said with lingering fear, damn it, I can't carelessly refine this thing again. It's too damn tiring. If a rank 2 demonic beasts appeared now, I wouldn't be able to resist it. What do you say? Bang, 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 with each step, it shook, bringing with it a ferocious aura of death. Luo Tian was dumbfounded, holy sh*t. It can't be, I'm so unlucky? Because he was too engrossed, he mysteriously entered the legendary realm of being one with the heavens. This realm was indeed awesome. Whether it was refining pills, refining profound weapon, or even cultivating a certain cultivation technique, reaching this realm would bring great benefits. However, this realm consumed a lot of mental energy and profound qi, which was something that only the Almighty could bear. Just as it ended, Luo Tian felt his entire body collapse, and he could no longer summon any strength. It was impossible for him to recover without a few hours. At this time, the heavy footsteps of a demon beast suddenly came out. It was simply asking for his life. The footsteps were very heavy, and it also carried a thick murderous aura of death. Without a doubt, the strength of this demon beast was definitely above the 3rd rank. Could it be the 1,000-year undead king? Thinking of that guy, Luo Tian's heart was dead silent, his body was paralyzed, and he said gloomily, God, are you trying to play me to death? Immediately, Luo Tian shouted loudly, Fatty Lei, hurry up and wake up for me. Whether it was the 1,000-year undead king or not, even if it was a 2nd-rank demon beast, Luo Tian could not deal with it, and only called Feng Lei over. Feng Lei's current strength was at the 9th stage of the profound disciple realm. With his terrifying strength, even if he encountered a 4th-rank demon beast, he did not have to worry too much. The snoring stopped. Feng Lei, who was leaning against the tree, suddenly opened his eyes in anger, and instantly rushed out like a brutal beast. No matter how deeply he slept, even if he fainted, as long as he heard Luo Tian's shout, he would always wake up at the first moment. Just that, this idiot ran in the wrong direction. At the critical moment, he actually ran in the wrong direction. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Forced. Bang, 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 the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Luo Tian's exhausted body had no strength at all. Looking at the dark forest, he muttered to himself, this time it's really over. Walala, 2 big trees collapsed, and a white skull poked out. The black hole's eyes carried the aura of death from hell, the 2 dragon whiskers swayed in the wind, and the whole body was stained with the blood of demon beasts. This was Luo Tian's puppet soldier, Ghost Dragon. Holy sh*t, you scared me to death. Luo Tian almost had a heart attack. He thought that it was a very ferocious demon beast, but he didn't expect it to be his own puppet soldier. But why would the ghost dragon appear here? He didn't order the ghost dragon to come back. Strange, it was very strange. Logically speaking, the ghostly dragon was Luo Tian's puppet. All of its actions were controlled by Luo Tian's thoughts. He hadn't let the ghostly dragon return, so why had it returned? Ghost dragon walked closer and looked at Luo Tian with his black eyes, as if he was worried. Seeing that Luo Tian was fine, he felt relieved, and his expression was not as grave as before. It was as if he was an independent thinker. Could it be? All of a sudden, Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that he had fused his consciousness into the ghost dragon when he was refining it. Could it be that he had succeeded? The ghost dragon could sense him. Just now, when his body was extremely weak and his mental power was extremely exhausted, the ghost dragon thought that he was in danger and immediately rushed back. Luo Tian wasn't sure, but he could feel that there was a huge difference between the ghost dragon and Optimus Prime. Luo Tian raised his head and smiled faintly. Brother, did you rush back because you were worried about me? The ghost dragon's wooden expression didn't move at all. It was as if it didn't understand, or as if it didn't know what Luo Tian was talking about. Luo Tian observed carefully, shook his head and laughed bitterly. He muttered to himself, it seems that I was thinking too much. Boss, I'm here. Feng Lei shouted loudly. His huge body descended from the sky and landed heavily in front of Luo Tian. He stared at the incomparably huge ghost dragon and was scared silly. Feng Lei, who was sweating profusely, said with a trembling voice, BB boss, what kind of demon beast is this? Its entire body was made of demon beast bones. Its face was sinister and carried an aura of death. It gave off a soul-stealing feeling. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. Luo Tian glared at the fatty, kicked him on the butt, and said, "By the time you came, I would have already died." Feng Lei laughed foolishly, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, I ran in the wrong direction." Luo Tian sighed, and said, "I really have to hand it to you, you can even run in the wrong direction with a distance of tens of meters." Feng Lei continued to laugh foolishly, and said, "Boss, you still haven't told me what kind of demon beast this is. Why do I feel so scared when I look at it? Why is its entire body made of bones? Could it be an undead demon beast from the northern land of Extreme? The northern land of Extreme in the profound sky continent was the undead kingdom. It was known as the first of the 10 great forbidden grounds of the continent, the only place where humans could not set foot in. The northern land of Extreme was filled with undead. Humans were undead, and demonic beasts were also undead. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful, whether it was their combat talent or their cultivation techniques, they were all stronger than humans. Rumor had it. The northern land of Extreme was connected to hell. The reason why Feng Lei said that the ghost dragon was a demon beast from the northern land of Extreme was because it was made of demon beast bones and carried the aura of death. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at the fatty and said, "This is my new war pet, called Ghost Dragon." New war pet, Ghost Dragon? Feng Lei looked up at the ghost dragon with his mouth agape. Then, he turned around, his eyes filled with endless admiration, and said, "Boss, you are really too strong. If I were a woman, I would definitely be captivated by you and love you to death." Scram. "If you were a woman, I would definitely kick you into the Pacific Ocean," Luo Tian said unhappily. A 250 kilograms woman loved him to death. This scene was really unimaginable. Eh? Feng Lei walked closer to the ghost dragon and took a closer look, then asked, "Boss, what is this?" Luo Tian took a look and was stunned for a moment. If it wasn't for Feng Lei's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed that there was an additional little thing on the ghost dragon's back. She was curled up like a sleeping kitten. She was wearing a snow-white dress, with 2 braids, long eyelashes, and fists that were slightly red like pink jade. She looked like a porcelain doll. No. Even a porcelain doll wasn't so exquisite. Her body emitted an aura that was different from other women. This aura carried endless temptation. She wasn't even 10 years old, but her face was charming and incomparably alluring when she was sleeping. Luo Tian only took a slight glance, and his heart seemed to have been snatched away by her. This kind of feeling had never happened even when he saw Li Shuer. It was too strange. She was just a lowly who wasn't even 10 years old, and she was already like this. In a few years, wouldn't she be a peerless beauty that could bring disaster to the country? "Boss, look, she has a tail." Feng Lei looked at the lowly a few times, but he wasn't tempted at all. He didn't have any reaction at all. It wasn't as tempting as the blood essence of a rank 1 demon beast to him. Luo Tian stood up with difficulty and took a closer look. Indeed, a small white tail came down from the white dress. The fur was very white and smooth. Every strand of hair could be clearly distinguished, as if it had been used before. It was unknown if Feng Lei's voice woke her up, or if she woke up on her own. He opened his eyes lazily and glanced at Luo Tian. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at Luo Tian again, then shot to his feet in shock. Aya. She lost her balance and fell off the ghost dragon's back. The lowly quickly got up from the ground. She clenched her fists and puffed up her cheeks. She looked angrily at Luo Tian and said weakly, Don't come over. I will hit you." She looked naturally adorable. She was so cute that it was a mess. Luo Tian laughed and thought to himself, "Little sister of the Fox clan? What the F***ck? Please add, please comment, please like, please recommend me." In the profound sky continent, there were tens of thousands of clans. 10,000 years ago, the tens of thousands of clans were in constant conflict, which led to the most tragic war in the history of the profound sky continent. In the end, the humans won and occupied most of the land on the continent. The other clans retreated and hid. The undead clan in the northern land of Extreme, the sea god clan in the netherworld sea region, the beastman clan in the depths of the wilderness. There was also the legendary heavenly palace god clan. 10,000 years ago, the tragedy caused them to hide and not come out. On the surface, they lived in peace and minded their own business. Behind the scenes, there were also all kinds of conspiracies. Let's not talk about that for now. Fox Demon Clan, one of the tens of thousands of clans. They hid deep in the mountains and were born with the ability to charm. Each of them was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Their singing and dancing were unparalleled, and every man who saw them would be charmed by them. Other than that, their skills in bed were even better. Their bodies were soft as if they had no bones, and they could perfectly perform all kinds of difficult positions. It could be said that they were proficient in all 108 positions, allowing you to enjoy a different kind of happiness. It was also because of this. The Fox Demon Clan was wantonly captured by the humans. The price of each female fox demon was as high as 1,000,000 gold. If it was a fox demon with a bit of cultivation, it could even be sold for 10 million gold. Once, an adult fox demon was auctioned in the imperial capital's Heavensword City for a shocking price of 27 million gold. Adult fox demons were mature and charming, but they were very difficult to subdue. However, underage fox demons were different. They could be trained and nurtured, and when they reached adulthood, they could serve him perfectly. Therefore, the price of an underage fox demon was even more terrifying. After coming to this world, Luo Tian had read some books and knew a little about the Fox Demon Clan. Looking at the puffed-up cheeks, cute and naturally charming eyes, it was hard for Luo Tian not to have evil thoughts. When she grew up, matured, and became more beautiful, then she would do some difficult movements on the bed. Wow, it really wanted his life. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's nostrils had a trace of liquid flowing down. Nosebleed, Luo Tian's thoughts became very impure, and he naturally thought of the various movements in the Japanese action movies in his previous life. She was just a loli who was not even 10 years old yet. How could your thoughts be so dirty, what a beast, Luo Tian scolded himself for a while. Looking at the cute loli, he squatted down and smiled in a friendly manner, little sister. Luo Tian's nose was bleeding, and he hadn't rested for 8 days and 8 nights. His hair was disheveled, and he looked as wretched as possible. A standard wretched uncle, the lowly fox demon looked at Luo Tian and her eyes trembled. She said in a strong and resolute voice, don't come over. I will really hit you. Hit me? Good girl, I'm not a bad person, Luo Tian said with a smile. His smile was a little frivolous, and he looked like someone who flirted with women on the streets. Hooligan. How could a little loli not be afraid? Lolita took half a step back and clenched her 2 pink little fists tightly. She had an expression that said, if you dare to come up, I'll hit you. He was very defensive. Luo Tian really couldn't bear to hurt such a cute little loli. Seeing her like this, Luo Tian didn't say anything else. He couldn't possibly use force, right? If he used force, he would look down on himself. Hiss. Hiss, suddenly. A green-eyed python that had come out to look for food suddenly jumped out. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock as he shouted loudly, be careful. The green-eyed python's target was the demon fox loli. Luo Tian's body was still very weak, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. He used all his strength to use the wind shadow steps and rushed out. Ah, snake! The loli's face was pale white as she jumped up in fright. Luo Tian grabbed the green-eyed python and threw it out in an instant. It was also at this time that Feng Lei took a step forward and caught the green-eyed python in the air. With a pull of his hands, he forcefully split the snake into 2 and instantly killed it. Fresh blood splattered out. The loli was even more frightened. She immediately jumped onto Luo Tian's body, her legs tightly clamping onto Luo Tian's waist. She buried her head into his embrace and said while trembling, Snake, there's a snake, I'm so scared. Seeing her scared look, Luo Tian felt a wave of heartache. He gently patted her back and said gently, don't be afraid, big brother is here. Then. The loli raised her head and looked at Luo Tian. She pouted and jumped down from his body. She clenched her fists tightly and said angrily, I'm not afraid of snakes. Humph, don't come over, I'll hit you. Luo Tian shook his head and laughed. He was really amused by her cuteness. Her expression, her tone of voice, and that irresistible love were all pleasing to the eye. They threw all their worries away. Luo Tian said very seriously, I'm not going over. Gugu the lowly's stomach made a series of gurgling sounds. The lowly's face changed slightly. She blinked her eyes and looked at the laughing Luo Tian. She said, I'm not hungry, humph. Fatty. Go and cut open the snake's stomach and wash it clean. Luo Tian said. Feng Lei picked up the green-eyed python and ran out. Luo Tian picked up some dry wood and set up a grill. He looked at the lowly from time to time. The lowly was also looking at him. The lowly's eyes were full of curiosity. She didn't know what Luo Tian wanted to do. Not long after, Feng Lei ran back. Luo Tian threw the tang sword that had been successfully refined. He didn't have time to look at its attributes and said, your new weapon. Feng Lei took it and held it in his hand. Ah! He exclaimed. This gave Luo Tian and the lowly a big fright. Damn fatty, will you die if you don't get shocked? Luo Tian glared at the fatty and said. Feng Lei wiped off the dust on the tang sword. He was ecstatic and almost knelt down at Luo Tian's feet. He asked excitedly, Boss, is this really for me? He couldn't believe it. This giant tang sword was too beautiful, too powerful. Moreover, this was a level 2 Xian weapon. This was something that even Luo Tian did not expect. He did not expect that the first Xian weapon that was successfully refined would be a level 2 Xian weapon. Luo Tian roasted the snake meat and said, if you don't like it, then give it back to me. I like it. I like it so much, thank you boss. Feng Lei said with a mischievous smile. The lowly looked at Feng Lei with some disdain and muttered in her heart, a trash Xian weapon was bought over, it's too unprincipled. It didn't take long for the snake meat to give off a charred fragrance. It was extremely tempting. The lowly's stomach growled even louder. Her two big black eyes stared at the barbecued meat on the fire without blinking, and her saliva was about to flow out. Do you want to eat? Luo Tian asked. The lowly quickly nodded. After a few seconds, she frantically shook her head and swallowed her saliva. I'm not hungry at all. All right then. Luo Tian chuckled, picked up the barbecued meat and started eating, smacking his lips. It's too fragrant, it's simply too delicious. Gu the lowly's stomach growled again as she swallowed her saliva. Seeing that half of the snake meat was about to be eaten by Luo Tian, the lowly was also extremely hungry. Her eyes blinked as she looked at Luo Tian, and said. With a pitiful look, Big brother, you, can you give me some to eat? Sure. However, you have to tell me your name first. Luo Tian stopped and asked. The lowly was a little excited. She jumped to Luo Tian's side, grabbed the snake meat and ate it fiercely. Her little face was like a kitten as she ate and giggled, my name is Xianxia. Quail. Xianxia. Pure. Luo Tian laughed, that's a good name, it suits you very well. Pure was a good match for her. Her face was pure and cute, and with this name, she was even more adorable. Big brother, will you catch me? Xianxia ate the meat, her big eyes looked at Luo Tian and asked, her eyes filled with fear. However, it was much better than before. Xianxia's guard had been lowered by quite a bit. A hero saving the beauty and a delicious roasted snake meat had basically taken down this little lowly from the fox demon clan. Luo Tian was startled, and asked, why should I capture you? Xianxia pouted and muttered softly, capture me and sell me to the nobles of the imperial palace. Many of my clansmen have been captured, my mother also, woo. Woo, my mother was also taken away, woo. Thinking about her mother, Xianxia suddenly burst into tears, her stubborn little mouth could no longer hold it in, and tears flowed down her face. Her crying was so messy that it made one's heart ache. Even Feng Lei had a face full of anger, and said fiercely, who the F***ck is so ruthless? Then. Xianxia hugged Luo Tian's thigh, and begged pitifully, big brother, can you save my mother? That pitiful expression made Luo Tian's heart break. Luo Tian said very seriously, where is your mother? My mother is, I don't know either, woo. Xianxia looked up at the sky and cried loudly. She was in great pain, as if she had lost everything. I only heard those people say that they wanted to bring my mother to the Heaven Sword City to auction. Big brother, what is an auction? Luo Tian frowned. Heaven Sword City, Imperial Capital, that place was not a remote and desolate village like Jade Mountain City, where experts gathered. The cultivation of a mystic adept was simply not enough. It was simply impossible to save Xianxia's mother. If it was auctioned, how could he possibly have tens of millions of gold coins? Luo Tian's heart ached. He secretly clenched his fists. Since he had promised her, he had to help her no matter what. And Xianxia's tears made Luo Tian's heart ache. He would never let Xianxia cry again. Such a cute and pure loli should grow up happily, and so on. Luo Tian stroked Xianxia's head and said, Big brother promises you, I will definitely help you save your mother. Pinky promise. And Xianxia stretched out her pinky and said seriously. To her, saving her mother was the most important thing in the world. Only by pulling the pinky would it work, and only then would Luo Tian help her. In her world, pulling the pinky was like signing some kind of contract. She would abide by it and complete it. Luo Tian stretched out his pinky and hooked onto Xianxia's pinky, and gently said to her, Pinky promise, hang yourself, don't change for 100 years, whoever changes will be a puppy, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering an S-Class quest. Mission, rescue Xianxia's mother. Mission time limit, 1-year mission reward, 1 million experience points, 10,000 profound GS, a random reward of a ground-level cultivation method, and Xianxia's favorability increases by 100,000 points. Holy sh*T. S-Class quest, I even triggered this kind of hidden quest. How awesome am I? I'm about to fall in love with myself. Luo Tian's heart was boiling. He did not expect that just by agreeing to Xianxia, he would trigger an S-Class quest. It was too shocking. One must know that S-Class quests were extremely rare in every game. It was difficult to encounter such a heaven-defying quest in all the maps. Luo Tian had played games for several years, but he had never encountered an S-Class quest. In an instant, his entire body was boiling. Looking at the reward again. 1 million experience points reward, 10,000 profound GS reward, these were nothing. The key was an Earth-level cultivation method. In the Xianxia continent, a 9th-rank cultivation method was considered a super powerful existence. To be rewarded with an Earth-level cultivation method was too sharp. The most important point was, and Xianxia's favorability increased by 100,000 points. What could 100,000 points of favorability do? Damn, needless to say, the existence of this kind of favorability was not something that one could do whatever one wanted, or do whatever one wanted. Ugh, Luo Tian was evil again. Luo Tian looked at the quest carefully, and thought to himself, the quest time is 1 year, which means that within this year, Xianxia's mother will be safe. 1 year. Only 1 year's time. Luo Tian's mind tensed up, and suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders become heavier. No matter what, he had to complete this quest. Even if it wasn't for the quest reward, he had to help Xianxia. In 1 year's time, he had to make all the necessary preparations. Heaven Sword City, he had to make a trip there. Huff, Luo Tian took a deep breath and comforted Xianxia. Xianxia, be good, Big Brother will definitely save your mother. Big Brother will definitely do what he promised you. And Xianxia looked up at Luo Tian without blinking, and said innocently, I know, we just made a pinky promise, I believe in Big Brother. How could such a cute and naive loli bear to disappoint her? Luo Tian frowned, lightly patted Xianxia's head, and said, Fatty, let's continue killing. Heh. Feng Lei rested his tang blade on his shoulder, laughed foolishly, and said loudly, understood. Luo Tian carried Xianxia and placed him on Ghost Dragon's back. The idea moved, and said, Ghost Dragon, your mission is to protect Xianxia's safety. Ghost Dragon's black eyes moved slightly. And Xianxia rode on Ghost Dragon's back, giggled, and said, so your name is Ghost Dragon, I'll call you Little Dragon from now on, hee, let's go. Luo Tian shouted. At the same time, Luo Tian released his idea to the greatest extent. He wanted to find the 1,000-year undead king, he wanted demon core, a lot of demon core. If Xianxia's mother was to be auctioned off, he had to have enough money to buy her, he only had 1 year's time, which was too short. Right now, he had to work even harder to earn money, level up, and make all the preparations. Luo Tian took a step forward. The killing intent on his body became exceptionally heavy. Compared to before, he was even crazier, like a madman. Jade Mountain City. At the southern entrance of the city, the Zhu family's clansmen stood in 2 rows with serious expressions. Not long after, 3 figures slowly entered his line of sight. Riding on colorful striped beasts, each of them had an extremely arrogant face. That kind of arrogance was high and mighty, looking down on everything. The leader was a handsome youth. The youth's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with deep disdain. He did not hide it at all. Looking at Jade Mountain City, he laughed coldly. Jade Mountain City, I'm back. Zhu Changfeng, the Zhu family's hidden trump card, the #1 outer disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. There were already a few inner sect elders who had come into contact with him, wanting him to become their disciple. Even the sect master favored him. 19 years old, at the peak of the 9th stage of the Mystic Master realm. An existence that could look down on the entire Jade Mountain City. An expert had attacked. Zhu Changfeng's high-profile appearance caused the entire Jade Mountain City to be greatly shocked. There were 3 things. First, this afternoon, Old Niu's wife, Xiaoqiao, had a stomachache. She thought that she was going to give birth. It would take a few more days for her to go to the hospital for a checkup. The estimated date of delivery is July 9th. Secondly, from tomorrow onwards, which is the 1st of July, Old Bull will try his best to update 3 chapters a day. The update time will be around 12 noon, 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. I hope that everyone will support me, recommend me, save me, comment on me, and like me. Third, it's really hard to say when Xiaoqiao will be born. If I don't update one day, it means that I accompanied her to the hospital to give birth to little Niu. At that time, I definitely won't be able to ask for leave, so I'll inform you in advance. I hope that everyone can understand. The Ghost Prison mountain range was really big. Luo Tian killed and searched the entire way. After searching for a full 5 days, he still couldn't find any trace of the undead king, which made him a little depressed. After leveling up, he had the strength to fight with the undead king. But it was gone. Boss, oh boss, why did you disappear? Bosses in games usually moved around a specific area. Luo Tian wasn't playing a game after all, so the undead king couldn't wait for him in that place forever. The Ghost Prison mountain range was vast and boundless. Wanting to find it was really not an ordinary kind of difficult. Now, 13 days had already passed. There was still more than half a month left. There was still plenty of time, so Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry. In his heart, he thought of searching for a few more days. If he really couldn't find it, then he would go back. This area was already close to the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. A high-level monster could jump out at any time. If they encountered a rank 6 monster, then they were dead for sure. Night fell. From time to time, a green light flashed in the dark forest. Luo Tian killed a black panther with a punch and said, "Let's call it a day. Fatty, go and clean this black panther." Feng Lei sucked the black panther's blood and said, "Okay." And Chen, who was on the ghost dragon's back, opened her eyes. She had a sleepy look and said, "Big brother, is it time to eat?" Luo Tian smiled lightly. And Chen was getting cuter and cuter. He said, "Yeah, tonight we're eating roasted panther meat." "Oh yeah. It's time to eat again." And Chen jumped down from the ghost dragon and stood firmly on the ground. She quickly jumped onto Luo Tian's body. Her 2 legs clamped onto Luo Tian's waist. Her small mouth lightly pecked Luo Tian's face. Long live Big Brother. This little guy was especially gluttonous. She ate even more than Luo Tian. He really didn't know how her small stomach could hold so much food. Gathering firewood, starting a fire, and setting up a grill. In less than half an hour, the fragrant roasted meat was ready. The smell of burnt meat permeated the air and quickly spread through the forest. Not long after, dozens of demonic beasts gathered 100 meters away from Luo Tian's group. However, none of them dared to take a step forward. The aura of death on the ghost dragon's body made them especially wary. Although they did not dare to move forward, they let out low growls from time to time. Feng Lei's eyes narrowed as he said with slight anger, "You're making me feel annoyed." With that said, he carried the giant tang saber on his shoulder and shouted, "Boss, I'll go and calm them down." Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "Go, be careful." Fatty grinned and said, "Don't worry, it's just a matter of minutes to deal with them. I broke through to the mystic realm today." After 5 days of non-stop absorption of essence blood, Fatty once again broke through to the mystic realm. This speed, it was quite sharp. Luo Tian still needed a lot of experience to level up. Currently, he needed hundreds of thousands of experience to level up. Low-level demon beasts could no longer satisfy him. "Brother Fatty, you have to come back quickly. Otherwise, I'll eat all the barbecue." And Chen Chun's mouth was black, like a little tabby cat. Feng Lei laughed foolishly, then strode into the forest. After his figure disappeared, he could be heard cursing loudly, "You're so annoying. See how lousy will take care of you." Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. A few muffled sounds of heavy blows rang out, and then the surroundings became silent. Fatty's attacks are getting sharper and sharper. In just a few moves, wait. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned. The idea was released like a bolt of lightning, and after sensing it, his face changed greatly. Killing intent, what a strong killing intent. "Fatty, ghost dragon, protect pure." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian had already disappeared from his original spot. And Chen Chen turned her head and looked at Luo Tian's disappearing figure. She asked worriedly, "Little dragon, will something happen to Big Brother?" Ghost dragon shook his head naturally. He could actually understand what Chen Chen was saying. If Luo Tian saw this, he would definitely be shocked, and Chen Chen had an innate ability. The reason why the Fox Demon clan had suffered so much was because of her unique and powerful ability. "Fatty!" Luo Tian shouted. The aura on his body was released without restraint. He was worried in his heart, but at the same time, he was secretly excited. He said in a deep voice, "You dog, you finally appeared. Corpse King, 1,000-year Corpse King." A few days ago, the 1,000-year Corpse King that chased Luo Tian down the cliff and almost died. The 1,000-year Corpse King that was filled with killing intent and hostility. King made it so easy for me to find you." Fatty crawled up from the ground, spat out a mouthful of black blood, and said loudly, "Boss, I'm fine. This guy is too sinister. He actually hid in a group of demon beasts and ambushed me. No wonder those demon beasts kept growling." It turned out that they were not afraid of Ghost Dragon's death aura, but of the 1,000-year Corpse King's strong killing intent. Heh. 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 Under the moonlight, the 1,000-year Corpse King constantly breathed out white gas. Under its charred skin, the blood vessels were clearly visible. Its entire body was filled with killing intent. It was extremely ferocious. Seeing that Feng Lei was not dead, the 1,000-year Corpse King's 6 eyes narrowed. Its killing intent was incomparably strong as it jumped. Feng Lei was hit by the 1,000-year Corpse King in one move. His entire body was in pain, but his injuries were not serious. His physical body was much stronger than an ordinary Xian master. Seeing the undead millenary king jump up, Feng Lei was enraged. He suddenly stood up and swung his tang saber. Pointing at the undead millenary king in the air, he shouted, "Mother ****, I'll fight it out with you." Luo Tian was still a distance away from Feng Lei. Fatty's current strength was still not a match for the 1,000-year Corpse King. Furthermore, not being able to kill Fatty in one move was an insult to the 1,000-year Corpse King. The 1,000-year Corpse King was naturally enraged. There was no other way. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Level 2 Berserk." 4 times the attributes burst forth. Luo Tian shouted again, "Wind Shadow Step." Second stage. So. The strength of a level 5 Xian master completely exploded as he shouted, "Dog, your grandfather is here. Come and chase me. Fatty, get out of the way. You're still not a match for him. This time I'm going to play it to death." Thinking back to the last time when he ran away pathetically and the 1,000-year Corpse King's smug face, Luo Tian was furious. Thinking about how he searched for 5 days and 5 nights, he became even more furious. F***ck. If I don't kill you this time, then I'm not Luo Tian. His speed was incomparably fast, 4 times the attributes and level 2 wind shadow step. Luo Tian instantly arrived at the 1,000-year corpse king's landing spot. He excitedly laughed, "Grandson, let's see how you're going to show off this time. I'll let you have a taste of my new skill." Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar. Roar. The lion and tiger roared together, and all beasts bowed down. The powerful gold-shattering roar was released. One ring after another, like a wave, it shot out. The 1,000-year corpse king's eardrums hurt and its body fainted. How could Xiaoyan's skill not be strong, at this moment? Dark clouds rolled in the sky and thunder rumbled in the sky. A huge lightning field appeared above the 1,000-year corpse king's head. Skill, 10,000 lightning blast. The skill that the raging thunder bull comprehended. Luo Tian fiercely roared, "Dog, who told you to show off in front of me? Show off again, show off to me again. 10,000 lightning blast. Blast this son of a bitch to death." Speaking from the bottom of his heart, Luo Tian had a stomach full of anger. Back then, he was so stupid that he tried to hide from the 1,000-year undead king by holding his breath in the movies from his previous life. He didn't expect it to copy him, which made him very embarrassed. Then, he chased after it. He had no choice but to jump into the waterfall. If it wasn't for his luck, he would have died in the pool. The 1,000-year undead king made him extremely angry. Therefore, Luo Tian immediately used his 2 strongest cultivation techniques and vented, "Who told you to be cocky? Who told you to be cocky? Who told you to be cocky? Who told you to be cocky again?" Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar. Sound wave attack, if successfully used, would cause a temporary stun effect. The duration of the stun would increase with the increase in level. This was a set of cultivation techniques that could be used with any cultivation technique. When the Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar was released, the 1,000-year undead king was stunned. Luo Tian did not even think about it as he roared towards the sky and released the strongest attack of the raging thunder bull, 10,000 Thunder Blast. What kind of attack were zombies most afraid of? Lightning. In any game, as long as there were zombie monsters, their nemesis would be lightning attacks. The consumption of the profound chi of the 10,000 Thunder Blast was enormous, but Luo Tian did not care about anything else, he just wanted to kill you. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 10,000 thunder roared, and the sound shook the heavens, spreading more than 10 kilometers away, startling a group of birds. In the center of the minefield, Luo Tian laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha. Awesome, really F***king awesome, as expected of the Raging Thunder Bull's cultivation technique. Very sharp, I like it very much, ha ha ha." In the minefield, the 1,000-year undead king was like a person who had been electrocuted, dancing with joy. His entire body was charred black, emitting white smoke, 3 of his 6 eyes were blinded, and dark red blood flowed out. His expression was even more ferocious, and he was also in a very sorry state. "Even you have a day like this? Back then, I chased you to the point of jumping off a cliff. Now, it's time to take revenge." Luo Tian's expression was extremely excited. The moment the 10,000 lightning bolts fell, Luo Tian shouted, "Fatty, it's time for your revenge." "Damn it!" Feng Lei roared. He couldn't wait any longer. Carrying the giant Tang saber, his feet flew as he strode forward. His huge body was like a bulldozer. At the same time, Luo Tian's fist sank as he rushed forward. His figure was like the wind, like a shadow, dragging a long string of illusions behind him. It was impossible to see his position clearly. Thunderous Tiger Rush. "I'll chop you to death." The 2 of them attacked almost at the same time. At this time, they should take advantage of his weakness and take his life. The undead millenary king was stunned by Luo Tian's 2 moves. He couldn't react in time. How could he have known that their strength would increase so quickly in just a few days? Slash. Boom, this time it was the undead millenary king's head. The saber was no longer the original saber. The power wasn't the original power either. Even steel bones would be smashed into smithereens by this strike. But, the undead millenary king's head only had a small cut, and some blood seeped out. This kind of damage was negligible to it. This defense, it was hard to imagine. Furthermore, the undead millenary king couldn't feel any pain. What was pain? It didn't have any consciousness. Its brain didn't have any sense of pain. Luo Tian's heart sank. Both of his fists were still heavily punched out. It hit the undead millenary king's chest. Boom! 2 four-fingered fists were imprinted on the undead millenary king's chest, but it only took 2 steps back. The undead millenary king's 3 eyes looked up. His mouth was covered in blood as he laughed. He laughed in disdain, as if he was saying, "You guys only have this much strength? You're too weak. Too weak." This guy actually laughed. He was laughed at by a monster. Even if his uncle could bear it, his aunt couldn't. Luo Tian was instantly enraged. He shouted, "Fatty, go away. I want to fight this guy alone." Feng Lei was stunned. "Boss, this guy is afraid of electricity. Do you want me to?" "No need. This fellow actually dared to mock me. I want him to pay the price of having his soul destroyed." Luo Tian directly refused. Feng Lei had swallowed the raging Thunderbull's thunder-type monster core for no reason. His attacks would occasionally be accompanied by dense thunder and lightning attacks. It was obvious that he could now release thunder and lightning attacks. Luo Tian even suspected that the ferocious lines on the back of Fatty Lei's head were similar to the Lord of Thunder in the movies from his previous life. The undead millenary king's 3 eyes twitched. A dark red wave of blood-colored patterns erupted from his body, and shot out in an instant. Killing intent, an incomparably strong killing intent, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his mind. Luo Tian felt extremely uncomfortable. In an instant, his eyes were bloodshot. His eardrums, sea of consciousness, and his internal organs were all congested with blood. If this continued, he would definitely bleed from all 7 orifices. The undead millenary king's eyes were filled with ridicule. His face was filled with disdain. He completely looked down on the human in front of him. It was as if he was saying, "Little bastard, you want to fight with me? You're courting death. F***ck. Luo Tian looked up to the sky and roared, "Level 2 Berserk. 10,000 lightning blast. 10,000 lightning blast. 10,000 lightning blast." Again and again, the skill's cooldown time was over. Once it was over, he would release it again. In just a few minutes, the 10,000 lightning blast was continuously stacked together. Luo Tian was like a madman. It was not like. At this moment, Luo Tian was a complete madman. He was the kind of madman that was crazy to the point of madness. A madman that wanted to kill you at all costs. It was too uncomfortable to be suppressed by the killing intent. If he did not release it, he would really die. At the very beginning, the undead millenary king's eyes twitched. His mouth had a disdainful sneer. He had an expression that said, "Even if I stand here, you won't be able to strike me to death." Towards the end, he started to panic. His whole body was emitting white smoke. Thick bolts of lightning struck his body. Pieces of charred flesh were blown away. In the end, his body was swaying left and right. All 6 of his eyes were blinded and his face was covered in blood. After being struck by lightning, there was not a single piece of flesh on his body that was unharmed. His expression was no longer filled with disdain. Instead, it was replaced with fear. Fear. Mother ***. I'll see if you die or not. Boom for me. 10,000 lightning blast. Luo Tian roared once again. The dark clouds above his head rolled. Thunder roared from the 9 heavens as 10,000 bolts of lightning struck down. Explode for me. Boom. Boom. The undead millenary king was struck until nothing was left. It was as if he had failed his tribulation. His soul was scattered by the lightning. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian's mind rang with the long-awaited notification. Luo Tian's mind relaxed. His whole body was drenched in sweat. His body was paralyzed as he sat on the ground, panting heavily. He held his mind and waited quietly. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was calm. That kind of calmness was not calmness, but the calmness of excitement. In his heart, he was saying, explode, explode, explode. You must get something good. You must. Otherwise, you will lose a lot. Big explosion. F***CK, Teacher Bordeaux, Teacher Ozawa, please bless me. You must explode once. The second chapter was delivered today. There would be a third chapter at night. This was his last 1,000 points of profound chi. If he still couldn't kill it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tens of thousands of profound chi were consumed just like that. Luo Tian was a complete madman. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing 1,000-year undead king, gaining 20,000 experience, 1,000 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1,000-year undead king's blood essence. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining blood evil armor. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining killing intent demon core. Do you wish to fuse it? Damn, I'm rich, I'm really rich, Luo Tian was stunned. Looking up at the sky, his eyes were dull. Happiness came too suddenly, he was completely unprepared. Killing the raging thunder bull only dropped cultivation methods, killing the lava lizard only dropped cultivation methods, even killing the novice village boss Luo Jianshan only dropped some trash. Luo Tian once thought that nothing good would drop. But, he never thought that this 1,000-year undead king would be so awesome. Not only did it drop a demon core, it also dropped a magic weapon, blood evil armor. It dropped an equipment. With a thought, he opened the system and couldn't wait to check the stats. Item, blood evil armor grade, level 5 profound treasure item description. Blood evil armor was created by absorbing the blood essence of the 1,000-year undead king. It contains the evil aura of 10,000 beasts and has an extremely strong physical defense. Description 2, blood evil armor can absorb killing intent. Every time it kills a person, it will add 100 points of killing intent. The more killing intent, the stronger the defense of the armor. What the hell, a spirit treasure. This is simply a tailor-made equipment for me. Luo Tian was extremely excited. With this item, he wouldn't have to be afraid of fighting Zhu Yaozong and the others who were in the 9th stage of the Mystic Master stage. Feng Lei is strong, right? Wasn't the attack power of a grade 2 Tang Saber strong? However, he was unable to break through the undead millenary king's defense. The reason was the blood termination armor, which was filled with killing intent. Furthermore, the blood termination armor was not at its peak, and its killing intent was not yet filled to the brim. If it was filled to the brim, then... Luo Tian swallowed his saliva with a gulp. He was extremely excited. This was 2F** king exciting. Other than the blood evil armor, there was also a blood red demon core. Killing intent demon core. Exuding a strong killing intent, the moment Luo Tian obtained the killing intent demon core, the blood-sucking blade was moved. Luo Tian could clearly sense a trace of panic on Wild Blade's face. Although he concealed it very well, Luo Tian still sensed it. Most of the demon cores did not have any special attributes. There were also metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other nature-type demonic cores. However, he had never heard of a demonic core that contained killing intent. It should have been mutated from a demonic core. This was similar to the 1,000-year undead king's evil chi. Ding. Do you want to fuse? The system sounded out again. Luo Tian pondered for a moment, but before he could make a choice, the rough voice of the blood-sucking blade sounded out, and there was a strong sense of disdain in his voice. You want to fuse with this trash? Can't you be a little more promising? Luo Tian was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, fuse. Originally, he wanted to think about it for a while. After all, there was a certain amount of danger in fusing with this kind of mutated demonic core. However, the disdain of the blood-sucking blade could not hide the fear in his heart. He was afraid. Afraid that Luo Tian would fuse with the killing intent demon core. No matter what kind of power the killing intent demon core had, as long as the blood-sucking blade was afraid, then it had to be fused with. Luo Tian wanted to subdue the blood-sucking blade. If he wanted to subdue the blood-sucking blade, strength alone was not enough. He had to be fiercer than him, crazier, and most importantly, he had to completely suppress him in terms of killing intent. Only in this way could he subdue it. The blood-sucking blade's domineering aura, the power it contained, was unimaginable. How terrifying was the power of 10,000 blades slaughtering everything? Furthermore, the blood-sucking blade was too domineering. Holding him in his hand and walking on the street, wouldn't tens of thousands of girls be charmed to death by him? F***ck. Are you out of your mind? You actually fused with this kind of trash. You. The blood-sucking blade was so angry that he couldn't speak, and at the same time, his voice was filled with fear. Begin fusing, in an instant. The killing intent demon core entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, and the scarlet killing intent was completely released. Wang, with a loud buzzing sound in his mind, the aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and a dense killing intent was naturally released. The sea of consciousness, internal organs, limbs, and bones, every acupoint, every tendon, every hair, and every cell were all filled with killing intent. Luo Tian's entire body was like a huge killing array. As long as he had a thought, he could kill everything in the world. This feeling was very good, so good that Luo Tian almost laughed and moaned. At the same time, he discovered that the killing intent demon core did not reject him at all. The instant fusion was simply unbelievable. Feng Lei had devoured the raging Thunderbull's demon core, but he still hadn't completely fused with it. On the other hand, Luo Tian had used less than a second to fuse with the demon core. This was also directly related to the killing intent in Luo Tian's heart. The killing intent on his body was also very strong. Perhaps it was related to the upgrade system, or perhaps it was related to the injustice he had encountered when he transmigrated. The accumulation of killing intent had always been little by little. All kinds of injustice, all kinds of ridicule, and all kinds of suppression caused the killing intent in his heart to grow crazily. It was not easy for him to become the leader of the Luo family, and the Zhu and Zhou families would not let him go. The killing intent grew again. His current killing intent was that kind of absolute. Either you die, or you die, it must be you who die, other than that. Being able to fuse with the killing intent demon nucleus so quickly was largely due to the wild drinking blade. If it weren't for the fact that he had brought Luo Tian into his slaughter domain last time, causing the killing intent in his heart to change qualitatively, it would have been impossible for him to fuse with it so quickly. The demon core had completely fused. Bloodsucker Wild Blade was a little flustered. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly in his heart, and said in his mind, Bloodsucking Wild Saber, shouldn't we have a good talk? The setting sun was like blood. Jade Mountain City, Song family. The entrance, the courtyard, the hall, and every room were filled with corpses, blood, and limbs. The entire Song family was filled with the pungent smell of blood. It was like purgatory on earth. In the Song clan, over 400 disciples with the surname Song had died in battle, except for the patriarch and a few others. From morning to evening, the massacre lasted for an entire day. Blood dyed the sky red. The entire Jade Mountain City was so quiet that it made people panic. An oppressive aura that was as heavy as a mountain and as heavy as an ocean filled every corner of Jade Mountain City. The Song family had been wiped out. At the entrance of the Song family, Zhu Chongfeng's face was filled with disdain as he coldly said, not a single one of them can fight. Big brother, are we going to the Luo family next? Zhu Mei snuggled into the embrace of a youth and said with a smile that was like a flower. Zhu Chongfeng smiled faintly, Luo family? The Luo family that bullied you called Luo something Tian? Zhu Mei nodded heavily, and said angrily, N. Zhu Chongfeng laughed coldly, and said, isn't he not back from the ghost prison mountain range yet? When he comes back, I'll slowly play with him to death, ha ha ha. This time, Zhu Mei's smile became even more brilliant, and she said fiercely in her heart, Luo Tian, when you come back, it will be the time of your death. Jade Mountain City, Luo family. The Zhu family is too inhumane. Chase away all the disciples with different surnames. If they don't leave, kill them. Not a single disciple with the surname Song was spared, not even a baby in swaddling clothes was spared. Zhu Chongfeng is actually so cruel, worse than a beast. Luo Kunchen gritted his teeth and said. In the house. Song Yannan and Song Yanqin's faces were like frost, their eyes were dull and lifeless. Their hearts were dead silent, unable to say a word. They would never forget that scene of massacre for the rest of their lives. This kind of pain was even more painful than a heart piercing. The pain was indescribable. It was so painful that they couldn't say a word. It was as if they had died, leaving behind only a soulless shell. Luo Kunshan frowned. He wanted to comfort them, but he didn't know how. The Song family that had stood for hundreds of years in Jade Mountain City was destroyed in a day. Blood flowed like a river. How could he comfort them? What words could comfort them? Luo Kunshan sighed again and again. Song family head, you can stay here in peace. As long as there is one person in the Luo family, we will protect you. With that, Luo Kunshan sighed again. His heart was filled with grief. A good family is gone just like that. Sigh. With the destruction of the Song family, the pressure on Luo Kunshan increased dramatically. Without a doubt, the Zhu family would definitely target his Luo family next. Luo Kunshan had been secretly preparing these days. At the same time, he also secretly hoped that Luo Tian would return sooner. He really couldn't hold on anymore. Many disciples with different surnames in the Luo family, and even some disciples with the surname Luo, had left the Luo family. In a few days, dozens of disciples had left. The Zhu family's power became the strongest family in Jade Mountain City overnight. Even the Zhou family in the alliance didn't dare to make a move. The entire Jade Mountain City was afraid of the Zhu family. Right now, the Zhu family was the ruler of Jade Mountain City. Whoever dared to jump out would be exterminated. Elder Luo. Suddenly, Song Yanqun stopped Luo Kunshan, who was about to leave, and said, Brother Luo Tian is still in the ghost prison mountain range. Quickly send someone to inform him and tell him to run as far as he can. Before he has enough strength, he definitely can't return to Jade Mountain City. The Song family had quite a few mystic adept experts, and they had the most among the 4 great families. However, in the face of Blue Cloud Sect's Zhu Chongfeng and the other 2 disciples, they had no resistance at all. They were basically defeated in one move and killed in seconds. Song Yannan had the strength of a rank 9 mystic adept, but he was defeated in less than 10 moves in front of Zhu Chongfeng. Moreover, Zhu Chongfeng had not even used his full strength. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Now that the Song clan had been destroyed, could the Luo clan, which had been swaying in the wind and rain, still survive? It was only a matter of time before the Luo family was destroyed. Therefore, Song Yanqun was worried about Luo Tian. Remembering that Luo Tian was still training in the Ghost Prison mountain range, she immediately reminded Luo Kunshan. Luo Kunshan's eyes suddenly widened as he felt anxious. Without waiting for him to speak, Song Yannan said, You should know Luo Tian's temper better than anyone else. If you tell him what happened in Jade Mountain City recently, he will definitely not run away. He will definitely rush back to Jade Mountain City immediately. He is now at a critical moment in his training, so it's best that we don't disturb him. Song Yannan looked out of the window and said quietly, I believe in him. Several people looked lonely, looking at the sky outside the window. Their eyes were filled with endless expectations. They were looking forward to the moment when Luo Tian came back, Luo clan, in an exquisite small courtyard. Li Shuer's face was a little ugly. She said with slight anger, The small Zhu clan is so fierce, killing people like cutting grass. Cold Frost's tone under the black robe was still cold. The law of the jungle is the law of survival in this world. The Song clan openly supports the Luo clan, and the Zhu clan keeps a trump card of the Blue Cloud sect. Of course, the trump card will be used to its greatest effect. As soon as Zhu Chongfeng came back, I guessed that the Song clan would suffer, but I didn't expect the young Zhu Chongfeng to have such a heavy killing intent. Li Shuer asked, Sister Shuang, do you think the Zhu clan will make a move on the Luo clan? Cold Frost said, It shouldn't be for the time being. If they wanted to make a move, they would have done it long ago. It seems that someone in the Zhu clan told them that Luo Tian hasn't come back yet. What the Zhu clan wants to do is to uproot Luo Tian. As soon as he comes back, I'm afraid. Humph. As soon as brother Luo Tian comes back, he will definitely beat them all. Li Shuer said confidently. She believed in Luo Tian. This kind of belief was without reason. Even if the sky fell, Li Shuer would believe that Luo Tian could hold up the falling sky. Leng Han Shuang smiled coldly. Her smile was very cold as the millennium ice. There was contempt in her smile, and she said disdainfully, Him? How much can he improve in just a month? Even if he broke through, he is not Zhu Chongfeng's opponent at all. The cultivation of the two is not at the same level. Humph. Li Shuer was unhappy. She couldn't bear to see someone say bad things about Luo Tian. After thinking for a while, she said, "Last time you said that Brother Luo Tian was not the lava lizard's opponent. Brother Luo Tian won, and I also won 100 magnetite. Now you say that Brother Luo Tian is not Zhu Chongfeng's opponent. Sister Shuang, do you want to bet something?" Cold Frost said coldly, "Last time, my judgment was wrong. This time I will not be wrong. Luo Tian is definitely not Zhu Chongfeng's opponent." Li Shuer was even more unhappy. She raised her voice and said, "Sister Shuang, if you say that Brother Luo Tian is not as good as that pig-head Feng, I will be angry. Just tell me, do you want to bet with me?" Cold Frost said, "Bet on what?" Li Shuer giggled and said, "If I win, you will take off your black robe and bow in front of Brother Luo Tian to admit your mistake. You will also have to say, 'Sir, this little lady knows her mistake.'" Cold Frost's expression darkened. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She controlled her temper and asked, "Then what if I win?" Li Shuer said without hesitation, "I will immediately go home with you." Cold Frost immediately said, "It's a promise. Let me say this first. I will definitely not save your brother Luo Tian." She hated Luo Tian. It was because of Luo Tian that Li Shuer was reluctant to leave Jade Mountain City. Furthermore, Li Shuer's identity was something that Luo Tian could not even reach. He was not worthy of Li Shuer. Only the man called Murong Wanjian from Broken Sky City was worthy. Li Shuer pouted and said angrily, "Brother Luo Tian doesn't need you to save him. Just watch, my brother Luo Tian will beat Zhu Chongfeng until he can't get up from the ground." Humph. Finished. Li Shuer walked into the room without looking back. Her domineering look was extremely cute. Walking into the room, Li Shuer clasped her hands together and said with incomparable sincerity, "Father, you must protect Brother Luo Tian and help him get through this difficult time." Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 29th day. Jade Mountain City was very peaceful during this period of time. It was so quiet that it made it hard for people to breathe. Ghost Prison Mountain Range, Assembly Point. Luo Tian looked at the 10 selected disciples of the Luo family. Each of them was different from before, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Let's go back to Jade Mountain City. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, the best restaurant in Jade Mountain City. The taste of the dishes was excellent. Decades of pure wine, once opened, the fragrance would spread for miles. Even immortals would stop when they smelled it. With 100 years of history, business was the most prosperous. But tonight, there was not a single guest in the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. It was very strange, only the 3rd floor was lit. It was also the best private room in the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. In the private room, half of Zhu Mei's breasts were exposed. The veins on her 2 big water balls could be seen. She was sitting in the arms of a man and said coquettishly, "Brother Chen Wu, my good brother, you must bring me to the Blue Cloud sect." While speaking, she blew a fragrant breath into the man's ear. The man's heart was itching. His little brother had already reached the sky. Zhu Mei, who was sitting on him, naturally felt it. Her small hand gently touched it and she giggled, "Brother Chen Wu, you're so naughty. Come, little vixen." Chen Wu was played by Zhu Mei until he could not control himself. There was only one thing in his mind, which was to press Zhu Mei under his body and fiercely thrust. Who was Zhu Mei? How many men in Jade Mountain City were captivated by her? Her teasing methods were very good. It was very difficult for people to control themselves. Chen Wu was only a 19-year-old hot-blooded youth. This was the time when hot-blooded men were thirsty like wolves. Zhu Mei made him restless. He could not wait to pick up his gun and fight. But, he picked up his gun and rushed to the front line. Zhu Mei took the opportunity to dodge and quickly jumped away. She giggled and said, "Brother Chen Wu, you still haven't promised me." "I promise. I promise you. In a few days, you will come with me to the Blue Cloud sect. My father is an outer sect elder. He will definitely have a way to accept you as a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect." Chen Wu said impatiently. His crotch was very high. His little brother was still a little swollen and painful. He could not wait to release it. Zhu Mei smiled tenderly. Seeing Chen Wu pouncing on her, she jumped and dodged. She smiled and said, "Brother Chen Wu, don't be impatient. I still have things to say." Chen Wu's breathing became rough. His body was hot and unbearable. He directly said, "If you have something to say, say it." Zhu Mei covered her face with her sleeves and smiled shyly. If Luo Tian was here, he would definitely scold, "Can't you be a little bit more shameless?" There were no outsiders here, so naturally, no one would talk about Zhu Mei. In the entire Jade Mountain City, no one dared to scold her. She was the younger sister of Long Wind, so who dared to scold her? Zhu Mei was startled and said, "If Luo Tian comes back alive, I want you to cripple him immediately and then hand him over to me. I want to kill him with my own hands." Luo Tian? Chen Wu frowned slightly and thought for a moment before he said, "All right, I promise you. So long as he dares to appear before me, then I'll definitely cripple him and hand him over to you. Little darling, come, hee hee." As he spoke, Chen Wu laughed lewdly and was about to pounce on her again. This time, Zhu Mei didn't dodge. She was very clear about the limits of Chen Wu's ability. If she continued to hide, she would definitely anger him, and that would not be good. She had already inquired about Chen Wu's background from her brother. The Blue Cloud Sect's outer sect elder was responsible for recruiting new disciples. As long as Chen Wu was comfortable, she could naturally become a disciple of the Blue Cloud Sect. As long as she was given a springboard, she believed that with her looks and strength, she would definitely be able to establish herself in the Blue Cloud Sect and even become an inner sect disciple. For a woman like Zhu Mei, she would do anything to achieve her goals, even if she had to sacrifice her own body. Of course. Her body had long since rotted. Chen Wu went forward and bit wildly, causing Zhu Mei to feel very uncomfortable. She muttered in her heart and scolded, "A newbie will always be a newbie. He doesn't know how to take care of his family at all. Is he still a virgin? Hee hee. Tonight, I have to play with him properly and make him unable to leave me. If I can control him, my future path will be much easier. How can a small Jade Mountain city be my stage, ha ha ha." Zhu Mei was very excited and happy. Everything had changed for the better. Big brother Chen Wu. Let's go home. Go to my room. Zhu Mei's face was red as she said delicately. Chen Wu nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He almost carried Zhu Mei and ran away. The two of them walked downstairs. The waiter immediately walked forward and said with a smile, "The two of you have eaten well. It's a total of 370 taels of silver." Chen Wu's face changed as he immediately slapped him and shouted, "I am giving you face by eating here. You dare to take my money? Are you courting death?" The waiter was thrown 3 to 4 meters away. 2 of his front teeth were knocked out and his face was red and swollen. His entire body was trembling and he did not dare to make a sound. Zhu Mei laughed and clapped her hands with a look of worship. "Big brother Chen Wu is so powerful." The shopkeeper immediately walked forward and bowed to apologize. Chen Wu did not even look at him and directly ignored him. Walking out of the restaurant, a dozen people walked up. These people were in tatters, their hair was messy, their faces were black, and their bodies reeked of sweat. They were even dirtier than the beggars on the streets. They were completely like refugees from a refugee camp. There were even some black blood stains on their bodies. "I must eat 8 bowls of rice. I haven't eaten rice for a month and I'm about to starve to death. I want to eat 10 kilograms of beef. I dream of eating the spicy beef from the Drunken Immortal restaurant every night. This time I must eat my fill. You all only know how to eat. The best wine from the Drunken Immortal restaurant is the Drunken Immortal wine. Drinking a mouthful will make you forget about the bitches in the Harmony courtyard, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Everyone walked up while talking and laughing. A dozen people walked in a row and blocked Chen Wu's path. "Scram for me, a group of stinky beggars." Before he could finish his words, Chen Wu had already sent out a kick. He used a lot of strength. He wanted to show his manly side in front of Zhu Mei. But, this kick missed and was dodged. "Why are you hitting people? Who's a beggar? F***ck, you dare to be so unreasonable in Jade Mountain City. Why don't you take a look at who we are? Everyone was fiercer and more arrogant than the last. Missing his kick made him lose face. Furthermore, it was in front of Zhu Mei. This made Chen Wu secretly angry. He stared and suddenly leaned forward. Who? With a piercing sound, Chen Wu's figure moved, instantly arriving beside the person who was laughing the craziest just now, and slapped him down. It was also at this time. A youth's gaze tensed up. The moment Chen Wu moved, he also moved. His speed was slightly faster than Chen Wu's. The disciple did not move, a cold smile still on his face. Chen Wu struck down with his palm and scolded, "You dog, die to the side." The young master who rushed over blocked with his right arm, directly shaking off Chen Wu's arm, and said faintly, "Brother, it's not good to hit people." Chen Wu's arm was in pain, his body was unstable, his heart slightly tightened, and he angrily scolded, "Who the F***ck are you? How dare you meddle in my business, do you know who I am?" The young master slightly raised his head, revealing a cold smile on his face. Zhu Mei looked at this extremely familiar and hateful face, and her body trembled slightly. He is Luo Tian. Luo Tian is back. After a month of seclusion in the ghost prison mountain range, he returned with 10 Luo family elites. Luo Tian's appearance made Zhu Mei's face change. Before she spoke, she was a bit afraid, but thinking that Chen Wu was beside her, she immediately sneered and said disdainfully, "Big brother Chen Wu, he is Luo Tian, the biggest trash in Jade Mountain City." The corners of Zhu Mei's mouth curled up in a complacent sneer. She was secretly excited in her heart. "Damn trash, you finally appeared. I thought you died in the ghost prison mountain range. It's best that you didn't die. This lady will make you beg for death, ha ha ha." She hated Luo Tian. Hated Luo Tian's eyes that didn't even look at her. Hated Luo Tian's disregard. Hated Luo Tian's arrogance, hated his rise, hated Li Xuer who was prettier than her, hated to the bone. Therefore, Zhu Mei wished for Luo Tian's death day and night. Luo Tian saw Zhu Mei's 2 big meatballs from afar. A pair of meatballs are really good, but it's a pity that they grew on the wrong person. He didn't even hate this kind of woman, he directly ignored her, as if she didn't exist. Chen Wu smiled faintly, coldly looked at Luo Tian, and said, "He is the one who was beaten by the beggar, the one who couldn't even protect his own woman, the Jade Mountain City's #1 waste." Zhu Mei immediately leaned into Chen Wu's embrace, and said, "It's him. At that time, he was pestering me, kneeling in front of me and begging me not to cancel the engagement. But how can I marry a waste? If I want to marry, I want to marry a powerful man like brother Chen Wu." F***ck. Luo Tian couldn't listen anymore, and scolded, "Can't a rotten public bus have some face? Brothers, do you know what a public bus is?" Fatty immediately laughed and said. Many Luo family disciples immediately asked, "Brother Fatty, please explain." Fatty loudly said, "It's the kind of bus that can take dozens of people at a time, give a copper and you can get on." Ha ha ha, so it's trash. Brother Fatty, you're too knowledgeable. I also heard it from Boss. Boss is the one with great knowledge. He can even use such a classic phrase, haha. Everyone laughed loudly. They purposely raised their voices, attracting a group of people to surround them. Zhu Mei's complexion was extremely ugly. If Chen Wu wasn't by her side, she would have directly started cursing like a shrew. However, she couldn't do that now. She had to continue acting. This way, she would appear to be very reserved, just like a young girl. Only in this way would she be able to charm Chen Wu. She acted like a spoiled child and said, "Big brother Chen Wu, they bullied me, Wu." She sobbed softly as if she had suffered a great grievance. His acting had reached the pinnacle of perfection. In this world, there was probably no one who could be better at pretending than Zhu Mei. He could be considered the first person in all of history to put on such an act. Luo Tian immediately laughed and said, "I really can't watch this anymore. Can you act any more disgusting?" Zhu Mei acted like a spoiled child again and said, "Big brother Chen Wu, look. He's bullying me in front of you. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all." Chen Wu glared angrily at Luo Tian and said coldly, "Little sister Zhu Mei, I will beat the shit out of him. I will kill every single one of them just like how I tortured and killed those bastards from the Song family. As for you," he stretched out his right hand and pointed at Luo Tian. He said disdainfully, "I will make you wish you were dead." Luo Tian frowned and thought to himself, torture and kill the Song family? He had an ominous premonition in his heart. You're too damn arrogant. Boss, let me do it. I'll do it. See if I don't twist his head off. What are you guys fighting for? I, fat brother Chen, haven't even said anything. When did it become your turn? Go together. The fatty shouted. Then, he looked at Luo Tian with a fawning smile and said, Boss, let me do it. I will definitely beat his shit out from the bottom and stuff it in from the top. This group of people was too awesome. In just a short month, it was as if they had forgotten their surnames. However, their current cultivation did indeed have the qualifications to be awesome. They were no longer the ordinary disciples of the past. Each and every one of them was like a newborn calf. They were all extremely arrogant. Luo Tian was very happy, because they had indeed become different from before. As long as they were here, the Luo family would not fall. However, the man in front of him was very strong. At the moment, they could still win. If Fatty went up, he could. Fatty had a smug look on his face. He rubbed his fists and wanted to send him flying. If Fatty hit him, what would he hit, obviously? This guy had a lot of experience and profound chi. Although it wasn't much, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. In this aspect, Luo Tian was a person who would haggle over every detail. He took a step forward and smiled, since he wants me to live a life worse than death, then I can only fulfill his wish. I am a person who likes to help others fulfill their dreams the most. While speaking, Luo Tian stood in place without moving. With a cheap expression, he said, come and hit me. My entire body is itching. Hurry up and make me wish I was dead. He looked as cheap as he could get. Zhu Mei quickly retreated to the side and said angrily, Big brother Chen Wu, kill him. Chen Wu's neck swayed as he clenched his fists. A series of crackling sounds came from his joints, and the aura of a 7th stage Xian master instantly burst forth. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded, Brat, prepare to die. As soon as his voice faded, Chen Wu's figure suddenly moved and disappeared. Immediately after, a dazzling white light appeared in the dark sky, like a star from outer space. Heavenly Star Sword Art. Heavenly Sword. When the sword chi in the air attacked, the sharp aura rushed straight into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, wreaking havoc crazily. His movement technique was strange, and his sword technique was gorgeous. Chen Wu's 2 moves could be said to be rather gorgeous, able to captivate many young girls who had yet to open their minds. Zhu Mei's heart trembled, and began to ripple, Luo Tian, let's see if you will die this time. What the F***ck? Your sword art is not bad. I just happen to be lacking some offensive techniques. I hope it will drop. Luo Tian said as he pondered on the spot, and then laughed coldly. Level 2 Berserk. Wang, with a loud sound, he clenched his fists. They were as heavy as thunder, and the sky seemed to have suddenly pressed down. A dense killing intent swept out like a tsunami. With the support of 4 times the attributes, he roared even more unscrupulously, directly crushing Chen Wu to the point that his face turned pale. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly moved, and a fist that was as heavy as thunder struck out. A punch landed on Chen Wu's chest. Pfft, Chen Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in and his back bulged out. His mind, sea of consciousness, and internal organs were all shattered in an instant. His entire body flew more than 10 meters away and heavily smashed into the ground. His 4 limbs twitched, and then his eyes rolled back. He was dead. It was also at this time that a pleasant sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! What could he drop? I'm looking forward to it. The night passed without a word. The next morning, in the central square of Jade Mountain City, the arena for the invitational tournament had already been set up. At this moment, the square was crowded with people, bustling with noise and excitement. Have you heard? Luo family's Luo Tian came back from the Ghost Prison mountain range last night and killed a Blue Cloud sect disciple at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Isn't he courting death? That Blue Cloud sect disciple killed so many people from the Song family, he deserved to die. That's right, let him know that our Jade Mountain City is not to be trifled with. Are you stupid? Blue Cloud sect can just casually send a great mystic master to flatten the entire Jade Mountain city. Luo Tian, that brat is too arrogant, directly killing people. I'm afraid that he and his Luo family will be the same as the Song family. I think the Luo family doesn't dare to participate at all. They'll die if they go on stage. The Song family was exterminated. Just based on the Luo family's weak bones, they're going to piss their pants. Ha ha ha. This time I must bet on the Zhu family to win. Many civilians were discussing. Some were worried about the Luo family, while others were secretly proud. In their minds, the Luo family basically didn't dare to fight. One must know that they were not only facing the Zhu family, but also the Blue Cloud sect. The Blue Cloud sect was the absolute overlord within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. The consequences of offending the Blue Cloud sect were worse than death. Luo Tian killed the son of an outer sect elder. He and his Luo family would inevitably be exterminated. Not long after, there was a commotion at the end of the street. Dozens of Zhu family's elite disciples opened a path in front and shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Their voices shook the sky, arrogant and fearless. Since Zhu Chongfeng returned, the Zhu family's people, even a janitor disciple, were arrogant and didn't put anyone in their eyes. The elite disciples cleared a 3-meter wide path, and a 1-meter tall giant beast stepped out, breathing heavily. It was full of arrogance, and its eyes were the same as the master on its back, full of disdain and arrogance. It didn't put anything in its eyes. The giant beast was a mount tamed by a rank 2 demonic beast. This was rented by Zhu Chongfeng from the Blue Cloud sect. His purpose was to show off, draw attention, and raise his own status. Sitting on the back of the giant beast, Zhu Chongfeng turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. His eyes were cold and gloomy, and his expression was one of superiority. "So handsome. You're so handsome. Big brother Chongfeng, I love you." This Zhu Chongfeng's appearance is different. Even his mount is a rank 2 monster beast. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect are really arrogant. Of course, haven't you heard that he is the number 1 disciple of the Blue Cloud sect? Even the sect master is very fond of him. In the future, he will definitely be an absolute master of the Blue Cloud sect. Zhu Yaozong was very pleased with the endless stream of praises he received. The higher Zhu Chongfeng climbed, the more unshakable his Zhu clan's position in Jade Mountain City would be. Beside Zhu Chongfeng was another man riding a giant beast. His expression was even colder and more disdainful. From time to time, he would whisper disdainfully, "A bunch of country bumpkins. Chongfeng, that waste from the Luo clan won't be too scared to show up, right?" Qin Zhong looked around and asked with some worry. Zhu Chongfeng smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry, I have arranged people at the city gate. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will kill him." Qin Zhong smiled gently and said, "Brother Chongfeng, this time you have to do a good job." "My uncle's temper." Not waiting for Qin Zhong to finish, Zhu Chongfeng immediately said, "I will definitely give Elder Qin a satisfactory explanation. Luo Tian, you brat must die today. Your Luo clan must also perish." The two were silent for a while. The giant beast under them swaggered towards the center of the square. Suddenly, on the other side, a group of people walked over from another street unhurriedly. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "The Luo clan is here." The crowd was still in an uproar. Many people turned their heads to look, only to see Luo Tian on his left, the cute Lolian Chun Chun on his right, and the breathtakingly beautiful Li Shuer on his right, followed by a large group of Luo brothers, looking majestic. Just like those who came out to fight, they were very mighty. "Sister Shuer, there are so many people. It's so lively." And Chun Chun giggled. She was very cute when she smiled. Her cuteness made Li Shuer unable to help but like her. The two women did not reject each other at all. The moment In Chun Chun appeared, Li Shuer liked her, and repeatedly warned In Chun Chun not to get too close to Luo Tian, saying that Luo Tian was a big scoundrel. Hooligan. Then she gave a few lollipops and was bought over. And Chun Chun cooperated and stood on Li Shuer's side. Now even if Luo Tian wanted to hug her, he had to get Li Shuer's permission. What a tragedy, Li Shuer smiled faintly and did not answer. Then she gently touched Luo Tian's shoulder and said, they all want to ride giant beasts. Don't you feel embarrassed walking like this? Huh? Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. He didn't feel like he had lost face. Li Shuer gently held Luo Tian's arm and whispered, I'll give you a reward first. Beat them up today. As long as you beat them all down, there will be a mystery prize tonight. Tonight? Mystery prize? Luo Tian was delighted. He glanced sideways at Li Shuer and gulped. Li Shuer rolled her eyes at Luo Tian and pretended to be angry. Stinky scoundrel, what are you thinking? Luo Tian smiled excitedly and said, I'll definitely beat them all up. Can you tell me? No. You'll know when the time comes. Li Shuer smiled mysteriously. Her smile was very ambiguous and thought-provoking. Luo Tian's little brother trembled. Could it be that tonight? Wow. Chun, hold brother Luo Tian's hand. Let him be proud. Li Shuer pursed her lips and smiled. And Chun also giggled and naturally held Luo Tian's hand. She even whispered, Brother Luo Tian, I've wanted to hold your hand for a long time, but I was afraid that Sister Shuer would scold me, so I held back. Hee, Luo Tian sighed in his heart. Wow, look. Luo Tian's luck with women is not bad. Look at that woman. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. That little girl is too much. She's too pretty. Look at those seductive eyes. Won't they hook people's souls out in a few more years? Zhu Chongfeng came riding a giant beast, while Luo Tian came with two beautiful women. Zhu Chongfeng lost completely. Zhu Chongfeng's eyes lit up when he saw Li Shuer beside Luo Tian. He muttered in his heart, when did Jade Mountain City have such a beautiful woman? Qin Zhong was also shocked. He smiled and said, Brother Chongfeng, if you can get your hands on these two women, I believe that my uncle's anger will be reduced by half. Zhu Chongfeng smiled faintly and said loudly, slow down. Feng Lei's eyes narrowed. He walked to Luo Tian's side and reminded him, Boss, the Zhu family's team is slowing down. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I see. Are they looking for trouble? Looking for trouble, or looking for death? Yo, isn't this the trash that was beaten by the beggars? What dog, or what cat? Zhu Chongfeng said with a disdainful smile from afar. Qin Zhong's eyes were fixed on Li Shuer. The more he looked, the more beautiful he felt. The better he looked, the more evil his thoughts were. The more evil his thoughts were, the more his saliva flowed out involuntarily. And Chun looked very angry, and said, Big brother, Chun doesn't like him, humph. Li Shuer also looked unhappy, and said, Blue Cloud Sect's disciples have this kind of quality? Luo Tian smiled coldly, and said loudly, Yo, isn't this the Zhu Tufeng who has been missing for 4 or 5 years? Elder Zhu, you have to look carefully. Maybe someone is pretending to be your son. These days, bastards and the like are always jumping out to randomly claim their father. You have to be careful. Zhu Chongfeng glared and scolded, Dead trash, who are you calling a bastard? Luo Tian smiled and said, I'm talking about you. What's wrong? Aren't you a bastard? F*CK, are you a legendary bastard? Was it a cross between a dog and the beast under your crotch? Look at you riding on it with a happy face. It can't be that it really gave birth to you, wahahaha. At this time, the beast under Zhu Chongfeng turned its head to look at its master on its back. Its eyes had a hint of inexplicable meaning. The beast's eyes coupled with Luo Tian's words just now, was simply, ha ha ha, ha ha. Some people around finally couldn't help but laugh. Some people desperately restrained themselves, biting their tongues to the point of bleeding. If it weren't for the fear of Zhu Chongfeng's strength, they would have laughed until they were convulsing. The Zhu family's faces also darkened. The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Yaozong, glared at Luo Tian as if his eyes were about to spit fire. Luo Tian cursed. You want to talk nonsense with me? You're still F*King inexperienced. One had to know that his ability to scold people was thousands of times higher than his current cultivation. He had once challenged a large guild of more than 1,000 people by himself. He had scolded the guild until they covered their heads and fled like rats, almost disbanding the guild. Zhu Chongfeng's complexion was ashen. It was quite unsightly. The anger in his heart suddenly burst out. He looked coldly at Luo Tian. His killing intent was incomparably strong. It stopped for a few seconds. Zhu Changfeng sneered again. Looking at Li Shuer, he pretended to be a modest young master and said, "Miss, you're so beautiful. Why do you want to follow such a dying waste? As long as you nod your head, I'll take you to the Blue Cloud sect tomorrow. I guarantee that you'll eat and drink well for the rest of your life." Qin Zhong immediately said, "Miss, don't be afraid. If he dares to stop us, I'll beat the shit out of him." "Motherfucker. You're blatantly trying to steal from me. Mother****. Luo Tian was a little unhappy. At this time, Li Shuer smiled like a flower. She raised her voice slightly and said, "He said that he can take me to the Blue Cloud sect. The Blue Cloud sect is the overlord within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. He also said that he will let me eat and drink well for the rest of my life. What a tempting condition. Luo Tian Gij, what will you give me?" Li Shuer looked at Luo Tian with a serious face. Her heart was trembling with laughter. When Luo Tian opened his mouth to speak, Zhu Changfeng sneered and said, "In half an hour, he will be a dead body." "What can a dead person give you?" Qin Zhong echoed, "Sister, he's a waste. He can't give you anything." What can he give? Luo Tian couldn't think of it. For this reason, his expression was a little lonely. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he thought of something. He said, "Girl, I can give you happiness." "Happiness? Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you can even talk about such an illusory thing like happiness. What do you have to give her happiness? A person who is about to die is still talking about giving others happiness. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh their heads off?" Zhu Changfeng laughed. Li Shuer was moved. When she heard the word happiness, her heart melted. Luo Tian stepped forward and shouted, "Is there shit in your ears? I'm talking about happiness, happiness, happiness. Do you understand?" This time everyone heard it clearly. They were all stunned and looked at Luo Tian dumbfoundedly. Li Shuer glared at Luo Tian, squatted down and held in Chun Chun's arms. She said, "Chun Chun, don't be with this bad guy. He knows how to play dirty. Rogue." And Chun Chun blinked her big eyes and looked at Li Shuer, muttering, "Sister Shuer, when Big Brother Luo Tian said that he would give you happiness, you were very sweet and happy. Where's the rogue?" "You've all confused Chun Chun. What a simple loli." The scene was a complete loss, the scolding was a complete loss, and this time, the woman was a complete loss. This made Zhu Changfeng very unhappy. However, he did not give up. He believed that as long as it was a woman in Jade Mountain City, as long as he said that he would take her to the Blue Cloud sect, no one would be able to resist. Who didn't want to enter the Blue Cloud sect within 100,000 kilometers, who could resist the temptation of the Blue Cloud sect? Not a single one of them could withstand it. Immediately, Zhu Changfeng said again, "Miss, there is no good end for following him." "Why don't you?" Li Shuer slowly stood up. Her expression changed into a cold look. Her eyes were full of disdain as she directly scolded, "Is the Blue Cloud sect so great? In my eyes, he can't even be counted as an ant. Trash left and right, trash. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to call my big brother Luo Tian trash? I think you are just a trash who only knows how to bully the weak. Humph. He can't even be counted as trash. He is just a puppy." And Chun Chun put her hands on her waist and stood in a row with Li Shuer as she said angrily. In her world, puppy was the most powerful word to scold people. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed loudly, and his expression was as proud as it could be. Not even an ant, the power behind her was too strong, so strong that she did not put the Blue Cloud sect in her eyes at all. To her, the Blue Cloud sect was not even an ant. While speaking, Li Shuer's aura was revealed. The surrounding people felt this unique aura, and their minds were suddenly shaken. Even Luo Tian's mind was slightly shocked. This aura was very unusual, it was another complete defeat. Zhu Changfeng's complexion turned the color of pig liver. It was as ugly as it could get. He drew the sword from his waist and pointed it at Luo Tian. He shouted, "You bastard, I'm going to kill all of you." Feng Lei suddenly rushed out. His head was bald, and his huge body was like a giant Buddha. He swung his giant tang saber with all his strength, making a loud hoo sound. His eyes were wide open, and he roared, "Mother of asterisk Kerr, if there's anyone, then come. Kill your mother." Awe-inspiring, domineering, arrogant, a mess. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the city to pick up my mother-in-law, so there will be no time to write in the morning. I can't update at noon. All the updates will be in the afternoon and evening. Feng Lei shouted fiercely, and the surroundings fell silent. Almost everyone looked at him in unison, feeling the brutal aura of a fierce beast released from his body, and their hearts trembled. At the same time, the red light of the fierce beast on the back of Feng Lei's head flashed, and the brutal aura raged out even more crazily. Domineering, it was as if a demon Buddha had walked out of hell. Zhu Changfeng felt the aura on Feng Lei's body and was secretly shocked. Then, he sneered and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Get the hell away from me, Luo Tian, come out here." Feng Lei's aura was indeed terrifying. However, Zhu Changfeng's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Xian master, so he was not afraid at all. He directly ignored Feng Lei and coldly glanced at him. "Damn it, lousy." Feng Lei was very unhappy, and was about to curse when Luo Tian walked up. Luo Tian walked up and glared at Feng Lei, and laughed, "You're the only one who's showing off." Fatty's character was to rush to the front of everything. As long as someone insulted Luo Tian, his temper would be like a mountain cannon. Feng Lei scratched his head, smiled foolishly, and took half a step back. Luo Tian smiled faintly, looked at Zhu Changfeng who was so angry that his face turned pale, and said, "You want to challenge me by name?" Zhu Changfeng sneered, "Are you afraid?" Sitting on the back of the huge beast, Zhu Changfeng looked down at him condescendingly. His contemptuous gaze made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. Moreover, when Luo Tian walked forward, the huge beast beneath Zhu Changfeng let out a low roar, its two eyes staring at Luo Tian with hatred, its breath whistling out like thunder, almost spraying onto Luo Tian's face. And Chun Chun pouted and said unhappily, "Pure doesn't like it. Big brother, I want to release Little Dragon." Without waiting for Luo Tian's consent. And Chun Chun suddenly moved, muttered, and said, "Little Dragon, scare them all to the ground." As soon as his voice faded, a space plate fell from the sky. Boom, a dragon's roar filled with the aura of death resounded through the clouds. Immediately after, a ferocious ghost dragon with a white skeleton roared out. Black flames flickered all over his body, and his two black hole-like eyes released a strong aura of death. With a stomp of the dragon's foot, the ground shook. Bang, the giant beasts under Zhu Changfeng and Qin Zhong were so scared that they fell to the ground. They trembled all over and buried their heads in the ground, not even daring to open their eyes. It was a complete and utter suppression, and he couldn't even move an inch. Everyone in the audience was scared silly. Luo Tian leaped lightly and landed on the back of the ghost dragon. Now that it was his turn to look down from above, his aura immediately changed. He retracted his smile and coldly shouted, "You want to challenge me by name? Zhu Changfeng, do you have the qualifications? You're just the son of an elder of the Zhu clan. At best, you're just a disciple of the Zhu clan. I'm the patriarch of the Luo clan. What kind of status do you have? What qualifications do you have to challenge me? King don't even have the qualifications to speak to me. Son of a bitch, go to the side and cool off. CK. Then he pointed at Zhu Yaozong and cursed, "Patriarch Zhu, you'd better control your son of a bitch. Otherwise, I'll discipline him for you." Zhu Changfeng's anger could no longer be contained. His entire body trembled with anger, and his teeth creaked as he gnashed them. He wished he could immediately stomp Luo Tian to death under his feet. Zhu Yaozong's face was very ugly. He also wished that Luo Tian would die early, but he was worthy of being someone who had eaten salt for decades. He was much calmer than Zhu Changfeng. Zhu Yaozong smiled coldly and said, "Patriarch Luo, don't just focus on talking. Today is not a competition of talking. Let's see who's better on the stage." As he spoke, Zhu Yaozong made an inviting gesture. Zhu Changfeng laughed wildly and said, "Wait on the stage and see if I don't tear that mouth of yours apart." When it came to talking, the entire Zhu clan added together was not Luo Tian's match. Zhu Yaozong simply did not talk nonsense and went directly to the stage. No matter how powerful your mouth was, no matter how good you were at talking, in the end, you couldn't escape the crushing of strength. No matter how good you were at talking, I'll smash your mouth with one punch. Everyone in the Zhu clan was shocked and shouted one by one, "Trash of the Luo clan, come to the stage and fight. Let's see how long you can show off." The onlookers also shouted impatiently. "Hurry up, I'm waiting for the flowers to wither. Do you still want to fight? My mother is calling me to eat. Hurry up, don't let us wait." The crowd was noisy, and the originally quiet square was boiling. Everyone saw that no one from the Luo clan spoke, and many people spoke loudly. The Luo clan is good at talking, but when it comes to the real fight, they're all scared. No one dares to fight. The Zhu clan has Zhu Chongfeng and the Blue Cloud sect. Even if the Luo clan has 100 guts, they won't dare to fight. When Luo Jianshan dies, the Luo clan will be completely destroyed. Now that the Luo clan is short of manpower, there is no disciple who can fight. How much can a month of training in the Ghost Prison mountain range increase? Listening to these discussions, the disciples of the Luo clan could not hold back. Each of them was aggressive and murderous, waiting for Luo Tian's order. Luo Tian stood on the back of the ghost dragon and glanced coldly. He smiled faintly and said, "Brothers, the people of the Zhu clan want to die early, so we can only fulfill their wish." Immediately, Luo Tian jumped to the ground, waved his hand, and shouted, "Go to the ring." Rumble, 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 the drums on both sides of the central ring sounded, and the square was completely boiling. The Zhu clan was the first to take their seats. Everyone's face was full of disdain. They all stared coldly at the people of the Luo clan, as if the Luo clan owed them a few hundred yuan. Luo Tian took his seat. And Chen Chun was on his left, Li Shuer was on his right, and the last two seats were occupied by the two elders of the Luo clan. Feng Lei and the other disciples of the Luo clan all stood behind them like iron soldiers. Their eyes were like torches, and they did not even look at the people of the Zhu clan. The clan invitational tournament was held by the 4 great clans of the Jade Mountain City. But now, only 2 clans had come. The Zhou clan had not appeared yet. As for the Song clan, there were not many people left in the Song clan, so they were unable to participate. However, in the crowd, Song Yannan's eyes were as red as blood, staring at Zhu Chongfeng. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, and blood flowed out. Luo Tian stood on a chair and looked into the distance, and said, "Why hasn't that old fellow Zhou Tyrant arrived yet? Could it be that he hasn't woken up yet?" Zhu Yaozong smiled faintly, and said, "I forgot to tell you, the Zhou clan has already withdrawn from this clan invitational tournament. I haven't seen that down dog Song Yannan these past few days. I think he won't be able to participate." "That's good too. Let's see who's better between your Luo clan and my Zhu clan." The Zhou clan withdrawing from the tournament, Luo Tian smiled. The Zhou clan withdrawing from the tournament was within his expectations. This was good too. He could now focus on dealing with the Zhu clan. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's fight. Why are you talking nonsense with a dying man? Zhu Chongfeng said impatiently. Luo Tian coldly glared at him, and scolded, "Zhu clan head, please control your mongrel dog. Who does he think he is? When did it become his turn to speak?" Zhu Chongfeng was furious. If he did not want to trample Luo Tian to death on the stage, he would have already pounced on him. Zhu Yaozong's face twisted. He stood up and said, "Luo Tian, stop talking nonsense. Let's fight." In the end, the 4 great clans tournament became a battle between the Luo and Zhu clans. And the smell of gunpowder was extremely strong. Once on the stage, it would definitely be a life and death battle. In terms of momentum, the Zhu clan was obviously higher than the Luo clan. The reason was because Zhu Chongfeng and Chen Zhong were disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. With the Blue Cloud sect as their backing, they were unscrupulous. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why is Zhu clan head so angry? Zhu clan head, please go first." Zhu Yaozong smiled coldly. Looking at Luo Tian, he secretly said in his heart, "I want to see how long you can be proud of yourself." "I'll do it." Chen Zhong stood up from his seat. With a step of his right foot, he gently landed in the middle of the stage. Revealing a smile that he thought was very handsome, he looked at Li Shuer and said, "Beauty, watch how I trample him under my feet." Voila! The square was in an uproar. The first person the Zhu clan sent was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. It seemed that they wanted him to fight to the end. It was very obvious. Chen Zhong wanted to kill all the disciples of the Luo clan by himself. He wanted to perform well in front of Li Shuer. From the first time he saw Li Shuer, he lost his heart. Zhu Changfeng was a little unhappy. Chen Zhong took a step forward. Such a good opportunity was snatched by others, which made him secretly unhappy. He also wanted to perform in front of Li Shuer. He wanted to trample Luo Tian under his feet in front of her and make him kneel in front of him. He wanted everyone to see that this trash only knew how to talk. He wanted to use his strength to conquer Li Shuer. But Li Shuer didn't even glance at Chen Zhong. Luo Tian frowned and said slightly, "Zhu clan head, he doesn't seem to be a disciple of your Zhu clan?" "What? Are you afraid that my Luo clan will ask for external help?" Chen Zhong's cultivation was very strong. He was even stronger than Chen Wu. His cultivation had reached Mystic Rank 8. Currently, no one in the Luo family had reached Mystic Rank 8, not to mention the younger disciples. Moreover, Luo Tian did not expect that the Zhu family would suddenly have a few Blue Cloud sect disciples. 8th level Mystic Master, an orthodox disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. His cultivation was much stronger than a normal Mystic level 8 cultivator. In the Luo family, other than himself, Luo Tian's heart tightened. Feng Lei took a step forward and said seriously, "Boss, let me go." Luo Tian looked at Fatty and said, "His cultivation is at Mystic Rank 8. With your current strength, I'm afraid." Feng Lei scratched his head and said naively, "I want to try." From the beginning to the end, Feng Lei didn't show his strength because he was under the protection of Luo Tian. He was constantly sucking blood, sucking blood, sucking blood, sucking blood. How was his strength? Even he himself didn't know. Chen Zhong was at Mystic Rank 8 and his cultivation was 6 realms higher than his. This kind of difference in cultivation could be said to be thousands of miles away. It was impossible to surpass him, but Feng Lei wanted to give it a try. He wanted to know how strong he was. He wanted to know if he was worthy of continuing to follow Luo Tian. Moreover, he knew very well that Luo Tian couldn't send anyone out at this time. At this time, he had to stand up and stand up regardless of everything. This was Feng Lei, a silly, naive fatty. Luo Tian looked at Feng Lei's serious appearance and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Be careful." Feng Lei smiled naively. "I will." And Chen Chen clenched her small fist and made a cheering gesture. She giggled and said, "Brother Fatty, you can do it. I believe you will definitely win." Li Shuer said, "Fatty, he's trying to poach in front of your boss. Shouldn't you teach him a lesson? If you don't beat him down, don't be rude to me." After saying that, her cheeks flushed red. Luo Tian turned his head and looked at Li Shuer. He was at a loss and a little happy. Li Shuer glared at Luo Tian and said, "What are you looking at? This is also a reward for you in advance, humph. If calling yourself sister-in-law is a reward, then what will the mysterious prize be tonight?" Luo Tian thought of something very evil, very evil. "Brother Fatty, you can do it. Brother Fatty, beat him to death. Brother Fatty, you will definitely win." Many of the Luo family disciples said generously. The Zhu family disciples, on the other hand, had looks of disdain on their faces as they mocked without restraint. "Is there no one else in the Luo family? Sending a servant to fight, aren't you afraid of making people laugh their heads off? The Luo family is only good at talking." Amidst the wanton ridicule, Feng Lei calmly walked up the ring step by step. Zhu Yaozong smiled faintly and looked at Luo Tian not far away. He said, "Luo Tian, I remember you said at the beginning that you wanted to bet your territory. How about it? What are you going to bet with your Luo family?" Zhu Yaozong's face was full of pride. Luo Tian smiled softly. "I don't know which territory of my Luo family has caught your eye, Patriarch Zhu?" Zhu Yaozong immediately said, "Your Luo family's ancestral home is not bad. How about it? Luo Tian, do you dare to bet with me?" The first thing he wanted was the Luo family's ancestral home. This made everyone in the Luo family unable to bear it, and they all stared at Zhu Yaozong. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Okay, I also want a piece of your Zhu family's territory. I don't know if you dare to bet with it?" Zhu Yaozong did not expect Luo Tian to really agree. He thought that after winning, he would be able to drive the hundreds of people from the Luo family out of the ancestral home. How happy would that be? He immediately said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Do you want my Zhu family's elixir store or Xian weapon store?" Luo Tian shook his head and said, "I want the land of your Zhu family's ancestral grave." "Let's bet with your ancestral grave." Luo Tian. "You brat, don't be too presumptuous." Zhu Yaozong was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He was so angry that his face turned white as he scolded. Luo Tian did not show any weakness and directly retorted, "I am presumptuous. What can an old fart like you do to me? Do you dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, then scram, you poor bastard." "I'll bet." Without waiting for Zhu Yaozong to speak, Zhu Chongfeng directly agreed. Zhu Yaozong's expression changed slightly. How could the ancestral grave be tarnished? Zhu Chongfeng said in a low voice, "Uncle, this damn fatty is only at the second stage of the Xian master stage. He's not a match for Qinzhong at all. Don't worry, we'll definitely win this time. Just wait until we drive the entire Luo family out. At that time, I'll kill them one by one and let them die miserably on the streets." Zhu Yaozong smiled in satisfaction, "All right." Immediately after, Zhu Yaozong suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted, "I'll bet with you." Luo Tian laughed and said loudly, "Zhu Yaozong, oh Zhu Yaozong, you're still the King patriarch of the Zhu family. You actually took out the ancestral grave to bet. Aren't you afraid that the ancestors of the Zhu family will look for you at night? Aren't you afraid that the entire city will laugh at you? I forgot, your skin is even thicker than the city walls." Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. Falling into Luo Tian's trap all of a sudden, Zhu Yaozong's anger was about to erupt. Zhu Yaozong's face alternated between green and white. He was so angry that he couldn't say a single word. Zhu Chongfeng, on the other hand, had a look of disdain on his face as he laughed coldly, "Let's see how long you can be complacent for." In this world, one's mouth was not powerful. Everything depended on one's strength. Zhu Chongfeng shouted to Qin Zhong on the stage, "Brother Qin, kill him." The corner of Qin Zhong's mouth drew back as he laughed sinisterly, "Don't worry, within 3 moves, I will turn him into a corpse." "Blabber blabber your sister. If you have the guts, then come. CK you to death." Feng Lei was about to explode. Chapter 3, It might be a little late. The fatty couldn't wait any longer. "You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Zhong narrowed his eyes and sneered. He then lifted his right foot and lightly stomped down. He shouted in a deep voice, "Flowing cloud steps." The moment the tip of his foot touched the ground, a ray of light shot out like a stone thrown into a calm lake. At this moment, whoosh! Flowing cloud moved and his figure disappeared. It was too fast, so fast that people couldn't see it clearly. Luo Tian frowned and couldn't help but worry for Feng Lei. The difference in strength between the two was too great. They weren't on the same level at all. No matter how strong Feng Lei was, he couldn't resist Qin Zhong's attack. Furthermore, Qin Zhong was an orthodox disciple of the Azure Cloud sect. His cultivation methods and techniques had been systematically trained. His strength was even stronger than the average mystic cultivator stage 8. Zhu Chongfeng said proudly, "This fatty is about to become a dead man." He was very clear about Qin Zhong's strength. He was definitely ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Cloud sect's outer sect. Flowing cloud steps were erratic. Coupled with the primeval chaos palm, Feng Lei, who was merely at mystic cultivator stage 2, could only be killed in an instant. As expected. In the air, Qin Zhong's deep voice sounded, "Primeval chaos palm." A giant hand pressed down from above Feng Lei's head. Other than the thick mystic qi, there was also a powerful pressure, the primeval chaos suppression. "Die." His voice was like thunder, and the wind from his palm was like thunder. Feng Lei didn't move at all. He couldn't keep up with Qin Zhong's speed at all. The giant palm above his head was about to press down. Many people from the Luo family couldn't bear to watch anymore. Luo Tian frowned and leaned forward slightly, ready to rush into the ring at any time. In the ring, Feng Lei's eyes were incomparably calm. He kept trying to catch Qin Zhong's figure, but he couldn't keep up with his speed at all. His heart tightened. He definitely couldn't compete in speed. Seeing that Qin Zhong's attack was about to arrive, Feng Lei's heart sank. His arms swelled up and he roared into the sky. His entire body was like steel. He was going to die. Rumble, the giant palm slammed down, the arena shook violently, and the entire square was affected by this force. Many people were shaken to the point that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the center of the arena, making it impossible to see what had happened. On the other side of the arena, Qin Zhong crossed his arms in front of his chest with a look of disdain. He snorted coldly and said, "Trash like this doesn't deserve to fight me." Humph. Although he did not use his full strength in this palm strike, Qin Zhong had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill Feng Lei. Moreover, Feng Lei would die a miserable death, bleeding from his 7 orifices. 10 seconds later, the dust settled. In the center of the field, Feng Lei was lying on the ground. Beneath him was a spiderweb-like crack that split open with him as the center. He was motionless as if he were dead. "Big brother fatty, fatty. Fatty bro." Everyone from the Luo family panicked. Zhu Chongfeng was the first to sneer. "I knew it would be an instant kill. A mystic rank 2 trash actually has the nerve to stand out." Humph. Everyone from the Zhu family cheered loudly. "Trash of the Luo clan, go eat shit." He was killed in one move. What a piece of trash. Ha ha ha, Zhu Yaozong narrowed his eyes with a smile. He looked at Luo Tian's deadpan face and said, "Kid, your Luo family's ancestral home is now my Zhu family's. Get out of here as soon as the competition is over." Ha ha ha, laughter, laughter. Everyone from the Zhu family was extremely pleased with themselves. Luo Tian carefully looked at Feng Lei on the ground and also sneered. Qin Zhong looked at Feng Lei with disdain and said in disdain, "You have no combat ability at all. What a piece of trash." Then, he walked down the stage. Just as he was about to walk down the stage, a voice came from the stage. "You want to leave? Are you scared?" Feng Lei crawled up from the ground. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, his face was slightly pale, and his legs were red. He stared coldly at Qin Zhong not far away. He didn't die. Qin Zhong's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes and walked back to the field with a sneer. "You didn't die." Everyone in the field was shocked. What was this fatty's body made of if he didn't die under the powerful attack of a mystic rank 8 cultivator? Even a body of steel would be smashed into pieces, but he didn't die. This made Qin Zhong very unhappy. Without another word, Qin Zhong used the flowing cloud steps again and raised his strength by another level. He shouted, "Let's see if you die or not." The sky was pressed down. The giant palm smashed down. This time, it was extremely fast and didn't hesitate at all. Feng Lei still couldn't catch Qin Zhong's figure. He gritted his teeth and endured. Rumble. The stage was about to collapse. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone looked over with wide eyes. Feng Lei fell into the pit again, surrounded by rubble. He didn't move at all. Dead? Qin Zhong sneered in disdain. Get up again. After a few seconds, seeing that Feng Lei didn't move, he smiled proudly and was about to walk down the stage. At this time, the fatty stood up again. His face was even paler. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and sneered. Is that all you have? You're courting death. Qin Zhong was completely agitated. Everyone was even more dumbfounded. Was this fatty a cockroach that couldn't be killed? These 2 attacks could kill a mystic rank 5 expert, but he got up for the second time and looked very excited. Was he a masochist? Qin Zhong couldn't care less. This time, he used all his strength. The flowing cloud steps and mixed essence palm struck down again. The attack was as heavy as thunder and as powerful as a mountain. Feng Lei raised his head and laughed wildly. His 2 arms clenched tightly together, and under the huge palm print, they became abnormally sinister. The aura on Feng Lei's body was changing. Blood-colored scales began to appear on his arms one after another. The scales were faintly discernible, and if one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see them. Luo Tian noticed it and became excited. He thought to himself, I knew you weren't simple. At this moment, the blood in Fatty's body was churning. He was knocked to the ground twice in a row, which made the thing in his body extremely unhappy. The energy of the blood essence that he had devoured for so many days had completely erupted. That ferocious beast was wreaking havoc. A powerful force surged towards his arms. His arms began to undergo a sinister evolution, like the scales of a wild beast. It was abnormally terrifying. Rumble. It was as if a huge bolt of lightning had struck down from the 9 heavens. It directly struck Feng Lei's head. The beast tattoo on the back of his head was abnormally sinister, as if it was about to rush out. He's dead for sure this time. No matter how strong this fatty's body is, he won't be able to withstand Xinzhong's full-strength attack. Die. So what if he could resist? No matter how strong his body was, he would still be exhausted to death. Feng Lei was indeed shocking, but he was only at the second stage of the Xian master. How could he be a match for the Blue Cloud sect's disciple, Xinzhong? It was impossible. That was what almost everyone thought. Zhu Yaozong's face was filled with joy. He was thinking about how to use the Luo family's ancestral home to do something, and his face bloomed with joy. Zhu Chongfeng was the same. Although Xinzhong had disappointed him, the result would not change. Feng Lei was definitely dead for sure. A deep pit appeared in the middle of the stage. The deep pit was filled with dust, and it was hard to see clearly for a moment. However, just as Xinzhong was about to walk down the stage complacently, a voice sounded. The voice was abnormally brutal, like that of a ferocious beast. Is that all you can do? It's not even enough for me to scratch an itch with. Suddenly, Feng Lei walked out of the deep pit step by step, dragging his 2 arms that were dripping with blood and covered in blood-colored scales. He had evolved. It's my turn now. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. If you like it, collect it. Comment, recommend it, rate it. The old cow will be extremely grateful. Beast transformation? It's actually the demon clan? The crowd burst into an uproar. No one dared to believe their eyes. The demon clan was the king of 10,000 races 10,000 years ago. After the Great War, they were defeated and hid deep in the mountains, rarely appearing. After 10,000 years, everyone only knew about the existence of the demon clan from books. Not many people had seen it with their own eyes. Blood-red scales appeared on Feng Lei's arms, like fish scales, but also like the legendary dragon scales. Deep within the scales was dark red blood. His 5 fingers turned into sharp claws, and under the sharp claws, there were traces of black cracks, space cracks. This power, too powerful. Feng Lei was like a berserk lion, turning a deaf ear to the various discussions below the stage. His 2 bloodshot eyes stared at Xinzhong, and said coldly, now it's my turn. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He knew that Fatty was not that simple. Looking at the blood-red scales on his arm, he thought to himself, beast transformation? It doesn't seem to be that simple. The blood-red scales gave him a very different feeling. It was not as simple as a normal beast transformation. Luo Tian felt that the power on Fatty's body was even stronger than a beast transformation. And Chen Chun's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilated slightly, revealing a trace of fear as he softly said, Blood God? His voice was very soft, and no one else heard it. Li Shuer was slightly shocked. Amongst everyone, her shocked expression was the lightest, and her expression was extremely calm. She smiled lightly and said, Fatty is indeed powerful. On the stage, Xinzhong's face changed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said coldly, I never thought that the small Jade Mountain city would actually hide people from the demon clan. That's fine too. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Following that, Xinzhong walked back to the middle of the stage and pulled out the sword at his waist. The moment the sword appeared, the surroundings released a series of intense sword cries. Buzz buzz buzz, the sword chi wreaked havoc, forming a hurricane. Xinzhong stood in the center of the hurricane, surrounded by sword chi. The sharp sword chi moved with his breathing, becoming a part of his body. Zhu Chongfeng was secretly shocked, and thought in his heart, I never thought that Chen Zhong would actually cultivate the heavenly star sword art to such an extent. It seems that if he did not catch up to Feng Lei's beast transformation, he would not use it. Zhu Yaozong looked at Zhu Chongfeng worriedly. Zhu Chongfeng smiled faintly and said, Uncle, don't worry. Even if that fatty transforms into a beast, he won't be able to defeat Chen Zhong. You just have to wait for the Luo family to be chased out of the ancestral home. The corner of Zhu Yaozong's mouth curled up as if he had eaten a calming pill. He smiled as he looked at the arena. In the arena, Feng Lei's arms were almost dragged to the ground. His claws left tiny cracks on the blue stone. Looking at Chen Zhong, who was wrapped up, he roared, Come. Before his voice faded away, Chen Zhong pointed his sword, and the sword chi suddenly became ferocious. Die. Heavenly Star Sword Art. Starlight 10,000 Swords. Rumble, all of the sword chi on Chen Zhong's body transformed into a gigantic sword that soared into the sky. The sky darkened as specks of starlight flashed. Under the starlight, tens of thousands of swords appeared. Slash. Whoosh, 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 they shot towards Feng Lei like countless sharp arrows. Feng Lei swung his heavy arms in the air. Bam! The sound of metal being broken rang out. However, the speed of his arms wasn't fast enough. There were tens of thousands of swords, and his entire body was cut open. In a few seconds, Feng Lei's entire body was dripping with blood, and his entire person looked even more ferocious. At first, Feng Lei used his arms to block a few times, but in the end, he decided to take it head-on. He also approached Chen Zhong step by step. Tens of thousands of swords slashed down, causing the pain of 1,000 cuts. How intense was this pain? Fatty didn't even frown. His eyes were filled with Chen Zhong's figure, and he didn't care about the pain on his body at all. He didn't die even like this? Is he even human? Even the demon race wouldn't be so resistant, right? Everyone was scared silly. Chen Zhong frowned, and his heart felt a trace of danger. This was the first time in his life that he had such a feeling, and this feeling made him extremely unhappy. Seeing that Feng Lei was only 3 meters away from him, his face twisted, and his sword directly pierced out. It went straight for Feng Lei's life gate. This sword was extremely fast, even faster than Lu Yun's pace. If one's life gate was pierced, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. Feng Lei suddenly stopped, clenched his arms, and stared at one spot without blinking. He looked extremely excited and said naively, You're finally here. His arms were too heavy. It was so heavy that Feng Lei almost couldn't lift them. It was also because of this that he couldn't increase his speed at all. However, the power contained in his arms was extremely powerful, so powerful that he almost couldn't control it. He wanted to unleash this power, but the premise was that he had to get close. Now, the opportunity was finally here. Feng Lei pounced forward without any hesitation, without any defense at all. With the sword pointed at his life gate, Feng Lei went forward. If you want to stab, then stab. I'll stab for you. Chen Zhong sneered in his heart, a country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Don't you know that? The life gate is a person's weakest point? It's the same even if you're a demon race. Die for me. Feng Lei's arm suddenly moved, but he didn't dodge Chen Zhong's sword. Instead, he met it head-on. Wang! A sword pierced Feng Lei's life gate, and a bit of blood oozed out from it. However, Chen Zhong's sword pierced less than half a centimeter in, and couldn't go any further, as if it was pinched by something. It was also at this moment that Feng Lei grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and laughed sinisterly. His arms were rioting. His sharp claws were like lightning. Whoosh, 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 the explosive power in his arms was released in an instant, and he bombarded Chen Zhong's chest again and again. Each punch was like a thunderbolt. That kind of power, that kind of scene was too shocking. It was as if it had hit everyone's mind. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhu Chongfeng was dumbfounded. Zhu Yaozong and the rest of the Zhu family were all dumbfounded. Chen Zhong, one of the top 10 outer disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, was actually beaten to the point where he couldn't breathe and had no power to resist at all. How was this possible? It was impossible. His life gate was pierced, and he didn't die, and he even burst out with such a powerful force. This was probably something only Fatty could do. Bam! Bam! One of his arms grabbed Xianxia tightly, while the other attacked. As he released his power, the sinister scales on his arm became less and less. The last punch. Bam! With a punch, Xianxia's chest exploded. Blood and various organs flowed out. The scene was extremely bloody, and at this moment, Feng Lei grabbed Xianxia's clothes and threw him down the stage. Coincidentally, he threw it at Luo Tian's feet. "Boss, for you." Xianxia was on the verge of death. He raised his head and looked at Luo Tian, who had a cold gaze, and said, Don't kill me, my uncle is an elder of the Blue Cloud sect. If you kill me, all of you will die." Luo Tian stood up, stepped on Xianxia's head, and looked at Zhu Chongfeng with a cold smile. Zhu Chongfeng's eyes were like a fierce god as he pointed at Luo Tian and scolded, "Luo Tian, you dare." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and he laughed. At this moment, the killing intent was incomparably strong, and the blood armor was hungry. The sound of thirst and excitement. Luo Tian stepped on Xianxia's head, looked at Zhu Chongfeng with a playful smile, and said, "Do you think I dare?" Playful. In his heart, he gave Fatty 180 likes. Wasn't this giving him experience? Moreover, Xianxia had the aura of an elite monster, so he was considered an elite monster. Not to mention experience and mystical chi, maybe he would drop something good. Fatty threw Xianxia off the stage. His arms had already returned to normal. He smiled at Luo Tian and whispered to himself, "Boss, I didn't disappoint you, right?" Then, his eyes closed and he fainted, directly falling backwards. Bang! Fatty! Brother Fatty! Luo Tian frowned, and quickly said, "Quickly carry Fatty down and send him for treatment." Withstanding 4 attacks. If it was someone else, they would have already been smashed to pieces. Fatty clenched his teeth and withstood the attacks. Moreover, he used the power in his beastly arms to directly blast Xianxia out of his half-dead state. No one expected this result, even Luo Tian was a little surprised. However, Xianxia's every attack, every insult, he saw it with his eyes, remembered it in his heart, and suppressed the anger in his heart. His brother was beaten up like this, how could the boss not get back at him? Although Feng Lei won, Luo Tian still won't let him go. Xianxia's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling from the pain. However, his eyes were still cold and arrogant, and he shouted, "Dog, if you dare to kill me, your entire Luo family will be buried with me. Do you know that my uncle is already?" Luo Tian didn't wait for Xianxia to finish, and directly stepped on Xianxia's face, and sneered, "A stray dog still wants to be unreasonable, who gave you the courage? Son of a bitch, you're about to die and you still want to threaten me. Let me tell you, the thing I hate the most in my life is people threatening me. Always scaring me, I'm really scared." Luo Tian was very playful, and the killing intent in his heart was gradually released. Zhu Chongfeng was startled and took a step forward. With a sudden clap of thunder, everyone present felt the aura erupting from his body. Many people were directly knocked unconscious by this aura. The pressure was like the sea, roaring over. It directly rushed into Luo Tian's mind, wreaking havoc in his mind like a tsunami. Zhu Chongfeng angrily shouted, "Luo Tian, he's the nephew of the Blue Cloud sect's elder. If you dare to kill him, you and your entire Luo family will be ground to dust." His voice was like a sharp arrow, and the entire square was suppressed by Zhu Chongfeng. Peak Mystic Level 9 Cultivation was very strong and was definitely an overlord in Jade Mountain City. Luo Tian's mind was greatly shaken. Feeling Zhu Chongfeng's tsunami-like pressure, he became even more furious. His eyes narrowed as he shouted, F***CK. Shortly after, he moved his right fist and infused his strength into it. Xianxia's head was smashed heavily. Xianxia's eyes were filled with terror. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He shouted hysterically, "Chongfeng, save me." At this moment, Zhu Chongfeng's pupils constricted as he rushed forward like a madman. But, no matter how fast he was still more than 10 meters away, and Luo Tian's fist was only half a meter away from Xianxia. No matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than Luo Tian's fist? Bam! With a punch, Xianxia died in an instant, with his fist covered in blood, he looked at Zhu Chongfeng, who was rushing up, and shouted, F***ck, shout again, threaten lousy again. I already said that I hate people who threaten me the most, yet you still F***king threaten me. When lousy goes crazy, even lousy is afraid of himself. Luo Tian was very angry. He was always threatened by others. He couldn't kill this, he couldn't die that. In this kind of situation, he only wanted to use his fist to explain everything and blast this bastard to death. Zhu Chongfeng's body came to an abrupt stop as he looked at Luo Tian with a heavy gaze. He turned around and walked up the stage step by step. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and said, "Get up here for lousy." Luo Tian didn't even look at Zhu Chongfeng. Instead, he closed his eyes and waited quietly with a look of enjoyment. The system in his mind sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chen Zhong, obtaining 1500 experience, 300 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heavenly Star Sword Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Dragon Pill. Ding! Undefeated value +1. Blood Evil Armor absorbed 100 points of killing intent, defense increased by 1%. Wow! That Heavenly Star Sword Art actually dropped. Luo Tian was overjoyed. With a thought, he immediately chose to cultivate it. After doing all this, Luo Tian opened his eyes. He still didn't look at Zhu Chongfeng on the stage, but walked towards Zhu Yaozong with a smile. What do you want? Protect the patriarch. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame lousy for being impolite. Everyone from the Zhu family panicked. Many of the elite disciples gathered around and took out their weapons. They stared at Luo Tian and were on guard. Luo Tian didn't mind. He still walked to Zhu Yaozong's side and sat down comfortably. He put one hand on Zhu Yaozong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Old Zhu, we just came over to say hello. We don't have any other intentions." Zhu Yaozong's face was ugly, but he was also very calm. He said, "Now that we're done with greeting, can you scram back? Don't be like that." Luo Tian laughed, "I still have some things to tell you." Zhu Yaozong said, "If you have something to say, say it." Luo Tian said, "Your ancestral grave is now mine. Do you think I should build a toilet there, or a big cesspool? It's so hard to choose. Old Zhu, can you give me some advice?" Zhu Chongfeng's expression changed, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to swallow Luo Tian whole. Without waiting for him to speak, Luo Tian said again, "The bones of your Zhu family's ancestors, do you think I should throw them out to feed the dogs, or feed them to the dogs?" Luo Tian. Zhu Yaozong's eyes were like lanterns, his anger was like a volcano erupting, the power of a 9th stage Xian master exploded. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare touch my Zhu family's ancestral grave, I will immediately send you to see the king of hell." Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock. He covered his heart with one hand and patted it lightly. He made a cheap expression and said, "Aya, you're trying to scare me again. I'm really scared." Then he used the wind shadow step to instantly jump away. In a few breaths of time, he returned to the Luo family's position and shouted, "Disciples of the Luo family, listen up. Zhu Yaozong has already lost the Zhu family's ancestral grave to me. Everyone in the plaza is a witness. Spread the word, tell all the disciples of the Luo family to go to the Zhu family's ancestral grave to pee and shit. Within 3 days, make a big cesspool for me." The disciples of the Luo family laughed out loud. Zhu Yaozong was so angry that he almost fainted. He blew his beard and glared as he roared, "Luo Tian, you dare." Luo Tian grinned and said, "Let's see if I dare." Zhu Chongfeng had no interest in the Zhu family's ancestral grave at all. What he was worried about now was how to explain it to Chen Tianyao. His son was dead, his nephew was also dead. The worst thing was that Chen Zhong had already been appointed as the last disciple by the inner sect elders. This time, not only did he offend the outer sect elders, he even offended the inner sect elders. How could he return to the Blue Cloud sect? Luo Tian, it was all because of Luo Tian, it was all because of him. I have to kill him, I have to kill him. Zhu Chongfeng's mind was filled with hostility. His eyes were bloodshot as he released his pressure to the entire audience, suppressing all the voices. He then shouted, "Luo Tian, quickly come up and die." Luo Tian turned his head to look at the stage, slapped his thigh and said, "Aya, I almost forgot about you little bastard." To tell the truth, Zhu Chongfeng's appearance caught Luo Tian off guard. He entered the Ghost Prison Mountain Range to train mainly to deal with Zhu Yaozong, who was at the 9th stage of the Xian Master Realm. He didn't expect Zhu Chongfeng to suddenly appear. Both of them were at the 9th stage of the Xian Master Realm, but Zhu Chongfeng was far stronger than Zhu Yaozong. Therefore, Zhu Chongfeng gave Luo Tian a lot of pressure. Everyone in the square looked at Luo Tian, waiting for his reply. "Luo Tian, go. Go. Fight." The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to see who was the strongest person in Jade Mountain City. Zhu Chongfeng's face was cold and arrogant, and said, "What? Are you afraid? Don't dare?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "I even dare to kill the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, what else do I not dare to do?" As he said that, turning around, he looked at Li Shuer and said, "Girl, you take the Luo family back first, let the Luo family quickly evacuate and hide in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. I have arrangements in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, tell them not to be afraid." Before Luo Tian left the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, he had made 2 other puppet war pets. Although their strength was not as good as the Ghost Dragon, they were still the overlord-level existences in the periphery of the mountain range. Protecting the hundreds of people in the Luo family was definitely not a problem. This was his backup plan. He was now the leader of the Luo family. He had to consider the innocent people of the Luo family. This was his responsibility. Li Shuer frowned and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, I will not leave." And Chen Chen also said anxiously, "Chen Chen will not leave big brother." Many Luo family disciples shouted in unison, "Boss, we will never leave." Luo Tian had already subdued them. Now, it was time for them to live or die together. They would absolutely not endure the humiliation and hide in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. It was absolutely impossible for them to abandon Luo Tian and hide in the Ghost Prison Mountain Range. Luo Tian was secretly moved. It was also at this moment. Zhu Yaozong shouted, "Zhu family disciples, listen up. Surround them and kill anyone who dares to leave." Understood. The Zhu family members quickly surrounded the Luo family members, their eyes cold. Luo Tian's heart sank. He smiled bitterly and said, "Even if I want to leave now, I can't. Boss, let's fight it out with them." "That's right, boss. With our strength, we can definitely win." The people of Luo family were not afraid, they even revealed a strong fighting spirit, especially the 10 elites who had entered the Ghost Prison Mountain Range to gain experience. Each and every one of them was eager to fight, waiting for Luo Tian's command. Luo Tian pondered for a few seconds and said, "If I die in the arena, I want you to break out as soon as possible. If possible, I hope you can protect Sister Shuer and Chen Chen. I don't want anything to happen to them." Luo Tian was not confident. From Zhu Chongfeng's powerful pressure, he could sense that he might not be a match for him. His cultivation had already reached the 6th stage of the Xian Master stage. If he were to deal with Zhu Yaozong, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, against Zhu Chongfeng, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage, he had no confidence at all. Li Shuer's eyes turned red as tears welled up in her eyes. She tried her best to prevent herself from crying, and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, do you want me to?" "No need." Luo Tian directly refused. He was very clear about Cold Frost's strength. If she made a move, Zhu Chongfeng would not be able to take a single blow. However, everything had a condition. Luo Tian did not wish for Li Shuer to suffer for him. "Patriarch, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect them and rush out." Luo Kunchen clenched his teeth and said. The eyes of all the Luo family disciples were firm and steady like a mountain. Luo Tian smiled in relief and gently scratched Li Shuer's nose. Then, he wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and said with a smile, "Silly girl, don't worry about me. If I'm not here, you have to live happily every day." The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. And Chen Chen immediately hugged Luo Tian's thigh and muttered, "Chen Chen won't let big brother go up. Big brother, don't leave Sister Shuer and Chen Chen behind." Luo Tian stroked in Chen Chen's soft black hair and chuckled. On the stage, Zhu Chongfeng said somewhat impatiently, Luo Tian, can you bastard hurry up? Luo Tian's eyes turned cold, he pulled out his thigh, turned around and stared at Zhu Chongfeng, and shouted, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Immediately, his figure moved and instantly landed on the stage. The square was in an uproar. Ha ha ha. The show is finally about to begin. I bet that Zhu Chongfeng will win. I bet that Luo Tian won't be able to withstand 3 moves. Song Yannan was only able to withstand 10 moves. I think Zhu Chongfeng will be able to make Luo Tian kneel down in 1 move. Zhu Chongfeng moved his sword and released a sharp pressure from his entire body. The pressure was like a tsunami as it attacked Luo Tian. He said disdainfully, you're finally willing to come up. Don't worry, after you die, I will take good care of the 2 of them. I will definitely let them feel good every night, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was unable to withstand the pressure of a 9th stage Xian master. It instantly rushed into his mind. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he secretly shouted, killing intent demon core, you should also play a role, right? All of a sudden, the killing intent demon core in his mind seemed to have been summoned by Luo Tian, and with a bang, the scene in his mind became chaotic. The killing intent demon core was like a magnificent army of thousands of men and horses, killing everywhere. The most frightening thing was, once these killing intent army were killed, they would frantically devour them. Following that, the killing intent army would have many more soldiers and horses. What the F***ck was going on? Could this be the power of the killing intent demon core? Luo Tian was a little confused. Zhu Chongfeng was also startled. His brows were tightly knitted together. The pressure he released was like mud entering the sea, which made him extremely unhappy. Then, the moment the pressure was withdrawn, the long sword transformed into a thick sword chi, and a white figure flashed. Heavenly Star Sword Art. With a thrust of his sword, the sword chi was as numerous as the stars in the sky, crazily crushing towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian's gaze tensed up, and he shouted in a deep voice, Level 2 Berserk. Buzz. With a loud sound from his body, 4 times the attribute power erupted. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and without waiting for Zhu Chongfeng to rush up, he faced the attack head-on. Tiger Roar. Thunder Movement. Both of his fists were like thunder, directly smashing towards the sharp sword that came out of the void. Humph. You dare to take my cold frost sword with your bare hands? You're courting death. Zhu Chongfeng snorted in disdain. His long sword transformed into several sword flowers, and together with the 10,000 sharp sword chi, he stabbed towards the 18 acupoints on Luo Tian's body. Acupoint Sealing Art. Changing moves at the last minute? As expected of the strongest outer disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Zhu Chongfeng's battle talent was indeed astonishing. To be able to change moves in such a short period of time, Luo Tian was overwhelmed with shock. However, Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar. Roar, the sound wave was like a wave as it swept out. Zhu Chongfeng was slightly shocked, and secretly said, I didn't expect Luo Tian, this trash, to actually cultivate so many cultivation techniques. If I don't get rid of him today, he will definitely become a problem in the future. Die for me. The moment the sound wave rushed out, Zhu Chongfeng suddenly abandoned his mind. The sound wave's impact on him was negligible, and the 10,000 sword chi also quickly shattered the sound wave. The long sword stabbed out 18 times in a row, and each sword pierced through Luo Tian's acupoints. All of the chi and blood in his body were sealed in an instant. This feeling was like a fish on a chopping board that was waiting to be slaughtered. It was extremely uncomfortable. In one move, Luo Tian was completely defeated. This was the difference in strength. Zhu Chongfeng laughed complacently. His eyes and expression were all filled with disdain. Ha ha ha. Trash is trash. Fighting with me, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? Ha ha ha. Was he really going to die? At this moment, Luo Tian sat in the massacre world. Opposite of him was a bloody and murderous sword, the world's #1 tyrannical sword, blood-sucking wild blade. Zhu Chongtian was very pleased with himself, extremely pleased with himself. Shout again. Be arrogant again, talk big again. I will beat you down in one move. This feeling made him feel very good, and the anger in his heart was completely vented out. Zhu Changtian laughed proudly, looking at the immobile Luo Tian. He mocked, "Damn trash, you think you're worthy of fighting with me? Can you afford to fight? Do you have the qualifications? Ha ha ha, to be defeated by me in one move, you're really useless, but don't worry, after you die, your clansmen will all go to hell to accompany you, ha ha ha. As for those two girls, hee hee." Zhu Changfeng revealed a sinister smile, and then looked at Zhu Yaozong. Zhu Yaozong smiled with satisfaction, and said, "Kill them for me, leave the two girls behind." For a moment, the people of the Luo family quickly surrounded Li Shuer and Chun in the middle. Luo Kunshan's eyes were like torches, and he shouted, "Disciples of the Luo family, listen up, even if you die, you must protect Miss Li and Miss An, understood? Bastards of the Zhu family, if you dare to come up, I will kill you." Many people in the square quickly retreated to the side, afraid of being affected. The people of the Zhu family were several times more than the people of the Luo family. The encirclement was constantly shrinking, and all of them were staring at the disciples of the Luo family. They all had the same expression as Zhu Changfeng. If the Luo family was destroyed, then the Jade Mountain City would belong to the Zhu family. And from now on, they could do whatever they wanted in the Jade Mountain City. Suddenly, a few figures jumped up from the crowd and landed in the middle of the encirclement. Song Yannan, who was dressed in a white mourning robe, gently landed. He looked at Luo Tian, who had his acupuncture points sealed on the stage, frowned, and immediately said, "Elder Luo, give the order to break out." Behind Song Yannan were the 6 survivors of the Song family. They were all dressed in mourning clothes, and their eyes were filled with hatred. Luo Kunshan looked at Luo Tian on the stage, and anxiously asked, "What about the patriarch?" Luo Tian was still alive. Were they going to abandon him like this? Many of the disciples of the Luo clan were stunned as well. Many of them looked at Song Yannan, who had suddenly become the backbone of the Luo clan. Song Yannan frowned and made a decision. He shouted, "Disciples of the Song clan, listen up. Save Luo Tian with all your might. Elder Luo, order your men to break through the encirclement. Leave Luo Tian to us." Song Yanqun laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha," Song Yannan whispered to himself, "anyway, the Song clan is gone. What's the point of us living? If we can save Luo Tian, I hope he can avenge the 471 members of the Song clan." Song Yannan had never thought of going back alive. Luo Kunshan didn't beat around the bush and shouted, "Break out." Song Yannan's expression darkened as he glared at Zhu Changfeng, who was standing on the stage, and roared, "Kill." Zhu Yaozong sneered and said disdainfully, "A group of mobs want to overturn the heavens? Song Yannan, you came at the right time. I can catch all of you in one fell swoop and save myself the trouble of looking for you dogs everywhere. Disciples of the Zhu clan, listen up. Except for the 2 women that Changfeng wants, kill everyone else." The battle was about to start. The disciples of the Zhu clan rushed up like tigers and wolves. Luo Kunshan took the lead, forming a sharp knife formation, and rushed out of the field. Song Yannan led the 6 disciples of the Song clan to rush to the ring. Li Shuer's heart was bleeding. She kept looking at a black-robed man in the crowd with pleading eyes. But the black-robed man was indifferent. His eyes were cold, like an iceberg, without the slightest expression. But she was also paying attention to Li Shuer's safety at all times. Cold Frost's style was like this. If she said she wouldn't save Luo Tian, she wouldn't save him. Even if she saved him now, he would still die at night. The army of the Blue Cloud sect would definitely arrive before dark. At that time, the entire Jade Mountain City would probably become a dead city. Naturally, the Luo clan would not be spared. Therefore, she didn't want to take action. She only cared about Li Shuer's life and death. As for the others, it had nothing to do with her. At this moment, Li Shuer even hated Leng Hanshuang. Looking at Luo Tian, who was still motionless in the ring, Li Shuer hysterically shouted, "Brother Luo Tian, wake up, wake up." And Chun had already burst into tears. This scene reminded her of what happened in the Fox clan not long ago. That kind of blood, that kind of killing, that kind of family being captured and killed, made her little heart almost unable to bear it. Therefore, her tears were like rain, crying heartbreakingly, making people feel distressed. Li Shuer hugged in Chun Chun and gently comforted her. Chun Chun, don't cry, brother Luo Tian will be fine. Suddenly, Ghost Dragon roared towards the sky, the aura of death on his body was released endlessly. He rushed out like lightning and rushed to the front. Several Zhu clan disciples were knocked off their feet. Quickly trampled. Forcefully tearing a hole, Luo Kunchen saw a glimmer of hope and shouted, brothers, charge. Zhu Yaozong frowned and suddenly rushed out. His movement technique was like lightning, shuttling back and forth in the crowd. In a few breaths, he instantly landed in front of Luo Kunchen. The pressure of a 9th stage Xian master crushed him. With a grab in the air, he instantly grabbed Luo Kunchen's neck and sneered, die. Luo Kunchen was only at the 3rd stage of the Xian master realm. In front of Zhu Yaozong, he had no power to resist, but he still struggled crazily, resisting, wanting to hurt Zhu Yaozong as much as possible. However, Zhu Yaozong lifted him up with one hand and threw him down heavily. Go to hell. Boom. The blue stone on the ground was smashed into a crack and Luo Kunchen's body directly caved in. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and his face was pale and bloodless. Elder. Uncle Kunchen. I'll fight it out with you. The Luo family's disciples were all anxious, their eyes red with killing intent. On the other hand, Zhu Yaozong sneered and said disdainfully, a bunch of trash, kill them all. On the other side, on Song Yannan's side, they were also blocked. Although Song Yannan was at the 9th stage of the Xian master realm, he had just recovered from a serious injury. In addition, there were only 7 of them, while the Zhu family had 70 to 80 people, 10 times their number. They were only 10 meters away from the arena, but they couldn't move an inch. For a moment, all of them were in a desperate situation. On the verge of life and death. The difference in numbers was too great. The Zhu family had prepared for an entire month. They had mobilized all their elites just for today, everyone in the square was in a daze. The Luo family is going to be destroyed. The power structure of the 4 great families in Jade Mountain City has been completely broken. From now on, Jade Mountain City will be surnamed Zhu. In the time it took for so many things to happen. Luo Tian, Slaughter World. Luo Tian sat in the slaughter world, sweating profusely. In front of him was an incomparably huge blade dripping with blood, filled with killing intent. Isn't it time for you to take action? TSK. Remember the conditions you promised me. The Draw Broadsword laughed strangely. Luo Tian said, don't worry, isn't it just entering the killing Dao? I will do it. Alright. Then, it's my turn to appear now. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky darkened, turning blood red. Luo Tian's eyes slightly opened, and a huge blade dripping with blood appeared in his hand. A huge blade of 1800 jin. A blade, an incomparably huge blade, a blade that weighed 1800 jin. A tyrant blade that was dripping with blood and emitting a bloody light. At this moment, the plaza instantly quieted down, to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at Luo Tian who was on the stage, all of them scared silly. Everyone had seen a blade before, but no one had ever seen such a huge tyrant blade with a thick bloody aura. It was truly too shocking. This kind of shock was a shock to the soul, and at the same time, a sense of fear rose in everyone's hearts. It was natural for them to be afraid. The Draw Blade had slaughtered tens of thousands of worlds and killed all living beings. As soon as it appeared, it immediately released a myriad of killing intent. The killing intent was too strong, and coupled with the resonance of the demon core in Luo Tian's mind, it caused the killing intent on the blade to reach a peak. Luo Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. The Draw Blade laughed out loud, as soon as I appear, I will make them all lie down. Luo Tian said in his heart, don't say so much, let's get rid of this brat first. The Draw Blade said, just him? It's a piece of cake. Immediately, the blade that was dripping with blood suddenly let out a wing sound. Luo Tian's arm moved along with it, and he took a step forward, leaving behind a footprint with each step. Dragging the 1800 jin blade, the tip of the blade made a getting sound wherever it went. This made Luo Tian think of a character in a game in his previous life, the Barbarian King. The blade in the Barbarian King's hand was extremely similar to this one, and at this moment, he was also dragging his blade on the ground, as if he couldn't pick it up. That feeling was too exciting. Zhu Chongfeng's face suddenly changed, but he didn't panic. He looked at Luo Tian, who was walking towards him step by step while dragging his huge saber. He said coldly, "I don't know how you opened the 18 acupoints, but this time, I won't give you another second to live." The reason why he didn't kill Luo Tian was because he wanted to personally hand Luo Tian over to Chen Tianyao. But now he changed his mind. Zhu Chongfeng's expression became serious. His hands grabbed at the air, and a strong profound qi was released from the dantian. The aura on his body suddenly changed. In a flash. In the void, an incomparably huge hand pressed down from above. The attack, which was purely condensed from profound qi, was extremely powerful. Its power was devastating and it crushed everything in the square. The wind howled and swept through every corner. Some people with low cultivation were directly crushed to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices. This kind of pure profound qi attack was simply too powerful. "Boss, be careful." Luo Tian Gij, big brother. For a moment, everyone in the Luo family was worried for Luo Tian. Looking at the dark mass of palms above his head, their hearts were all stuck in their throats. "Chongfeng, kill him quickly. Kill him. Let's see how arrogant he can be." Zhu Yaozong could sense the dangerous aura coming from Luo Tian and could not help but urge him. If Luo Tian did not die today, it would be impossible for him to dominate Jade Mountain City. Luo Tian was the backbone of the Luo clan. As long as he was killed, the Luo clan would collapse. It was also at this moment. The disciples of the Luo family acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their fighting strength soared as they shouted, "Brothers, kill! Kill!" After a short half a minute of silence, it once again became a chaotic battlefield. But now, the disciples of the Zhu family could not hold on any longer. Li Shuer held onto An Chunchun's hand. Her eyes were calm as she looked at the stage without moving. She silently prayed in her heart, "God, please protect my big brother Luo Tian," and Chunchun also had a serious look on her face. She clasped her hands together and whispered to herself, "Father, please protect big brother," in the crowd. Cold Frost's eyes were secretly shocked. Her cold eyes revealed a trace of light as she thought to herself, "Luo Tian, can you still create a miracle?" In the Colosseum, she thought that Luo Tian would definitely die, but he survived. She felt that Luo Tian was lucky that time. Although she hated Luo Tian, she didn't know why, but she had a little extravagant hope in her heart, an extravagant hope that a miracle would happen. On the stage, the wind and clouds surged, and a powerful force pressed down heavily on Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian did not stop. He was still like a berserk barbarian king, his entire body glowing with a bloody light, dragging the draw blade and walking step by step towards Zhu Chongfeng. "Suppress him." Zhu Chongfeng's eyes twisted, and his arms in the air suddenly blasted out. The huge palm above Luo Tian's head instantly slapped down. Rumble, 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 one after another, it was as if a huge thunderbolt had struck down from the 9 heavens, heavily striking Luo Tian's mind, sea of consciousness, and body. However, Luo Tian completely ignored the pain on his body, as if he didn't feel any pain at all. At this moment, Luo Tian was like the barbarian king who had activated endless fury, a completely invincible existence. Would he feel pain? Yes, and it was quite painful. Luo Tian cursed loudly in his heart, "Bloodthirster sister, it's not your body, right? Damn it, if I were to lose a part of my body, I would definitely kill you." The drawblade laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha. Brat, you can't even bear this little bit of pain, how can you enter my killing Dao?" Luo Tian said, "Kill your sister's Dao, is there such a way to be tortured? How much do you like to be tortured?" Luo Tian had already entered the drawblade's killing realm. He could feel the pain, but it did not hinder his footsteps or speed. He walked forward step by step. Dragging an even more bloody giant blade, his eyes glowed red. At this moment, killing intent completely erupted. Only 3 meters away from Zhu Chongfeng, a very arrogant voice suddenly came out from Luo Tian's body, "Brat, you're dead." It was as if the god of death had descended, directly announcing your death. 2F** King domineering. Zhu Chongfeng's expression suddenly changed. His expression was still arrogant, and his eyes were still filled with disdain. He laughed coldly and said, "Damn trash, you want to kill me with just you," not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian's arm suddenly moved, and a surge of power suddenly burst out. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "Level 2 Berserk." His strength increased by 4 times. The draw blade was startled, then laughed out loud, "Brat, what kind of cultivation technique is this? Even my strength has increased by several times. This is too great, I haven't felt such a strong power in a long time, ha ha ha," while the draw blade was speaking. The veins on his entire right arm bulged like a centipede. Luo Tian roared towards the sky, the 1,800 gene giant blade gathered above his head, and heavily chopped down towards Zhu Chongfeng's head. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The blade slashed down. It carried the dense killing intent of the killing world, as well as the suppressed anger in Luo Tian's heart. Who told you to be so arrogant? Who told you to be so arrogant? Be arrogant again, show me your King disdain. A heavy slash came down. Zhu Chongfeng blocked with his sword, and the sword was directly cut in half. Another slash came down. Zhu Chongfeng's palms clamped together, and just as he touched the blade, his entire mind seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. His body sank, and he directly knelt on the ground. Another slash. Another slash. Zhu Chongfeng was beaten until he looked like a fool. Just like before, he had no power to resist. And Luo Tian was getting more and more excited. "Thank you, His Highness the Unicorn, for your support." Zhu Chongfeng was directly beaten to his knees. However, he was still resisting, and his face was full of anger. As long as he found the slightest opportunity, he would definitely kill him in one blow. But Luo Tian was not stupid. He very much understood the principle of taking advantage of your illness to take your life. He liked to beat a drowning dog the most. The wild draw blade was still chopping down one blade after another, and the power of each blade was heavier than the previous one. Zhu Chongfeng's knees were bleeding, his face was slightly pale, and he was gasping for breath. His face was as ugly as it could be. Luo Tian's blade speed was really too fast. Coupled with the killing intent of the wild draw blade, he could only bitterly resist. The more Luo Tian fought, the more excited he became. This kind of complete suppression was too cool. He laughed excitedly and said, "Son of a bitch, is the 9th stage of the Mystic Master great? Blue Cloud sect disciples are great, right? You want to steal my woman, right? You want to kill all my Luo family members, right? You son of a bitch, get up and be arrogant." Every time he said a word, he chopped down with his blade. Luo Tian's expression was extremely smug. His entire right arm was swinging the 1,800 gene wild draw blade, and his arm was about to be dislocated. However, he still kept swinging it because this feeling was really cool. Once the barbarian king's endless fury erupted, he would be able to kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. Only by experiencing it personally would one know how pleasurable it was. Zhu Chongfeng was very manic from being crushed. With a roar, all the profound qi in his dantian burst out, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in profound qi. "Luo Tian, I'm going to kill you." A mournful roar sounded. Zhu Chongfeng's strength completely broke out. His hair was messy, and his face was ferocious. Zhu Chongfeng was like a madman. He was really a little uncomfortable because of Luo Tian. Seeing Zhu Chongfeng's power, Luo Tian jumped back slightly, pretending to be horrified, and said, "Wow, you want to kill me again, I'm really scared." As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing the smile of the Grim Reaper. He thought to himself, "Killing Blade, you can kill him now. I've already vented my anger. He's already kneeling in front of me. I can't possibly let him add to my toes, right? Isn't this very inhumane?" Blood-sucking Wild Saber rolled his eyes and said, "According to my temper, I'll send him to the afterlife with one slash." What a waste of time. Blood-sucking Wild Blade had a fiery temper. What he sought the most was speed, the speed that could destroy the world with a single slash. Luo Tian didn't like speed. He liked it to last longer. Only then would he be able to show off his masculinity, one of them had been mocking him from the beginning to the end. He was cocky and arrogant in front of him, and his face was full of disdain. It was as if he didn't pay anyone who ket his mother. Luo Tian's method to deal with this kind of person was very simple. He would pay them back in double. I'll slap that idiot's face until it's swollen, beat him until he kneels on the ground, and let him know the consequences of being cocky in front of me. Luo Tian had almost finished what he needed to do. Now, all that was left was to send Zhu Chongfeng to the afterlife. So, Luo Tian gave his right arm to blood-sucking wild saber. Zhu Chongfeng was overbearing, his eyes sinister, his hands once again reaching into the void, and roared, "Go to hell." This attack was twice as strong as before. His right arm moved, and a surge of power swept out from the depths of his heart. Fast, it was astonishingly fast. The impact of this power was so fast that Luo Tian almost couldn't feel it. It was just that the power on his right arm had suddenly become like a mountain, and that kind of shock was incomparable. The power of blood-sucking wild saber completely erupted. This was an instant. The 1,800 gene giant saber was raised above his head, and the blood-red blade dyed half the sky red, reflecting on everyone's face. This blade was straight for the heavens. An arrogant and domineering aura was released without restraint, enveloping the entire Jade Mountain city. It was too valiant. That kind of valiance could not be described with words. Slaughter World, Luo Tian's heart sank. Blood-sucking wild saber wanted to slaughter everyone in Jade Mountain City. His heart skipped a beat. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Wild saber, what do you want to do? Don't forget our agreement." Blood-sucking wild saber laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha. What? Are you afraid? I was just trying to scare him. You lunatic. Don't worry, we have an agreement first. As long as you are willing to enter my killing Dao, I will help you settle everything else." Luo Tian said without hesitation, "Mother *Ker, one day I will make you kneel in front of me." Blood-sucking wild saber was like a ticking time bomb. If he wasn't careful, even he would be blown to death. Luo Tian had to find an opportunity to get rid of this uncertain factor. Wild saber laughed crazily, "I look forward to that day's arrival. Now, you brat, watch carefully, and see my killing Dao." In that instant, the moment before Zhu Chongfeng's attack landed, Luo Tian's right arm was controlled by the blood-sucking wild saber, and the huge saber that was raised into the air slashed down. Wang, a scarlet wave of ripples shot out from the blade, and spread out in an instant. Next, Luo Tian's vision turned blood red, as if the entire world had turned into a huge pool of blood. A killing god descended from the sky. It was like an Azura from hell. First level of killing Dao, Azura killing god. Slash. As the word slash fell, the huge blade swayed, instantly shattering all of Zhu Chongfeng's attacks. Zhu Chongfeng was dumbstruck, his eyes reflecting the huge blade that was slashing down. At this moment, his world was the same as Luo Tian's. He was completely occupied by killing intent. Die. A blade slashed down from the top of his head, and Zhu Chongfeng's body was split into two. Instant kill. At the same time, a system notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zhu Chongfeng for obtaining 5,000 experience, 600 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1 profound stone. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. The system notification exploded. Luo Tian was completely uninterested. He was completely shocked by the first level of killing Dao, Azura killing god, that the blood-sucking wild saber had just released, and muttered in his heart, "Damn, so the killing Dao is actually so awesome. I used to read novels about the heavenly Dao and the great Dao being awesome, but now it seems that they are all trash. Out of the 3,000 great Dao, the killing Dao is the most *king awesome." If the first level of killing Dao was already so awesome, then the second level, the third level. What about the 100 levels? Wow, Luo Tian did not dare to imagine further. At the same time, Luo Tian made his decision and said without hesitation, "I want to enter the killing Dao." There was no sound from the blood-sucking wild saber in his body. Luo Tian said again, "Wild saber, I want to enter the killing Dao." There was still no sound. "Wild saber, your sister, I want to enter the killing Dao, did you hear me?" There was still no sound at all. After killing Zhu Changfeng with a single slash, the blade also disappeared. F*ck, I gave you face, but you don't want it, right? Just now, you were begging me to enter the killing Dao, but now, your father wants to enter the killing Dao, and your sister doesn't even let out a fart. What the hell are you doing? Luo Tian said in a bad mood. There was still no sound from his body. Just as Luo Tian was about to give up, the blood-sucking wild saber's weak voice sounded. What are you arguing about? Do you know how much energy I need to use Azura killing God once? Next time, I won't be able to guide you this time, so don't bother me for less than half a month. His voice was very hoarse, like a terminally ill old man. Luo Tian was startled, he scratched his head, and after a moment, he laughed heartily. Aren't you always so arrogant? Even you have times when you're weak, ha ha ha, laugh your sister. If you don't hurry up, your Luo family clansmen will all die. Luo Tian's heart sank. F*ck, I almost forgot about them, this is a huge wave of experience. He turned around and stared at Zhu Yaozong, who was crazily killing. The corner of his mouth turned cold. F*ck, watch how I kill you. No one would have thought that Zhu Changfeng would be killed by Luo Tian in one strike. Even Cold Frost, who had been staring at the mysterious spirit realm expert in the crowd, did not expect this. At this time, Cold Frost had an indescribable feeling in her heart. There was some surprise, but also some disgust. Surprise because Luo Tian had created another miracle, disgust because Li Shuer would find a reason to stay. It seemed that she had forgotten something very important. If she still remembered her promise with Li Shuer, there would only be disgust left in her heart. Leng Hanshuang looked at Luo Tian seriously, memorizing his appearance. Suddenly, a very strange question arose in her heart. At the same time, she thought it was impossible. If he and Duan Tian City's #1 young master, Morong Wanjian, were to fight, what would the outcome be? Can he still create miracles? Eh? What's wrong with me? Even if Luo Tian cultivated for another 10,000 years, he would not be Morong Wanjian's opponent. Why would I think of such an idiotic question? Cold Frost felt that it was funny. How could the mud on the ground be compared to the stars in the sky? There was no comparison at all. Of course, Cold Frost did not know that the stars in the sky were just a larger piece of mud. Ha ha ha, boss won, boss killed Zhu Changfeng, ha ha ha, suddenly. It was unknown who shouted in the crowd, but everyone stopped what they were doing. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards the source of the shout. Luo Tian stood proudly on the stage, his eyes cold and gloomy. His body exuded an incomparably arrogant aura. At his feet, Zhu Changfeng's body was split into two, lying in a basin of blood. The large square once again quieted down. The silence was frightening. He actually won. What happened just now? My money, I've lost again. This time, I'm really bankrupt. Even Zhu Changfeng, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the mysterious spirit realm, was killed by him. Who else in Jade Mountain City can stop him? This Luo clan brat is still too young. Doesn't he know that Zhu Changfeng and the others are disciples of the Blue Cloud sect? He killed Zhu Changfeng and the others, which is tantamount to offending the Blue Cloud sect. Offending the Blue Cloud sect will certainly lead to the extermination of the Luo clan. Everyone discussed in low voices. Luo Tian stared at a certain spot. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered, Zhu Yaozong, it's your turn now. Zhu Yaozong's expression turned serious. His eyes dimmed as he looked up at the sky and sighed softly. He muttered to himself, could it be that the heavens want my Zhu clan to die? Changfeng, I will definitely bury him with you. Zhu clan disciples, listen up. Everyone, kill Luo Tian with all your strength. Avenge Changfeng and the dead Zhu clan disciples. Kill. In an instant, all the Zhu family disciples turned their spearheads and rushed towards the stage. Zhu Changfeng was dead. Zhu Yaozong's trump card had fallen. Now, he could only risk his life and kill Luo Tian. The Zhu family would still be the ruler of Jade Mountain City. Thinking of this, Zhu Yaozong rushed out with all his might, with the determination to kill. Song Yannan was secretly anxious as he shouted, Song family disciples, listen up. Protect Luo Tian, don't let a single person from the Zhu clan come up. Killing Zhu Chongfeng, who was at the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage, was simply unbelievable. Luo Tian had done it, and had really helped him take revenge for the Song family. Song Yannan was extremely grateful in his heart. No matter what, he had to protect Luo Tian. Protect the boss. Kill these sons of bitches from the Zhu clan. Brothers, kill. The Luo family disciples all jumped out with vigor, and all of them rushed towards the stage with killing intent. Luo Tian smiled faintly, looking at his brothers. He muttered in his heart, "It's good to have brothers." This was different from the game. This was reality, a true life and death situation. This feeling made his blood boil. For his brothers, he could really go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Suddenly, Luo Tian leaped into the air and shouted, "Song family, Luo family, all of you retreat, quickly retreat. I want to beat all of them by myself." This was a large wave of experience, a large wave of invincible value. Luo Tian did not want to waste it. Then again, he also did not wish for anyone else to die in the hands of the Zhu clan. Song Yannan looked at Luo Tian's serious expression, his brows twitched, he hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Song family disciples, retreat." He believed in Luo Tian. Since he believed it, the disciples of the Luo family naturally believed it even more. Like a tide, they rushed up and retreated like a tide. In a few seconds, over 100 elite disciples of the Zhu clan had surrounded the stage so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Even a great Xian Master stage expert might not be a match for them. Moreover, Luo Tian had suffered heavy injuries from Zhu Chongfeng's attack. At this time, he was fighting so many people by himself, he really didn't want his life anymore. Zhu Yaozong had a mocking expression on his face as he sneered, "Luo Tian, you are too arrogant." Luo Tian chuckled, "I am arrogant, what can you do to me? Come up and bite me." "Humph. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Attack together and kill him for me." Zhu Yaozong ordered. Over 100 elite disciples of the Zhu clan rushed forward and used their strongest attacks. They knew very well in their hearts that if Luo Tian didn't die, they would die. Therefore, they rushed forward without a care for their lives. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back as he laughed complacently. Looking at Zhu Yaozong, who was not far away, he said loudly, "I'll let you see what I have to be arrogant about." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly darkened, and he shouted in a heavy voice, "Level 2 Berserk." 4 times the attribute was released. In that instant, Luo Tian roared out again, 10,000 Thunder Blast. A thick layer of clouds suddenly appeared above the stage. Thunder and lightning wreaked havoc within the clouds, constantly suppressing the pressure. Do you think this is the end? Far from it. Before the 10,000 Thunder Blast could land, Luo Tian roared, "Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar." Roar, like a lion and tiger roaring in the forest, a powerful sound wave attack shot out like a wave of air. The cultivation of the 6th stage of the Xian Master stage was already completely suppressed in terms of level. Adding the power of the 6th stage of the Xian Master stage, the Zhu clan disciples who rushed up were all stunned. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian grinned sinisterly, 10,000 Thunder Blast, fall for me. Rumble, 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 under the bombardment of 10,000 lightning bolts, the entire stage turned into a huge minefield. It continued to wreak havoc and completely crushed them, without any ability to resist. Ding! 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 Luo Tian's mind was like firecrackers that were set off during the New Year, crackling nonstop. This feeling was really too awesome. His experience soared, his profound chi soared, and his undefeated value soared. Most importantly, the killing intent of the Blood Fiend armor soared crazily. Blood spurted out, forming a bloody mist. More than half of the Zhu clan's elites were killed or injured, but Luo Tian did not give them the chance to escape, and once again used the 10,000 Thunder Blast. He had always strangled hidden threats in the cradle. As long as they escaped, they might come back one day. Boom! The second time the 10,000 Thunder Blast landed, all the injured Zhu clan disciples were instantly killed. Luo Tian tidied up his hair and shouted domineeringly, "Damn it, I'll just ask, who else?" It was also at this moment. Ding! The Blood Fiend armor has absorbed 100 points of killing intent. Defense increased by 1%. The killing intent of the Blood Fiend armor has been completely filled. In his mind, the Blood Fiend armor emitted a scarlet blood light, like a glowing equipment in a game. When Luo Tian looked at the Blood Fiend armor's attributes again, he was instantly dumbfounded. The Blood Fiend armor needed to absorb killing intent to increase its defensive power. Its defensive power could be said to have changed. Abnormal. Even Feng Lei's powerful strength couldn't break through the 1,000-year Corpse King's defense. It was definitely not normal. After the 1,000-year Corpse King dropped the Blood Fiend armor, Luo Tian didn't use it. He wanted to fill it with killing intent first. 10,000 lightning blast took care of the Zhu family's elite disciples, and the Blood Fiend armor also finished absorbing. One person was 100 points of killing intent. 100 people was 10,000 points of killing intent. That meant the Blood Fiend armor had already absorbed 10,000 points of killing intent. It was a little shocking. The system opened and the Blood Fiend armor stats appeared. Item, Blood Fiend armor, Spirit, Grade, Spirit Artifact/Mystic Artifact, +5, Item description. The Blood Fiend armor was created from the 1,000-year Corpse King's blood essence. It contains the aura of 10,000 beasts and has an extremely strong defense. Description 2. When the Blood Fiend armor is filled with killing intent, it will increase by 5 levels. Its defense will reach the level of a spirit artifact. Description 3. When the Blood Fiend armor is filled with killing intent, it will activate a unique ability, block any attack below the Mystic King realm. After releasing the ability, the Blood Fiend armor will recover its original stats. It can be activated again after absorbing the killing intent. F*CK, 10,000 points of killing intent allowed the Blood Fiend armor to level up to a spirit artifact. It also has an invincible defense ability. Luo Tian was really shocked. Any attack below the Mystic King realm could be blocked. What did this mean? This meant that if he met a great Mystic King realm expert, he would have 2 lives. It was a good life-saving item. The entire Jade Mountain city didn't even have a 4th-level mystic artifact, let alone a spirit artifact. Luo Tian suddenly had a spirit artifact. How could he not be excited? Just how strong is it? A spirit artifact. It should be very, very strong. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. A spirit artifact was an existence that surpassed a 9th-level mystic artifact. But just how strong was it? Luo Tian didn't know at all. If he wanted to know how strong its defense was, he could just test it on someone. Luo Tian looked at Zhu Yaozong, whose face was pale and whose eyes were filled with hatred. He smiled and said, "Hey, old Zhu, I killed so many of your men. You must hate me and want to kill me, right? I'm in a good mood today. I'll let you punch me 10 times and I guarantee you won't fight back. How about that?" Zhu Yaozong, who was at Mystic Rank 9, was considered a top expert in Jade Mountain City. Using him to test the defense of the Blood Fiend armor couldn't be any better. Is Luo Tian crazy? Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this brat a little too arrogant? 10 punches from a level 9 Mystic Cultivator? Is he courting death? It was indeed a bit arrogant for a Mystic level 6 to not retaliate after 10 punches from a Mystic level 9. Luo Tian looked at the disciples of the Luo family and asked, "Am I crazy?" The disciples of the Luo family quickly nodded. Luo Tian laughed foolishly, scratched his head, and said, "The eyes of the masses are as sharp as snow. It seems that I am indeed a bit too arrogant. How about this, old Zhu? I will reduce the number of punches by 1, and let you hit me 9 times. I guarantee that I won't fight back." Ha ha ha, crazy, rather crazy. Luo Tian didn't put Zhu Yaozong in his eyes at all. His mocking expression made everyone unhappy. However, so what if they were unhappy? If they had the guts, bite him. No one dared to. Zhu Yaozong's expression changed again and again. He stepped forward and released the power of a Mystic level 9. He clenched his right fist and scolded, "Luo Tian, you piece of shit. Go and die." The wind from his fist was like a blade with a force of 10,000 kilograms. This punch was rather powerful. Seeing Zhu Yaozong's punch, Luo Tian didn't feel confident and muttered, "Don't mess it up. That won't be fun. If I can't even block 1 punch, then the joke will be too big. if I can't block it, I will immediately burn this stupid armor to ashes. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He relaxed his body and withdrew his aura. He didn't have any defense and was completely relying on the blood termination armor. He really won't let Zhu Yaozong go? Is Luo Tian crazy? Is there such a stupid person? Does he think that a mystic level 9 is a joke? Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Luo Tian was joking, but they didn't expect him to really stand there and not move. Seeing that Zhu Yaozong's fist was about to land, many people's hearts were in their throats. Cold Frost's eyes were slightly shocked. She sneered softly and muttered to herself, he is simply seeking death. What an idiot. I even compared him to Murong Wanjian. It is simply an insult to Murong Wanjian. Cold Frost didn't like Luo Tian's arrogance. It wasn't arrogance at all. It was arrogance like an idiot. It was also at this moment. Zhu Yaozong's right fist carried an extremely dense mystic qi as it directly bombarded Luo Tian's chest. Boom! The moment the fist touched Luo Tian's chest, a wave of mystic qi shot out like a dazzling ray of light. The entire square shook. It was clear how powerful this force was. However, Luo Tian's closed eyes slightly opened. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. He grinned and laughed, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm fine. I'm fine. You trash, use more strength. He became even more excited. Wow, this blood termination armor is simply too awesome. The full strength punch of a mystic level 9 was easily neutralized. Luo Tian didn't feel any pain at all. It was truly worthy of being a spiritual artifact. A spiritual artifact was far stronger than Luo Tian imagined. Even in a sect like the Blue Cloud sect, a spiritual artifact was rare. It was naturally easy to block the attack of a mystic level 9 cultivator. Luo Tian was fine, but Zhu Yaozong wasn't. His right arm was almost dislocated and a large piece of skin was missing from his fist. Blood flowed and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. This punch landed on Luo Tian's body and also on Cold Frost's face. It was burning hot and very unpleasant. What the hell? Zhu Yaozong's heart was filled with rage as he attacked again. This time, he attacked continuously. Bang! 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 His fists were like rain as he attacked with all his strength. In an instant, he threw out more than 10 punches. This kind of attack was simply tickling Luo Tian. However, he was still unhappy and directly shouted, "Old Zhu, that's enough." Zhu Yaozong didn't stop and still bombarded Luo Tian like a madman. Damn it! Luo Tian raised his right hand and slapped down, "You don't want face?" Boom! Zhu Yaozong was slapped down to the ground by Luo Tian's slap. Because this slap was sudden, Zhu Yaozong was unprepared. However, he had lost the ability to resist. This guy's arms were broken. He was the first person in history to break both arms. Zhu Yaozong was lying on the ground. His eyes stared at Luo Tian and scolded, "Luo Tian, don't be complacent. You will also die today. You will die more miserably than me. Everyone in your Luo family will die more miserably than me. The Blue Cloud sect's army will soon arrive." Ha ha ha, Luo Tian's eyes were cold as he coldly said, "You certainly can't see how miserably I die. However, I can see how miserably you die." After that, he kicked Zhu Yaozong out of the ring and kicked him to Song Yannan's feet. "Brother Song, this is a gift from your younger brother." Luo Tian smiled gently. Song Yannan was very grateful and stepped on Zhu Yaozong's head. "Song family disciples, listen to my order. Cut him into pieces for me." After a violent beating, Zhu Yaozong held like a pig being slaughtered. Luo Tian gently jumped and landed beside Li Shuer. He said very seriously, "Girl, shouldn't you give me the mystery prize?" Li Shuer's cheeks blushed. She pulled an Chun Chun and walked forward a few steps. She playfully turned her head and said, "The prize can only be given tonight." Tonight? What the f***ck? Luo Tian's thoughts began to be impure. "Thank you, brother, for your support. Old Bull is extremely grateful." The family invitational tournament was over. The Luo family had won everything. The Song family only existed in name, and the Zhou family, who had withdrawn from the competition, was no match for the Luo family. Especially when Luo Tian used the draw slash to cut Zhu Chongfeng into two. Zhou Tairan already understood that he was no match for Luo Tian. However, the Zhou family was not in a hurry to leave Jade Mountain City, as if they were waiting for something. There was still a long time before dark, therefore, Luo Tian could only patiently wait. Noon, Luo family's hall. Luo Tian sat at the very top with a grave expression. Although they had won, they had paid an extremely heavy price. Feng Lei was heavily injured, Luo Kunchen was heavily injured, and many disciples had died. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire for the Luo family. Not long after, a disciple of the Luo family hurriedly walked into the hall and said, "Patriarch, the third elder's injuries have been stabilized after consuming the fire dragon pill you gave him." Luo Tian frowned, he stood up and asked, "What's the matter with the fatty?" The disciple scratched his head and said, "Fat brother is snoring. The doctor said that he is sleeping too soundly and can't be woken up." Luo Tian's heart dropped, and he waved his hand, "You can leave first." If anything happened to the fatty, he would immediately kill his way into hell and pull him back. It was not easy to meet such a brother who would share life and death with him, so Luo Tian cherished him with all his might. Luo Tian was finally relieved that the fatty and Luo Kunchen were fine. He then looked at Song Yannan and asked, "Brother Song, what are your plans for the future?" The Zhu and Song families of the four great families of the Jade Mountain City already existed in name, and it was impossible to rebuild them. No matter what choice Song Yannan made, Luo Tian would fully support him. The destruction of the Song family was more or less related to him, and Luo Tian felt a little guilty about this matter. This was also the reason why he handed Zhu Yaozong over to the Song family in the end. The ninth stage of the Xian master had a lot of experience, but Luo Tian understood that there were some things that had to be done personally before he could truly let it go. The Song family's revenge had to be taken by them. Zhu Yaozong's death in their hands could be considered as an explanation for the deaths of the Song family. Song Yannan smiled bitterly and said, "Today, I went with the determination to die. I didn't expect to survive. As for plans, I never thought about them." "Right." Song Yannan suddenly stood up and turned around to look at the 6 members of the Song family. He said, "Song family, listen up, kowtow to our benefactor." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 members of the Song family knelt down and said in unison, "Thank you, benefactor." Luo Tian stepped forward and grabbed Song Yannan. He anxiously said, "Big brother Song, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. You're not treating me as a friend anymore." Song Yannan was a 9th stage mystic cultivator, so Luo Tian couldn't hold him back at all. He knelt down heavily and said, "Luo Tian, without you, our Song family wouldn't exist. We wouldn't have been able to avenge the deaths of the 400 or so Song family members. I thank you on behalf of the living and dead Song family members." After saying that, he slammed his fist down hard. Bang! The floor seemed to be about to break. Ding! Triggered sea-level mission, subduing Song Yannan. Reward, 200 experience points. Song Yannan's kneeling actually gave out a sea-level mission. The mission reward was very little, but Luo Tian didn't care about that at all. Luo Tian helped Song Yannan up, and said, "Big brother Song, why don't you guys stay in my Luo family for now? If you are willing, the Luo family and the Song family can become one family in the future, and you will be the patriarch." If Song Yannan could become the patriarch of the Luo family, it would be for the best. Jade Mountain City was too small, and Luo Tian would have to leave sooner or later. Song Yannan certainly did not have any selfish motives for becoming the patriarch. Moreover, under his leadership, the Luo family would definitely become the master of Jade Mountain City. There was no doubt about this. The Luo family didn't have a suitable candidate right now. Luo Kunchen's ability was limited, the others were still young and inexperienced. Song Yannan was the best candidate. Song Yannan was shocked, and said emotionally, "How can I be the patriarch? I definitely can't. As for the Song and Luo families becoming one, I don't think so either. You saved our lives. From today onwards, we will join the Luo family and contribute our greatest contribution to the prosperity of the Luo family." Following that, Song Yannan turned around and asked seriously, "What do you guys think?" Song Yanchun took a step forward and laughed out loud, it's great to be able to join the Luo family, what else can we think? Luo Tian's strength made them admire him. In this world of the strong, everyone was willing to follow in the footsteps of the strong. The people of the Song family were the same. Luo Tian was overjoyed in his heart, and said solemnly, "Everyone of the Luo family, listen up, from today onwards, Song Yannan will be the great clan elder of the Luo family. If I am not here, you have to listen to Big Brother Song, understand?" "Understood." Everyone from the Luo family shouted in unison. In the morning, the Song family had risked their lives to save them and had already won the hearts of the people from the Luo family. Ding, congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. The reward for the quest is 200 points. Ding, player Luo Tian's actions have affected Song Yannan, obtaining 1000 points of Song Yannan's favorability. Huh? Why is there a favorability here, and it's even 1000 points? What does the system want to do? Damn, system, your sister, I'm not gay. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened, he was a little puzzled in his heart. What was the use of having a man's favorability? It was also at this time. Song Yannan took out a simple and unadorned sheepskin scroll from his bosom and handed it over. "This is my gift for joining the Luo family. It is an ancient scroll that my Song family has guarded for generations. We do not know what secrets are hidden in the ancient scroll, and the Song family has studied it for nearly 100 years without any results. Rumor has it that whoever can crack the secrets of the scroll will be able to obtain the ancient divine weapon. Patriarch, please accept it." Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Seeing the ancient scroll in Song Yannan's hands, his eyes widened. That guy was shining with a golden light. That golden light was so dazzling that it could blind a titanium dog's eyes. It was simply too dazzling. Even the holy artifact was not so dazzling. Could it be that there really was an ancient divine weapon hidden inside, an ancient divine weapon, an unparalleled and invincible existence, a divine weapon that even immortals were afraid of? Luo Tian was excited. He now knew why the system suddenly triggered a sea-level mission. This was simply a hidden heaven-defying mission in the novice village. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Luo Tian took the scroll and carefully unfolded it. The scroll was filled with all kinds of mysterious runes, and the runes seemed to hide some kind of power, causing Luo Tian to be uncontrollably fascinated. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Luo Tian's heart. Frenzied Sword suddenly shouted, "Brat, this scroll is strange, be careful not to be bewitched by it." Huh? Universe Illusion Array? How could this kind of extinct array appear on a sheepskin scroll? Could it be that there really is an ancient divine weapon recorded inside? Frenzied Sword's voice made Luo Tian suddenly wake up. Hearing Frenzied Sword's words, Luo Tian became even more excited and anxiously asked, "Frenzied Sword, is there a way to break it?" Frenzied Sword said proudly, "Of course. Don't you know who I am? Is the world's #1 domineering sword for nothing? What the F***ck, with the ancient divine weapon in hand, who the hell would dare to stop me?" Thank you to Book Friend 195-061-9018 for your support. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Jade Mountain City has been blown up. The second volume of Ancient Divine Weapon will be released tomorrow. This time, it will be a grand chapter. Brothers, please support, bookmark, and don't forget to leave your comments. If you have money, Old Cow is extremely grateful. Ha ha ha. The appearance of the ancient scroll caused huge waves in Luo Tian's heart. As long as the secret on the scroll was unraveled, the first layer of the ancient divine weapon could be unveiled. If he could really obtain it, then, that would really be a very amazing thing. Luo Tian was very excited about this. He had been in this world for a few months. Whether it was the books or the various powerful experts, he had never heard of any divine weapon, let alone anything related to ancient times. He was confused about the various runes on the scroll and could not understand them at all. It did not matter if he could not understand them, but he almost lost his mind. Fortunately, Frenzied Blade appeared. When Luo Tian heard that Frenzied Blade had a way, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and unlock this universe bewitching array." Cough, cough, kid, I just had a big battle in the morning and my true essence is almost exhausted. Do you know how powerful this universe bewitching array is? According to the classification of formations, I'm afraid that this formation is at least level 9. The person who carved this formation is really quite powerful. To be able to lay out such a powerful formation on a small piece of parchment, even I have to admire him. It seems that the person who carved the array should be an ancient almighty. Frenzied Blade's voice was heard. His words shocked Luo Tian. Who was Frenzied Blade, the existence of the world's #1 domineering blade? How could he admire someone? It could be seen how powerful the person he admired was. If it was really a scroll left behind by an ancient almighty, then there must be a shocking treasure hidden. Luo Tian's heart became more and more excited. Then when can I unlock it? Frenzied Blade said, to unlock the universe bewitching array, I definitely can't do it alone. You have to first find the 5 elements demon cores of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With the power of the 5 elements and my Azura killing god, it should be possible to break it. 5 elements demon cores? They're all attribute demon cores. Luo Tian's heart couldn't help but tighten. This kind of demon core was something that could only be found by chance. Most of the demon beasts' demon cores were of the common attribute. It was very difficult to find a demon core with an attribute. Frenzied Sword said, I don't care about that. This is your own business. If you can find it, I'll crack the universe illusion formation and unlock the secret on the scroll. If you can't find it, then there's nothing I can do. Frenzied Sword put on a nonchalant expression. Luo Tian said unhappily, don't you have any other way? In any case, I'm your host. If I don't do well, you'll lose face, right? Frenzied Sword shouted, what does it have to do with me whether you're doing well or not? If it weren't for the fact that you agreed to join my Tao of Slaughter, I would have really taken over your broken body. Luo Tian also shouted, old fart, come if you have the guts. Do you think I'm afraid of you? After swallowing the killing intent demon core, Luo Tian was not afraid of Frenzied Sword when he entered the slaughter world. Moreover, he could still drop Clear Sword, so it was impossible to take his body now. However, the draw blade must have been restricted by some kind of power. Otherwise, with his fiery personality, he would definitely rush out in anger after hearing what Luo Tian said. I'm so angry. You brat. Damn it, I'm so angry, cough cough. Frenzied Sword was so angry that he kept coughing. He was out of breath like an old man who was about to die. Luo Tian also couldn't bear it, and comforted him, my words are a bit harsh, don't mind it, I will gather all 5 elements demon core. You also want to know what is hidden in the ancient scroll, right? Frenzied Sword stopped talking. Luo Tian said again, damn, don't be like this, I'm just joking with you. Still no words. Luo Tian said with a mischievous smile, Brother Frenzied Sword, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have lost my temper at you, I'm guilty. Still no words. This made Luo Tian lose a lot of face, and he said angrily, Frenzied Sword, you're not giving me any face at all? I'm humbly admitting my mistake, so you should at least make a sound. Just as Luo Tian finished speaking, a sound came out from his body. This sound was, squeak. Huh? Frenzied Sword, your sister, I told you to squeak, but you really squeak. Luo Tian was speechless. Suddenly, Frenzied Sword jumped up, brat, are you someone sent by the heavens to kill me? Every time I say a word, I will consume a bit of true essence. If I continue, I will lose my life. Do you know that I am using my life to talk to you? Don't say a single word to me before I gather all 5 elements demon core. Luo Tian's eyes were stunned. After Frenzied Sword finished speaking, he said softly, you spent another 5 true essence. Scram. Frenzied Sword wanted to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned and said, it's good that you're not angry. Seeing how fiery you are, I can tell that you're still very strong. Don't worry, before you recover, I won't disturb you anymore. After that, Luo Tian no longer had Frenzied Sword's aura in his body. He should have gone to take back his slaughter world to recover his true essence. After a long time, Luo Tian confirmed that Frenzied Sword was not around, and said with some disdain, damn it, you still call yourself the #1 tyrant sword in the world. Didn't I just ask you to kill a Xian Master Stage 9 Zhu Chongfeng? You can't even do that, you disappoint me. How can you follow me like this? He despised him, but he was also very happy. Frenzied Sword's personality was actually very similar to his. Similarly domineering, similarly arrogant, similarly fiery. It was also because of this that Frenzied Sword took a fancy to Luo Tian. And Luo Tian could be considered to have given up on the idea of subduing Frenzied Sword. To a certain extent, the two of them could be considered to have understood each other. Luo Tian looked at the sky. It was already evening, and there were only a few hours left before night fell. His heart began to itch. Mystery prize? I can only receive it at night. Is Li Shuer sending me some kind of signal? Luo Tian laughed evilly. Thinking of Li Shuer's beautiful face and proud figure, Luo Tian couldn't bear to extricate himself, and the evil fire in his heart rose. He would be able to have a very good relationship with her soon, and he would be able to bid farewell to his virginity soon. Luo Tian's heart was excited. This kind of excitement brought with it some hesitation, and he didn't know what to do. His mood was very complicated. Luo Tian took a few deep breaths, and thought to himself, Luo Tian, you really are useless. Isn't it just having sex, do you have to be so excited? Following that, he lay on the ground and did hundreds of push-ups in one breath. Every time he did one, he would think of a position in his mind. His little brother also gradually raised his head and swelled up. Coupled with the push-ups, he looked like he was going to rape the ground. It was quite wretched. Time passed by minute by minute. Luo Tian felt like he was on pins and needles, counting the time. He really couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He hoped that night would come quickly, and he would do the thing quickly. After a long time, it was the longest period of time in Luo Tian's history. The sky finally darkened. Luo Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and grinned softly. Girl, your brother is here. The title of the first volume has been changed from Ancient Divine Weapon to Ancient Treasure. I feel a little better, and I have foreshadowed the third volume. Brothers, please support me. Night fell. Lanterns were lit on the streets, and entertainment venues were brightly lit. The girls of the harmonious spring courtyard waved their silk handkerchiefs to attract passing customers. Many young men stopped to watch, and in the end, they were pulled into the courtyard by the girls who exposed half of their breasts. The night was very seductive. Luo Tian took a bath, changed into a clean set of clothes, and combed his hair. He looked very spirited and handsome. He looked at himself in the mirror and exclaimed, "Who the fuck am I? How can I be so handsome? Do you still want me to live?" His bright and clean white face revealed a sharp and cold handsomeness. His refined eyes had a trace of hesitation, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. A mysterious and unrestrained smile could make any girl drunk. Luo Tian's appearance was indeed not bad. At least, he was much better looking than he was in his previous life. After carefully dressing up, Luo Tian revealed an elegant and unrestrained feeling, which made Luo Tian even more charming. All of this was prepared for tonight. The night of his virginity was too damn exciting. Luo Tian did all this in order to conceal the excitement in his heart. He also wanted to leave a good memory for the first and only time of his life. After tidying up everything, Luo Tian walked out of the courtyard and walked towards Li Shuer's courtyard. The two courtyards were not far from each other. If he walked, he would arrive in a few minutes. Luo Tian walked very quickly, and even used the wind shadow steps. He arrived in less than half a breath's time. He couldn't wait any longer. When he arrived at the entrance of Li Shuer's courtyard, Luo Tian was slightly startled. He then walked in with a smile on his face. And Xianxia was squatting in a corner, playing with a frog that came out of nowhere. From time to time, she would say some strange words. A man and a frog were having a mysterious conversation. And Xianxia turned her head and saw Luo Tian walking into the courtyard. She immediately ran towards Luo Tian excitedly, skipping with every step. Her cute appearance was so cute. When she was 3 steps away from Luo Tian, she jumped up and directly threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. She rubbed her chest with all her strength and said cutely, "Big brother, you look so good today." Luo Tian hugged Xianxia. Looking at her pure and charming eyes, he was secretly shocked. She's so seductive at such a young age. What will happen in a few years? The fox demon race was born with seductive eyes. Being stared at by her was like being electrocuted. And Chen was charming, and her seductive eyes were even sharper. Fortunately, she was still young and didn't have enough electricity. Otherwise, Luo Tian really wouldn't be able to control himself. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Where's Sister Shuer?" And Chen said, "Sister Shuer is inside talking to a man in black. I don't know what they're talking about, but it seems to be quite serious." "Big brother, are you here to look for Sister Shuer? Do you want me to ask her to come out? Talking to that mysterious master? Is she going to tell him about what happened with me tonight? That's not good." Luo Tian's heart was filled with an expression of "I like it. This girl is really reliable." Ha ha ha. Luo Tian praised her in his heart. Half a minute later, Li Shuer came out of the house. And Chen hurriedly got down from Luo Tian and whispered, "Sister Shuer didn't let me hug you. She said you're a gangster. But Chen thinks that Big Brother is a good person. I don't think you're a bad guy." She stuck out her little tongue and said, "Don't tell sister that I hugged you." Then, she skipped away. Luo Tian smiled knowingly, then looked at Li Shuer and found that her eyes were a little red, as if she had just cried. He couldn't help but be shocked, and walked forward to ask, "Girl, who bullied you?" Li Shuer smiled faintly, revealing 2 small dimples, and said, "Who dares to bully me? With Big Brother Luo Tian here, no one dares to bully me, he." His smile was a little forced. Luo Tian could naturally see it, but since Li Shuer didn't say anything, he couldn't ask too much. However, this matter should have something to do with the black-robed expert. Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, "Damn it, don't wait for me to raise my cultivation, otherwise one day I will definitely teach you a lesson." Last time, he had almost pushed Li Shuer down. It was because of him that Luo Tian had been brooding over this matter. "Big brother Luo Tian, why are you looking for me?" Li Shuer asked. Luo Tian's eyes stared blankly, and thought to himself, could it be that she asked me on purpose, wanting me to take the initiative? Yes, that must be it. Girls are more shy, so I should be the one taking the initiative in this matter. As a man, he should take the initiative. Although Luo Tian had always wanted to be passive in this regard, it was only for mature sister-type girls. For a pure girl like Li Shuer, he still had to take the initiative. Luo Tian pretended to be very calm, and very casual, and said, "Didn't you say you were going to give me a mysterious reward?" "Huh?" Li Shuer was shocked, then laughed out loud, and said, "I almost forgot about this matter." How could I forget about this matter?" Luo Tian secretly said in his heart. Li Shuer laughed out loud, and the black shadow in the room moved a little. Li Shuer turned her head, and said towards the room, "Big Sister Shuang, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Don't tell me you want to run?" Li Shuer deliberately said. It was too easy for a 6th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator to disappear without anyone noticing. Cold Frost suddenly thought of the bet after Li Shuer laughed out loud. In that instant, she wanted to run. This was the first time she wanted to run. Thinking of those words, she felt a wave of disgust in her heart. However, she still walked out unhurriedly. Luo Tian did not understand. Li Shuer's mysterious reward was to give this expert to him. What was this situation? Cold Frost walked to a distance of 3 steps away from Luo Tian, and stopped. Her eyes were complicated, and then she gently took off her cloak, and then took off her black robe, then Luo Tian was stunned. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that under the cloak, there would be such a peerless face. Very beautiful, a very cold kind of beauty. Moreover, Cold Frost was wearing tight clothes, revealing all her curves. Adding on that pure and cute face, it made people's hearts beat faster. Moreover, there was a trace of coldness. Of course, it was not directed at Luo Tian's coldness, it was simply enough to take people's lives. Luo Tian was very shocked. Looking at Cold Frost, a character from the game appeared in his mind, Ice Archer, Ike. Cold Frost's expression was even colder than Ike's, as if she was an iceberg that had not melted for 1,000 years. Especially those ice-cold eyes, looking at each other would make one's entire body feel cold. The mysterious expert was a peerless ice beauty. What was Li Shuer trying to do? Could the mysterious prize be? What was it? Oh my god! Luo Tian was instantly excited. This was something he had always dreamed of. But he had thought too much, and it was as much as a few warehouses. Looking at Luo Tian's excited face, Cold Frost's cold eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. She felt disgusted and secretly said in her heart, why are all the men in this world like this? Only Morong Wanjian has a calm face when he sees me. I'm afraid only a modest gentleman like him wouldn't be like this. In her heart, Morong Wanjian was the most perfect man in the world. Cold Frost's disdainful eyes were not concealed. Luo Tian naturally saw it clearly. He suppressed his excitement and revealed a cold expression. Damn, if you don't give me any face, then I won't give you any face either. No matter who it is. Luo Tian was never the kind of person who would put his hot face on someone's cold ass. If you don't like me, then I won't like you either. Cold Frost was indeed very beautiful. That kind of cold and mature beauty was something Li Shuer didn't have. Of course, she also didn't have Li Shuer's kind of beauty. It was undeniable that Luo Tian's heart was moved the moment he saw Cold Frost's face. As an otaku who had just transmigrated, his heart would be moved when he saw any beautiful woman. Luo Tian was also human. But he had his own principles. Since Leng Hansuang looked at him with a look of disdain, then he would seal up the emotions in his heart. Li Shuer saw that the two's expressions were not right and immediately smiled. Luo Tian Gij, this is my Shuang Jijia. Her full name is Cold Frost. Cold Frost? Luo Tian laughed and said, you really live up to your name. Cold Frost's expression was cold, without a trace of fluctuation. Li Shuer gently touched Cold Frost's arm and whispered, Sister Shuang, you're not thinking of breaching the contract, are you? Cold Frost's expression changed slightly. She frowned and looked up at Luo Tian, feeling even more disgusted. How could I bow to such a person? How could he say those words? Seeing her expression, Luo Tian could already guess what was going on. He said, don't force yourself. I don't need your pity, Cold Frost said coldly. F***ck. Luo Tian immediately became unhappy and cursed. Cold Frost's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes, an extremely cold murderous intent. This killing intent made Luo Tian even more unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that her cultivation was terrifyingly high, Luo Tian would have directly crushed her with his pressure. Let's see if she could still act cool in front of him. Li Shuer's expression darkened. She lowered her voice and shouted, Sister Shuang. She was pressuring Cold Frost. In the morning, Cold Frost refused to make a move, which made Li Shuer a little unhappy, but it was an agreement. Since it was an agreement, then it had to be kept. Now it was Cold Frost's turn to keep her promise. So, Li Shuer's tone had an element of coercion. Cold Frost naturally sensed it. Biting her lips, she gently bent down and said coldly, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Her voice was so cold that it made people's hearts turn cold. Luo Tian's heart was shocked. He playfully said, what? I didn't hear anything. Are you looking for death? Cold Frost's eyes darkened. She said coldly. Murderous intent was released from her body, forming a crushing pressure. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly. He couldn't resist the pressure of a 6th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator. In just a moment, his sea of consciousness felt incomparably uncomfortable. The difference in strength was too big. Luo Tian's heart was filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He stared at Cold Frost. Cold Frost. Li Shuer called him by his full name. Cold Frost retracted her pressure. She said with disdain, you can't even resist this little pressure. You're just a pile of mud. You're not worthy. You don't have the qualifications. No matter how hard you work, it's useless. Our family's young miss and you are from two different worlds. You will never be able to step into her world. Luo Tian, you better recognize reality. Don't think of any unrealistic things. Every word was cold and filled with disdain. Li Shuer's face changed. It became very ugly. She stared at Cold Frost. She stared at her without moving. Her gaze was even colder than Cold Frost's. She was very unhappy. Luo Tian's expression froze. He stood there without saying a word. This made Cold Frost think that Luo Tian was a coward. She had said such harsh words, but Luo Tian did not say a word. This was a display of cowardice. She looked down on Luo Tian even more in her heart. The two miraculous reversals made her look at Luo Tian in a new light. She even thought that as long as Luo Tian was given a good environment, he would definitely have some achievements. But now she did not think that way. His son of a bitch, Luo Tian roared in his heart. If he had the strength, he would have directly slapped her. But he didn't. His heart was filled with rage, but he could not say a single word. Because what Cold Frost said was the truth. To have a 6th-level mystic spirit realm expert as a bodyguard, it could be seen how strongly Schwer's family background was. He was just a country bumpkin from a small mountain village. What qualifications did he have? To steal? With what identity? Luo Tian had never tried to force things, he just followed his heart. But, now it was different. Luo Tian wanted to fight for it with his life. As for his identity, was being a country bumpkin not good? So what if he was a country bumpkin? His identity was forced on himself. As a transmigrator, he was very clear on this. Seeing Cold Frost's look of disdain, Luo Tian suddenly pulled Li Shuer into his embrace. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that no one could react. At first Li Shuer resisted, but she could not resist Luo Tian's tight embrace. Cold Frost's face fell. Green and white, it was very ugly to look at. Luo Tian forcefully hugged her in front of her. This was without a doubt a hot slap to her face. She was hit so hard that she could not find her bearings. The two of them hugged deeply, forgetting everything else. And Chen Chun looked up with a serious expression. She giggled and jumped up. Big brother, I also want a hug. Li Shuer's face was so red that it could drip water. Her breathing was rapid, as if her brain was lacking oxygen. Luo Tian felt it and let go. He did not even look at Cold Frost. He pulled Li Shuer's hair behind her ear and said, no matter what kind of background you have, no matter how many people try to stop you, no matter how strong they are, I, Luo Tian, swear to the heavens that I will marry you. Li Shuer's heart was filled with incomparable sweetness. It was so sweet that she was drunk, so happy that she was drunk. Cold Frost coldly said, don't talk about the future. I think you won't be able to live today. At this time, a disciple of the Luo family hurriedly ran into the yard. His forehead was dripping with sweat. He hurriedly said, Patriarch, it's not good. A large number of people from the Blue Cloud sect have appeared outside the city. Cold Frost sneered, it's almost the same time as I expected. Luo Tian, let's see how you fight against the Blue Cloud sect today. Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened. He did not expect that the Blue Cloud sect would really send people, and so soon. The Luo family was once again in a life-and-death situation. Luo Tian strode out of the courtyard, walked up the stairs and turned around. He stared at Lin Hanchuang's huge breasts and her tight and attractive buttocks. He grinned and said, one day, I will spank your buttocks until they bloom, and it will be on the bed. Outside Jade Mountain City, the Blue Cloud sect army was pressing in. Not only were there outer sect elders, but there were also 2 inner sect elders who had a very high status in the Blue Cloud sect. The reason why they appeared was for Zhu Chongfeng and Chen Zhong. These 2 disciples were the focus of the Blue Cloud sect. If something happened to them, it would be a big blow to the Blue Cloud sect. Another point was to strengthen their momentum. They were showing the power of the Blue Cloud sect to the world. They were the absolute overlord within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. No one could shake them. Those who offended the Blue Cloud sect would only end up in death. 3 elders, plus more than 200 outer sect and inner sect elite disciples. For a time, the East Gate was surrounded by a huge aura. No one dared to approach. Hundreds of rank 3 demonic beast mounts were constantly spewing out dense white flames. They were like a demonic army, causing people to feel intimidated just by looking at them. Rumble, a bolt of lightning flashed. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the air humidity increased. It was very depressing. It would not be long before there would be a heavy rain. I can't sense the aura of the 3 of them. Could it be that they are already dead? A white-bearded old man was sitting on a giant crane. His brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of anger on his face. Beside him, another old man shouted, "Impossible! Who in the small Jade Mountain city can hurt my Blue Cloud sect's disciple? Who has the guts?" Both of them were inner sect elders. The old man riding the crane was called Lu Chengfeng. He had appointed Qinzhong as his last disciple. The other old man was called He Chongkong. He wanted to take Zhu Chongfeng as his disciple, which was why they had both rushed over. Behind them was outer sect elder Chen Tianyao. Chen Tianyao's expression was extremely dignified. His powerful divine sense continued to spread out and enveloped the entire Jade Mountain City. He kept searching and searching. Jade Mountain City had a population of hundreds of thousands. Such a huge population was filtered one by one in his divine sense. It could be seen that his cultivation had reached a terrifying realm. A moment later, Chen Tianyao frowned and said in a deep voice, "Two elders, there is indeed no aura of the three people in the city. Could it be that my son really?" His voice was trembling. Chen Tianyao's eyes twisted, and the anger in his heart faintly rose. Lu Qingfeng's face darkened as he stared coldly at Jade Mountain City. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he coldly said, "A small rural city dares to challenge the dragon prestige of the Azure Cloud sect? You're simply courting death. How dare they kill my Emerald Cloud sect's disciples? I'd like to see who they are." He Chongkong snorted angrily. Chen Tianyao shook his head with a puzzled expression as he muttered, "The strongest person in Jade Mountain City is only Mystic Master rank 9. His cultivation can't possibly be Chongfeng's match. Could it be that the person who killed them has already escaped? Regardless of whether they leave or not, the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect can't be killed by anyone. I don't think this city needs to exist," Lu Chengfeng said faintly. As he spoke, killing intent seeped out. It was heavy and savage. It was as if massacring an entire city was nothing to him. "Enter the city. Let's go to the Zhu clan and ask about the situation first. Blue Cloud sect disciples, listen to my orders. Take over the east, west, north, and south city gates. You can only enter and not leave. It doesn't matter if the people who killed my disciple are in the city or not. Everyone in the city will be buried with them." The overlord within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, they had absolute majesty. Who dared to go against them? The mounts exuded a ferocious aura. Every disciple of the Blue Cloud sect had a look of disdain on their faces. Their eyes were filled with contempt, and they had an aura of superiority. They rushed towards the Zhu family with incomparable might. If anyone on the street bumped into their team, they would be instantly killed. Along the way, dozens of people died under the chaotic swords. They were inhumane. In their eyes, these people were not humans, but ants blocking the way. They were trampled to death under their feet. The Blue Cloud sect's ferocious entry into the city caused both sides of the street to become restless. The entire city was as quiet as cicadas in winter at this moment. Rumble, a huge bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. In an instant, the lightning reflected on the faces of the Blue Cloud sect disciples. They looked so cold-blooded and disdainful. Luo family, Hall. Everyone sat upright and still. All of them looked very nervous. They didn't expect the Blue Cloud sect to really send people over. It was too fast and too sudden. And they even sent 3 elders. Such a big lineup was very rare. Luo Tian frowned. His thoughts were spinning rapidly. He was thinking of a way to let the Luo family escape this disaster. But, he really couldn't think of a way. In the end, it was still because he wasn't strong enough. Report. Reporting to the Patriarch, the Blue Cloud sect has arrived at the Zhu family. The 4 city gates have been taken over by the Blue Cloud sect. They can only enter and not leave. Luo Tian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Even the escape route has been cut off." Song Yannan's brows relaxed. He glanced at the Luo family and made up his mind, "Patriarch, I will take responsibility for this matter." Everyone looked at Song Yannan. Song Yannan smiled faintly and said, "My cultivation is currently the strongest in Jade Mountain City. I am the most suitable person to take responsibility for everything. Moreover, only I have a sufficient reason to kill them, a reason that can convince them. The Blue Cloud sect destroyed my entire family and I killed 3 of them. I believe that even the elders of the Blue Cloud sect should be reasonable. Reasonable? In this world, whoever's fist is harder is qualified to reason. You want the elders of the Blue Cloud sect to reason with you, isn't that a joke? Of course, Song Yannan was very clear about all this. The reason why he said this was to make Luo Tian agree to let him take responsibility for everything. As soon as Song Yannan finished speaking, Luo Tian stood up and said, "No. I am the patriarch of the Luo family. If someone wants to take responsibility, it should be me. What's more, they were all killed by me. The whole city knows. Brother Song, I can't let you take the risk. A man should take responsibility for his own actions." Luo Tian was not the kind of timid person who was afraid of trouble. Even in the face of the Blue Cloud sect, he was not afraid. He must take responsibility for everything. Because he was the leader of the Luo family, he could not shrink back even a little. Song Yannan still wanted to argue. At this time, a loud noise came from the gate of the Luo family. Rumble. The gate of the Luo family was blasted into ruins. The 4 gatekeepers were trampled under the feet of the 4 disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. There were dozens of wounds on their bodies. Blood gushed out and their faces were extremely pale. It came too fast. This is the Luo family? A bunch of trash. I think their patriarch must be a trash. The 4 disciples said contemptuously. A disciple of the Luo family who was trampled under the foot roared like an angry lion, "Our patriarch is not a trash. You are the trash. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect is trash." Luo Tian was supreme in his mind and could not be tarnished. After he finished speaking, the disciple of the Blue Cloud sect sneered disdainfully. His foot exerted force and directly crushed the disciple's head. "Dog, you deserve to say the 3 words Blue Cloud sect?" Chen Tianyao face was extremely angry. He looked at Zhu Mei coldly and said, "Are you sure Luo Tian is inside?" Zhu Mei nodded. With a white flower on her head and tears in her eyes, she revealed a very pained expression and said, "I'm sure. I've always sent people to guard the Luo family, waiting for you to avenge my brother, Brother Chen Zhong, and Brother Chen Wu." Chen Tianyao's gaze turned. The aura of a great mystic master suddenly burst out. His mystic chi surged and a powerful killing intent enveloped the entire Luo family. He roared, "Luo Tian, return my son's life." With a stern shout, the entire Luo family shook violently. Inside the hall, Luo Tian walked to the entrance of the hall, his eyes frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order, everyone in the Luo family will be able to escape, and you all will also think of a way to escape. I will go out and hold them off for a while, and try my best to stall for time. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and go." Luo Tian warned and then shouted in a deep voice, "Wind shadow step." Like the wind, like a shadow, his speed increased to the limit as he rushed towards the entrance of the Luo family. "Boss." Feng Lei did not hesitate to follow. Song Yannan smiled faintly, and said, "My life was given to me by the Luo family, if I were to escape at this time, would I still be human?" Song Yanqin laughed heartily and said, "It's not like I haven't died before. I died once on the day the Song family was wiped out. I've wasted half a month. Today, I'm going to go out and fight to my heart's content, ha ha ha," for a moment. Everyone in the hall followed Luo Tian's footsteps and rushed towards the entrance of the Luo family. Not only them. Everyone in the Luo family, the outer disciples, the core disciples, the women, the children, the elderly, and the young all rushed over from all directions. This was their home, their Luo family. No matter how strong the enemy was, no matter how powerful they they would not be able to make them submit, nor would they escape while at death's door, because this was their home. This was the cohesiveness of a family. Luo Tian's actions in the past month had been seen by everyone. They believed in Luo Tian, and sincerely treated Luo Tian as the patriarch of the family. Now that the Luo family was in trouble, Luo Tian wanted to carry it alone. How could they agree? Luo Tian was their core, and no matter what, they would not let him carry it alone. If he had to die, they would die together. From all directions, the elderly, children, women, and the disabled all carried all kinds of weapons, hoes, wooden sticks, and long ladles that were used to scoop up feces. They surged towards the entrance like a tide. The sound shook the heavens. Luo Tian turned his head to look at these clansmen, his heart tightened, and said with a bit of pain, "Why do you all have to die with me? Patriarch, if the Luo clan is in trouble, we will shoulder it together." "Boss, isn't it just the Blue Cloud sect? What's so great about it? Cultivating a bastard like Zhu Chongfeng who kills people like Scything Flax is definitely not a good sect. Let's fight it out with them." Luo Tian was secretly moved, but he was very clear about the situation of the Luo family. It was very likely that they would be exterminated. The gate of the Luo family was in ruins, and the walls on both sides fell down. Outside stood the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, all with a cold and arrogant expression. Seeing the Luo family rushing out like a tide, the Blue Cloud sect disciples' faces were slightly stunned, and then they all showed a contemptuous sneer. "Senior brother, look, there's even someone with a spatula. Ha ha ha, look, there's a cripple over there. Damn, they're all weirdos. Could it be that this is a gathering place for trash? This is too funny, ha ha ha." Sounds of mockery and disdain rang out continuously. From the bottom of their hearts, they looked down on anyone from Jade Mountain City. Even if some of them came from small cities, their hearts were completely different. That kind of mentality was like how some people in the city looked down on people in the countryside. They felt contempt from the bottom of their hearts. When Zhu Mei saw Luo Tian walk out, she immediately went up to him and said, "Elder Chen, he is Luo Tian, the murderer who killed Big Brother Chen Wu and Big Brother Chen Zhong." Chen Tianyao's gaze twisted, his teeth clenched, and he took a heavy step forward. Wang, a ball of white gas visible to the naked eye burst out from under his feet. The white gas that looked like power stripes let out a chi sound, and then his body disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, a roar sounded out in the air, "Luo Tian, return my son's life." Before his voice fell, Chen Tianyao's incomparably heavy fist came crashing down. The air suddenly shrank, and an explosive force pounced over. This force was too ferocious, and the strength of a peak great Xian master was terrifying. Luo Tian didn't have time to react at all. His pupils constricted as he subconsciously protected his mind. Bam! The fist landed on Luo Tian's chest. Below his chest, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt an intense pain as if the world was collapsing. His mind and sea of consciousness were all shaken. Luo Tian's body flew more than 10 meters away like a bullet and crashed into a wall. The wall caved in and quickly cracked open. Almost in a breath, the wall collapsed and Luo Tian was buried in the ruins. Pain, so painful, so very painful. To Luo Tian, this punch was too powerful. The difference in strength made him incomparably angry, and the anger in his heart was ignited in an instant. He clenched his teeth, and 100,000 flames of anger rushed to his heart. It was also at this time that an ice-cold voice sounded in his mind, "Boss. Patriarch. Big Brother Luo Tian." Chen Tianyao's cultivation as a great Xian master was truly too strong. Everyone present didn't react at all until the wall collapsed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and countless clansmen rushed forward. "Humph. Killing him with one punch is letting you off easy." Chen Tianyao was very confident. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch just now, and killing a 6th stage Xian master Luo Tian was as easy as pie. Immediately after, Chen Tianyao's anger did not diminish as he shouted angrily, "Blue Cloud sect disciples, listen up, kill everyone in the Luo family, kill them all, burn them all. I want the Luo family, the entire Jade Mountain City to be buried with my son. I want this place to be barren." Killing intent, an incomparably dense killing intent. The pain of losing his son caused him to completely sink into madness. Who was he? An elder of the Blue Cloud sect. He had absolute power over any small town like Jade Mountain City. Destroying a small town was nothing more than a matter of raising his hand. He wanted to kill, he wanted to turn the entire Jade Mountain City into a dead city. For a moment, the entire city was in danger. Wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded. In the ruins, Luo Tian patted the dust off his body and slowly stood up. He walked forward step by step, his face was slightly pale, but his expression was very calm. "He's not dead. He's not dead?" This brat actually resisted Elder Chen's attack. What's going on? Their expressions were twisted and ugly as if they had swallowed a fly. Even they couldn't resist Chen Tianyao's punch. Xianxia's expression became even uglier. The anger in his heart was like pouring gasoline, instantly rushing to his head. How dare you? Luo Tian stepped forward, his eyes filled with killing intent, and shouted, your son was killed by me, your nephew was also killed by me, your Blue Cloud sect's #1 outer disciple, Zhu Chongfeng, was also killed by me, because they deserved to die. Killing innocents, this is the reason why they deserve to die. The overlord of the Blue Cloud sect within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, I laughed. Just you bunch of dogs, looking down on everyone, with a cold and arrogant expression, is it because your mother was F***ked and didn't pay? Ha ha ha. It's so funny. Anger, all of them were filled with rage. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was furious as they coldly stared at Luo Tian, their entire body releasing endless killing intent. What was Luo Tian trying to do? No one knew that in an inconspicuous corner, there was a man in a black robe with a frosty expression on his face. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Was he crazy? At this time, he was still so arrogant and said such words. Was Luo Tian crazy? Was he crazy? He was really crazy. This was because everyone thought he was crazy. The Luo family was surrounded by the Blue Cloud sect, yet he still said such arrogant words. Wasn't this crazy? After Luo Tian finished speaking, his expression was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't put the Blue Cloud sect in his eyes at all. This made everyone in the Blue Cloud sect extremely unhappy, their faces were very ugly, and their eyes were fixed on Luo Tian, as if they couldn't wait to swallow him alive. The Blue Cloud sect was said to be worthless by him, and the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were said to be useless by him. This was an insult, a great insult. Suddenly, a disciple of the 8th level of the Xian Master Realm suddenly moved and rushed out. He jumped in front of Luo Tian and scolded, "Bastard, how can the Blue Cloud sect be scolded by you?" Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian grinned and sneered, and shouted in his heart, "Level 2 Berserk." 4 times the strength burst out. He rushed forward and his fists were like heavy cannons. Without any warning, he bombarded forward and coldly snorted, "Die for me." Bam! That Blue Cloud sect disciple didn't know that Luo Tian would suddenly attack. This move was the same as Xianxia's sudden attack on Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian didn't die, and that Blue Cloud sect disciple was directly killed by Luo Tian, one punch to kill, not holding back at all. Ding, the system sounded out with a pleasant prompt. That disciple fell into a pool of blood. His chest was smashed and his flesh was badly mutilated. His eyes were wide open and he didn't even know how he died. This punch undoubtedly gave everyone in the Blue Cloud sect a big slap in the face, slapping each of their faces until they were burning. This made them even angrier. Luo Tian stood in place with a face full of arrogance and shouted, F***ck, who the F***ck is still not convinced. If you have the guts, then come up. His aura soared to the sky, the murderous aura emanating from his body filled the air, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. In such a moment, perhaps only for a second, everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was shocked by Luo Tian. Even the 2 inner sect elders who disdained to look at Luo Tian were slightly shocked. Crazy, there was no limit to his arrogance. Everyone from the Luo clan was dumbfounded. Their hearts were surging, and their blood was boiling. Killing the Blue Cloud sect disciple with one punch made them extremely excited, and their momentum rose instantly. How arrogant. I don't know if you'll be able to come out later. A person in the Blue Cloud sect crowd stood up. There was a commotion in the crowd. Senior brother Wang Yuanxiao. Wang Yuanxiao is the one closest to the great mystic cultivator realm. If he comes out, Luo Tian will die no matter how strong he is. Senior brother Wang, kill him. Wang Yuanxiao, Blue Cloud sect's inner disciple, he was only 18 years old. From the second day he entered the Blue Cloud sect, he was an inner disciple. His strength was extremely strong, and his research on cultivation techniques was especially profound. He was an invincible existence in the same realm. Even an early-stage great mystic cultivator expert would find it difficult to be his opponent. He was an absolute genius and was deeply valued by the Blue Cloud sect. As soon as he came out, many people immediately exclaimed and shouted loudly. Wang Yuanxiao's aura was very calm. He walked forward and said with a cold smile, "You shouldn't have offended the Blue Cloud sect. Otherwise, with your age and talent, you would definitely be able to become an inner disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. But unfortunately, you're going to die. However, you should rejoice because it is your honor to die in my, Wang Yuanxiao's, hands. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with arrogance. That disdain wasn't shown on his face, but contempt for Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. Ninth stage mystic cultivator, his strength was even above Zhu Chongfeng's. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. The corner of his mouth slightly rose as he sneered, "Stop blabbering. If you have the guts, come and kill me. If you can't kill me, then don't be arrogant with me. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to be arrogant." Arrogant? I'm even more arrogant than you. Wang Yuanxiao's face changed dramatically as he coldly shouted, "Courting death." Immediately, with a move of his palms, the aura of his whole body exploded. The power burst out and his figure pounced over like lightning. 8 desolate 6 palms. Die for me. The voice in the void was like thunder. Accompanied by all this, Wang Yuanxiao's pressure crushed down. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on Luo Tian's mind. It was extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian stood motionless. The sneer on the corner of his mouth did not decrease but instead increased. In the end, he directly looked up to the sky and laughed. He laughed arrogantly. Everyone was puzzled, no one could understand what Luo Tian was trying to do by remaining motionless. They really couldn't guess him at all. Scared silly, waiting for death, or was he really crazy? Wang Yuanxiao also couldn't understand Luo Tian, but Luo Tian's smile made him very unhappy. The power of the 8 desolation 6 closed palms suddenly increased by another layer, becoming even more vigorous. No matter what, Luo Tian couldn't dodge this palm. If he couldn't dodge, then he would die. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect laughed, laughing proudly. The 8 desolate 6 palms is a cultivation technique that senior brother Wang has cultivated for many years. Even the elders can't compare to his research on this cultivation technique. This brat is still laughing. He must have been scared silly. A country bumpkin can only play around in this kind of small city. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be a match for senior brother Wang. The 2 palms were like the 8 desolate universes as they struck out. Under the 6 directions, they were incomparably powerful. Even with the cultivation of the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage, they would probably be smashed into meat paste by this palm. However, Luo Tian stopped laughing and said excitedly, "This set of palm techniques is not bad, I want it." Level 2 Berserk. 3,000 profound Qi disappeared in an instant, and 4 times the attributes were stimulated. However, Luo Tian still remained motionless, constantly suppressing the surging power in his body, circulating it to his arms. The power did not expand in his arms, and the veins on his arms bulged. They were scarlet red and emitted traces of white gas, as if the power was burning. He was as immovable as a mountain. He allowed Wang Yuanxiao's pressure to crush him. It was very painful, very uncomfortable, but his heart had changed. He was so excited that he looked like a madman. Some of the Luo family members did not dare to continue watching. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. Damn it, if only my cultivation was at the profound king realm. I would definitely kill all of these people. The people of the Blue Cloud sect are too hateful. Motherf *Ker, everyone in the Luo family clenched their fists tightly, blaming themselves in their hearts for not being able to share anything with Luo Tian. At the same time, they kept reminding themselves in their hearts that if they had the chance, they would definitely cultivate with all their might. Rumble, Wang Yuanxiao's 8 desolation 6 palms struck down. It accurately bombarded Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian's face instantly turned pale, but his body did not move. The blood-evil armor that was filled with killing intent was a spirit-grade treasure, and its defense was incomparably strong. It was also because of this that Luo Tian could withstand this palm and survive under Qin Tianyou's palm. The moment Wang Yuanxiao's palms landed, Luo Tian sneered and said disdainfully, "You only have this little strength? It's really F***king weak, it's like scratching an itch. Grandson, it's my turn now. I'll let you experience what is called power." His arm sank, a power that was like a nuclear bomb exploded out. Chapter 3 delivered. Brothers, if you like it, please collect it, vote, comment, and like it. These are all the greatest support for Old Ox, and Old Ox is extremely grateful. Finally, Xiaoqiao has not given birth yet. I estimate that it will happen in the next 5 or 6 days. Thank you for your concern. Luo Tian just took it head-on. He didn't even think about defending and let Wang Yuanxiao's palms come down. In terms of strength and speed, Luo Tian was definitely not Wang Yuanxiao's opponent, but in terms of defense, the blood fiend armor that was filled with killing intent had already reached the level of a spirit artifact. No matter how strong Wang Yuanxiao's strength was, it would be hard for him to cause any substantial damage to Luo Tian. The defense of the spirit artifact armor was incomparably strong. So what if Wang Yuanxiao, who was at the 9th stage of the mystic level, was strong? In that instant, Wang Yuanxiao's palms came down. In his moment of shock, Luo Tian grinned and revealed his teeth as he sneered, "Now it's my turn." Instantly, the power that had been suppressed for a long time exploded out. The power in his arms was like a nuclear bomb exploding through his fists. As fast as lightning, no matter how high Wang Yuanxiao's cultivation was or how fast his reaction was, he still couldn't escape. The distance between the two was really too close, so close that he couldn't react at all. A fist as big as a casserole struck out. It landed on Wang Yuanxiao's chest. Boom! A loud sound came out and a thick power pattern shot out. No one would have thought that Luo Tian wouldn't be injured after taking Wang Yuanxiao's palm and even explode with such a strong power. It was 2F** king shocking. Wang Yuanxiao's pupils constricted and his face instantly turned pale. His chest burned as if it was about to split open and his internal organs were overturned. It was extremely uncomfortable. What was even more uncomfortable was his heart. How was this possible? How could I lose? How could he be hit by a 6th-level mystic adept trash? Impossible, absolutely impossible. His arrogant heart couldn't accept this fact. In his eyes, Luo Tian was a pile of dog shit. If it wasn't for wanting to show off in front of the 2 inner sect elders, he wouldn't have stood out. In his eyes, Luo Tian didn't have the qualifications to fight with him. Identity was everything, but this result made his heart sink even more. The moment his body flew out, he roared at the sky, "Luo Tian, you dog, you actually used a dirty trick." Dirty trick? Ha ha ha. You damn trash, I stood still and let you hit me, but you still can't kill me. How dare you say I used dirty tricks? Alright. You want to fight with me? I'll grant you your wish. He spoke very quickly. Before Wang Yuanxiao landed on the ground, Luo Tian once again shouted in his mind, "Level 2 Berserk. Wind Shadow Step. 2nd stage, so." Moving as fast as lightning, he had long determined where Wang Yuanxiao would land. Without waiting for Wang Yuanxiao to land, he raised his right leg and kicked into the air. Heavily injured, Wang Yuanxiao couldn't control his body in midair. What was even more unexpected was that Luo Tian dared to chase after him in front of so many Blue Cloud sect people. Did he not want to live anymore? In fact, the people of the Blue Cloud sect didn't expect Luo Tian to make a move. This was something no one had expected. Because of this, Wang Yuanxiao's body was once again kicked into the air. Luo Tian's voice was cold as he grinned, "This daddy will let you know what a combo is." It was a move that only existed in games. A few skills were released at the speed of light, forming a series of attacks. This kind of combo was extremely beautiful, but it required the player's strong hand speed, continuous release of skills, and a strong prediction ability. Luo Tian punched out and sent Wang Yuanxiao flying, calculating his landing spot. Releasing the wind shadow step, he kicked into the air and jumped heavily onto Wang Yuanxiao's body. His fists moved, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Thunder Tiger Fist, 10,000 heavy strikes." The fists were like a rainstorm, pouring down. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that it made people dizzy. They couldn't see Luo Tian's fists clearly, only a series of fist phantoms. Wang Yuanxiao's cold and arrogant expression was directly beaten to a pulp. Luo Tian specifically hit his face, cursing in his heart, "Son of a bitch, this daddy will beat your cold arrogance, beat your disdain, let's see if you can still show off." Wang Yuanxiao was unable to fight back. After dozens of punches, his body was smashed to the ground. Luo Tian did not stop at all, he directly sat on his body and continued to bombard him. Every punch landed on the minds of everyone in the Blue Cloud sect. It was very, very heavy. Everyone was dumbfounded. The three elders of the Blue Cloud sect had ugly expressions on their faces, but no one tried to save him. The reason was simple: Wang Yuanxiao was already crippled, then again. Although they were from the same sect, Wang Yuanxiao was not a member of their sect. Out of selfishness, they hesitated at the moment they could save him, so they missed it. Since they had missed it, there was nothing to save. Punch after punch, everyone looked at Luo Tian who was like a madman. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Wang Yuanxiao, obtaining 5,000 experience, 800 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 8 desolate 6 palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Undefeated value plus 1 inch. Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian laughed excitedly, withdrew his fist, stood up, and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Wang Yuanxiao's body, and said with disdain, "Pay, you can't even withstand a single blow." Then his heart skipped a beat, and the idea said, "Cultivate." Ding! Congratulations to the player for cultivating 8 desolate 6 palm. Luo Tian was secretly happy in his heart, and said, "The system is really cooperative, saying that it will explode out, it's too awesome." After killing Wang Yuanxiao, Luo Tian's expression became even more rampant, and he sneered, "This is the genius of your Blue Cloud sect? It's so weak." Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect had ugly expressions on their faces, including several elders. Everyone's eyes seemed to want to swallow Luo Tian alive. Too arrogant. Brat, do you really think that there's no one in our Blue Cloud sect? Kill him. For a time, many disciples of the Blue Cloud sect walked out with sinister expressions. Luo Tian chuckled, and said without the slightest fear, "What? Relying on your numbers, you want to take turns with me? The people of the Blue Cloud sect are really shameless, ha ha ha." He began to laugh wildly. This was another slap to the faces of everyone in the Blue Cloud sect. It was burning, painful, and uncomfortable. Lu Chengfeng stared at Luo Tian's chest, the place where Wang Yuanxiao's 2 palms had struck, and then turned his head to look at He Chongkong beside him. He Chongkong's brows were also locked. The two of them looked at each other, and then nodded. The two of them seemed to be communicating with each other. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly, waved his hand lightly, and said, "You guys can leave first." Then he rode the giant crane and instantly landed in front of Luo Tian. With a cold smile, he said with an imposing manner, "Then what do you want?" Luo Tian was unhappy, but he did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Chengfeng's cultivation had already exceeded the range he could withstand. He looked at Chen Tianyao and said, "It's his son. His nephew killed my clansman first, so I'm just taking revenge." Lu Chengfeng nodded and said, "Just be more direct." Luo Tian did not beat around the bush, and directly said, "If he has the guts, then fight with me one-on-one." He challenged Chen Tianyao by name, Chen Tianyao, who was at the peak of the great Xian master realm. Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. Even Lu Chengfeng, who was closest to Luo Tian, was stunned and said, "What did you say?" Luo Tian smiled coldly and was extremely arrogant. His voice shook the sky as he shouted, "If he has the guts, then fight with me one-on-one." Arrogant, too damn arrogant. Thank you, His Highness Unicorn, for your support. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Undisciplined and unbridled madness, so crazy that it was incomprehensible. If Luo Tian was only a madman at the beginning, then now he was a super madman among madmen, an existence that did not care about his life at all. After being challenged, Chen Tianyao laughed sinisterly. He took a step forward and landed heavily. The aura on his body was like flames as he said angrily, "I really didn't expect you to choose me to fight you one-on-one. I don't know if you're stupid or if you don't have a brain at all. But that's good too. I should also avenge my son." With each word, the anger in Chen Tianyao's heart erupted bit by bit, bringing with it the anger of hatred. Luo Tian stood in place, feeling the aura released from Chen Tianyao's body. He was in a bad mood, and said, "Your son killed someone, I killed your son, all the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were killed by me, everything should be borne by me, it has nothing to do with anyone else. Your cultivation is much higher than mine. I believe everyone here knows that. The reason why I challenged you by name is very simple. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, I hope that you can let go of the Luo family and the people of Jade Mountain City. They are innocent. Chen Tianyao coldly snorted, and said, Luo Tian, you want to sacrifice yourself to protect others? This old man will tell you directly, everyone in your Luo family, and everyone in the entire Jade Mountain City will be buried with my son. His anger would not be extinguished, and the people of Jade Mountain City would definitely not be extinguished, however. Luo Tian did not even look at Chen Tianyao. When he spoke, he looked at Lu Chengfeng, coldly glanced at Chen Tianyao, and sneered, don't take yourself too seriously, you can't be the Blue Cloud Sect's master. Chen Tianyao's face became very ugly. Lu Chengfeng chuckled, and said, you killed so many disciples of the Blue Cloud Sect, and the reputation of the Blue Cloud Sect was destroyed because of you. Do you think that your death can restore the reputation of our Blue Cloud Sect? Luo Tian disdained in his heart and thought, what kind of reputation does such a sect have? However, on the surface, he smiled and said, then what do you mean? Lu Chengfeng said, my meaning is very simple. If you lose, everyone in Jade Mountain City will die. If you win, then nothing will happen. Luo Tian immediately said, all right, we'll do as you say. Lu Chengfeng was stunned. He didn't expect Luo Tian to agree so readily. One had to know that his opponent was Chen Tianyao, who was at the peak of great mystic cultivator realm. The difference in strength between the two of them was like heaven and earth, so how could he possibly be a match for him? Could it be that the thing on him was powerful enough to kill Chen Tianyao? He Chongkong was equally shocked. After Luo Tian had resisted Wang Yuanxia's attack, they had guessed that Luo Tian had a protective magic weapon on him. This magic weapon's level should not be low. In that instant, they became greedy, a protective magic weapon, even in the Blue Cloud Sect, it was rare. If the grade of the magic treasure is high, Lu Chengfeng smiled darkly in his heart. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Chengfeng looked at Chen Tianyao and said, Elder Chen, what do you think? Chen Tianyao said respectfully, Elder Lu, don't worry. I will definitely kill him and slaughter this city. Lu Chengfeng smiled faintly and said, that's good. I hope you don't disappoint me. He had another plan in his heart. If the protective magic weapon can't even withstand the attack of Chen Tianyao, who is at the great mystic cultivator realm, then it's useless to me. It's good that I die. If this brat really wins, then the magic treasure on his body would be incredible. Of course, He Chongkong on the other side also thought the same. Everyone dispersed and made space. Luo Tian and Chen Tianyao, who was 10 meters away, looked at each other. Chen Tianyao's cold and arrogant voice carried endless anger as he said disdainfully, this time, I will definitely not let you have the chance to live. I will scatter your soul, and you won't even be able to become a ghost. Luo Tian grinned disdainfully, Tisk, I like to do good deeds the most. I will let you and your son reunite. Your son is waiting for you in the underworld. At this moment, Luo Tian's thoughts moved slightly, and he said in his heart, Frenzied Blade, I'll lend it to you. Blood-sucking Frenzied Blade had long been awakened by the madness in Luo Tian's heart. He laughed wildly and said loudly, Kid, you're really too arrogant. You're too King awesome. I'm about to fall in love with you, ha ha ha. Although Frenzied Blade was at the critical moment of recovery, how could he miss out on such a big occasion? Kid, you're crazy enough. Even in the face of a great enemy, you're still so arrogant. Not bad at all. I like it very much. As expected, the heavens didn't send me the wrong person, ha ha ha. Luo Tian said inwardly, don't talk nonsense, lend it or not. Frenzied Blade said, lend it, of course I'll lend it. How can I miss out on such a big occasion? However, brat, you're facing an elder of the Blue Cloud Sect, a peak of the great Xian Master realm. His strength is much higher than people like Xu Chongfeng, you have to think carefully. This old life of mine can still be tormented for a while, if you need it. Luo Tian was secretly grateful, and said, there's no need for you to do anything, I have a plan. Frenzied Blade had consumed too much of his true essence, and if he used it too much, he was afraid that it would really disappear. That blood-sucking Frenzied Blade would also become a dead blade, and would be useless. Luo Tian would not risk his life. Kid, don't think too much. I'm afraid that if you die, I'll disappear as well. I'm doing this for myself. Frenzied Blade started to quibble, then thought about how Luo Tian had fallen into the ruins not long ago, and a cold voice sounded in his mind. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly did that cold voice say to you? Luo Tian said, you'll know later. Frenzied Blade was looking forward to it, then. With a move of his body, the aura of the blood-sucking Frenzied Blade disappeared. Immediately after, a bloody giant blade floated above Luo Tian's mind, and the blood-sucking Frenzied Blade moved according to his thoughts. With a thought. The blood-sucking Frenzied Blade appeared in his right hand, dragging the long blade on the ground, emitting a gloomy scarlet killing intent, as if it was dripping blood. Very strong killing intent. This killing intent resonated with the killing intent demon core in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, and could slightly resist Xianxia's pressure. As soon as the blood-sucking Frenzied Blade appeared, everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was shocked. What a crazy blade! The killing intent is so strong, this giant blade seems to have been bred from hell. The grade is extremely high, this blade is too cool. Lu Chunfeng and He Changkong's pupils shrank slightly, narrowed their eyes, and stared at Luo Tian at the same time, and secretly said, I didn't expect this kid to have such a good blade, hee hee. The greed in his heart grew even stronger. Inadvertently, the two of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths rose slightly at the same time, revealing a greedy sneer at the same time. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, they were sure to eat Luo Tian. Chen Tianyao was indeed dangerous, however. His danger was not even 1/10,000th of Lu Chunfeng and He Changkong's danger, endless killing intent. In the arena, Chen Tianyao was also slightly shocked, but it was only a shock. He sneered and said, even if the divine weapon is in your hands, it's useless. You still can't escape death. No matter how strong a magic treasure was, it was difficult to unleash its power if one's cultivation was weak. The blood-sucking wild blade was the number one blade. It was extremely powerful, but Luo Tian was only at the 6th stage of the mystic cultivator realm, so it was very difficult for him to unleash its power. The blood-sucking wild blade also knew this. His power was also suppressed by Luo Tian's own cultivation. The higher Luo Tian's cultivation, the stronger the power he could unleash. Luo Tian smiled indifferently and said, oh? Is that so? Then what are you waiting for? Come up and bite me. Chen Tianyao's eyes turned sinister, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. The profound qi in the depths of his dantian gushed out like a spring, and he clenched his fists tightly. Boom! Around his body, there was a dull sound of air exploding. In an instant, Chen Tianyao adjusted the profound qi in his body to the strongest realm. This time, he would definitely not let Luo Tian get up again. He must die. Die for me. As soon as his voice fell, Chen Tianyao's body shot out in a straight line. His fists were dragging a thick tail of flames, shining with a dazzling light. Profound qi burning? The unique attack of the great mystic cultivator realm. Elder Chen is making a big fuss over nothing. You still need to use this kind of attack against a 6th stage mystic cultivator realm trash? He doesn't want to lose face anymore. He also wants to quickly kill Luo Tian and then slaughter the entire city. Look at how arrogant this brat is. These people are all dead. The Blue Cloud sect disciple's face was filled with complacent sneers. Chen Tianyao's attack could blast a person until not even dregs were left. Therefore, Luo Tian was definitely dead. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He looked at an inconspicuous corner and said in his heart, I hope you can do as you say. At the same time, Luo Tian shouted angrily in his heart, Level 2 Berserk. Buzz, Luo Tian used all his strength to protect his mind and sea of consciousness. At the same time, he firmly controlled the active skill of the Blood Vengeance armor. From the very beginning, he had never thought of risking his life. The gap between the two was like a bottomless ravine, and it was not something that could be won just by going all out. What Luo Tian needed to do was defend. As long as he could withstand one more move from Chen Tianyao, he would win. Of course, if he used the active skill of the Blood Vengeance armor, he would be able to block it. However, deep down, Luo Tian didn't really trust that woman. If he had a choice, he would never believe him. Therefore, he only firmly controlled the active skill of the blood termination armor. This was his final life-saving talisman, and he definitely wouldn't use it until the very last moment. Furthermore, once the active skill of the blood-killing armor was released, the defensive power of the blood-killing armor would be restored to the might of a Tier 5 magic treasure. At this level, they simply couldn't block a single move from any great mystic cultivator. Why is that brat not moving again? Is he trying to play dirty again? He's thinking too much. Doesn't he see who he's facing? Elder Chen is a powerhouse at the peak of the great mystic cultivator realm. Does this brat think that he's Wang Yuanxiao? He probably gave up resisting and waited for death. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were discussing. Everyone in the Luo family felt their hearts tighten as they stared at Luo Tian without blinking. They even forgot to breathe. In the corner, under the black cloak, a peerless face sneered. Beside her, Li Shuer's face was incomparably anxious as she kept saying, Big Sister Shuang, hurry up and make your move. I'll agree to it. Cold Frost did not move, and said indifferently, my agreement with him is that he can block one move from Chen Tianyao. This move is not over yet. Li Shuer's face was filled with unhappiness. And Chen Chen's eyes, which carried endless charm, flickered slightly, and an inconspicuous light flashed through her eyes. Then she giggled, tugged at the corner of Li Shuer's clothes, and said softly, Big Sister Shuer, don't worry. Big Brother will definitely be able to block this move. Li Shuer was stunned for a moment. She stroked in Chen Chen's head and said, Big Brother Luo Tian will definitely be fine. On the field, Chen Tianyao's attack was like a tsunami. The huge mystic chi was like a violent gale as it heavily crushed forward. Luo Tian's gaze was locked. He gathered all the strength in his body and stood motionlessly in place. He looked up to the sky and laughed, come. Just like Wang Yuanxiao just now. Looking down on Chen Tianyao seemed to have suffered a great humiliation as he roared, Dog, scatter your soul. As soon as his voice fell, Chen Tianyao's attack fell. Luo Tian's heart was extremely calm, so quiet that there was no sound at all. The moment Chen Tianyao's heavy fist landed, he still did not activate the defensive skill of the blood evil armor. There was no other reason, he really didn't believe in Cold Frost, moreover. He felt that he could withstand this punch. Rumble, rumble, the sound shook the heavens, as if a bomb had exploded. Countless pieces of rubble flew all over the sky, and a powerful force spread out, causing many people from the Luo family to faint. Luo Tian's chest was on the verge of being torn apart. His internal organs were churning, and his clothes were torn apart, revealing his body full of scars. Countless cracks appeared on his chest, forming a hideous scar. The inside of the scar was blood red, and in less than half a second, blood seeped out. In that instant, Luo Tian's chest, the blood evil armor, flickered, almost unable to withstand it. The intense pain spread from his chest to his entire body. It was as if all the bones in his body were broken. The pain was incomparably heavy, and could not be described with words. However, all of this, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and endured it. His face was as pale as ash. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was pained and ferocious. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian laughed wildly, and said, Old thing, your attack is only SOSO, you still can't kill me, ha ha ha, Ben. Luo Tian looked at a corner and shouted loudly, Cold Frost, I have blocked his move, shouldn't you make your appearance? Cold Frost did not move. F***ck. Luo Tian cursed fiercely. Li Shuer urged loudly, but Cold Frost still did not move. Her expression was slightly shocked when Luo Tian blocked Chen Tianyao's move. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes, and then she remained motionless, turning a deaf ear to Li Shuer's urging. Seeing that Cold Frost did not react, Li Shuer took out a purple gold jade token from her chest and ran out desperately. Did Cold Frost do it on purpose, or did something happen? Luo Tian did not know, he only knew that he had been tricked by a woman. If he could still live, he would definitely return this debt to her 10,000 times over. Chen Tianyao's expression was also very ugly. He used all his strength in this punch, but Luo Tian still did not die. He was very unhappy, very, very unhappy. Lu Chengfeng and He Chongkong's eyes lit up, and greedy sneers hung on their faces. Let's see how many more moves you can take. Chen Tianyao's entire body moved, and he rushed up like a madman. Luo Tian's expression darkened, and his heart was deathly still. Frenzied Blade knew that Luo Tian had been tricked. The deathly stillness in Luo Tian's heart made him slightly anxious, and he hurriedly said, "Brat, can you still block this attack?" Luo Tian smiled bitterly, "So what if I block it this time? There will be a third time, a fourth time." Frenzied Blade said angrily, "You just have to answer me, can you block this move?" "Yes." "Good, listen to me carefully, I will teach you my strongest tyrant blade's profound meaning, thank you for the tip again, brother Mo Xiao Bai, thank you." Chapter 3, Offering in Advance, Old Bull seeks all kinds of support. Domineering Blade's strongest profound? In that instant, Luo Tian seemed to have found a life-saving straw in the middle of the ocean. His heart was filled with excitement as he said, "Frenzied Blade, this brother's life is in your hands." "Good. Whatever I say next, you will do it." Frenzied Blade shouted. Luo Tian immediately said, "Good." Frenzied Blade paused for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "This blade technique is called the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art. It has the power to destroy the 9 heavens and kill the 10,000-year-old giant dragon. This blade technique is a set of survival in the face of adversity. At the moment of death, you will fight against the heavens and the earth. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the power of this blade technique. Your body is on the verge of collapse. Under such conditions, you can display the power of this blade technique. But once you use the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art, all the pain in your body will disappear. The moment you kill your opponent, all the pain will multiply. That kind of pain is worse than death. You may even die from the pain. You have to think carefully." Frenzied Blade was very serious, because he did not want to lie to Luo Tian. The power of the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art was indeed strong, but it was also very dangerous. Unless he was on the verge of death, he could not use it easily. Worse than death, Luo Tian did not hesitate at all and directly said, "Frenzied Blade, do you think I have a choice?" Indeed, Luo Tian had no choice. Chen Tianyao's attack would arrive in an instant. Even if he could withstand it this time, what about the next time? What could he use to withstand it? If he died, the entire Luo family would die. The hundreds of thousands of people in Jade Mountain City would die. There was also Fatty Lei, the girl, and An Chun who promised to help him find his mother. All of this forced Luo Tian to have no choice. Facing the Blue Cloud sect, he did not even have half a step back. Since that was the case, then he would use his life to fight, to kill, to poke a hole in the heavens. If he died, he would be hung up in the sky. If he did not die, he would live for thousands of years. F***ck, Luo Tian's killing intent reached an unprecedented level, and even the wild draw blade was shocked, secretly rejoicing. With this super strong killing intent, the power of the space-breaking dragon-slaying art would be even stronger. Immediately, Frenzied Blade's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's body. He spoke slowly, neither hurriedly nor slowly. Luo Tian gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands and controlled his mind to calm himself down. He arched his body and lowered his head. His aura was restrained and his strength disappeared. He was like a dead man who would not fall. What is he doing now? What strange action? Just like a dead person. This kid has really given up on resisting this time. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than Elder Chen. Everyone from the Luo clan was dead silent. It was as if their hearts had sunk into a bottomless abyss. Li Shuer still rushed forward and screamed at the top of her lungs, "No, no, no. Luo Tian-gij, run, run." What a pity. At this time, no one cared about her, and there was nothing she could do to stop them. Chen Tianyao's attack arrived in an instant. As for Cold Frost, she remained motionless in her original position. Her eyes were cold and calm, as if everything had nothing to do with her. In the arena, Chen Tianyao's super strong attack stirred up a gust of wind. The gust of wind wreaked havoc and continued to spin. The dragon head was ferocious as it roared towards the sky, trampling everything around it. Chen Tianyao saw that Luo Tian's head was lowered, the huge blade in his hands was silent, and even the scarlet blood light that appeared just now had disappeared, as if it was a piece of scrap iron. Was it contempt again? The anger in Chen Tianyao heart surged out. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Let's see how many more times you can block it. Die." Both fists punched down, once again aiming at Luo Tian's chest with the sinister scar. At the same time, the wind dragon roared in the air, and its huge body rushed down. The sky darkened, and the entire Jade Mountain city was shrouded in death. This punch was even more ferocious than the previous one. Luo Tian's body still did not move. Frenzied Blade's voice was still slowly coming out. Activated active skill. Luo Tian's idea moved slightly, and then he was once again immersed in Frenzied Blade's slaughter world. Rumble, rumble. With an earth-shattering sound, a wave of super-strong energy ripples shot out, turning the arena into ruins. However, Luo Tian's movements and expression did not change at all, as if nothing had happened. However, Chen Tianyao was extremely shocked in his heart. That punch just now had clearly landed on Luo Tian's chest, but why did it feel like he had hit a light shield? What he did not understand the most was that Luo Tian was not affected at all, not even the slightest bit. This was something he could not accept. Lu Chengfeng and He Changkong's eyes were wide open. Spirit treasure, it was definitely a spirit artifact-level magic weapon. They laughed wildly in their hearts. They did not expect that a spirit artifact magic weapon that even the Blue Cloud sect did not have would appear in this remote town. It was too surprising. Ha ha ha, boss is not dead, boss is mighty. What on earth did this brat do? It's incredible. What did I see? A 6th-tier mystic cultivator actually withstood 2 attacks from a peak great mystic cultivator. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Discussions broke out everywhere. Chen Tianyao's expression was extremely ugly. The 2 attacks had consumed more than half of the mystic chi in his dantian, but he still could not kill Luo Tian. This was something he could not accept at all. His eyes turned ferocious, and the depths of his dantian once again channeled vigorous mystic chi. Chen Tianyao rushed up again. This time, he did not aim at Luo Tian's chest, but at his life gate. The danger had just passed, and this wave of danger came again. Li Shuer's heart almost couldn't take it anymore. Her tears fell like rain, but she couldn't do anything about it. This feeling was so overwhelming that she couldn't breathe. Rumble, Chen Tianyao's attack swept over again. It was extremely fast. Luo Tian's body was still motionless, and everyone's hearts were in their throats again. Suddenly, Luo Tian's brows moved slightly, and the blood-sucking blade in his hand let out a fierce blade cry. This sound seemed to come from the 9th heaven. Feng Lei grinned. Boss is going to make a move. Before the fatty could finish speaking, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened in anger. The corners of his mouth rose, and he laughed coldly. The giant blade in his hand began to exude a scarlet bloody light. In just an instant, the bloody light soared into the sky. All the pain in Luo Tian's body disappeared. His right foot moved slightly, and a burst of white gas came out. The giant blade was raised into the air, and the scarlet bloody light filled the entire sky. The sky was dyed red, the earth was crushed. At this moment, Luo Tian felt like he was a god who ruled over everything, a killing god from hell who wanted to cut through the 9th heaven and cut the giant dragon that roamed above the 9th heaven into 18,000 pieces. Sky-piercing dragon-slaying art, first move. Heaven-destroying slash. Slash. The saber chi rushed into the clouds. Like a substantial blade, it slashed down towards Chen Tianyao. A thin crack flashed out from the sky, as if the sky had split open. The huge blade moved, slashing down within. Incomparably ferocious killing intent. The moment it landed, Luo Tian's blade changed, and shouted again, sky-splitting dragon-slaying art, second move. Earth-splitting slash. Cut, the first slash had yet to land, and the second slash had already been used. What was going on? What was even more incomprehensible was that the saber chi and thick power of the heaven-destroying slash floated in the air, as if time had been frozen, as if the first slash was waiting for something. Rumble. A loud sound came from the depths of the ground. The earth shook violently, and a powerful aura burst out from the depths of the earth. Luo Tian waved the huge blade in his hand heavily, and the ground cracked. A surge of saber chi rushed out of the ground, and the moment it was about to slash towards Chen Tianyao, it strangely stopped. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian roared again, sky-splitting dragon-slaying art, third move. Dragon subduing slash. This slash was the same as the previous two slashes. It floated in the air, as if time had frozen, motionless. Next. Sky-splitting dragon-slaying art, fourth move. Thousand machine slash. Fifth move, netherworld slash. Sixth move, 10,000 killing slash. Seventh move, samsara slash. Eighth move, dragon slaying slash. 8 moves, 8 slashes, 8 blades, all floating in the air. Every slash stopped to support the appearance of tiny spatial cracks. This power was too damn ferocious. Everyone was stunned by Luo Tian's 8 slashes. They stared at Luo Tian with their mouths agape, motionless, and looked at the sound of space cracking in the air. Chen Tianyao, who was under the 8th slash, was so scared that he peed his pants. He even forgot to attack. Looking up at the 8 huge saber chi, endless fear rose in his heart. That kind of saber chi was like hell, like the 9 heavens, like reincarnation, like 10,000 people fighting, like a dragon roaring in pain. All of this crushed his mind, making him incomparably afraid. Afraid? Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was afraid. Lu Chengfeng was afraid. He Chongkong was also afraid. Their hearts sank again and again. They kept asking themselves, if it were me, would I be able to withstand so many heaven-defying 8 blades? There was no answer, because they didn't want to and didn't dare to try, because he would lose his life. Bosses 2F** King Awesome. Feng Lei's eyes widened in excitement. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I must cultivate with all my might, or I won't be able to keep up with young master's footsteps. Everyone from the Luo family had the same expression on their faces. Excitement, other than excitement, there was nothing else. Looking at the fear on Chen Tianya's face, they were excited from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, they were incomparably impressed. Because Luo Tian was their patriarch, their absolute core boss, Leng Hanshuang's cold eyes were also shocked. Her face was very ugly, very ugly. Her thoughts became all kinds of complicated. Li Shuer stood in place and smiled slightly. Tears gently slid down her cheeks. Coupled with her beautiful smile, she was really, really beautiful. The kind of beauty that made people suffocate. Chen Tianyao, who had been scared to the point of peeing, fell into madness under the 8 blades. He looked up to the sky and scolded, Dog, who are you trying to scare with these damn things? Kill me if you have the guts. If you can't kill me, I'll let your whole city die without a burial place. Ha ha ha, he began to laugh wildly. At the same time, Chen Tianyao's palms sank, and all the qi in his body was activated. The vigorous qi directly formed a light shield. A qi shield with a very strong defense. Only by blocking this blow, he would rush up and kill Luo Tian in an instant, all of a sudden. Luo Tian's eyes were ferocious. He grinned sinisterly and said, Don't worry, I'll give you the 9th move. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian's body suddenly flashed, and with a heavy leap, he landed in the air. The frenzied blade in his hand moved behind his back as he roared crazily, the 9th move, return to 1 slash. Rumble, when the 9th slash was unleashed, the other 8 slashes were all trembling, and their strength suddenly increased by several times. It was as if what they were waiting for had appeared. In that instant, within a radius of 100 miles, the sky and the ground, everything was enveloped by the 9 slashes. That kind of terrifying power caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. 9 slashes returned to 1, the power of each slash was twice as strong as the previous one, and continued to stack. If not for the fact that he had stepped into the domain of the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art, Luo Tian would not have been able to withstand such a powerful force. Moreover, although he could not feel any pain with his current support, the pain did not disappear. It was only temporarily sealed. Breaking through the 9 heavens, slaying the giant dragon, only then would it be the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art. Kill. The heaven-defying power crazily pressed down. The moment the huge blade struck the profound chi shield on Chen Tianya's body, the profound chi shield shattered. He couldn't even hold on for a second. A mixture of feces and urine flowed out from the bottom of Chen Tianya's pants. Then, the light shone brightly, and the heavens and earth lost their color. An unbearably powerful force shot out. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and the 9 heavens shook. The surrounding rubble and ruins turned into a thick layer of powder, all of them shattered. In the arena, Luo Tian carried the huge blade on his shoulder, his face full of complacency. Fuck, you want to be awesome with lousy? No matter how awesome you are, you're going to die now, ha ha ha. There was no Xianxia's body in the arena, not even his bones could be found, and he was directly blasted into smithereens. At the same time. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chen Tianyao. The reward is 30,000 experience, and the profound chi is 3,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a fire attribute demon core. Congratulations to player Luo Tian. Fire attribute demon core? Isn't this one of the 5 elements demon cores needed to unlock the ancient scroll? I didn't expect it to be on his body, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was ecstatic, he was one step closer to unlocking the ancient scroll's array. Frenzied Blade's weak voice sounded, don't be so happy yet, the backlash of the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art is about to begin, this will kill you. Kid, you must endure it. Frenzied Blade was worried. If he was worried, it meant that this matter was extremely serious. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. At this moment. Bam. His acupoints exploded. Bam. It exploded again. Bang, 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 all the acupoints in his body exploded in an instant, just like an extra who was filled with blood and then shot at by a machine gun. In an instant, Luo Tian was enveloped by the blood. However, this was not the end. His acupoints exploded, and the countless tendons and veins in his body seemed to be broken inch by inch. That kind of pain was even worse than death. The backlash was simply too unbearable. At this moment, the god of death had descended. Thank you, brother Black Ink Little White, for your reward again. Thank you, brother Book City, for your support. The old cow is extremely grateful. Every large clan or sect would have a specific emblem. The badge was a symbol of identity. The Blue Cloud sect was the overlord within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. However, he was not qualified to make a unique badge. He was not qualified, because his level was not high enough. But everyone in the Blue Cloud sect knew a lot of specific badges. The Violet badge was one of them, and it was very, very strong. It was so strong that their hearts sank the moment they saw it, and they didn't dare to move. The Jade badge in Li Shuer's hand was too dazzling. It was like a purple butterfly, shining with a purple gold light and carrying an incomparably terrifying power. Because of this, all the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect stopped in an instant and looked at Li Shuer with a very ugly expression. Violet, Violet Jade badge. How can a person from Violet appear in such a poor place? Even if there is Violet's Colosseum, we didn't offend them. How can they interfere? Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was discussing carefully. Their voices were not loud, and they didn't dare to be loud, because in front of Violet's power, their Blue Cloud sect was nothing. Everyone in the Luo family was dumbfounded. They looked at Li Shuer and felt that her back was so big and imposing. Feng Lei grinned and said, "Sister-in-law is mighty." Then, many disciples of the previous generation of the Luo family shouted in unison, "Sister-in-law is mighty." Li Shuer wanted to hold back, but she still couldn't completely hold back. The corner of her mouth moved slightly, and she smiled. Her heart was sweet. She had silently accepted the title of sister-in-law in her heart. In the past, every time she heard it, she would pretend to be angry, but she was happy in her heart. This time, she didn't pretend to be angry, but showed her happiness. Li Shuer's expression recovered, and there was an incomparably powerful majesty in her eyes. She glanced at Lu Chengfeng and He Chongkong, and said coldly, "Now get out of Jade Mountain City." Majestic, domineering, with an unshakable mood in her tone. This was the aura of a superior person. Lu Chengfeng's expression changed drastically. Looking at the dazzling violet fire in Li Shuer's hand, he was shocked. Who is this woman to the Violet family? Why would someone from Violet appear in a place like this? He Chongkong secretly clenched his fists. He couldn't help but stare at Luo Tian, who was lying on the ground. His greedy desire grew stronger. Li Shuer's soft words made the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect tremble. They all looked at the two inner elders. Lu Chungfeng said respectfully, Miss, the Luo family killed my Blue Cloud sect's people. Li Shuer didn't wait for him to finish. Her face turned cold as she shouted, do you want your sect to be destroyed? Without another word, he directly asked if they wanted their sect to be destroyed. How awesome was this? Not to mention that the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were scared, even the people of the Luo family were dumbfounded. They suddenly found that this beautiful and suffocating sister-in-law, who usually smiled at them with a gentle face, turned out to be such an awesome existence. In the face of the Blue Cloud sect, which was like a giant, she directly asked them if they wanted their sect to be destroyed. Awesome, awesome to the point of chaos. Too powerful, this made the blood of the Luo family boil. Everyone shouted in unison again, sister-in-law is mighty. In front of Violet, the Blue Cloud sect was really nothing. Destroying the Blue Cloud sect was just a casual matter. It seemed that Li Shuer said it very casually, but she was really angry in her heart. Her anger came from Cold Frost's broken promise, her anger came from the arrogance of the Blue Cloud sect, her anger came from the fact that her sweetheart had been beaten unconscious. She had a lot of anger in her heart, but she felt that everything in the world was beautiful. She shouldn't destroy it because of anger. But now, she was really unhappy. She was very unhappy. She should be angry. Luo Tian's life was still unknown. If he died, no matter what, even if the immortals came, they couldn't stop the possibility of the Blue Cloud sect being destroyed. Lu Chungfeng was really displeased to be interrupted and to hear such domineering words. As the inner elder of the Blue Cloud sect, he had great power. Who dared to interrupt him and talk to him like that, at this moment? Lu Chungfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed through the narrow slits. He said coldly, aren't you too arrogant? He Chongkong took a step forward and said with a grim smile, you're only one person, and your cultivation is equivalent to trash. If you die, if all the people in the city die, Yi Zichen said. Who will know that it was done by our Blue Cloud sect? You'd better be sensible and get lost, otherwise, He Chongkong laughed sinisterly, and Lu Chungfeng also laughed coldly. Spiritual weapons and magic weapons made them unable to stop. It was also because of this that they took the risk. As long as they slaughtered the city, they believed that no one would suspect them. That was a spiritual weapon to protect the body. That was a super strong blade. As long as they got it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Maybe they would even step into another higher realm. How tempting it was. Greed would make a person lose his ability to judge. It would make a person crazy. It would make a person's killing intent soar. At this moment, Li Shuer was extremely dangerous, but her expression was still calm, without the slightest fear. She smiled coldly and said, do you want to kill me too? Lu Chungfeng took a few steps forward. These few steps were crucial. Because these few steps were just the distance to kill Li Shuer in an instant. Lu Chungfeng was afraid that Li Shuer would escape, so he took a few steps closer. His eyes stared at Li Shuer, and a trace of lust appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, we don't want to offend Zi Luolan, but if you dare to stop us, you're beautiful. I believe that any man who sees you will be fascinated by you, including me, including the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect behind me. If you, Lu Chingfeng's face was full of frivolous and lewd smiles. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect behind him were stunned at first, and then they all revealed lewd smiles. Presumptuous. A cold voice sounded. The black-robed Cold Frost instantly fell and stood behind Li Shuer. Her eyes were cold. Do you want to die? 6th level Profound Spirit Realm, with a cold aura. Leng Han Shuang stood out. It was as if an iceberg had fallen, and the temperature dropped sharply. Li Shuer didn't even look at her. Lu Chungfeng and He Chongkong were only slightly surprised. They laughed playfully and said, Zi Luolan's people are arrogant. 6th level Profound Spirit Realm dares to be presumptuous in front of us. We want to die? I think you're the one who wants to die. As soon as the voice fell. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed. He Chongkong and Lu Chingfeng's figures disappeared in an instant. The power surged from all directions like a tidal wave. Murderous intent rose and shrouded Li Shuer and Cold Frost, extremely dangerous. However, Li Shuer was still very calm and didn't panic at all. Lu and He's killing intent soared. For the spirit tools and treasures, they were willing to do anything. They believed that as long as they covered it up well, no matter how strong Zi Luolan was, she wouldn't be able to find out that they were the ones who did it. So, they made their move. With the speed of lightning, they suddenly made their move. They wanted to kill them quickly. Anyone could live, but Li Shuer and Cold Frost couldn't, in the blink of an eye. Cold Frost's gaze sunk, a cold chill spread out, her figure turned into a cold sword, blocking in front of Li Shuer, charging forward. Quang! Hong! Sparks flew in all directions in the sky, it was impossible to tell who was who. Only a few figures could be seen colliding, bouncing back, colliding again, bouncing back again. The scene was extremely shocking. Pung! Suddenly, a black figure fell from the sky. Falling straight down, with a hong sound, it landed beside Li Shuer, creating a deep pit. Dust flew up from the pit, making it impossible to see who was inside. The other two figures also landed heavily, their faces pale, with blood at the corner of their mouths. The dust settled. Cold Frost's face was white as frost, her breathing was weak, her eyes looked at Li Shuer beside her, looking at her, she felt incomparably cold. Li Shuer didn't even look at her, not even a glance, for this. Cold Frost's heart was cold, I've always treated her like my own sister, but now that I'm injured, she doesn't even look at me. Did I really do something wrong? Did I really do something wrong? Doesn't she understand that everything I did was for her? Luo Tian isn't suitable for her, Luo Tian will only affect her, become her stumbling block. Why? Why can't she understand me? Leng Hanshuang was defeated, she lost miserably, with heavy injuries, a 6th-level Mystic Spirit Realm cultivator against 2 8th-level Mystic Spirit Realm cultivators. For her to be able to do this was already extremely strong. Lu and he both suffered light injuries. If it was just one of them, they might not be able to defeat Cold Frost. Their hearts trembled slightly. Violet's people were indeed extraordinary. Lu Chengfeng looked at the motionless Li Shuer and grinned. Are you still going to stop us? Li Shuer's voice was as cold as ice. She was even more resolute than before. Yes. Lu Chengfeng found it funny, even a 6th-level Mystic Spirit cultivator can't stop us, you think you can? I saw that you were beautiful so I didn't kill you. Of course, I didn't kill you for the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect and for myself. I have never enjoyed such a beautiful woman before, ha ha ha. Li Shuer's expression still did not change. She said, you hurt one of my people. I hate this person today. I won't pursue or blame you for hurting her. It's my personal selfishness, so I'm giving you one last chance. Take your people back to the Blue Cloud sect and never set foot in this city again. His tone was forceful. His aura was still high and mighty. He was still dignified and domineering. He did not put Lu, he, or even the Blue Cloud sect in his eyes. This caused Lu and he to feel extremely displeased. He Chongkong frowned and said directly, Brother Lu, why are you talking nonsense with her? If you like this woman, just take her away. Leave everything here to me. Lu Chengfeng smiled lightly and said, I'm definitely going to take this beauty. However, let's split the good stuff on that brat. The two looked at each other and laughed as if they had reached an agreement. At the moment when they laughed, Li Shuer said unhappily, it seems that you have made your choice. Very well. Then your Blue Cloud sect, including the disciples guarding the city gate, will all die. His Majesty was unshakable. Lu Chengfeng laughed sinisterly and shouted, Little beauty, do you think we are scared? Don't worry, let me get rid of this group of trash, then I will take good care of you, ha ha ha. Before his laughter died down, a crack flashed in the sky, to be exact, it should be sword chi, the incomparably sharp sword chi was extremely dense. It was exactly the same as lightning, with endless power. It fell silently. Then, a thin crack appeared on Lu Chengfeng's neck. A trace of blood seeped out from the crack. He touched it with his hand and looked at it. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his hands covered his neck. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Even so, Lu Chengfeng still covered his neck with his hands. Blood gushed out crazily from the gaps between his fingers. In a few breaths, his whole body was dyed red with blood. His face was extremely pale. Finally, his hands drooped down weakly and his head fell. Half of his body held on for half a second and fell forward. It was just a sword. Lu Chunfeng, who was in the 8th level of the mystic spirit realm, died. He did not even know how he died. He did not even know who attacked him. It was just like a dream. However, this dream was a dead dream for him. Everyone raised their heads and looked around. All the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were pale. They were all so scared that their legs went soft and their bodies trembled. He Chongkong's back was covered in cold sweat. His face was pale. He released his huge consciousness, but he could not sense that person's aura. Lu Qingfeng's death was very bloody and terrifying. However, Li Shuer seemed to be used to it. Her expression did not change at all. She said faintly, "Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." Very casual, very cold. The coldness of killing. Li Shuer seemed to be a completely different person. She was like a female devil who had killed countless people, causing people to be intimidated at first glance. However, Feng Lei was grinning from ear to ear with a silly smile. He was the only one who could laugh so happily. He kept shouting, "Sister-in-law is domineering, sister-in-law is mighty, ha ha ha." The other people of the Luo family looked at Li Shuer's back dumbfoundedly. Their eyes did not move. As soon as Li Shuer's voice fell, He Chongkong suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Please spare my lowly life. I won't dare to. I will immediately bring my disciples out of Jade Mountain City and never step into this place again. Never. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare my life. I beg you, please spare us. It's all Lu Qingfeng's fault. It has nothing to do with us." For a moment, everyone in the Blue Cloud sect knelt on the ground and kowtowed. This scene had never happened in the thousands of years of history of the Blue Cloud sect. The absolute overlord within 100,000 kilometers was like this, or was Zi Luolan behind Li Shuer too powerful? They were blinded by greed at first and only woke up now. Li Shuer's expression was still so indifferent. There was no change in her voice. She said coldly, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Kill them all." As soon as her voice fell, He Chongkong's face darkened. He was only a few meters away from Li Shuer. He could only stop her. No one dared to touch him. He smiled coldly in his heart. He raised his eyes slightly and rushed out. The long sword stopped when it was only a few centimeters away from Li Shuer's eyebrows. Then, a thin line appeared between He Chongkong's eyebrows and blood oozed out. He was split into two. He was killed in seconds. Li Shuer frowned slightly and said faintly, "Do you know why you died?" "Because you touched my man, so I'm very unhappy." These words stunned Lung Han Shuang. It made Luo Tian, who was in a coma, laugh. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. Li Shuer was really unhappy. She was very unhappy. She was unhappy since Luo Tian was bullied by the Blue Cloud sect. She was unhappy when Cold Frost broke her promise. She was unhappy when Luo Tian was crushed by Qin Tianyao. She was unhappy when Lu Chunfeng was sinister and despicable. For her, there were too many things that made her unhappy today. So she was angry. It was just that her anger was not that obvious, and her expression did not change much. This was the 2nd time she was angry in her life. The first time was because of the marriage contract that her family had arranged for her. That time, she was unhappy and drew a line with some people. She did not plan to pay attention to them for the rest of her life. This was the 2nd time. She was angry because of Luo Tian. Although Luo Tian was unconscious, his mind was still very clear. When he heard Li Shuer's words, he could not stop smiling in his heart. He was really happy. As soon as He Chongkong died, all the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect fled in all directions. Li Shuer looked at them coldly. Her expression was still indifferent as she said, "Leave none alive." Immediately, there was a violent sword cry in the sky. Immediately after, countless chi swords condensed from profound chi gathered in the air and rotated non-stop. It was like 10,000 swords returning to the sect. In the center of the countless chi swords, there was a seemingly ordinary black sword. There were no lines on the sword, and the sword was covered with rust. It looked like an iron sword that had been sealed for 10,000 years. There was not the slightest sharpness. However, when the black sword received Li Shuer's order, the chi swords flew into the sky and shot out like a homing missile. Black Blood-curdling screams rang out again and again. Blood exploded in the air like flowers, shocking everyone to the core. A few minutes later, hundreds of Blue Cloud sect disciples all died tragically under the chi swords. They did not have the strength to fight back. It was an absolute suppression. After this, the black sword fell gently. The moment it landed, a man in a black robe walked out. There was no aura, and he was as cold as iron. It was as if he was a sword that had been sealed for 10,000 years. There was not a trace of human life. The black-robed man knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Mississippi. This sword servant is late and has startled you." Li Shuer gently lifted the man up and said with a faint smile, "Uncle Jian, you came at the right time." The black-robed man got up and naturally stood beside Li Shuer. He glanced at Cold Frost, who was lying in the pit with a pale face and barely breathing breath. His eyes were calm and expressionless. Li Shuer walked a few steps towards Luo Tian before stopping. She closed her eyes and exhaled. Her body relaxed and she said, "Uncle Jian, please save Sister Shuang." In the end, she let it go. However, there was a barrier in his heart. She might never be able to return to the way she used to be. Cold Frost was aware of this as well. She smiled bitterly in her heart and felt helpless. She thought to herself, maybe I shouldn't have done that. After saying that, Li Shuer still did not look at Cold Frost and directly walked towards Luo Tian. Feng Lei had already helped Luo Tian up and asked worriedly, "Sister-in-law, is my boss all right?" Everyone in the Luo family looked at Li Shuer, who was walking towards them. Their eyes were filled with respect and a trace of fear. They did not know Zi Luolan before, but from today onwards, they knew. Li Shuer's expression became serious. She squatted down and carefully examined Luo Tian's injuries. She discovered that there were no wounds on his body, his heart was beating strongly, his face was red, and what was even worse was, when Li Shuer's right hand gently touched Luo Tian's chest to check on his injuries, the huge thing under his crotch suddenly pushed up. This, Li Shuer's face instantly turned red as she scolded in a low voice, "Stinky pervert." Her heart also relaxed. Although she did not know that all the acupoints on Luo Tian's body had exploded and he was injured to such an extent, she could not understand. But Luo Tian was her big brother Luo Tian. Very strong, very big, the big brother Luo Tian who had once said that he would marry her and protect her for life. It was that simple. Li Shuer regained her composure and said, "Don't worry, big brother Luo Tian is fine. He is probably too tired and will wake up after resting for a while." "Oh right. Fatty, carry big brother Luo Tian into my room." Feng Lei was stunned and said, "Sister-in-law, young master has his own room. How can I carry him into your room? Son of a bitch." Luo Tian cursed in his heart, wishing that he could kick Fatty's, but until it blossomed, "Why are you asking so much? Why are you asking so much? What does it have to do with you? Just do as I say, you damn fatty. When I wake up, I will definitely teach you a good lesson." Li Shuer's face turned red again, and said, "I will take good care of him." Only then did Feng Lei come to a realization, and laughed foolishly, "I understand." As he spoke, Feng Lei swiftly carried Luo Tian and walked towards Li Shuer's courtyard. Luo Tian began to think of some very amazing things. When Li Shuer left, she glanced at the place where Cold Frost had fallen to the ground. Seeing that the sword servant had already disappeared, she muttered to herself, "I hope you're all right." Late at night, it was a little cold. The Luo family was brightly lit, and everyone was busy rebuilding. Jade Mountain City continued to send gifts to show their sincerity. Luo Tian's actions were known to everyone. In order to protect Jade Mountain City, it could be said that he was going to risk his life. Even if they did not appreciate it, they should be clear that if not for Luo Tian blocking the Blue Cloud sect, Jade Mountain City would have already become a dead city. What was surprising was, the Zhou family moved very quickly and hurriedly out of the city. It was likely that they would never return to Jade Mountain City again in this lifetime. Song Yannan immediately sent the Luo family disciples to take over the Zhou family's territory. No one dared to object. As for the Zhu family, there was no one there. Zhu Mei originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, she was stopped by a group of Zhu family disciples and beaten to death. Her death was extremely miserable. The reason why the Zhu family disciples beat her to death was because they all knew that if it weren't for this woman, they wouldn't have caused so much trouble, and they wouldn't have to be in exile. Right now, the Luo family had many things to do. However, he was now the absolute overlord of Jade Mountain City. No one could shake him, and it was an eternal slap. As long as Luo Tian didn't die, as long as Zi Luolan didn't perish, he would be the eternal overlord. Li Shuer's yard was quiet under the starry sky. Some of the disciples who passed by were all tiptoeing, afraid that they would disturb Luo Tian's rest. In the courtyard, Li Shuer stood there quietly with a serious expression on her face. 3 meters away from her stood a person. A white-cloaked Confucian scholar, floating like an immortal. She couldn't see his appearance clearly, but just by his temperament, she could feel that he was extraordinary. Morong Wanjian, the young lord of Duantian City, a peerless genius of the human clan, a man who possessed the legendary true dragon bloodline. The two looked at each other. They looked at each other for more than 2 hours. Finally, Morong Wanjian chuckled and took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, Li Shuer took a light step back, maintaining the same distance of 3 meters. Morong Wanjian laughed again. There was a trace of awkwardness, and at the same time, there was a trace of anger. His voice was cold as he said, "I want to kill him. The first chapter has been delivered." The voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Li Shuer's eyes darkened. She looked at Morong Wanjian and said, "You've already killed him once. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed. It was you who ordered Sister Shuang not to make a move, right?" Morong Wanjian was secretly shocked. He smiled and didn't deny it. "Shuer, you're still so smart." When Li Shuer heard the 2 words Shuer, she frowned. Her expression was very subtle, but it was still seen by Morong Wanjian. There was a trace of anger in his heart. Li Shuer said, "Sister Shuang is still a citizen of Duantian City. Her heart will always be with you. Even if I've been treating her as my sister for so many years, in the end, I still listen to you." Actually, in Sister Shuang's heart, Morong Wanjian didn't wait for Li Shuer to finish and interrupted her. "She's only a servant of Duantian City. She doesn't have the right to do whatever she wants. From the moment she was born, her life didn't belong to her." In Morong Wanjian's eyes, Cold Frost wasn't even comparable to a servant. He could naturally guess what Li Shuer didn't finish her words. He felt that if she continued, it would be an insult to him, so he interrupted her. He had an incomparably noble bloodline. He had unparalleled wealth, power, status, and most importantly, he had the bloodline of a true dragon that only existed in legends. He was born with it, therefore, his heart was like a king, looking down on the world. Putting aside his cultivation, the only thing he cared about was Li Shuer in front of him. However, he increasingly felt that Li Shuer was very far away from him. Especially because of the appearance of a brat with the surname Luo in Jade Mountain City, she alienated him even more. This made him unhappy from the bottom of his heart. He suppressed this unhappy feeling in his heart and didn't want to show it, because Li Shuer was here. Li Shuer smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I feel sorry for you. Sister Shuang is such a good and perfect woman, but you don't know how to cherish her at all." Morong Wanjian was inwardly annoyed. He originally thought that interrupting Li Shuer would stop her from continuing, but he didn't expect her to continue. He took a deep breath and said, "Shuer, you are the only one in my world." Li Shuer said unabashedly, "Sorry, you're not in my world. My world only has my big brother Luo Tian." Morong Wanjian's eyes widened. An invisible surge of aura erupted from his body. It was as if a true dragon was roaring from the 9 heavens. He was furious, he was really angry. Just as he was about to explode, Morong Wanjian withdrew his aura and coldly laughed, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill him?" Li Shuer said, "You don't dare." "Oh?" Morong Wanjian found it somewhat laughable and said, "Is there anything in this world that I, Morong Wanjian, don't dare to do?" Li Shuer said, "You don't dare to do this." Her face was calm, without a trace of emotion. She was slightly nervous, but she concealed it so well that even Morong Wanjian couldn't detect it. Morong Wanjian looked at Li Shuer, motionless. Li Shuer also looked at Morong Wanjian, motionless. After a long time, Li Shuer's body lightly shook, and a divine bird condensed from the stars appeared behind her back. It was the legendary phoenix. The stars gradually dispersed, and Li Shuer's chest heaved up and down. Morong Wanjian smiled indifferently and said, "Shuer, your cultivation hasn't improved at all these days." Li Shuer didn't say anything, and her eyes stared fixedly at Morong Wanjian. After a long time, Morong Wanjian took a step back, turned around, and walked to the entrance of the courtyard. He said indifferently, "Return with me." Li Shuer said, "I will return, but not with you." Morong Wanjian's mouth turned cold, and he smiled. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. After half an hour, at the peak of the Azure Cloud Sect's Azure Cloud Mountain, Morong Wanjian's eyes were filled with anger. He attacked with his sword, and the entire Azure Cloud Sect was enveloped in a deadly sword aura. That night, the Azure Cloud Sect was bathed in blood. That night, the thousands of people in the Azure Cloud Sect were all killed. That night, Morong Wanjian was so angry that he went crazy. He was like a murderous demon as he crazily massacred. That night was the most irrational night he had ever been. After dawn, he sat on a flight of stairs in the Azure Cloud Sect. There were corpses all around him, all of them killed by a sword. Morong Wanjian's face was cold as he looked at the darkest night before dawn. He said to himself, "No one can touch my woman. Luo Tian, I won't kill you this time. The next time we meet, it will be your death." Shortly after, the sect master of the Azure Cloud Sect knelt in front of him with a large hole in his chest. He died with his eyes wide open and asked, "Why?" Morong Wanjian coldly glanced at him and said coldly, "Because your damned elder spoke rudely to my woman. Because you're the only sect within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Most importantly, because I'm not happy." Jade Mountain City, Luo family. Li Shuer's face was extremely pale. The moment Morong Wanjian disappeared, she was almost paralyzed and fell to the ground. Luckily, she was caught by the sword slave who was as fast as lightning. The black-robed sword slave said softly, "Is it worth it for you to do this for him?" Li Shuer revealed a smile and said, "It's worth it." The black-robed sword slave wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he endured it. Li Shuer was still smiling and said, "Uncle Sword Slave, when I was 4 years old, Big Brother Luo Tian promised to marry me. He said that he would protect me for a lifetime and we pinched. Big Brother Luo Tian said that he would give me happiness. Big Brother Luo Tian said that as long as he was here, he wouldn't let anyone bully me. Big Brother Luo Tian said." Li Shuer said a lot. She was full of joy, and she was smiling like a flower. In the end, her face was covered in tears. She bit her arm and didn't let herself cry out. That kind of silent, heart-wrenching expression made one's heart ache. That night, Luo Tian laid on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Tears couldn't stop flowing out of his eyes. He clenched his fists, clenched them again. His nails dug into his palms and blood flowed out. It was a heart-piercing pain, but he didn't feel it at all. That night, his determination to become stronger was stronger than any other time. Become stronger, I will definitely become stronger, I will definitely beat the shit out of Morong Wanjian. I swear to the gods that the next time I meet him, I will beat him until he crawls on the ground like a dog and can't get up for the rest of his life. This oath is too vicious. Time quietly passed. 3 days later. Luo Tian still pretended to be unconscious because he didn't know how to face Li Shuer. Li Shuer acted as if she didn't notice anything. She stayed by his bedside for 3 days and 3 nights, telling him everything that happened in the Luo family when she was 4 years old. Every time she finished talking, she would smile like a little girl who was about to marry the man she liked. 3 days later. Li Shuer left. The moment she left, Luo Tian got out of bed and secretly ran to the city wall to watch her figure gradually disappear. He didn't know when. Leng Hanswang appeared behind him. This time, she didn't wear a black robe. Instead, she wore a light blue dress. She didn't look as cold as before, but more beautiful. Her figure was still incomparably hot. Cold Frost took out a small clay figurine and handed it over, saying, "Miss asked me to give this to you." Luo Tian received it and laughed. This was the first gift that Li Shuer had said countless times that he had given her, a small clay figurine. Cold Frost looked into the distance, in the direction of the Heaven Sword City. She frowned, then relaxed, and said, 3 years from today, in Duantian City, it will be the wedding day of Miss and Murong Wanjian. Luo Tian placed the small clay figurine in his embrace, where his heart was. Then, with a serious expression, he said, I will definitely go, I will go and steal the bride. Leng Hanshuang smiled. Very beautiful, as beautiful as a frost flower. Then, he leaped up and chased after Li Shuer's car. Luo Tian laughed loudly, the next time we meet, I will definitely spank your butt until it blossoms. Cold Frost suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Luo Tian who was on the city wall, put her hands on her waist, and revealed an incomparably charming smile, and said, I remember, on the bed. I'm waiting for that day. This chapter made Old Cow a little sad, and he almost burst into tears. Brothers, look forward to the big explosion 3 years later. Luo Tian wanted to obtain the ancient divine weapon and crazily level up, all for the sake of beating the shit out of Murong Wanjian 3 years later. Fatty, I'll give you 10 months to break through to the great Xian Master realm. 10 months later, we'll meet in the imperial capital's Heaven Sword City. At the city gate. Luo Tian said with a serious gaze. 10 months was not a long time for a warrior, and it was difficult to break through a small realm. However, Feng Lei was only at the second stage of the Xian Master realm, and was still thousands of miles away from the great Xian Master realm. To some warriors, they might not be able to break through to the great Xian Master realm in their entire lives. The path of martial arts was not just about hard work. More often than not, it required talent and opportunities. The reason why Luo Tian would meet in the imperial capital's Heaven Sword City in 10 months was because he wanted to save In Chun's mother. This was an S-rank mission, no matter what, he had to complete it. 100,000 points of favorability. She would do whatever she was told to do. Maybe In Chun's mother would also. That was an adult demon fox clan woman, that would really take people's lives. Luo Tian couldn't help but become evil. Then again. Putting aside the mission, this was something that he had promised In Chun. No matter how difficult it was, he would still do it. Because they had hooked up, moreover, what did 100,000 points of favorability mean? Was it really just a good impression? Luo Tian felt that it was not that simple. He kept feeling that there was something hidden behind the mission reward, and that he might be able to trigger a hidden attribute. Feng Lei nodded his head seriously, and said, Boss, don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. But boss, where are you going? Can't you let me follow you? He had been protecting Luo Tian since he was young, and had never left for more than 10 years. The two of them were even closer than blood brothers. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, I also need to think of a way to break through, you too. Level up, urgently wanting to level up, Luo Tian's heart to become stronger was incomparably strong. Within 3 years, he had to surpass Murong Wanjian and trample him under his feet. He swore, although he didn't even know how high Murong Wanjian's cultivation was right now. Feng Lei wanted to fight for it, but in the end, he endured it. He smiled foolishly and nodded his head heavily. He wanted to follow Luo Tian. However, he discovered that his cultivation was somewhat unable to keep up with Luo Tian's footsteps. He had to do his utmost to catch up. Within 10 months, he had to step into the 5th level of the Great Profound Stone Realm. Luo Tian squatted down and gently pinched In Chun's delicate little face. Chun, be a good girl and wait for me to come back. When I come back, I will take you to find your mother. And Chun nodded obediently and said, Big brother, I will wait for your return obediently. Luo Tian smiled and turned to Song Yannan. He handed over a wooden tablet and said, Brother Song, I'll leave Chun in your care. As for the Luo clan, here are some things I left for them. You can do whatever you want with them. Song Yannan took it and gave it a look. His face was filled with shock as he saw that it was filled with profound stones. He said heavily, Don't worry, I will definitely take care of everything here. After instructing everyone, Luo Tian gave everyone a serious look. Then, he turned around and strode forward without looking back. He didn't dare to look back. He was afraid that he would cry. Most of the time, Luo Tian was a rather sentimental person. He had experienced this kind of parting once before. It was very difficult to bear. Of course. Parting was for the sake of reuniting. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range, on a large tree with dense leaves, a pair of beast-like eyes stared at a place without moving. Quietly waiting. Like a lurking cheetah, he stared at his prey. Following his line of sight, more than 50 meters away, there were two monstrous beasts constantly fighting. The scene was extremely ferocious. The two monstrous beasts were fighting like two wrestlers. However, their strength was tens of thousands of times greater than that of the wrestlers. Rumble. Rumble. After fighting for nearly 4 hours, the sky was about to turn dark. In the end, the two monstrous beasts were covered in wounds. Panting heavily, they each stood on one side and stared at each other. Monstrous beasts and humans were the same. If they wanted to break through, they needed to suck the blood essence of other monstrous beasts. In front of Luo Tian were two rank 5 monstrous beasts. They were pure strength type monstrous beasts. They were eager to suck each other's blood essence to break through. However, after fighting for 4 hours, they realized that the other party was not as simple as they thought. The two monstrous beasts couldn't gain any advantage from each other, so they didn't dare to continue fighting. Because if they continued to fight, the injuries on their bodies would be even more serious. And even if they killed each other, they might not live long. Because there were too many powerful monstrous beasts in the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. The next time they were injured, it was very likely that they would be eaten by other monstrous beasts. Seeing that they didn't want to fight, Luo Tian was a little unhappy. He grinned and said, so boring. I still want to be a sparrow. Forget it. You two will die together. In the blink of an eye. His figure flashed and landed heavily in the middle of the two rank 5 monstrous beasts. Luo Tian opened his arms and pointed at one of the monstrous beasts. He hooked his finger and said with a sneer, "You two come together." A human appeared in the depths of the Ghost Prison mountain range. Seeing Luo Tian's playful expression, the two monstrous beasts seemed to have been greatly humiliated and crazily charged forward. Rank 5 monstrous beasts, and there were even 2 of them. Ordinary people would be so scared that they would piss their pants. Luo Tian saw, that was a lot of experience and internal force. Luo Tian didn't move. His body stood there motionless. He withdrew his aura and didn't have the slightest bit of defense. Just relying on his physical defense to resist, was he crazy? That's right, Luo Tian wanted to use his physical defense to resist. Ever since he stepped into the 8th level of the Mystic Cultivator realm, he realized that his physical defense was really too weak. The best way to cultivate the physical body was to train it until it had thick skin and rough flesh. Using himself as a sandbag for the monstrous beasts to train, this kind of cultivation was the most direct and also the most variable. Pervert, this was simply self-torture. When it came to cultivation, Luo Tian really didn't know anything about it. He was only a transmigrator and didn't know anything about the cultivation methods of the Xianxia continent, so this was the best way he could think of to improve his physical body's resistance. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy blows landed on Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and endured. It was very painful, intense pain. However, in this pain, his physical body's resistance increased by a bit, and the strength in his muscles deepened by a bit. F***ck, is that all you have? Come again. Luo Tian said with disdain. The two monstrous beasts were even angrier and their strength became even more vigorous. Once again. Luo Tian endured it. His legs trembled and he almost knelt down, but in the end, he endured it. Bang! Bang! Attack after attack landed. Luo Tian was beaten until he was covered in blood. He was simply unrecognizable, but his expression became more and more excited and sinister. The two monstrous beasts were scared. They had seen changes before. Abnormal, they had never seen such a change before. Abnormal, was this still King human? Want to leave? If you leave, what will I eat for dinner? Luo Tian's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, Level 2 Berserk. Chi, the power was like the sea, rolling out. The aura of his entire body suddenly changed. With the berserk blade in hand, he slashed out twice in a row. Boom, boom. 2 huge heads fell to the ground, dead. Very easy 2 slashes, instant kill. The 1800 gene bloodthirsty blade was really too sharp. Drinking the blood of the demon beast, it released a ferocious sound. Ding, ding. 2 consecutive prompts sounded. Luo Tian immediately checked the demon core's attributes, sighed slightly, and said, "There are still no attribute demon cores. When will I be able to gather all 5 elements demon cores?" Ever since Luo Tian killed Chen Tianyao and obtained a fire attribute demon core, he had killed dozens of 5th-order demon beasts in the past month. However, not a single demon core had dropped, not to mention the rarest 5 elements demon core among the demon cores. If he couldn't gather all 5 elements demon cores, he wouldn't be able to unlock the universe illusion array on the ancient scroll. If he couldn't even unlock the array, how could he find the ancient divine weapon? Forget it. Let's fill our stomachs first. Luo Tian cut off a demon beast's thigh and carried it deep into the forest. Not long after. Behind him, a series of earth-shattering sounds could be heard. A group of demon beasts were fighting, and their strength was not weak. In the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, he really had to be careful at all times. Because it was too dangerous, the demon beasts were all extremely fierce. Luo Tian could easily deal with rank 5 demon beasts, but if he encountered rank 6 demon beasts, it would be dangerous. That was why he quickly left that place. Night fell. Luo Tian sat at the entrance of the cave, roasting meat, humming a song from his previous life, "You are my little roast meat." Not long after. The oil on the roast meat jumped, emitting a tempting charred fragrance. At this time, a little salt was sprinkled on the roast meat, allowing it to fully absorb, and the smell was even more tempting. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and muttered, "F***ck, why didn't I find out that I had a talent for roasting meat in my previous life? This fragrance is simply irresistible. Shameless." He took the barbecued meat from the fire rack and placed it on a banana leaf to cool it down. Luo Tian lifted his pants and walked out of the cave. Facing the dark night sky, he howled, "Mother****, I will poke a big hole in you one day." His urine was like rain arrows, shooting very far away. Luo Tian lowered his head to look at his little brother and laughed excitedly. Very powerful. When he returned to the cave after peeing and was about to enjoy the barbecue feast, he suddenly realized that the barbecue meat on the banana leaf had disappeared. Luo Tian was stunned. What the hell? I clearly put it here. Luo Tian searched again, but he still couldn't find anything. He frowned and released his will, covering a radius of 1 kilometer, but he couldn't find anything. Luo Tian looked at the dark hole and murmured, "There can't really be ghosts in this world, right?" The cave behind him had traces of artificial excavation, and it didn't look too deep. It should have been left behind by people who had explored the Ghost Prison Mountain Range in the past. Luo Tian didn't go inside to check, so he really didn't know if it was deep or not. Looking at the pitch-black interior of the cave, he had a bad premonition. Suddenly, he pretended that nothing had happened and still hummed a tune while barbecuing the meat. 10 minutes later, a big piece of barbecue was finished. It was more fragrant and tempting. This time, Luo Tian didn't go out, but casually ate a few mouthfuls and then put it down. Leaning on a big stone, his eyes gently drooped and pretended to sleep. Half a minute later, there was a very slight sound in the cave. If he didn't use his will to sense it, he wouldn't be able to hear it. Hee, barbecue again, this thing is simply too delicious. As he said that, he glanced at Luo Tian, then carefully picked up the barbecue and prepared to leave. Luo Tian's heart was shocked, extremely shocked, because in front of his eyes was a very, very small person, only about 30 centimeters tall. Was this the legendary goblin race? The moment he picked up the barbecue, Luo Tian suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "You dare to steal my things, you don't want to live anymore." The dwarf picked up the barbecue and stuck out his tongue at Luo Tian with a look of disdain. Then he ran into the cave like a wisp of smoke. Luo Tian was unhappy. "If you want to steal my meat, then steal it. But you still ***king look down on me." How could he endure this? He rushed out like an arrow and quickly chased after it. What made him even more shocked was that the dwarf's speed was extremely fast. Even if he released the wind shadow steps, he wouldn't be able to catch up. However, the distance between them wasn't too far apart. He could vaguely see the dwarf running crazily, and he would even look back from time to time. What was infuriating was that this guy was still looking down on Luo Tian. Holy sh*T. Level 2 Berserk. Wind Shadow Steps, 2nd stage. Suddenly, the aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily, "Little thing, I still can't catch up to you." Luo Tian's change startled the dwarf. His expression was somewhat flustered, and his footsteps quickened. He rushed forward with all his might, and no longer dared to look back at Luo Tian. Because he realized that the humans behind him were really dangerous. As the distance between them got closer and closer, Luo Tian laughed mockingly, "Son of a bitch, look down on me, look down on another one for me to see." He was about to catch the dwarf. Suddenly, a sharp turn. After the turn, the lights were brightly lit, extremely dazzling. Luo Tian was caught off guard. His right arm subconsciously blocked the dazzling light, and at this moment, the dwarf suddenly jumped towards the light. His speed was too fast. Luo Tian did not stop either. In addition, his eyes were blinded by the light. For a moment, his feet were in the air, and his entire body fell down. F***ck. This is bad. The moment he was suspended in the air, Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, "This is too much." He had let down his guard a little. He did not expect the cave to be like this, and he did not expect there to be such a huge pit. His body lost its center of gravity as it continued to fall. In the process of falling, the dwarf actually waved his two small hands and flew. He flew up. Goblins could even fly. The most frightening thing was that this little thing looked at Luo Tian with a despicable expression, sticking out his tongue at him like a naughty child. He was incomparably disdainful, and incomparably delighted in his misfortune. "You bastard, just you wait for me." Luo Tian wanted to control his body, but he found that he couldn't. The speed at which he was falling was too fast, and there was no point to exert force on nearby. If he reached the profound spirit realm, he might be able to fly. But he was still at the 8th stage of the Xian Master stage, and was still thousands of miles away. Be careful, the people below. I'm going to fall. I'm going to fall to my death. Luo Tian fell down and landed on a house. He smashed a hole in the house and then heavily landed on the ground. Luo Tian felt intense pain all over his body. He touched a few important parts of his body and rejoiced inwardly, "Fortunately, I managed to train my physical body's ability to resist attacks. Otherwise, I would have fallen to my death." Thank you Brother Pasqualayer for the 588 book coins reward. I am extremely grateful. Happiness came so suddenly. The Virgin of 2 lifetimes moved the heavens and gave him 6 beautiful girls all of a sudden. Wow, was the spring of his little brother here? Luo Tian was really dumbfounded. These women weren't wearing a single piece of clothing. Their figures were perfect, and there wasn't a single flaw on their bodies. Most importantly, they weren't short goblins. They didn't look any different from humans, but their pupils were dark blue. He was dumbfounded. The 6 women were also dumbfounded. They also looked at Luo Tian in horror and then looked at Luo Tian's crotch. This made Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tighten. His little brother was very domineering and he said in his heart, "Their eyes look as if they want to gang rape me. Should I resist? Should I? Should I or should I not? I'm really excited, so excited." While thinking of this, Luo Tian pretended to be scared. He took off his shirt and said weakly, "I'll do it myself. This is my first time. Later, you guys be gentler." In the end, he did not forget to remind them, "I prefer to do it on top. If you guys are not willing, you can do it on the bottom." To be honest, when the 6 naked women were looking at his crotch, Luo Tian felt that it was time for him to take this step. I have imagined countless scenes and countless openings. In that sentence, I did not guess the opening and the ending correctly. But I'm really looking forward to it. 1v6, can you believe it? The 6 women frowned and stared at Luo Tian's crotch without moving. Luo Tian had already taken off his shirt, revealing his firm muscles. The lines of his muscles were clearly defined, and with a few scars, it made him seem even more mysterious and full of vicissitudes. If this kind of figure was in his previous life, he would be able to charm many young men. But now, they were actually staring at his crotch. Could it be that they wanted him to take off his pants? Wow. Naked against naked, this is how it should be. Luo Tian was still a little shy in his heart. After all, it was his first time. Of course. Apart from being shy, he was also impatient. Just as he lowered his head and was about to undo his pants, he suddenly realized that there was a long white thing under his crotch that looked like hair. What is it? Luo Tian tugged at his long white hair. The 6 women raised their eyes. Luo Tian's actions affected their nerves, and all of them looked extremely nervous. Can't move it? Luo Tian lifted his buttocks and pulled hard again. Suddenly, he pulled out something that looked like a doll. His eyes stared blankly as he muttered, "There are dolls in this world? But this style is too ugly." Turning over to take a look, there was a nose, eyes, and a face full of wrinkles. It was very realistic. It was also at this moment. Cough cough, cough cough, young man, you almost took my life. F***ck. The rag doll can talk? Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened, and he was so scared that he threw the doll away. Pa! He slammed into the wall with his face plastered to the wall. Then, he slowly slid down. How can you treat Granny like this? Who the hell are you? Granny, are you all right? The 6 women all stared at Luo Tian angrily, and then surrounded him. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Forced, he muttered to himself, so that rag doll just now was a person. Damn it, I was almost scared to death. Is there such an ugly person? At this moment, the ugly granny stood up with a look of anger on her face, because no one here dared to treat her like this. She walked up and looked at Luo Tian, wanting to scold him. But, at this moment, her expression became holy and incomparably pious. She looked at Luo Tian as if she was looking at a god. Luo Tian sat cross-legged. His upper body was bare, and there were some scars on his body. There was a big hole on his head that he had just smashed open. A beam of light shone down from the big hole and shone on his head. His entire person looked incomparably divine, as if the Buddha Lord had appeared. Auspicious lights lingered around him. The prophecy came true. The prophecy came true. Come, come, pay your respects to the immortal. The old woman's voice trembled, and her expression was extremely excited. She anxiously said, "Come and pay your respects to the immortal. He can save you. Only he can save you." The 6 women were stunned. They looked at Luo Tian with doubt in their eyes. Another woman said, "Granny, could you have seen wrongly? How could he be the person in the prophecy?" That's right. His frivolous eyes just now, his thoughts are dirty. He definitely isn't the person in the prophecy. The women said one after another, not believing the old woman's words at all. Luo Tian thought to himself, the person in the prophecy, what's the situation? The old woman looked at Luo Tian very seriously and muttered a few words in a low voice. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she said, "He is definitely the person in the prophecy. A human descending from the sky. His upper body is bare, and he is shrouded in auspicious light. Everything about him is as described in the prophecy. There's definitely no mistake. Quickly come and pay your respects to the immortal and beg him to save you." The old woman's face was solemn. The 6 women looked at each other, then as if they had a mental breakdown, they all knelt in front of Luo Tian and cried. "Immortal, please save us. Immortal, we don't want to marry the Yin King. Immortal, please save us. We will worship you forever." This time, Luo Tian was really dumbfounded. His thoughts were flying. He wondered if he should act as a scammer for once. Hug left and right, then have sex with 6 women in one night, and then leave just like that. This idea was a bit dirty, but it was really awesome. Most importantly, these 6 women were really beautiful. They were so beautiful that any man would be moved by them. Luo Tian put on a very noble look. He was stunned for a moment, then he said calmly, "If you have something to say, say it slowly. This immortal will definitely help you escape from the sea of bitterness." When Luo Tian spoke, the old woman became emotional. She instantly knelt down and said anxiously, "Immortal, the Ing King of Corp City has taken our land, snatched our men, and now wants to snatch our women. Please help us kill the Ing King and save them." Ing King? That name sounds very scary. Is he very strong? Luo Tian asked casually. The old woman immediately said, "In front of you, immortal, he is nothing. You can kill him with just a flick of your finger." Luo Tian was happy in his heart, and thought to himself, so weak. Suddenly, a deep voice came from outside the house. Two strong men with thick eyebrows and big ears walked in. They held long blades in their hands and looked extremely valiant. Their eyes were filled with ridicule as they coldly snorted, "Who dares to speak ill of the Ing King?" Then, a man looked at the 6 women and laughed lewdly. He grabbed his crotch and made a series of obscene movements in front of the 6 women. Luo Tian was dumbstruck, and muttered, "Is this guy shooting a gun? So fierce." As his voice fell, the 2 brawny men's eyes darkened, and a dense cold killing intent spread out in an instant. Thank you to Black Ink Little White, Pasqualayer, Book Friend 518517887 for your support. The old cow is extremely grateful. The first chapter has been delivered. The second chapter should be around 6 p.m. Killing intent, a cold and valiant killing intent. This kind of killing intent seemed to be emitted from a corpse, revealing the aura of death. The long blade pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded, "Who is this dog?" The other sturdy man shouted angrily, "You dog, what are you trying to do?" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, revealing a death god's smile, and said coldly, "I don't want to do anything, I just want you to die." The moment the word die came out, in that instant, Luo Tian's entire body surged with power. Clenching his fists tightly, he shouted in a deep voice, "Level 2 Berserk." CI, both of his fists were scarlet red, and magma dripped down from the gaps of his fists. Luo Tian's eyes slightly raised, filled with endless killing intent, his fists were like erupting magma, and he shouted, "Magma raging fire." A punch flew out, the sturdy man's expression changed drastically as he slashed forward with his blade and scolded, "I think you're tired of living." Luo Tian did not retreat or dodge, his fist directly smashing towards the long blade that was slashing towards him. CI, the long blade slashed onto Luo Tian's fist, and in less than half a breath, the long blade entered his fist, emitting a white mist. It directly melted. The sturdy man was scared silly, his legs went soft, and he scolded, "What demonic technique are you using?" "I'm a demon, your sister. Die for me." A full force attack directly pierced through the sturdy man's chest, leaving a fist-sized hole. It was extremely terrifying. However, the system did not sound out, which meant that the sturdy man was not dead. He didn't die even after being punched through the heart. Wasn't he human? Not only was he not dead, he didn't seem to have any injuries at all. He was full of energy, and there wasn't even a drop of blood from his wounds. How was this possible? Even immortals couldn't do it, right? You even said that I was using demonic techniques. You're the one who was using demonic techniques. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy man suddenly laughed out loud, and slammed his palm towards Luo Tian's chest. "Ing King bestowed me with an immortal body, ha ha ha. You, a mere human, want to kill me?" The punch that was supposed to kill him didn't. Luo Tian was caught off guard and was punched in the chest by the brawny man. The power behind the punch was not particularly strong. However, the instant the punch landed, Luo Tian felt the aura of death. It was similar to the aura of the undead Millennium King he had encountered in the Ghost Prison mountain range. However, the death aura on the muscular man's fist was completely different from that of the undead Millenary King. Bang! Luo Tian's chest took a hit. The black death aura spread out from his chest and entered the surface of his skin. Strands of hair-like things quickly spread out. F***CK. Luo Tian's mind tightened. The killing intent demon core in his sea of consciousness suddenly released a thick killing intent, crazily crushing the death aura that had entered his body. At this moment, Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought that the burly man's cultivation wasn't that high, so he had taken him lightly. He hadn't expected his attack to be so strange. The killing intent had completely killed the death aura. Luo Tian's brow sank, and he sneered, "I want to see if you really won't die." Level 2 Berserk. magma raging fire. Both of his fists sank again, and a thick magma aura emerged. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "Wind shadow step." Whoosh! His body was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he was in front of the brawny man. The brawny man was startled for a moment, then laughed out loud, "You can't kill me, I am immortal, ha ha ha, I'm laughing at your son of a bitch." A punch directly smashed into the brawny man's mouth. It was blasted through, half of his head fell off, but his body did not fall. His eyes were still blinking, and half of his lips were still moving, as if he was laughing and mocking. Immediately, Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He stepped on half of the head and shouted coldly, "Are you dead or not?" His head exploded and his body fell down. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Bao San for obtaining 2000 experience and 300 profound chi values. Pfft. Luo Tian spat at Bao San's corpse, and said disdainfully, "You damn slut, if you don't die, then let me see you die." He looked at the system. He thought to himself, F***ck, this guy has a lot of experience. Even this kind of minion level monster has 2000 experience, if a little more comes, huh? Why isn't there any invincible value? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. Logically speaking, every time he killed a person, he would obtain a point of invincible value. However, the assassin Bao San did not obtain any points of invincible value. Just as Luo Tian was thinking about this problem, the other person angrily slashed forward with his blade. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he coldly snorted, "You're courting death." His body tilted slightly. After dodging the blade, he flipped his right palm and quickly struck the man's forehead. Bam! The man was sent flying, and then he heard the sound of rocks rolling down, and then there was no more. A ding sound rang out in his mind. Luo Tian thought, as expected, these people have something under their heads, and these people are probably all dead. If that's the case, F***ck, what kind of world is this? Dead country? There were some things that you really couldn't imagine. In this different world, there were all sorts of unimaginable things. Luo Tian looked at the 7 people in the room. Were these people also dead? Also, the 6 naked women were not afraid at all when they saw strangers. They were not shy at all. If they were humans, they would have already started screaming. This was very unusual. Furthermore, the so-called prophecy, this was simply nonsense, and Luo Tian had never believed it. It was all made up by those who had nothing better to do to comfort themselves, and also to comfort their clansmen. However, as time passed, the prophecy was passed down from generation to generation. Some people slowly forgot about it, while others firmly remembered it. For example, the witch in front of Luo Tian with a pious face and thick wrinkles that were about to turn into dead skin was the kind that firmly remembered it. Luo Tian killed the 2 patrol guards in a few moves, which made the old woman very excited. She was now even more convinced that the prophecy had come true. She believed it. The 6 women were also convinced at this moment. This was because the prophecy had clearly described that only the people sent by the heavens could kill the undying guards of the Yin Mountain City. At this moment, they saw hope and knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes. They cowed out heavily and said, "Upper Immortal, save us, Upper Immortal, save us." In the vast ocean, they grabbed onto a life-saving straw and desperately held onto it. Luo Tian looked at them, all of them were extremely pitiful, and people couldn't help but sympathize with them. However, Luo Tian said bluntly, "I am really not the person in your prophecy, I am just an ordinary human. Actually, the weakness of those guards is their brains, as long as their brains are shattered, they will die, I am just a coincidence." What prophecy was simply bullshit. Luo Tian didn't want to lie to them. When the old lady heard Luo Tian's words, she immediately explained, "Upper Immortal, you are the person in the prophecy. You possess great power and can lead our Earth's core race to escape from the control of the Yin Mountain Corpse City. Please, help us. I beg you, please help us." The 6 women shouted in unison. "I beg you, please help us. I beg you, please help us." Suddenly, there were many people kneeling outside the house, and most of them were women. Most of them were naked, and not a single piece of clothing was left on them. All of them had incomparably sincere expressions on their faces. All of them were covered in scars from the whips. Luo Tian was shocked. His thoughts couldn't seem to wrap his head around it. Looking at everything in front of him, his heart sank again. He asked again, what kind of world is this? It was too inhumane. Luo Tian couldn't help but clench his fists and furrow his brows. The old woman led everyone to say in unison again, Immortal, please save us. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the mission to rescue Earth's core race. Mission, rescues as save mission grade, a mission objective, kill the Shady Mountain Corp City Lord, Xianxia. Mission reward, 120,000 experience points of the world of the profound of the world of the world of the T of doves, what the F asterisk CK. I've triggered another mission, and it's even an A rank mission. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He was not surprised, but instead felt a lot of pressure. This was because these people treated him as the person in the prophecy. If he could not kill Xianxia, they would be disappointed, or even despair. This was something Luo Tian did not want to see. The reward for the mission was very tempting, especially the random auxiliary technique. For example, the puppet technique that came out from the last A rank mission was a very awesome existence. Ding. Do you accept or not? Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Luo Tian was in a difficult position. If it was just him, he would not hesitate to make his choice, but this concerned the fate of the entire Earth's core race. Once he failed, they would lose all hope in life. If even the prophecy failed, what else could save them? It was very likely that they would be enslaved by the Yin Mountain City for the rest of their lives until they died. Then again, what was Xianxia's cultivation level? Did he have the ability to kill it? This was a very serious problem, and Luo Tian had no choice but to consider it. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he had to consider it. Pa! A long black whip rose up in the air and lashed down heavily. With 2 consecutive sounds, the backs of the 2 women kneeling outside the house were torn apart. The wounds were so deep that bones could be seen, and they let out 2 miserable cries at the same time. You bunch of bitches, if you don't work for lousy, do you want to die? A stern shout rang out. A giant man over 2 meters tall held a long whip in his hand. His face was as ferocious as a fiend. The long whip in his hand slashed through the air, swaying like a spirit snake, and landed heavily once again. Pa! It wrapped around a woman's neck and pulled fiercely. The woman flew out and landed at the giant man's feet. The giant man looked coldly at the woman's slightly bulging stomach, and stomped down heavily with his right foot. The woman's body caved in, and blood flowed out from her lower body. Her eyeballs were about to pop out, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't even make a sound. The giant man laughed wildly, you damn bitch, I told you to be lazy. F***CK. Luo Tian's heart sank as he roared. At the same time, the idea sent out an order, accept. The mission light flashed and landed on the mission board. At this moment, Luo Tian rushed out like an angry lion, because the giant man's actions had touched the bottom line in his heart. Therefore, he chose to accept without hesitation. It was still the same sentence, if he died, he would die for 1,000 years, I don't believe it. In the next moment, Luo Tian's anger soared to the sky. Both of his fists were dragged behind him, and the scarlet magma wrapped around his arms, releasing a dense and scorching aura of power. It was thick, powerful, and filled with the fury of hell. Pouring his strength, his fists shot out like heavy cannons. It landed heavily on the giant man's chest. His chest was pierced through, and the giant man was sent flying. Of course, he didn't die, nor was he injured in the slightest. The giant man was furious, and roared in a deep voice, who the F***CK wants to die, to dare to sneak attack Lousy, with just this bit of strength, you want to kill Lousy. Lousy has the undying body bestowed by the Yin King, arrogant, condescending. This was the aura released by the giant man. However, before he could finish speaking, Luo Tian's figure blurred in the air, knelt down with both knees, and heavily pressed down. The power stripes below his knees flashed sinisterly. Bam! His entire chest was shattered, and it was directly separated from his upper body. The giant man's face was still arrogant, and still laughed disdainfully. You dog, you can't kill lousy, ha ha ha. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a death god's smile, and said coldly, is that so? Then, both of his fists moved. His fists were like rain as they crazily struck down. Every time, he used his full strength and only used one punch to kill the giant man. However, Luo Tian did not stop. Like a madman, he roared out, are you King dead or not? Punch after punch, punch after punch. The giant man's entire head turned into a pile of meat paste, and his fists created a deep pit in the ground. Luo Tian was really angry, everyone behind him was stunned. It was unknown when. The crowd suddenly screamed, not good, Mountain City's undead guard is here. Luo Tian's bloodshot eyes slightly raised. His gaze was extremely cold, and his entire body emitted an endless killing intent. The third chapter has been delivered. Everyone, please vote for the old cow if you have a vote. The crowd was in an uproar as they all retreated with all their might. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Fear, incomparable fear. The viciousness of the undying guards made them tremble in fear. Luo Tian stood at the very least and helped the pregnant woman under the giant man's foot. Looking at her pale face, his heart ached. Was he still human? He didn't even let go of a pregnant woman, and he still had such an arrogant look. Everyone had parents, and everyone came out of their mother's womb. Treating a pregnant woman like this was worse than a beast. Luo Tian coldly glanced at the half of the giant man's body. His eyes were filled with endless anger, and he wished that he could kill him 10,000 times over. The old woman walked forward and supported the pregnant woman who was about to faint from the pain, saying, Immortal, they are here. Luo Tian's expression was indifferent as he smiled and said, just in time. Since he was angry, he would release it all, in that instant. Luo Tian didn't wait for the guards to come up and directly charged towards them. He clenched his fists and shot out like a cannonball with a long tail of flames. Who is it? I am your ancestor. He jumped up heavily and moved his right fist. He poured his strength into it and punched down. He aimed at the head of the person at the front and smashed it down. One punch smashed it. A notification sounded in his mind. Ding. One punch, instant kill. After the first punch, the second punch followed. He roared, Motherf *Ker. Go to hell, you bunch of dead things. It was as if he had gone mad, as if he was a demon. The scene of the pregnant woman being stepped on was imprinted in Luo Tian's mind. That scene really made him incomparably angry. The more angry he was, the more he vented. Every punch would kill an undying guard. At the same time, Luo Tian wanted to prove to them that the so-called undying guards were just a bunch of trash, and there was no need to be afraid. Crazy kill. In less than half a minute, only one of the 16 patrolling guards was left. He was also the leader of this group of guards. He was riding on a hellhound with a ferocious expression. He pointed his spear at Luo Tian and trembled. Looking at the dead guards around him, his expression was extremely ugly and he was extremely puzzled. How could this be? How could this be? King gave us undying bodies, so how could we die? Furthermore, who was this man in front of her? How could he kill the undying guards? Frightened, he asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? Luo Tian smiled and said, I just said that I am your ancestor. The leader's eyes darkened, and the vicious dog beneath him revealed a ferocious look. He growled in a low voice and snorted coldly, You're courting death. Come on. Luo Tian shouted angrily. He curled his index finger and said with a smile, Do you really think you can't die? You bunch of idiots. King wouldn't lie to us. Our bodies are immortal. Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian picked his ears, indicating that he was tired of listening to this sentence. His figure moved, and a fist blasted out. The leader of the guards immediately shut his mouth and shot backwards from the hellish dog. It was also at this moment that the hellhound pounced over in a frenzy. *CK. You bastard, you still dare to be arrogant in front of Lousy. Luo Tian punched the back of the hound. It directly blasted its body into two halves. The hound didn't die. Like the other guards, it had the so-called undying body. Its two dog eyes stared fixedly at Luo Tian, and it was still barking crazily. It was as if he wasn't afraid of Luo Tian in the slightest. Luo Tian was extremely irritated. He directly stomped on the hound's head, causing its brain matter to splatter all over the ground. Damn it, keep barking. The leader's expression was extremely ugly. How could you? Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. How could I kill them? I already said that you bunch of idiots think that you have an undying body, but you're actually just a bunch of trash. They really sucked. If one had to use cultivation levels to classify them, they would at most be at the Xian Master realm. However, if they didn't find their weakness, then their strength would probably be at the Great Xian Master realm. Let's ask. If a person couldn't die no matter how you beat them, and it didn't hurt, how could you fight them? Fortunately, Luo Tian had discovered their weakness, otherwise, not to mention fighting, he would have been exhausted to death by them. It was also because of this that their experience was very rich, and it was a good place to farm experience. If there were tens of thousands of these people, gulp. Luo Tian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then wouldn't breaking through to the Great Xian Master realm be in the blink of an eye? The leader's eyes were almost spewing out flames of anger as he cursed. Yin King won't lie to us, you can't kill us, ha ha ha. You, an outsider, will definitely die a very, very miserable death. Yin King will bestow us with eternal life, ha ha ha, bestow your sister. Luo Tian's feet moved, and he used the wind shadow step. His body drew a long line of afterimages, and he instantly landed beside the leader. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a deathly smile as he coldly said, laugh again. Just as the guard leader opened his mouth, a thick magma fist rushed into his mouth. Burning, crazily burning. Thick black smoke spewed out of his nose, eyes, and ears. Under the head of the guard leader, a bug that was half a finger long was crazily moving, as if it wanted to break out of his body. At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Do you wish to strengthen it? Huh? It leveled up? Luo Tian was overjoyed in his heart, and immediately said, strengthen. Ding. Please make the choice to strengthen, feet, chest, head. What do you mean? Could it be that this cultivation technique is to continuously strengthen the body, and then turn the body into a magma man, or a flaming man? In that instant, Luo Tian was stunned, and muttered to himself in his heart, it can't be that one of the three generals in One Piece is a Kainu, right? Or is it Fire Fist Ace? Or do you have the strength of both of them? Wow, do you have to be so awesome? Even my little heart can't take it. Immediately, Luo Tian thought about it for a moment, then made his choice, and said, strengthen my feet. Ding. In the process of strengthening my feet, why did he strengthen his feet? His chest and head could only be used for defense, but his feet were the place to attack. If he were to sweep his foot out, it would be like a flaming whip. How cool would that be? Of course. There was another reason why Luo Tian chose to strengthen his feet. Just now, when he thought of the characters in One Piece, he naturally thought of the chef with curly eyebrows. A few seconds passed. White chi began to appear from his feet, and then it turned scarlet red. Then, bit by bit, magma began to roll out. Both his hands and feet were made of magma. It looked too King awesome. It was also at this moment. The guard leader was already on the verge of death. Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said, go to hell. Stop. Suddenly, an extremely deep voice came out, and a black cloud floated over in the air. Golden light shot out in all directions from the black cloud, bringing with it an endless and cold aura of death. F***ck. If you tell Lousy to stop, then Lousy will lose so much face. Luo Tian said in disdain, and then moved his right fist. He killed the leader of the guards without any hesitation. Rumble, the black cloud exploded, and the endless pressure of death crushed towards Luo Tian like a tsunami. Thank you to Pasqualeer for your 1888 book coins. Thank you to book friend 518511787 for your support. The old cow is extremely grateful, and on a new day, I beg all the brothers to vote for the old cow. Thank you. No one could stop him, not even a god, because this daddy's anger has yet to subside. The pressure of death that filled the sky crushed down on Luo Tian's mind and sea of consciousness, making it very uncomfortable. But Luo Tian was not afraid at all. These bastards did not even let go of a pregnant woman, they did not even have the qualifications to go to hell. The magma on his fist burned crazily, until the head of the guard leader was burned to ashes. Drop by drop, a light breeze blew past and directly scattered out, even his soul was burned. Then Luo Tian raised his gaze slightly, looking at the black cloud that had exploded, his eyes opened wide, and he instantly became excited, muttering to himself, "Boss." His entire body was glowing with a golden light. Although it wasn't strong, it was definitely a small boss. The cloud exploded, and an incomparably ferocious beast had appeared, followed by a long spear that extended into the air. The spear's body was like a spirit snake, its entire body pitch black, emitting dense black flames, the black flames of death. In addition, there was a body that was 3 meters tall. Half of his body was naked, and his muscles were like black iron. His entire body was filled with explosive power. A very powerful aura burst out from his body. This aura was completely different from the Undying Guards from before. This difference was the difference in cultivation. Undying Guard Commander, Yu Hun, the early stage of the Great Xian Master Realm. He was one of the 4 protectors under the Yin King and was extremely strong. His appearance caused the faces of everyone in the Earth's core race to change drastically. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Fear. This kind of fear could not be described with words. At this moment, they even forgot to tremble. They buried their heads in their chests and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Seeing that, Luo Tian frowned and bellowed, "All of you, get up, no one is allowed to kneel." His voice shook the sky. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking across the pitch-black sky. Many people raised their heads to look at Luo Tian, their eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. A person must have self-respect. They could be killed, beaten, mocked, and humiliated, but they could not lower themselves. They had to have self-respect and a bottom line. A pair of knees could kneel to the heavens, to the earth, to their parents, but they could not kneel to their enemies. The old woman was the first to stand up, and said loudly, "Everyone, stand up. With the immortal here, we don't have to be afraid." Ha ha ha, ascendant immortal? How can a puny human like him be called a high immortal? Yu Hun hovered in the air and glanced at Luo Tian with disdain. He sneered, "Old woman, I think you've really gone senile. Do you really think the prophecy can come true? His cultivation is only at the 8th level of the mystic cultivator realm in the human world. With this kind of cultivation, let alone killing the Yin King, he's not even worthy of carrying my shoes." Ha ha ha, laugh. He laughed wildly as if he had heard a particularly funny joke. The old witch glanced at Luo Tian with a resolute gaze and said, "Yu Hun, you've done too much evil. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape death. The exalted immortal will definitely help us kill you. Everyone, get up. Don't be afraid of him. With the ascendant immortal here, he will protect us." Not long after, some people looked at the old lady and then looked at Luo Tian, who was not far away. They raised their legs slightly. Many people wanted to stand up. However, just then, Yu Hun glared at them and shouted coldly, "All of you, kneel properly. If anyone dares to get up, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death." Luo Tian looked at Yu Hun, then looked at the kneeling Earth's core race, and did not say a word. He was waiting for the Earth's core race's choice. If they still chose to continue kneeling, he would leave even if he triggered the mission. There was no hope for the person who was about to die. What was the use of saving a person who didn't even care about his dignity? Many people knelt back down. Luo Tian felt his heart ache when he saw this. The old woman looked at Luo Tian, then looked at the people kneeling around her. Her expression became agitated, and she used all of her strength to shout, "Are you really willing to kneel like this for the rest of your life? Don't you want to be a proper person for once? Do you want to let the enemy in front of you live a carefree life? Haven't you had enough?" His voice was like an arrow, piercing through everyone's soul. Especially that sentence, "Haven't you had enough?" It made their hearts tremble. Then he raised his gaze and slowly became resolute. With both hands on the ground, he slowly started to fight. Yu Hun's face became sinister, he waved the spear in his hand heavily, and a long black flame swept out like a whip, aiming at a woman standing at the front. The black flame rolled and wrapped around that person's neck. "You want to rebel? You bunch of bitches, do you have the qualifications to do so?" Yuhan's spear moved, and the black flame tightened. Just as he was about to break the woman's neck, he realized that he couldn't move her no matter how hard he tried. Looking up, he realized that Luo Tian had unknowingly grabbed onto one end of the black flame, with a cold smile on his face. Yuhan laughed. He raised his head and laughed wildly. "I wanted to let you live for a few more minutes, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry to die. Sure. I'll send you to the hell of all evil." As soon as he finished, the black flames all over Yuhan's body suddenly rushed out, transforming into a huge snake that flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, the black flame giant snake opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Luo Tian. Luo Tian's mind tightened. The black flame was the aura of death. Once touched, it would madly invade. There was only one way to disperse this death aura, and that was to kill them all, immediately. Luo Tian frowned, and shouted in his heart, "Killing intent demon nucleus, I'll let you kill enough today." Killing intent filling the sky. "Come out." In the sea of consciousness, the killing intent surged out, rushing out of Luo Tian's body and forming a giant thing holding a sickle. Death God? Death God's killing intent. Luo Tian was stunned. He didn't expect that the killing intent he released could condense into a Hell's Death God. How could he not be excited? Death aura, right? I'm the ancestor of death. Comparing death with me, your brain must have been bitten by a dog, right? In the blink of an eye. With a wave of the killing intent sickle, it directly cut the incomparably ferocious death spirit snake into two. This was not enough. The moment it was cut, the death god's killing intent actually sucked them all in. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's sea of consciousness made a loud buzzing sound. A surge of power impacted his sea of consciousness. A few seconds later, the power of the death god's killing intent increased by a bit. Luo Tian was completely excited. The killing intent devoured the death aura and increased his own strength. This was too cool. Kill represented death. When the draw slash revealed its powerful killing intent, Luo Tian's mind was unknowingly affected. At that moment, the killing intent in his body quietly changed. There were many types of killing path. Luo Tian's killing path was even more violent than the Azura killing path of the frenzied blade. His killing path was death. At this moment, Luo Tian's temperament changed a little, and an incomparably domineering aura erupted from his heart. He laughed arrogantly. "With this little strength, you dare to show off in front of me? Come again, little b*****. This book was on the shelves. I know that when I release this chapter, many people will scold Old Cow. Old Cow had no choice. It was supposed to be on the shelves a few days ago, but Old Cow had delayed it until today. 122 free chapters. It wasn't a lot, but Old Cow had really tried his best. There was no choice. Old Cow needed to eat, and little Cow Cow was about to be born and needed milk. Old Cow still had a family behind him. Everything needed money to support. Therefore, if it was possible, Old Cow earnestly requested everyone to subscribe. Old Cow was extremely grateful. This is the second chapter today. There are 4 more chapters, and 6 chapters will be updated today. Brothers, please support Old Cow. I am extremely grateful. Suddenly, Luo Tian became crazy. This kind of arrogance came from his bones. It was extremely domineering and arrogant. Way of death, he had to be arrogant, and look down on everything. No matter how strong or powerful his opponent was, he had to be arrogant. The prophecy is about to come true. He really is the person in the prophecy. He's really handsome. Everyone from the Earth's core race was so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Their eyes were filled with hope, and at this moment, everyone stood up and straightened their backs. In that instant, they felt that everything was going to be better. The old woman's tears flowed down her face as she looked at Luo Tian and muttered, "High Immortal is so handsome, if only I could give birth to his child." If Luo Tian heard this, he would probably turn around and leave, never to return here again. Yuhan's expression was ugly. The black flames of death had actually been killed, and they had not even been devoured. How could he accept this, especially when he saw the people of Earth's core race cheering? The anger in his heart surged out. Yuhan sneered angrily, and shouted, "Humph, you bunch of bitches, I'm laughing so happily, I'll make you wish you were dead soon." The fierce beast beneath him also let out a heavy roar. The expression of the people of Earth's core race changed slightly, and the cheers became much weaker. Luo Tian bellowed, "Little bastard, you're so arrogant, do you believe that I won't beat the shit out of you? So handsome. Even your words are so handsome. Hi immortal, I still love you. Aren't the people of Earth's core race too enthusiastic? There were so many women. Wow." Luo Tian shook his head, and scolded, "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, can you be a little more serious? Pierce Mother is still waiting for you to save her, Morong Wanjian is still waiting for you to step on her, little sister Schwer is still waiting for you to comfort her, Cold Frost's tight but is still waiting for you to open the flower, and you still want to stay here, can you have some integrity? At least finish all those things, and then secretly come back to have fun once or twice." Moral integrity, it wasn't just broken into pieces. The Earth's core race lived underground all year round. None of them wore any clothes, and all of them were very bold and unrestrained, especially when it came to courtship and courtship. They were even more direct and would not hide anything. The more they cheered, the angrier Yuhan became. Yuhan let out a furious roar towards the sky. He clamped his legs together and the ferocious beast under him charged forward like a bolt of lightning. "Despicable human, go to hell. Die? You little bee *****. Luo Tian was still as arrogant as ever. The death Dao conception was still spreading in his body. His eyes darkened as he shouted, "You want to fight me head-on, right? I will accompany you." Level 2 Berserk. Buzz, his attribute strength increased by 4 times. Next. Luo Tian shouted again, "Magma raging fire, strengthen." His hands and feet were covered in magma. His entire body was scarlet red and emitted white gas. His expression was gloomy and cold, but it was filled with endless killing intent. Seeing Yuhan charging forward, Luo Tian stood in place without moving an inch. All the muscles in his body tensed up as he thought to himself, "I want to see if I can withstand the power of the great Xian Master Realm." Forcefully resisting the attack of a great Xian Master Realm expert, he was a complete madman, a pervert. A perverted madman. Would he be able to take more than a month's worth of muscle resistance training? Luo Tian was not confident. However, he wanted to give it a try. Only then would he be able to understand the power of a great Xian Master Realm expert. Last time, Chen Tianya's attack was completely dependent on the Blood Evil Armor's defensive ability. Now, the Blood Evil Armor's defense was only at the initial stage and was simply unable to withstand it. Right now, Luo Tian's defense was completely dependent on his physical body. He wanted to take it head-on, seeing that Luo Tian did not move at all. Yuhan was furious. He thrusted out his spear and roared, "Torrential Pear Blossom Spear." The tip of the spear was like rain as it stabbed out crazily. In just a few seconds, he had stabbed out hundreds of times. Furthermore, every spear carried the aura of death with it. Once it entered the body, it would invade crazily. Ci, fresh blood spurted out. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in bloody holes. Blood flowed out and the wounds were black, as if he was poisoned. It was very painful, however, Luo Tian was as excited as a madman as he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. Is this the power of the great Xian Master Realm? It's not enough." There was no defense at all. He relied on his body to resist, but even though Yuhan's attack pierced through his body, the wound was not deep. The strength of his physical body had already reached a very strong realm. This month's training that was close to self-torture finally bore some results. Luo Tian looked like a complete madman. Even the incomparably savage Yuhan's face darkened as he scolded, "You madman. Heh, you're done attacking. Now it's my turn." Luo Tian grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and laughed sinisterly. It was a smile of death. In that instant, the power that had long been brewing burst forth. Luo Tian shouted softly, "Wind Shadow Step." Whoosh! His body blurred and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yuhan. His right arm moved as he punched out. Bam! The speed was too fast, and Yuhan was unable to react in time. His body flew a few meters, and at this moment, before he could even land on the ground, Luo Tian was already waiting for him at the place where he landed. His body flew up again. Luo Tian followed suit and flew into the air. His two scarlet magma feet started to trample crazily, third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike, seventh, flames splattered everywhere, and magma spewed out. At this moment, Luo Tian seemed to be dancing. His dance steps could not be considered graceful, but they were extremely domineering. With the flames of death, it was as if he was floating in hell, dancing on a lotus of death. Awesome, awesome to the point of being a mess. 100th combo. Bam. As soon as his voice fell, Yuhan's body also fell heavily to the ground. His abdomen was already gone, and he was trampled into powder by Luo Tian. Yuhan had the so-called immortal body, so he did not die, and did not even feel the slightest bit of pain. Looking at Luo Tian, he laughed out loud in disdain, and said with disdain, "Ha ha ha. So what if you're powerful? You still can't kill me, ha ha ha. Very arrogant, very arrogant. F***ck. You're still so arrogant at this time, who gave you the courage?" Luo Tian shook his head and laughed. Yuhan laughed wildly again, as if he wanted to say something. Luo Tian's 5 fingers formed a claw, and instantly pierced into Yuhan's skull, and laughed coldly, "Explode for me. Explode for me." As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, his 5 fingers pierced into Yuhan's skull. With a grab of his 5 fingers, he instantly grabbed onto a worm that was as thick as a pinky and as long as half a finger. The bug's entire body was black, and it emitted a dense black aura. Yuhan's face was pale white from fright, and he no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. He was scared to death, and asked with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Let go of me." His skull was cracked, but he wasn't dead. Luo Tian looked at the struggling black bug on his finger and muttered to himself, "Looks like if this bug doesn't die, the person won't die." What an awesome cultivation method. Could it be a goo in teleportation? Undying goo? So awesome. If I could refine such a goo and then nurture these corpses to kill monsters for me, then I would be able to surpass Murong Wanjian much faster. I wonder if there are any goo refining techniques here. This kind of goo was very evil. However, if an evil thing was used well, then it wouldn't be evil. Luo Tian really wanted to obtain this kind of goo technique. Let go of me. Let go of me. You son of a bitch. Let go of me. Yuhan was so scared that he peed his pants, his eyes staring straight at the struggling goo worm on Luo Tian's finger, incomparably afraid. Luo Tian laughed coldly, "Aren't you immortal? Didn't you laugh at me for not being able to kill you? What's wrong, are you afraid? Beg me, ha ha ha." Luo Tian's face was filled with pride, and he started to show off. Looking at Yuhan's scared expression, he couldn't help but show off. With a very despicable look, he said playfully, "Beg me. If I'm happy, I might let it go. Don't even think about it. If you dare to kill me, Yin King will not let you off." Yuhan was still stubborn, but his confidence was lacking. Luo Tian revealed a very afraid look, and said, "Wow, Yin King won't let me off, I'm really scared," but, suddenly, his voice turned sharp as he shouted, "If he dares to come, I will still kill him like how I killed you." Then Xianxia clenched his fist, and the black bug exploded. Black viscous liquid gushed out. Yuhan's eyes widened as he stared at Luo Tian. Dead, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Yuhan. You've gained 10,000 experience points and 1,000 mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Spirit Snake Spear. Huh? A weapon dropped? Luo Tian was slightly surprised. He did not expect this mini-boss to drop a weapon. He immediately opened up the system to check. Item, Spirit Snake Spear Grade, 7th grade description, comes with a suppressive attack. Activates killing intent to release a crushing killing intent that can be released in the form of a long whip. F***ck. This spear isn't bad. It actually has an additional attack, and a suppressive one at that. No wonder Yu Hun was able to unleash a death whip at the start. Not bad at all. Luo Tian was secretly delighted. He needed weapons. Blood-sucking wild blade is awesome, but this guy is too scary when he takes it out. Furthermore, blood-sucking wild blade was his trump card. Once he took it out, he would have to drink blood and return. Dead. Yu Hun is dead, ha ha ha. Sisters, Yu Hun is dead. This demon is dead. Woo. Woo. The moment Yu Hun died, the Earth's core race woman felt as if her soul had been released. She jumped up and felt tears welling up in her eyes. Many people were crying softly. After so many years, he had finally died. Every one of them had been oppressed by him. Every single one of them hated him to the bone, however, they were very weak and didn't even have the strength to resist. But now that they saw Luo Tian kill him, the years of suppression in their hearts all exploded as they cried. The old woman knelt down in front of Luo Tian and cowed out heavily. The others immediately followed suit. This kneel was very heavy, but Luo Tian did not stop them, because if he did, it would hurt their self-esteem. Thank you. The old granny said very seriously. This time, she did not say the word immortal. The others did the same and said, thank you. Luo Tian was very embarrassed. It was not good to go up and help them up, because these women were all naked. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself before the exam, and these women all looked like wolves and tigers. What if Luo Tian was a virgin after all? There were some things that he still couldn't let go of. If it was the 6 women at the beginning, it might be fine, but dozens of them at once. Damn, wasn't this asking for his life? The most important point was. The expression on the old granny's face became even more thirsty. What if she, Luo Tian, couldn't help but shiver, and the little brother under his crotch suddenly shrunk a few inches. Luo Tian's expression was calm, and said, quickly get up, the guards of the Shadow Mountain Corpse City are not that scary. The old granny waved her hand and said, everyone, get up. Hurry up and go home. Don't go out. Then. The old granny immediately walked up and pulled Luo Tian's hand, bringing him into the broken house. This, Luo Tian's heart sank again, and secretly said, it can't be, God, please save me, I don't want to. This was the first time he had sex with someone who was 70 or 80 years older than him, or even older. What kind of rhythm was this? Luo Tian was so scared that he trembled, his feet struggled, and his face darkened. Old granny, where are you taking me? The old granny's footsteps were very hurried. She pulled Luo Tian and said, to my house. Luo Tian pretended to laugh, but it was an ugly smile, and said, if you have something to say, say it here. The old granny said, there are some things that are inconvenient to say here, you should come to the house with me. Finished. The old granny glanced at Luo Tian, her eyes slightly raised, as if she was winking, and said gently, don't worry, I won't eat you. At this moment. Luo Tian even had the heart to die. If the other party was a man, or a woman, Luo Tian would not hesitate to take action and quickly run away. But she was an old woman, how could Luo Tian do it? The distance of 50 meters took them about 10 minutes to walk. Finally. There was no other way. Luo Tian was still pulled into the house by the old granny. The moment Luo Tian entered the house, the old granny poked her head out, looked around, and quickly closed the door after making sure that no one was around. With an impatient look, she pushed Luo Tian to the edge of the bed. Luo Tian suddenly became extremely nervous. Old granny, what do you want to do? The old woman was stunned for a moment. She pointed at him with her index finger and said with a smile, look at how nervous you are. Are you afraid that this old woman will eat you up? Don't worry, although you are very handsome, I only love my husband. Hearing this, Luo Tian's heart relaxed. It was also at this time. The old granny took out a book filled with an ancient aura from the box under the bed. On the shabby cover were 3 words, Gu Refining Technique. Luo Tian's eyes widened. Gu Refining Technique? Luo Tian was moved. If he could successfully cultivate it, wouldn't he have a powerful army of Gu worms? At that time, he would directly clear out the Ghost Prison mountain range. How many billions of experience would it take to clear out the entire mountain range? Leveling up was like sitting on a rocket. Moved, he was 2F** king moved. The strength of those undying bodies made Luo Tian really want to refine such a batch of corpses, and this kind of goo technique was only limited to humans? What if it was placed on top of the demon beasts, stage 5 monster beasts, stage 6 monster beasts? If these incomparably powerful demon beasts were to be controlled, what kind of existence would they be? Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva and asked, Grandma, this is the goo refining technique? The old granny sighed heavily, and said, it isn't that harmed our Earth's core race, it is the source of all evil. For hundreds of years, I have hated it to the core, and wanted to burn it so many times, but I could not do it, and felt that there must be some kind of arrangement. Then, the old granny looked at Luo Tian with an excited expression, and said, You are the arrangement of the heavens. Luo Tian was slightly startled, and said, Grandma, you don't really think that I am the person in the prophecy, do you? Prophecy? That was all made up by me. The old granny directly admitted that this prophecy was made up by her in the first place, and from that day onwards, she had become a fraud. Every day, she would say some words that no one could understand, but in fact, she was just giving the Earth's core race a hope, so that they would not give up. Luo Tian was shocked, and thought, what the F***ck, it feels like you are the fraud, really F***king awesome, I almost thought of myself as the person in your prophecy, and even called you High Immortal. I didn't expect it to all be fake. I even wanted to use the identity of a High Immortal to find the most beautiful woman in the clan to warm my bed at night. It seems like this idea is very difficult to realize. The old granny laughed bitterly, Don't be surprised, I had no choice but to do this. Sigh, I am guilty, I shouldn't have let my husband pass on the goo refining technique to others. It's all my fault that led to today's situation. As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. She was heartbroken. If I didn't ask my husband to pass the goo refinement technique to Xianxia, he wouldn't have been able to build the current Shady Mountain Corpse City or turn the men of the Earth's core race into undying guards. It's all my fault for being selfish and wanting the Earth's core race to return to the surface, to restore the era when the myriad races stood in great numbers. I was overthinking, sigh, there was another long sigh. The granny's expression was extremely downcast. She looked at Luo Tian and asked, Are you willing to help me? F***ck. I've already accepted the mission, how can I not help? Luo Tian said in his heart and smiled faintly, Granny, I promised you to kill the city lord of the Shady Mountain Corpse City. You can't have forgotten, right? Look at my memory. The old woman patted her head and said, I have a small request. Luo Tian said, Speak. The old lady said, Can you help me save my husband? He's being held at the bottom of Xianxia Corpse City. Rumor has it that there's a sea of corpses there, and it's also Xianxia's arsenal. That place is filled with corpses, just like the dead spirit race. Each of them only has a body without a soul, waiting for Xianxia to plant goo poison on them. Sea of corpses, that wasn't a lot. Then, Luo Tian gulped again. In his eyes, this was not a sea of corpses, but a sea of experience. How much experience would a single myriad lightning blast give, immediately? Luo Tian immediately said, Old granny, how do I get to this place? I'll immediately save your husband, but let me take the liberty to ask, can your husband still survive in such a place? Sea of corpses, what kind of person could survive? Moreover, would Xianxia let him go? The old granny's expression was very calm as she said, Xianxia will not kill him, because he has yet to obtain the method to cure the goo. Furthermore, he has already refined himself into a great poison goo, and is no longer human. Only my husband can save him, and in this world, only my husband knows how to cure the goo. This is the secret of our Earth's core race. Oh. Then that's easy. Tell me how to get there, and I'll save him in a minute. Luo Tian was a little impatient. The undead guard's experience here was too high. If it was really as the old granny said, there would be these undead guard everywhere, then leveling up would definitely be like sitting on a rocket. The old granny shook her head and said, I don't know where it is either. I'm afraid only Xianxia knows. Holy sh**t. Luo Tian immediately cursed, then how do I save him? The old granny continued, Your strength surpasses your current cultivation, and Xianxia needs people like you to strengthen his undead army. Only if you are captured and brought to Mountain Corpse City will you be sent to the Sea of Corpses by him. At that time you will definitely be able to find my husband. F***ck, old granny, you're sending me to my death. Yuhan's strength is already at the great Xian master realm. I'm afraid that Xianxia has already reached the profound spirit realm, right? Luo Tian said angrily, no matter how strong I am, I can't be a match for a profound spirit realm expert. What if he doesn't capture me and directly kills me? The old granny's brows darkened. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she endured it. The two of them were silent. After a long time, Luo Tian looked at the old granny's lonely appearance, and let out a heavy breath, and said, is there no other way? The old granny shook her head, and said, if you promise me, I will immediately give you this goo refinement technique. This is an earth-level cultivation method. In the outside world, this kind of cultivation method will cause countless supreme experts to fight over it, and it will even cause a huge dispute. F***ck, don't tempt me. Even if it's a divine-level cultivation method, it's useless without a life. Luo Tian said in a bad mood. Anything, even if it was a divine artifact, without a life, it was all bullshit. The old granny fell silent again. Tears appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were filled with endless longing. This longing was very sad. Sigh, give me the goo refinement technique. Luo Tian finally relented and sighed. He really couldn't bear to see the old granny sad like this. To be honest, the current Luo Tian was overflowing with sympathy, but he was definitely not stupid. He had thought of many ways to deal with Xianxia in his mind. The old granny's expression changed, and she immediately laughed. You're willing to promise me? Holy sh**t. I was tricked by you again. Luo Tian scolded, and said, I'll do my best. The old granny was incomparably happy as a child. She passed the goo refinement technique to Luo Tian, and said, only if you do your best, you will definitely be able to save my husband. You will definitely be able to save the Earth's core race, hee. Luo Tian received the goo refinement technique, casually flipped through a few pages, and was incomparably shocked in his heart, as expected of an Earth-level cultivation method, so powerful, even the happy goo. I must learn this goo, ha ha ha. Following that, Luo Tian asked, old granny, is there a way up here? The old granny was startled, and said, what are you going up for? You're not trying to escape, are you? Luo Tian grinned mysteriously, and said, guess. Remember, you only have 10 days. After 10 days, Xianxia will discover Yuhan's death and will definitely come back. You only have a chance at that time. 10 days, it was really, really short. It was so short that he couldn't even do anything. Luo Tian stood on top of a mountain and looked around. His eyes were like an eagle's as he searched for prey. He came out. He left the Earth's core race. But he never thought of escaping. If he wanted to escape, he could do it easily. But he couldn't. He couldn't disappoint the people of the Earth's core race, he couldn't disappoint the old granny. More importantly, Luo Tian couldn't give up such a good place to train, especially the Corpse C munitions factory in the depths of the Xianxia Corpse City. That place was definitely a paradise for experience. One more thing. After killing the novice village's boss, Luo Jianshan, the system rewarded him with a draw blade. Then what about Xianxia, this boss? Luo Tian had a feeling that as long as he killed Xianxia, he would definitely trigger the second system reward. The system reward was simply too awesome. The draw blade was so sharp, but it was only the reward from the novice village's boss. Now, the reward from this boss would definitely be even more awesome. With all these factors combined, Luo Tian was even more unable to leave. It wasn't easy to find a boss, but you just ignored it? Was this something a human could do? He might as well just die. Even if he couldn't win, he had to give it a try. No matter what, Luo Tian was determined to break through this Shadow Mountain Corpse City. Rumble, rumble, suddenly. A loud noise came from more than 10 kilometers away. A pangolin covered in sharp spikes stepped down from a mountain, creating a cloud of dust. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth moved slightly, and he laughed, let's start with you. Then he instantly shot out, his speed increasing to the limit, and arrived at a distance of more than 10 kilometers in less than half a minute. Looking at a pangolin beast that was rolling around and playing, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, you are my Death Legion's first stage 5 monster. the pangolin beast flipped over and stood up. Its back was covered with stone-like spikes. Its whole body rolled and turned into a spiky top, directly crushing Luo Tian. Luo Tian swept his spirit serpent spear and poured his killing intent into it. His entire body instantly rushed forward. The long spear pierced forward. The killing intent seeped in and directly carried out the killing intent suppression. The moment the pangolin behemoth let out a miserable shriek, Luo Tian's scarlet feet heavily stomped down, one foot after another, not giving it any chance to breathe. Once it found an opportunity to escape, it would be impossible to find it again. Die. He channeled his strength into his knees and slammed them down on the pangolin's head. Boom, the pangolin demonic beast's body went limp, and it stopped breathing. The current Luo Tian could easily deal with a stage 5 monster, and he didn't even need to use his full strength. Luo Tian walked to the side of the pangolin's corpse and frowned. He pried open the pangolin's mouth and exhaled heavily. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyebrows tightened a little as he activated the goo refining technique. His sea of consciousness moved. A huge killing intent surged. It kept surging and condensing. It was very uncomfortable, as if the killing intent was about to crush his sea of consciousness. A few minutes later, after the goo refining technique, a small killing intent goo worm appeared in his sea of consciousness, moving slightly. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in cold sweat. In that moment, he had consumed a total of 5,000 points of profound qi. Not only that, this cultivation method consumed a lot of mental strength. If Luo Tian hadn't controlled the puppet soldiers to increase his mental strength, he wouldn't have been able to bear it. Luo Tian controlled the idea, and a small killing intent goo worm appeared in his palm. It was very small, like a newly born silkworm, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see it. Luo Tian carefully placed the killing intent goo worm into the pangolin's mouth, and let it slowly crawl in. Not long after, a notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Refinement failed. Luo Tian's body went soft, and he cursed, F***ck your grandpa. His level was too low, so it was normal for him to fail, but it was too painful. This kind of pain was 10,000 times more painful than being crushed by the pressure, and could be compared to the aftereffects of the sky-piercing dragon-slaying method. He had no choice. Luo Tian rested for a moment and activated it again. Another wave of intense pain, what he got in return was another failure. Ding! Refinement failed. Ding! Refinement failed. Who knew how many times he had heard this sound? Luo Tian felt as if he had aged by dozens of years. He was extremely tired, and his entire body couldn't muster up the slightest bit of strength. It was too tiring. If there was any other choice, he would rather die than cultivate some bullshit goo refining technique. The profound qi was exhausted. The pill was poured into his mouth. Ordinary demon cores were also devoured. The profound qi was increasing crazily. Luo Tian once again threw himself into refining goo. An hour passed. Just as Luo Tian was about to despair, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. F***ck. Luo Tian suddenly became excited, with a thought. The pangolin giant beast suddenly stood up, its entire body was filled with killing intent, the killing intent of the death path. Ha ha ha, I've finally mastered it. I almost died from it, damn it, I finally mastered it. Too excited. Extreme excitement, this pangolin giant beast's killing intent was also very intense. Xianxia Corp City's Undying Guard was different, it had intense killing intent, while they had cold death aura. This was directly related to the person refining the goo. Xianxia's sea of consciousness mutated and produced death aura due to his madness, thus the goo he refined all had death aura. And Luo Tian directly condensed the pure killing intent, all the goo he refined had the killing intent of the death path. Luo Tian was overjoyed, he instantly became spirited. Looking at his own death demon beast army, he laughed sinisterly and muttered, Xianxia, right? Just you wait, let's see if your Undying Guard or my death demon beast army is stronger, he he he. Only a lunatic like Luo Tian could think of such an idea. He didn't want to use dead people, he wanted to use the incomparably powerful demon beasts in Ghost Prison Mountain Range. What kind of scene would it be if he brought these demon beasts into Xianxia Corp City? Wow. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Next one. Luo Tian kept the Pandalan giant beast into the wooden token and charged towards another rank 5 demon beast, Earth's core race. Inside the old granny's house. Granny, will that man really come back? The old granny's expression dimmed as she looked at the hole created by Luo Tian and muttered to herself, he should be back. Great Immortal will definitely not abandon us, he will definitely come back. Some women said with firm gazes. Others frowned and murmured, tomorrow is the 10th day. Yin Shang will definitely come. Killer Wandering Soul won't let us go. If Exalted Immortal doesn't come back soon, we'll probably all die. Great Immortal, you must come back. Ghost Prison Mountain Range, Luo Tian sighed. Rumble. F*CK, let's see if you die or not. Luo Tian heavily punched down, killing a huge dragon rock scorpion of the 5th step. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, and said, you are now a member of my death demon beast army, ha ha ha, an entire 9 days. Luo Tian did not sleep or rest, he searched everywhere for high-level demon beasts, and continuously refined the immortal goo. These 9 days were simply like living in hell. It was too F*King unbearable. But when he thought about the boss Yin Shang in the Shady Mountain Corpse City, and the sea of corpses in the Shady Mountain Corpse City, it was all worth it. These 9 days of constant killing also allowed Luo Tian to break through and step into the 9th stage of the Xian Master, only one realm away from the great Xian Master realm. Luo Tian sat cross-legged, his heart calming down. In his sea of consciousness, the killing intent of the death god's way of killing began to surge, constantly attacking, causing his entire body to feel extremely uncomfortable. Cold sweat poured down like rain, and his face was slightly pale. Huff, Luo Tian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his body. Immediately after, his brows tightened, and his sea of consciousness began to shake violently. The killing intent continued to condense, condensing into a material object. Killing intent goo. The moment the killing intent goo was formed, Luo Tian's entire body relaxed. It was as if he had just finished running a marathon, and his entire body felt weak. This goo refining technique was truly too tiring. Earth-level cultivation method. Not only did it consume a large amount of profound qi, it also consumed a large amount of mental strength. If Luo Tian's cultivation was higher, the pain he would have to endure would be less. A tiny goo worm appeared in Luo Tian's palm. Luo Tian carefully placed it into the dragon rock scorpion's mouth. The little goo worm slowly filled up, gently biting open a wound, and then burrowing its entire body in. Big Sister Ozawa, Big Sister Buze, please bless me. Back then, I loved you guys so much. Now, you guys have to bless me properly. You must succeed in one go. Luo Tian prayed with incomparable sincerity. He really did not want to endure the feeling of his spirit being sucked dry a few more times. Not long after. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining. F*CK. Success on the first try. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and said, although I'm in a different world, I still love you. Thank you for your blessings. Wahahaha, this was the first time in 9 days that he had succeeded on his first try. It must be said that this goo refinement technique was extremely difficult to practice. Failure did not give him any proficiency points, only success would increase his proficiency points. Moreover, he needed 5,000 proficiency points to advance to the 2nd level. How perverted. However, in the skill description, when the goo refinement technique reached perfection, the goo worm refined could devour demons and gods. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Luo Tian only wanted to say, I like it. The goo worm took over the Dragonrock Scorpion's body. The Dragonrock Scorpion suddenly stood up as if it was resurrected. It looked at Luo Tian with lifeless eyes. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction and stored it in the wooden plate. Another one. Since there's still one more day, I'll try to get a few more. What would it be like to bring a group of 5th order monsters into the Shady Mountain Corpse City? Hee. What's so awesome about refining the Undying Guard? I will directly refine the Undying Demon Beasts, all of them are as strong as mountains. With 1 against 1,000, won't I be able to kill them all? Thinking of this, Luo Tian's blood couldn't help but boil. Night. Earth's core race. Because they lived underground all year round, to the people of the Earth's core race, they had no day or night. However, right now, the Earth's core race was shrouded in darkness, even darker than the night outside. Xianxia was here, he came a day early. This was something no one had expected. The undying guard that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were dressed in black armor. Their gazes were as firm as steel as they stood behind Xianxia in neat rows. Xianxia, the city lord of the shady mountain corpse city, human body, worm brain. His body was 2 meters tall, and the head on his shoulder could no longer be considered a head. Instead, it was an incomparably ferocious big goo worm. It was jet black and shiny, releasing an incomparably terrifying aura of death. He could no longer be considered human. He had gone mad from refining goo and turned himself into a big goo worm. At this moment, dozens of women from the Earth's core race were trembling as they squeezed together. Their hearts were filled with incomparable fear. Who is it? Who killed you, Hun? Who killed my undying guard? Xianxia's voice was like the weeping of a ghost, causing one's heart to tremble. Some of the children were so scared that they started crying loudly. The child's cries caused Xianxia's eyes to turn sinister. The big goo worm on his head immediately released a death aura. The death aura instantly lifted a few crying children into the air. No! Don't hurt my child. The child's mother frantically grabbed onto the child's arm, causing the child to cry even more loudly. He was so scared that his face turned green. Xianxia coldly shouted, "This king has arrived, and you unappreciated bitches are actually crying endlessly, making this king very unhappy, so." Hee. He laughed sinisterly. The eyes of the child in the air suddenly bulged, and countless death auras crazily drilled into their bodies from their noses, mouths, eyes, and ears. Their eyes turned black, and their bodies twitched non-stop. In a few seconds, they became stiff. However, this was not the end. Xianxia laughed crazily, his laughter was like the roar of an evil spirit from hell, and the big goo worm on his head suddenly sucked. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The aura of death exploded in his body. The 4 children's limbs and flesh exploded all over the ground, falling onto their mother's body. The 4 mothers cried and screamed as they crazily picked up their children's limbs. Then, they crazily rushed towards Xianxia. Wahahaha, ha ha ha, you reckless slut. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. With a light movement of his right finger, the death aura pierced through the woman's head like an arrow. Her head exploded and she instantly fell down. Blood splashed onto Xianxia's face. Xianxia licked his lips, and his expression became even more excited. Are you going to say it or not? Who killed my undying guard? No one moved. The women of the Earth's core race all stared fixedly at Xianxia. Xianxia was extremely angry, he stared at the old granny, and laughed sinisterly. Mistress, you will tell me, right? The old granny's eyes widened. Stop dreaming, I should have let this old man kill you back then. Ha ha ha, mistress, you really know how to joke. Without my Earth's core race, would you be as powerful as you are now? It won't be long before I kill my way out of here and establish our Earth's core race's undying kingdom, ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed crazily again. Then, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and a burst of energy surged out from his body, directly crushing the old granny to kneel on the ground. He said angrily, damned old granny, if it wasn't for the fact that you still have some use, I would have already sent you to see the king of hell. Other than the 6 virgins I want, don't leave a single one of them alive. Kill them all. The undying guard behind Xianxia rushed forward. No one resisted. His eyes were filled with hatred. Many people shouted loudly, Xianxia, you bastard, the High Immortal will definitely not let you off. First, send a chapter up to whet your appetite. Around 6:30 p.m., 4 chapters in a row. The 10th day, Luo Tian appeared in the Earth's core race on time. He filled all 10 space plates with demon beasts. Other than the rank 5 demon beasts, there were also many rank 4 demon beasts, forming his incomparably powerful Death Demon Beast Legion. However, the moment he landed on the ground, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Corpses, broken limbs, blood, and severed heads were everywhere. Men, women, children, and the elderly, not a single one of them was spared. Moreover, the methods were extremely cruel. Everyone died miserably. Their heads were broken, their chests were pierced, and they were stabbed to death. Even the babies who were just a few months old were not spared. Even the elderly on the sickbed were not spared. Luo Tian's expression changed. It was just an instant. The anger in his heart soared to the sky as he roared, "Xianxia, I won't let you off." Anger, endless anger. At this moment, Luo Tian felt as if he was burning in anger. He had seen cruel things before, but he had never seen such a cruel thing. Was he still human, once upon a time? When Luo Tian left, the old granny had said that if Xianxia brought people here ahead of time, then her clansmen would definitely be killed. At that time, she must not barge into the Shadow Mountain Corpse City alone, because with Luo Tian's strength alone, it was impossible for him to be Xianxia's match. Leave this place quickly and don't care about anything else. Xianxia had tens of thousands of undead guards, and the defense of the Shadow Mountain Corpse City was indestructible. He couldn't go, he definitely couldn't go. The old granny's words seemed to echo in his ears. Luo Tian stood in place, clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly. "Who are you?" A small patrol team of 6 rushed up and quickly surrounded Luo Tian. "Is there anyone alive in the Earth's core race? Didn't they all die yesterday? Looks like this kid is an outsider. He can't be the person in the prophecy that the witch mentioned, right? Ha ha ha. Such a trash can also be the person in the prophecy. What kind of prophecy do you believe? That prophecy is a lie to a 3-year-old child." The 6 of them chatted casually. They did not put Luo Tian in their eyes at all. He had no idea how angry Luo Tian was right now. Luo Tian stood still and asked coldly, "Where is the Shady Mountain Corpse City?" The leader of the guards sneered and said, "Boy, you still haven't told me who you are." Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. His 5 fingers turned into a claw and pierced into the undying guard's brain, pulling out the undying goo worm and crushing it. Boundless killing intent emerged from his body as he said heavily, "I'll ask again, where is the Shady Mountain Corpse City?" The expressions of the remaining 5 changed. They pointed their spears at Luo Tian and shouted, "Kill him." The 5 of them attacked together. Their long spears pierced out black spear flowers, bringing with them deathly aura. Luo Tian glared at him coldly and shouted, "You're overestimating yourself." Shortly after, his body moved, and in less than a second, he threw out 4 punches. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch smashed the head of a guard, causing his body to stiffen and die. The last one was in Luo Tian's left hand. Luo Tian's gloomy eyes were only a few centimeters away from him. He said coldly again, "Where is the Shady Mountain Corpse City?" That undying guard was so scared that his face turned pale and his body trembled. Luo Tian's eyes were like the Grim Reaper's. That feeling was too uncomfortable. He could not help but point at the dark abyss not far away and said while trembling, It's at the bottom." His left hand loosened, and that guard fell down. Luo Tian walked a few steps and frowned. His body suddenly emitted a dense killing intent of the Grim Reaper's path. It soared into the sky and fell heavily, directly crushing that guard's head. Killing intent, an extremely strong killing intent. Luo Tian glanced at the dark abyss and used all his strength to roar to the sky, "Xianxia, I'm coming for your life." Shady Mountain Corpse City, Yin King Hall. Xianxia happily sat on the Yin King's throne and said indifferently, "Did you bring the things I wanted?" In the main hall, there were 3 black-robed men with a bloody skull embroidered on their black robes. The leader of the black-robed men took out 3 interspatial rings and handed them over, 6,000 Mystic Master Corpses, 1,000 early-stage Great Mystic Master Corpses, 200 peak-stage Great Mystic Master Corpses, and 50 Mystic Spirit Realm Corpses. Our Blood Fiend sect naturally has to fulfill Lord Yin King's orders. Then he said, "Lord Yin King, where is the thing we want?" Xianxia smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand lightly. 2 undying guards carried out 2 jars that were half a person's height and placed them in front of the 3 black-robed men. Xianxia said coldly, "These are 10,000 third-stage undying goo worms." The success rate of refining goo corpses is extremely high. When you use them, you just need to input the controller's thoughts and you can control them. The three black-robed men's calm eyes became slightly unsettled. 10,000 undying goo worms, as long as they were used well, they could control 10,000 experts. In their hearts, Xianxia was an idiot. Damn, this kind of thing should be used on those super strong experts. It was simply a waste to use it on some mystic master with trash cultivation. If they found the ancient divine tomb, the divine tomb had the corpse of an ancient great expert. If they put in goo worms, they would obtain an ancient great expert. Who in the entire continent could stop them, also? Blood Fiend sect had already found an ancient divine tomb, and it was very likely that the corpse of an ancient great expert was buried there. They made this deal with Xianxia to control the ancient great expert. Luo Tian controlling demonic beasts was already very crazy. Who would have thought that Blood Fiend sect's people would be even crazier, directly wanting to control an ancient great expert? This was too powerful. The black-robed old man in the lead asked, "Is there a way to cure this undying goo worm?" Xianxia frowned and said with a cold smile, "What? You have a friend who is infected with goo?" Seeing Xianxia's cold smile, the black-robed old man felt disgusted and said, "No, I'm just asking." Xianxia said, "Once infected with goo, they will be controlled by you for the rest of their lives. Why would they need a cure for such a good thing? Don't you think so, Elder Shuijiao?" The black-robed old man was slightly shocked. He grinned and said, "That's right." Suddenly, the giant goo worm on Xianxia's head moved slightly. His expression immediately changed. His eyes turned ferocious as he shouted, "Shuijiao, did you bring anyone else?" King Hall was filled with undetectable death aura. All of this was controlled by the undying goo worm on Xianxia's head. Even the slightest fluctuation would be detected. The black-robed old man's eyes darkened and his pupils shrank. He laughed coldly and said, "Since you're already here, why hide?" Xianxia asked, "Not your people?" Shuijiao said, "Definitely not my people. Shui Kan, Shui Han, find this person." The two figures behind the black-robed old man moved. Xianxia smiled and said, "Since it's my territory, there's no need for Elder Shuijiao to act." As soon as he finished, a powerful death aura exploded from Xianxia's body and rushed to a corner of King Hall. At this moment, a figure in the corner moved slightly and landed heavily. Shuijiao's expression was shocked, and then he laughed coldly. "Someone from Heaven Sword City? Someone from the Sky Sword City?" The black shadow fell and a scholarly man appeared. He frowned and looked at Shuidove. "I didn't expect the Blood Fiend sect to do business with a big bug that doesn't look human or ghost." Xianxia's expression changed and he said angrily, "Who are you calling a big bug that doesn't look human or ghost? Huh? A disciple of the Cloud Ocean sect? And, you," Shuidove looked at the badge on the scholar's chest and was shocked. "You're from the royal family?" The scholar's expression changed. Shuidove saw that he didn't speak and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, "You're from the royal family. The smell of your blood is so good." "Hey, Elder Shuidove, this is the King's territory. Such a good corpse, and it's from the royal family of the Sky Sword City. I want it." Xianxia said first. The royal family of the Sky Sword City was very powerful. If he could control one of them, it would be very useful. Shuidove smiled coldly and said, King, I just want to drink his blood. As for his corpse, I'll leave it to you." Xianxia smiled with satisfaction. "Good." Shuidove's steps were erratic. He had a cold smile on his face. He looked at the Confucian scholar and said, "All right, my little boy, show me what you've got. I want to see what the Yunhai sect has taught you." The scholar's eyes darkened. He moved his right hand and a long sword appeared. The sword was green and the sword light flowed like water. It emitted a strong sword energy even before it was activated. It was obviously not an ordinary sword. The scholar moved the long sword and the sword turned into a series of illusions in the air. He shouted, "It's enough to deal with you." "Humph. What arrogance." As soon as Shuidove finished speaking, he shot out. The black-robed man turned into a bloody mist and his body disappeared. A strong smell of blood spread out. At this moment, the entire hall was like a sea of blood. It was very pungent. Blood sea technique. A cold shout resounded in the void. The Confucian scholar's silhouette flickered, and with his sword in front of his chest, a faint royal aura was released from his body. Since he had been discovered to be a member of the royal family, there was no need for him to hide anything. The royal aura released directly deflected the blood mist away from his body, and the sword in his chest suddenly moved, piercing into the void. Thunderclap sword art. Bang! Flames flashed in the King Palace. There was a silent sound of metal clashing, and the two figures bounced back. Blood Dove's sinister laughter rang out from the void. The thunderclap sword art doesn't even have the slightest bit of old Chen's power. It seems like you're just an embroidered pillow. Now, die. The Confucian scholar said nothing. The royal aura on his body became thicker. His eyes moved, and he locked onto his target. The Xianxia in his dantian suddenly surged, and he released it. Sword light flashed, and sword chi poured out, enveloping the entire hall. For a moment. 10,000. Swords chimed in unison, slashing out unceasingly. The profound energy in the Blood Dove's dantian also increased explosively, and a vigorous blood sea palm blasted out. Boom, boom. Xianxia was a little unhappy when he saw this. He whispered to himself, "Since when is it your turn to fight in my hall?" Then again. He was afraid that Blood Dove would ruin the perfect body of the Confucian scholar. In order to make a perfect undead guard, a living person was the best, and it could preserve his current cultivation to the greatest extent. Therefore, the corner of Xianxia's mouth slightly curled up. At this moment, the big bug on his head quietly released the death aura. Blood Dove and the Confucian scholar were locked in a fierce battle. Blood Dove's cultivation was one level higher, but the royal aura released by the Confucian scholar could firmly restrain the blood sea that he released, so they were in a stalemate. However, the Confucian scholar couldn't win against him. After all, Blood Dove was stronger than him. If they were to compete in terms of consumption of profound energy, the Confucian scholar wouldn't be his match at all. This was also what the Confucian scholar was worried about. For this, the flowing cloud sword in the Confucian scholar's hand moved slightly and a vast aura was released. The instant Blood Dove charged forward, the flowing cloud sword stabbed out with lightning-like speed. The blade of the sword suddenly grew larger and heavier, and its power multiplied. Blood Dove's face was shocked, and he quickly turned around and retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" the Confucian scholar shouted sternly. At this moment, a dense death aura surged from behind the Confucian scholar. Buzz, before the Confucian scholar could stab out with his sword, the death aura surrounded him and kept rolling, constantly rushing into his body. The death poison quickly devoured the functions of his body. Except for the 3 parts of his heart, sea of consciousness, and mind, everything else was being devoured. The scene was like a spider that caught its prey and quickly tied it up with a web. The Confucian scholar's royal aura couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, a flame shot out from his body, shooting out of the main hall. He suddenly shouted, "Don't worry about me, everyone, leave quickly." Xianxia's face was ferocious, and he coldly shouted, "There are more people? Pass down my order, close the city gate, search, and capture all of them. Remember, I want them alive. I want to refine them into the strongest undead guards, ha ha ha." Blood Dove revealed himself and looked at the Confucian scholar who was constantly being devoured by the death aura. He licked his lips, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes, but more than that, there was coldness. Boom! A cloud-piercing arrow exploded in the sky above Xianxia City. The Confucian scholar's voice was transmitted through the profound qi, and everyone in Xianxia City heard it, including his teammates who came with him. Tang Ming, 9th Prince, junior brother, a few shouts came from the corner of Xianxia City. The 3 of them shot out at the same time, directly rushing towards the King Hall. However, on the street, countless undead guards rushed out like a tide. They were a black mass, and every one of them emitted an extremely dense death aura. They were not the undead guards patrolling outside, but Xianxia's elite troops. Before they died, their cultivation was all at the great mystic master realm. Go! Quickly go, there are too many undead guards. But the 9th Prince is still inside, could it be? There's no other way, I'm afraid he's already. facing the undead guards that were like a tide. It was impossible for them to even rush into the Yin King Hall, let alone save him. In an instant, the three of them didn't hesitate and immediately turned to flee out of the city. Inside the Yin King Hall, Shuehan and Shuekan smiled and said, "Lord Yin King, let's go and help." Without waiting for Yin King's reply, the two of them turned into a cloud of blood mist and flew out. They fled the entire way, killing the entire way. The three of them were all heavily injured and covered in blood. When they finally reached the city gate, they realized that the city gate was already closed, and there was a large number of undead guards at the city gate. The three of them were in despair. "Senior sister, you go first, we'll cover you." One of them opened up a path in front, while the other blocked the attacks from behind. "You want to escape?" "Hee hee. Senior brother, that beautiful woman is mine, and the other two are yours." Shuekan revealed a lewd smile. Shuehan nodded and said, "Then it's settled." It was also at this moment. Under the city gate, a murderous figure stood there. His fists heavily smashed onto the thick city gate, and he roared towards the sky, "Yin Shang, get out here for me." Rumble. Rumble. The sound was like thunder from the 9 heavens, resounding across the earth. The power was like the sea, rolling and roaring out. The two thick stone doors couldn't withstand it at all. They cracked, collapsed, and flew out, creating a cloud of dust. At this moment, Luo Tian's killing intent of the Tao of Death was like an evil dragon rushing into the city, crazily devouring the death energy released by the Undying Guards. All the Undying Guards in the city were stunned at this moment. They even forgot to attack. Luo Tian stepped out from the dust and stood on top of the ruins of the city gate. He looked up at the sky again and shouted, "Yin Shang, you bastard, get out here." Extremely arrogant, his voice shook the sky. With the sound wave attack of the lion-tiger gold-shattering roar, Luo Tian's voice spread to every corner of the city, including the Yin King Hall where Yin Shang was. Silence, it was very quiet. The entire city was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Was he crazy? He dared to be so arrogant in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City? Only a madman would dare to do this, right? The Prince of the Sky Sword City and the elite disciples of the Cloud Ocean sect didn't dare to enter the city openly. Where did this country bumpkin come from, and a country bumpkin who wasn't even a great mystic master? If he wasn't crazy, then what was he? At that moment, everyone, including the 3 disciples of the Yunhai sect who were lying on the ground, were looking at Luo Tian with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. One of them was a beautiful girl with big breasts and a hot body. Everyone was staring at Luo Tian. Is this person an idiot? Is he crazy? You dare to be so arrogant in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City? You'll lose your life later. This was the thought of countless people. Because their brains couldn't process it. You, a rank 9 mystic stone cultivator, came here to die? Hurry up and run. The mature girl was the first to shout. Also at this moment, Shuekan and Shuehan's blood swords fell. Chi. Chi. The 2 men next to the mature girl had their throats pierced, and blood spurted out. Shuehan and Shuekan crazily ran up and sucked at their arteries while sneering. It was also at this moment that the surrounding Undying Guards reacted. He suddenly shouted, "Kill him." Luo Tian raised his head and stared at the highest level of the palace as a sinister smile appeared on his face. After which, he glanced at the girl standing not far away from him. With a slight movement of his body, he landed heavily on the ground and crouched down to help her up. "Hide behind me." Her voice was a little hoarse. Perhaps it was caused by the roars just now. But that was not the main point. The main point was that Qin Yuer's heart skipped a beat when she heard his voice. She was a little dazed right now, as though she was completely mesmerized by his voice. Shaking her head, she mumbled to herself, "What kind of man have I not seen before? How could I possibly be mesmerized by him? His cultivation is only at the 9th stage of the mystic cultivator realm. How can he protect me? Does this brat want to die trying to pick up girls? Do you really think I'm an 18-year-old girl? I'm already 26. How dare you?" For some unknown reason, Qin Yuer was a little angry. Glaring at Luo Tian, she said, "Little brother, how old are you? At such a young age, you're already learning how to pick up girls. Do you know where this is? This is the Shady Mountain Corpse City. All of these people here have undying bodies. No matter how you beat them, they won't die. With your little cultivation, you'd better hide behind me obediently. While I'm still alive, I'll send you out of the city. Then, I'll go to the Sky Sword City and look for the people from the Cloud Ocean sect. Tell them to bring their men over, huh? Are you listening? Hey, hey, hey. What are you trying to do? Xianxia was going crazy. Because Luo Tian was not listening to her at all. Instead, he was walking forward. That was a group of undying guards. All of them had undying bodies, at this moment. Luo Tian's body moved. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed at the void. An undying guard's head was crushed by him as his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Dead. Instant kill. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Xianxia, what sort of situation is this? You're the only one left among your companions, and yet you're still here acting like a love-struck fool? Furthermore, he's just a little brother. You, little brother. What a tender little brother. And he's handsome as well. This big sister here has yet to flirt with a man who's so much younger than me. Love-struck fool, women were truly strange creatures. At this moment, all Xianxia was thinking about was how to tease Luo Tian. Did she not know that she was in a hopeless situation right now? This was really killing her. Of course, it was undeniable that the current Luo Tian was cold. Both of his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was just like a cold-blooded killer. He was really handsome. The undying guards began to harass the crowd. Looking at their companions dying, doubt began to appear in their eyes. How could this be? How could this be? We won't die. King has bestowed us with an undying body. We definitely won't die. Could he really be the person in the prophecy? Only he can kill us. No, no, we definitely won't. Before he could say the word die, his head was crushed. An undying goo crawled out and Luo Tian stomped it to death. A pleasant notification sounded out in his mind. King Palace. Shang's expression was extremely ugly as he stood at the entrance of the hall. The big bug on his head was trembling in fear. This made Shang even more unhappy. Blood Dove's eyes darkened as he sneered, thinking to himself, so this is the secret of the undying goo. Then. Blood Dove said faintly, a mere Xian Master Stage 9 trash. King, do you want me to help you deal with him? There was a hint of playfulness in his voice. In the beginning, Blood Dove was quite afraid of King, but now, he was no longer so afraid. Shang glanced at Blood Dove from the corner of his eyes and said coldly, Elder Blood Dove, you should take care of your own people. If you dare to lay your hands on my prey again, I will let all of you die here. Blood Dove under the black robe trembled slightly and retreated to the side without saying a word. Shang snorted coldly and walked to the front. His low voice spread to every corner, kill him for me. I will grant you eternal life. A gloomy and cold voice with the aura of death spread out. Those undying guards were abnormally excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. Thousands of undying guards in Mountain Corpse City stood up and shouted, their voices shaking the sky. Just one sentence caused their fighting spirit to soar. Was there a difference between undying and eternal life? The undying goo was a rank 1 goo, while the eternal goo was a rank 4 goo. Its strength was even stronger, and the most important point was that a rank 4 goo could not be killed in an instant, while the big goo on Shang's head was a rank 8 goo. Luo Tian grinned and said to Xianxia who was behind him, if you don't want to die, then follow behind me. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Let's go to the third watch first, there will be another chapter later, announce a group number that has just been established. Any brothers who like it can come. You still have something up your sleeves? Xianxia was truly mesmerized by Luo Tian. This was especially so after hearing the words of the undying guards. The man in the prophecy. How cool and domineering was that? She had seen countless men in her life, and none of them could maintain their composure when they saw her man. However, Luo Tian remained calm and composed. This was practically a godlike man. Then, Xianxia made a decision that she had never made in her entire life. This lad. Big sister here loves him so much. Puffing out her chest, she leaned her body against Luo Tian's back, feeling the warmth of Luo Tian's body. She then said tenderly, "Yes, I'll definitely follow you closely for the rest of my life." This voice, and the warmth that was coming from his back, this was truly killing him. Luo Tian gulped down his saliva gently and said, "Big sister, can you not do this?" "Huh? Big sister, isn't this good? Then what do you want me to do?" With that, Qin Yuer spread out her arms and hugged Luo Tian tightly with a face full of bliss. Coupled with that mature and seductive look of Qin Yuer, it was hard for anyone to resist her. He could not wait to pounce on her. Luo Tian's lust was rising furiously as he lamented in his heart, "Big sister, if you continue like this, we're going to die here." Oh. Qin Yuer froze for a moment. As though she had just woken up, she realized that they were in a dangerous situation where they could lose their lives at any moment. However, the thought of having Luo Tian by her side gave her a sense of security. This sense of security was way too substantial. She was a 100% newbie. She then giggled, "We'll come after you're done with your stuff. Don't be in a hurry, okay? F***ck. Luo Tian's entire body was burning up from Qin Yuer's teasing. He could barely hold it in any longer. If not for the current situation, he would have really gone all out. Who could endure such teasing? Qin Yuer could feel the rise in Luo Tian's body temperature as her face flushed red. She had never treated a man like this before. Luo Tian was the first. However, she was feeling nervous in her heart. At the same time, she felt a little excited. It was as though it was fun. Luo Tian was having a tough time. This was the lust. Thankfully, at this moment, a large group of undying guards came rushing over. Qin Yuer also reminded him, "Handsome little brother, they are coming. Quick, quick, quick. Kill all of these evil undead creatures. Kill them all. Charge." With that, she pressed her body against Luo Tian's back and giggled, "This is your reward. Once you bring me out of here, there will be more and better rewards. You. You. Qin Yuer did as she was told. She knew when to do something and when not to do something. She liked Luo Tian from the bottom of her heart, not only because he was handsome, but also because he had a mysterious aura that attracted her. This attraction was like love at first sight. In the Yunhai sect, there were many talented disciples who pursued her. However, she did not even look at them. However, ever since Luo Tian killed an undying guard, her heart trembled and her eyes blurred. Kill. For eternal life. Kill him. The undying guards rushed towards Luo Tian like a tidal wave. Luo Tian looked at the guards rushing towards him from all directions. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, "Experience, experience, all of them are experience." Soon after, Luo Tian stomped his foot and leaped into the air. He shouted, 10,000 thunderbolts. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Luo Tian descended from the sky and stood beside Qin Yuer. He shouted, "Fall for me." Thunder element attack, the nemesis of death element monsters, it was like this in the game. It was the same when he dealt with the 1,000-year undead king. Then what would happen when he dealt with these undying guards? Luo Tian was not confident in his heart. However, this was his only AoE skill. Countless lightning bolts struck down from the thunderclouds. A huge lightning field appeared around Luo Tian in a radius of more than 10 meters. All the undead guards in the lightning field were more or less struck by the lightning bolts. Ding! 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 In that instant, Luo Tian's mind was filled with an explosion. It was like setting off firecrackers. It was deafening. This sound was simply too wonderful. Luo Tian was excited, his experience bar was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The experience of these undying guards was simply too great. Qin Yuer was dumbfounded once again as she looked at Luo Tian in a daze. The excitement in her heart was indescribable. She was scared to death just a moment ago, but now, she felt that Luo Tian could support the entire world. Big sister is definitely going to win you over. This was the voice in Qin Yuer's heart. The 10,000 thunder blast was completed. More than half of the Undying guards in the minefield survived without any injuries on their bodies. The reason was simple: they were not struck in the head, and the Undying guards that were struck in the head were all killed instantly. However, if the first strike didn't hit, then the second strike would come. Since the 10,000 Thunder Blast was effective, then he would blast it to death. 10,000 Thunder Blast. Blast these bastards to death. Luo Tian then released the cultivation technique that the Raging Thunder Bull had comprehended. The minefield descended once again. The minefield was filled with cries and shouts. Those guards who had once thought that they were immortal felt despair at this moment. They constantly looked up to the sky and shouted, "Xianxia, you lied to us, you big liar, you lied to us." At the moment of death, they roared. However, the Undying guards continued to charge forward. Luo Tian continued to bombard them. Furthermore, he continued to crush them in the direction of the King Palace. Luo Tian stared fixedly at Xianxia, who was standing on the steps. He felt extremely annoyed when he saw Xiang's arrogant look. "You bastard, just you wait. I'm going to wipe out your shady mountain corpse city." Xiang's expression was ugly. It was extremely ugly, seeing the undead army that he had created with his own hands being defeated by a human at the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage. He was unable to accept this, at this moment. Blood Dove took another step forward, and his expression was a bit more respectful than before as he said, "King, leave this kind of trash to my 2 disciples. They're both great mystic cultivators, so dealing with this human is as easy as pie." Xiang's gaze moved as he nodded lightly, and said, "If you can capture him alive, I will give you an additional 10,000 stage 3 Undying goo." Blood Dove laughed. He condensed a blood-colored intent and instantly transmitted it to Blood Silkworm and Shui Han in the crowd. The corners of their mouths curled up as they laughed sinisterly. Shortly after, the two concealed their auras and silently approached Luo Tian. Luo Tian was currently extremely happy. He was extremely excited as he watched his experience soar. All of his attention was placed on the myriad lightning strike, and his ears were numb from the vibrations. How could he still notice a human approaching him, at this moment? 2 blood drinkers dodged the lightning attack and erupted with the power of a great Xian master. 2 blood palms struck towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian's heart sank. Oh no. Chapter 5 delivered, announcing the group number, Undefeated Army, 528-5308. I hope all brothers can come. Luo Tian was very excited. The system notification made him extremely excited. He kept releasing 10,000 thunderclaps and the system notification kept ringing. It was so loud that his ears were numb and his heart was blooming with joy. Therefore, he was careless. He didn't expect there to be other humans here other than Qin Yuer. He also didn't expect that there would be a sneak attack. Therefore, when Shui Can and Shui Han attacked at the same time, Luo Tian's heart sank and he shouted, "Not good." Shui Can and Shui Han were Shui Dou's proud disciples. Their cultivation had already broken through the Great Mystic Master Realm and reached the 3rd stage of the Great Mystic Master Realm. When the 2 of them attacked together, their strength was even stronger. The bloody palm print attacked. Luo Tian almost didn't have any reaction. It was too fast and too sudden. Bang! Bang! 2 deep sounds rang out. Luo Tian's chest felt like it was about to split open. He was in extreme pain and his entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the houses by the roadside. The houses collapsed and turned into ruins. Luo Tian was buried in the ruins. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. It was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Moreover, Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the Mystic Master Realm while they were at the 3rd stage of the Great Mystic Master Realm. The difference in cultivation, Shui Can smiled coldly and said in disdain, "Trash." Shui Han also smiled coldly, "You can't even withstand a single blow." The 2 of them were very proud of their successful sneak attack and were very arrogant. Someone was unhappy. Qin Yuer was extremely displeased right now. She glared at Blood Silkworm and Lin Fan as her eyes burned with rage. "You 2 little B***stards. How dare you hit the man that I've taken a liking to? Yo! It's only been a few minutes and he's already your man? Seems like this Yin Hai sect specializes in producing women." Bitch, you want a woman like junior brother? Shui Han laughed in disdain. Shui Can stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. His eyes were red. He stared at Qin Yuer's big breasts and laughed evilly. Senior brother, I haven't tasted the women of the Yunhai sect yet. Hee hee. They are definitely of the highest quality. The blood silkworm was also known as blood fiend sect's best pervert. You. There were countless women in the world, so he still had this bit of insight. Shui Han was stunned by Shui Silkworm's words. When he looked at Qin Yuer again, he realized that she really meant it that way. His eyes were filled with evil thoughts. Bloodworm narrowed his eyes, swallowed hard, and laughed lewdly. Senior brother, do you want us to have some fun with this woman? I prepared a few new drugs that will definitely make us feel good, hee hee. Shui Han's lips curled into a perverted smile. Really? Blood Silkworm said, of course. Shui Han continued, then what are you waiting for? Take her away. The two of them spoke one after another as if they were singing a duet, completely disregarding Qin Yuer. Qin Yuer's face was turning uglier by the moment. She cast her gaze at the ruins not too far away and thought to herself, could that handsome young man really be dead? Damn it. How dare you sneak attack the man I like? I'm really angry. Immediately. Qin Yuer's right hand moved, and a long sword appeared in her hand. Her expression turned cold, and she transformed into an ice fairy. She shouted, you too. Brats from Blood Fiend sect, watch how I deal with you. Her exquisite curves were fully displayed in her tight attire. Coupled with the cold sword, it was a combination of hot and cold. Her body moved, and her chest shook slightly. In an instant, sword aura filled the sky and pierced towards Shui Han and Qin Yu. Shui Han and Shui Silkworm did not dare to be careless. The two of them released the blood sea technique at the same time, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. At the same time, the two of them struck out with their palms. Fairy sword technique. Fairy scattering flowers. The sword aura was like rain, raining down violently. Qin Yuer shouted in the air, and her entire body floated in midair. The cold sword created a few sword flowers in the air, and she was like a hot fairy scattering flowers. It was beautiful and sharp at the same time. Blood Sea Sky Palm. The two of them shouted at the same time. Humph. You two brats dare to be so presumptuous in front of me? Slash. Qin Yuer's sword aura suddenly changed, and it became even sharper. She pressed on with her sword and said angrily, who asked you to sneak an attack on my husband? Who asked you to sneak an attack on my husband? How dare you sneak an attack on the man that I finally took a liking to? Courting death, courting death, courting death, with every strike, Qin Yuer shouted angrily. She was really angry, due to the difference in cultivation, Shui Han and Shui Silkworm were suppressed. The two of them covered their heads and retreated pathetically, Dark King Palace. Yin Shang smiled faintly and said, Elder Shuijiu, these two disciples of yours don't look like much. There was a hint of disdain in his laughter. Shuijiu's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly shouted, the two of you can't even deal with an injured woman? The half-baked fairy sword technique only has the form but no force. Can't you even deal with such a trashy sword technique? Huh? Shuijiu was reminding them. Shui Silkworm and Qin Yuer naturally understood. They looked at each other and smiled coldly. Then, his body paused for a moment before he charged forward. Shuijiu's face darkened. She had only cultivated the fairy sword technique for less than 3 months, and she had yet to comprehend the true essence of this Tier 6 technique. She could only display its form, but she could not release its powerful force. A sword technique was far from having a form. It had to have force. In addition, she was severely injured, and the Xianxia in her dantian was almost depleted. Displaying the fairy sword technique had consumed a large amount of Xianxia. She wanted to force them to retreat, and then kill them in a panic. However, she did not expect Shuijiu to see through her. She was a little flustered. It was also at this moment that Shui Han's crimson palm struck down. Qin Yuer's eyes darkened, and she blocked with her sword in front of her chest, wanting to neutralize the palm. However, she did not expect Shui Silkworm to laugh sinisterly behind her and say, little beauty, I'm coming. He struck out with his palm, bam, Qin Yuer's back sank, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Immediately after, Shui Han struck out with his palm again, sending Qin Yuer flying. She landed on the ruins where Luo Tian was buried. Her face was pale, and she could not help but tremble from the pain. Hee, we brothers will take good care of you. Ha ha ha, the two of them walked forward step by step, revealing lewd smiles. They swallowed their saliva heavily, and their expressions were extremely wretched. Qin Yuer's heart was dead. Looking at Shui Han and Shui Silkworm, she was afraid. This fear was the same as a young girl's fear when she saw a bad guy. This was the first time in her life that she felt such fear. Women were strange creatures. Qin Yuer thought to herself, if anyone can save me, I'll definitely marry him. Hero, appear. At this moment, a bloody gigantic saber soared into the sky, bringing with it a domineering killing intent. Every girl had a dream of being saved by a hero. Qin Yuer had been dreaming of this dream since she was very young. She had been dreaming and waiting. Because of her talent and hard work, her path of cultivation had been very smooth. She had not encountered any strong obstacles, nor had she encountered any dangerous enemies or matters. This time, when she entered the Yinshan Corp city with the Ninth Prince and the rest, she thought that no one would dare to do anything to them with their status as members of the Cloud Ocean sect. However, she did not expect that the Yinshan Corp city was like another world. The Ninth Prince's life and death were unknown. The other two were already dead. And now, Qin Yuer laughed bitterly in her heart as tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. At this moment, she thought of her childhood dream and prayed in her heart. She even used herself as a bargaining chip to pray, whoever saves me, I will definitely marry him. My hero, where are you? Just as she finished praying, there was a loud explosion under the ruins. A very, very large saber drenched in blood rushed out of the ruins. It gave off a boundless domineering aura and a dense killing intent. Next, a figure followed closely behind and cursed towards the sky, Mother *Cur, how dare you sneak attack me? The man and the blade fell at the same time, his entire body was covered in dense flames as though he was on a rampage. Killing intent, arrogance, and madness raged out. At this moment, Luo Tian's domineering aura spread for tens of thousands of miles. It was a complete mess. Qin Yuer was dumbfounded. She could not help but say in her heart, so handsome, so cool, so domineering. The hero had appeared. It was a little different from the way she had imagined. However, Luo Tian was even more domineering and arrogant, causing her to be overjoyed. However, she immediately thought of a problem. She was not a match for Shui Kan and Shui Han. Would he, a level 9 Xian master, be a match for them at this moment? Qin Yuer's mood sank again. Eh? He's not dead yet? This damn trash is really lucky. He didn't die after taking 2 of our palms. However, Shui Han laughed coldly and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. Looking at your expression, could it be that you want to be the hero to save the beauty? Ha ha ha, is he even worthy? The blood silkworm mocked loudly. If it were Qin Yuer's companions, they might still be a little nervous. However, this was just a level 9 Xian master trash. To them, Luo Tian's cultivation was nothing at all. It could be directly ignored. Did a 3rd-rank great mystic cultivator need to care about a 9th-rank mystic cultivator trash? There was no need. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Shui Han sneered, if it weren't for the Yin King wanting to capture you alive, you would have died long ago. Do you think we can't kill you with a single palm strike? Trash like you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Bah. The bloodworm silkworm frowned and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. Kid, I'm going to make a move for you. I'm going to break her in half in front of you. With that said, his right hand grabbed downwards. Qin Yuer was already severely injured and had no strength to fight back at all. All she could do was watch as the skeletal fingers of the blood silkworm came grabbing at her. Her eyes were filled with tears as she turned to look at Luo Tian with a pleading look in her eyes. I told you to get far away. Word by word, his anger soared to the heavens. After saying the last word, Luo Tian disappeared from where he was. The soaring killing intent and the domineering aura of the mad blade came crashing down. The powerful pressure was like Mount Tai collapsing. With a slash of the mad blade, the sky darkened. Junior brother, be careful. Boom! The blade slashed down. It was sharp and domineering without the slightest bit of hesitation. Under the blade, there was a bloody hand, fresh blood spurted out. The blood silkworm's expression changed drastically as he staggered back. He let out a painful scream and cursed, "You dog, how dare you cut off my hand? I want you dead. Senior brother, kill him for me. Kill him." The blood silkworm was in so much pain that he couldn't take care of himself. Luo Tian didn't even look at him as he helped Xianxia up from the ground. He tidied up the clothes on her chest and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" At this moment, Xianxia's heart was about to melt. She looked at Luo Tian without moving. She was very obedient and said gently, "I'm fine." She was so excited that her heart was in a mess. So handsome. He cut off his hand just like that. This man was really too flashy. Seeing his junior brother in pain, Shui Han was furious. He didn't care about King Yin's instructions and rushed up. His fists clenched into palms, and the blood qi rushed out. "Hand over your life." With a shout, the attack arrived in the blink of an eye. Luo Tian's giant blade moved and stabbed into the ground. He lowered his fist slightly and released the defense of the blood qi armor. Immediately after, a thick layer of Xianxia surged out from his body. He used it all on his mind, consciousness, and chest defense. He could take on a great Xian Master beginner stage expert. The strength of a great Xian Master stage 3rd stage expert was much stronger. He might not be able to take it just by relying on his physical body. Therefore, he used his Xianxia to defend. His feet seemed to have grown roots as they were firmly rooted to the ground. He looked at Shui Han with dark eyes and laughed maniacally. "Come on, if you can't kill me, I'll take your life." He could be so arrogant even after being beaten up. Xianxia couldn't help but worry for Luo Tian. At the same time, she felt that he was even more handsome. Little heart is beating wildly. "Are you going to let me live? Die." Shui Han's two palms faced the endless power of the blood sea. The scarlet blood palms came crashing down as if they were from outer space. An extremely powerful attack. Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened as he gnashed his teeth. "Come on. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you." Rumble. Rumble. He took it head on. Two large blood palms struck his chest, almost knocking Luo Tian's essence spirit out. The pain was indescribable. However, Luo Tian's teeth were bleeding from clenching so hard. He couldn't care less about the pain and smiled sinisterly. There was blood in his mouth, but his expression was extremely excited. He moved his right hand and raised the 1,800 kilograms blood-sucking blade into the air. He smiled sinisterly and said, "I said before, if you can't kill me, I'll kill you." The blood-sucking blade cut through the sky and slashed down. Let's start with 2 chapters. There will be 3 chapters at around 6 to 7 p.m. No. Senior brother. 2 exclamations. The blade slashed down with an arrogant and domineering aura. It directly chopped down from the top of Shui Han's head, splitting his body into 2. Fresh blood flowed on the blade, and the blade let out a buzzing sound, as if there was a blood-drinking beast hidden inside. It was extremely domineering. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Shui Han. Obtained 5,000 experience, 600 profound qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Blood Sea technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate. The more cultivation methods the better. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. Furthermore, the Blood Sea technique was similar to Frenzied Blade's Slaughter World. It was just that the Blood Sea technique was a small sea of blood, while the Slaughter World was a blood-red world. A little more. The combination of the Blood Sea technique and the blood-sucking blade was even more domineering. Blood gave people a sense of fear, forming a layer of psychological pressure. Shui Han was dead. Shui Kan sat on the ground and even forgot to scream. His eyes stared at the 2 halves of his senior brother's body, and fear rose from his heart. At this moment, Shui Kan looked in the direction of the Yin King Palace and shouted, "Master, save me." Immediately after, he started to run. He no longer had any of the arrogance from before. All he wanted to do now was run to his master, and he would be able to survive. Everyone was afraid of death. The higher one's cultivation, the more one was afraid of death. Seeing Shueqin escape, Luo Tian's lips curled up, and he sneered, "You want to run? Aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you ignore me? Didn't you say that I'm trash?" Bang, 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 Luo Tian dragged the blood-sucking blade and chased after him step by step. Every step he took, he would shout out, "Arrogant." The frenzied blade dragged on the ground, causing sparks to fly everywhere. At this moment, Luo Tian seemed to have transformed into a butcher, coldly looking at the prey in front of him. That gloomy and murderous expression made one fearful. In King Palace. Shuedou's expression changed. He clenched his fists and flew into the sky. No one expected this. Shuedou and Yin Shang did not expect Luo Tian to be able to kill Shuehan with one slash. The difference in strength was thousands of miles. How could Shuehan be instantly? It was extremely difficult to kill someone. If the difference was a realm, it would be even more difficult. The difference between a rank 9 mystic cultivator and a great mystic cultivator was like heaven and earth, so it was absolutely impossible to kill someone of a higher rank. How did Luo Tian do it? Neither Blood Dove nor Yin Shang could understand. Even Qin Yuer, who was beside Luo Tian, had a blank look on her face. She suddenly realized in her heart that Luo Tian was really strong. His back view was so majestic, just like a giant. Her heart was filled with joy. "Hero, I want to marry you." The biggest reason why he was able to kill Shuehan was that he did not kill Luo Tian with one palm strike. When a powerful palm strike was sent out, the profound qi in the body would not be able to connect for a short period of time. At this moment, Shuehan's defense was extremely weak, and Luo Tian took the hit head-on. His blood boiled as he flew into a rage and slashed down with his blade. Coupled with the overbearing frenzied blade, he was naturally able to kill Shuehan. However, Luo Tian was also severely injured. He thought to himself, the strength of a third-stage great mystic cultivator is indeed extraordinary. I really can't fight recklessly next time. I almost lost my life. Run. Run again. Even the heavens can't save you. Luo Tian dragged frenzied blade and caught up to Shueqin, who was so scared that he was staggering. He said coldly, "How dare you touch my woman?" Shueqin's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. However, he still said in disdain, "You dog, do you know who I am? My master will be here soon. You won't be able to kill me. Trash like you will die soon. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. If I'm happy, I might ask my master to let you go. Damn trash, hurry up and kneel down." Clamor, he was barking like a mad dog. Luo Tian suddenly felt that he was very pitiful. He said indifferently, "Aren't you saying so much to stall for time? You want to stall until your master comes to save you?" He had been seen through. Shueqin's face turned even uglier. It was also at this time. Luo Tian raised the frenzied blade above his head. The corner of his mouth curled up as he laughed sinisterly. Shueqin was scared silly. His crotch was instantly wet. He was so scared that he peed. His entire body trembled as he cried out loudly, Master, Master, save me. Save your sister." Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he slashed down with both hands. "Go to hell. Bastard, you dare." In the void, a sea of blood pressed down from the sky. Shuedou rushed out from the sea of blood, and a monstrous pressure rushed towards Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, wanting to crush his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian's body sank, as if there was a million gene of something pressing down on his body. He raised his gaze slightly, and looked at Shuedou who was rushing down from the sky. His mind tightened, and he cursed angrily, "It's the F***king pressure again. I'm really annoyed, really annoyed." It was also at this time. Shueqin laughed maniacally, "You dog, I told you that you can't kill me. Ha ha ha, my master is here, just wait for your death." Wahahaha, complacent, extremely complacent. At this moment, Shueqin was even more complacent than a fool. In his opinion, as long as his master felt that Luo Tian, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't dare to make a move. However, he didn't understand Luo Tian at all. He had always been amenable to persuasion and not coercion. The more he was forced, the more he wanted to kill. The stronger he was, the more he wanted to kill, the more arrogant he was, the more he wanted to kill, and the more he King touched the women around him. Sea of Consciousness moved, the killing intent of the death god's killing Tao rushed out. The Sea of Consciousness loosened slightly, and Luo Tian's hand, which had stopped in mid-air, once again slashed down. The blood-red cold light of the blood-sucking broadsword, under the blessing of the death god's killing Tao, illuminated the entire Xianxia corpse city, and slashed down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tyrannical saber qi raged out uncontrollably, shaking the sea of blood released by Xuedo to the point that it rolled up 100,000 feet high wave of blood, surging and surging. The entire Xianxia corpse city trembled under this saber, and the faces of those undying guards also changed drastically. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he laughed. He laughed out loud, and laughed very happily. At the same time, his entire body turned into a black light and rushed out. The blood silkworm was dead. It was directly chopped into pieces by the slash, and not even a bone was left. His complacent laughter was still floating above the corpse city, like a joke. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the blood silkworm, obtaining 5,000 experience, 600 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an aphrodisiac pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Pillar of Heaven pill. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Yin-Yang Union of Joy pill. What the hell, it's all aphrodisiac, this guy. The first thing Luo Tian thought of when he saw these pills was to throw them away, but after thinking for a long time, he finally put them away. Brat! Give me your life. Xuedo, who was floating in mid-air, was so angry that his face turned red. His palm turned into a claw and grabbed towards Luo Tian's head. Xuedo had already reached the 7th level of the mystic spirit realm. He had also cultivated the blood sea technique to perfection. His strength was very, very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become an outer sect elder of the Blood Fiend sect. Xue Kan and Xue Han were the two disciples he was most proud of. Other than that, they were also Xuedo's sons, therefore, Xuedo was furious. Seeing his own son die in front of him, how painful was that? At this moment, Xuedo released all his strength as a 7th-level mystic spirit realm cultivator. The sea of blood that was surging in the sky calmed down instantly. With him as the center, it started to spin continuously. In less than a few seconds, the sea of blood had completely entered his body. Xuedo's body was completely red. His gaze was extremely cold. His right hand formed a claw and clawed at the void. A crack appeared in the void as he stared at Luo Tian and roared, "Give me back my son's life." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was like a huge blood demon ball pressing down. "Be careful, don't let him touch you." Qin Yuer was shocked and reminded loudly. Luo Tian also felt the terrifying power within the blood demon ball. He blocked his chest with the blood-sucking blade and quickly retreated. He looked left and right, searching for die. Xuedo's power came crashing down. The sea of blood that was spreading in the sky exploded at this moment, directly enveloping Luo Tian. At this moment, Xuedo's blood-red shadow kept changing. It was too fast, so fast that it turned into countless blood-red shadows, all of them pressing down on Luo Tian. The turbulence in his sea of consciousness, the intense pain in his body, Luo Tian was indescribably uncomfortable. Seeing Xuedo's hundreds of shadows rushing towards him, his heart sank, 2nd-level berserk. 4 times the attribute was activated, immediately after. Profound Chi surged out, 1,000 points, 2,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 10,000 points, 20,000 points, a total of 20,000 points of profound Chi surged out, wreaking havoc in his body. Such a huge amount of profound Chi was almost unbearable for Luo Tian's body. The surface of his skin was red from the impact of the profound Chi, as if it was on fire. Rumble. Luo Tian desperately tried to control the thunder in his body. He divided his profound energy into his limbs, bones, mind, and sea of consciousness, and used it to condense a thick profound energy shield. At this moment, the blood demon armor directly covered his body and the blood-colored armor flashed with a bloody light. At this time, Luo Tian had no other choice. Facing a mystic spirit realm expert, the only thing he could do was defend. He had no way of fighting back. Only a madman like him could use 20,000 profound chi to defend himself. In addition to the blood fiend armor, this could be considered Luo Tian's strongest defense. It was a pity that the blood evil armor was not completely filled with killing intent. Otherwise, he would not need to consume so much profound chi. Come on. Let's see if you can kill me, ha ha ha, Luo Tian roared with incomparable savagery. His expression was excited and incomparably ferocious. Lunatic, he was a complete lunatic. Facing the 7th level mystic spirit level blood dove, he actually chose to defend. Moreover, he was so rampant and arrogant. It was as if he didn't put blood dove in his eyes at all. Crazy, extremely crazy. This kind of crazy that did not fear the heavens or the earth made people's blood boil. It also made Xianxia, who was rushing over at full speed, to laugh even more happily. He loudly shouted, "Blood dove, leave his life for me." Luo Tian's appearance made him feel incomparably surprised, but also incomparably happy. The strength in his body was simply too terrifying. This was what he needed. As long as he didn't die and implanted the undying goo, he would continue to grow. With his talent, his strong willpower, he would definitely be able to refine the undying goo to a new height. As long as he could refine the true undying goo of the legends, he would have the power to dominate the entire world. Excitement, too excitement. Xianxia could already see the day he ruled the world. His speed became even faster as he reminded him again, "Blood dove, you must leave his life for me. Otherwise, you will leave this city." He was directly threatening him, because he needed Luo Tian too much. Blood dove knit his brows. He did not care that much in his anger. How could he not take revenge for his son's death? His strength did not decrease and instead increased. "Accompany my son to the grave." In all directions, there were huge blood-red palm prints. The highest profound of the blood sea soaring palm, Xianxia's face was ashen. Looking at the ferocious Luo Tian, her heart was dead silent. Her body was also slightly paralyzed. For some reason, tears flowed out of her eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up into a bright smile as she muttered to herself, "I will accompany you." Rumble. Rumble. Countless blood palm prints bombarded Luo Tian's body, every corner of his body. The heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. Luo Tian did not move at all. He gritted his teeth and stared straight ahead. Seeing a ball of death aura flying towards him, he thought to himself, "All right, I will take a gamble. Old Granny, I hope you are not lying to me." In that instant, Luo Tian condensed a will from his heart and left it in a certain corner of his body. He made it quiet down and finally completely concealed it. Gamble, he was gambling with his life. If he lost, he might become someone else's puppet forever. However, Luo Tian had no other choice. This kind of lack of choice was extremely painful. At this moment, Luo Tian endured the intense pain, and at the same time, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia, who was smiling brightly. He also smiled faintly, and his smile was filled with confidence. Following that, he raised his head and roared, releasing 10,000 thunderbolts towards a corner. Rumble. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from both sides. The profound chi in Luo Tian's body could no longer withstand it. The 7th level profound spirit level 7 blood dove was simply too strong. Even if he used 20,000 profound chi to defend, he would not be able to withstand it. The pain that Luo Tian was enduring had already exceeded the limits of his physical body. Pain, it was so painful that he could not control himself. However, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. He had to wait, stop it. Xianxia's face was filled with anger. With a light wave of his right hand, an incomparably dense black death aura rose from the ground and struck towards Blood Dove. He shouted in a deep voice, "If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." Bam! The Blood Dove's blood palm dissolved Xianxia's attack, and his entire body flew out. He stood to the side with a gloomy gaze, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and said, "Lord King, he is already dead, ha ha ha, you." Xianxia was extremely furious. Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood, not a single part of his body was not injured, and dozens of wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Such an attack would even turn an expert of the great Xian master realm into dust, but he relied on his physical body and profound qi to forcefully withstand it. However, the blood fiend armor was shattered. A magic treasure was gone just like that. Luo Tian's heart ached, but there was nothing he could do. Qin Yuer looked at Luo Tian in a daze, and laughed foolishly, "I'm here to accompany you." At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes that were covered in blood suddenly opened. He's not dead? He's not dead. Oh my god, he's not dead even like this. Is he even human, or does he have an undying body like us? Crazy, they were all crazy. Luo Tian opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Not only was he not dead, the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving no scars at all. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their brains short-circuited. They couldn't understand at all. This guy was even stronger than their undying body. Their undying body couldn't recover, but Luo Tian could. Qin Yuer smiled through her tears, and said with an even more brilliant smile, "You damned ghost, you scared me to death." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, good, that's great, perfect. Xianxia laughed. Laughing with incomparable excitement, he sized up Luo Tian from head to toe. He felt that this was the most perfect body in history, and also the most perfect vessel. With his current perseverance, he would definitely be able to refine the undying goo to a supreme realm. Surpassing the 8th step, or even the 9th step, and reaching the true undying realm, Xianxia was looking at Luo Tian, and Luo Tian was also looking at him. His entire body was shining with a golden light, causing Luo Tian to be unable to open his eyes. He was ecstatic in his heart, and his saliva almost flowed out as he said, "Boss, super boss, this guy will definitely be the second boss that the system will reward. Kill him, we must kill him." Before seeing Xianxia, Luo Tian still had some doubts. But now that he saw the golden light on his body, he was sure that this guy would definitely die as the second boss that the system would reward. Last time, it was the draw slasher. What would it be this time? Luo Tian was looking forward to it, his heart was incomparably excited. This excitement was not concealed in the slightest. He stared straight at Xianxia, and asked gloomily, "You were the one who slaughtered the Earth's core race?" "That's right." Xianxia didn't try to hide anything, nor did he need to. He smiled and said, "Are you the person in the prophecy they were talking about?" Luo Tian squinted his eyes, and the scene of the Earth's core race bleeding like a river appeared in his mind. The anger in his heart suddenly exploded, and he said coldly, "No, but I am someone who is here to take your life." "Oh? You?" Xianxia said with a playful smile, "Those who dared to say such words in front of me are all dead. You're an exception because I admire you very much. You'll also become a member of my undead army and the strongest person after me. How is it? Do you want me to do it myself, or do you willingly submit to me?" As he spoke, Xianxia's smile didn't diminish, and he looked as if he had Luo Tian in the bag. His face was filled with complacency. This was his world. Here, he was the master. Therefore, his words were filled with extreme arrogance, and he did not put anyone in his eyes. It was the same for Luo Tian. It was as if he was saying, "Whether you agree or not, you won't be able to escape from my grasp." With a big bug on his head, his entire body swollen, his sinister face, and that disgusting smile, he really looked like a monster. Luo Tian kept his blood-drinking broadsword and exchanged it for his spirit snake spear. He laughed lightly, "I promised the old granny that I would definitely kill you." While speaking, Luo Tian played with the spirit snake spear, and said, "This is the profound weapon of your subordinate, Yu Hun, right? You will also be blasted away by me like him, ha ha ha." Xianxia frowned, his expression changed slightly, the aura of death around his body rose along with the anger in his heart, and he said, "You are very arrogant, but you must have the qualifications to be arrogant. It's a pity that you don't have it." Now, without waiting for Xianxia to finish speaking, the furious blood dove took a step forward and said, "Lord King, leave this dog to me. I will definitely make him kneel at your feet." Before he could finish his words, Blood Dove's figure moved, and the monster sea of blood once again surged over. Xianxia's eyes darkened, he was extremely unhappy in his heart. The surging dark aura in the sky covered the sky as it pressed down on Blood Dove, and at this moment, he rushed out. Fast, very fast. Luo Tian stared fixedly at him, but he still disappeared in an instant, and even his aura could not be sensed. He was overwhelmed with shock in his heart, and thought to himself, this guy is really strong, his strength is probably already at the peak of the profound spirit realm. F***CK. Profound spirit stage 9, how do I kill this kind of boss? There's a difference of 20 levels, how can I F***king kill him? At this moment, Luo Tian realized that killing Xianxia was an impossible mission. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great, unless there was someone to help, not to mention people, there wasn't even a ghost in this damned place. This woman with big breasts, what was the use of the great Xian master realm? Luo Tian's heart was dead silent. He was praying in his heart, praying that that place was really like what the old granny said. At this moment, boom! A loud sound came from the sky above Shadow Mountain Corpse City. Blood dove fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his face was pale white. Looking at Xianxia who was floating down not far away, his heart was filled with fear, and he thought to himself, I never thought that he would actually reach the profound spirit stage 9. Xianxia snorted and arrogantly said, you dare to act recklessly in front of this king, you're courting death. If there's a next time, you know what the consequences will be. He coldly stared at Blood Dove and suppressed him with his might. Blood Dove immediately knelt down. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to resist. Only the corner of his eyes revealed a cold gaze as he coldly stared at Luo Tian, however, he knew that he had no chance. Luo Tian was about to become Xianxia's undying bodyguard. Thinking about this, Blood Dove's mouth revealed a cold smile as he looked at Luo Tian and said, although you did not die in my hands, you will live a life that is even worse than death, ha ha ha. Xianxia walked forward, step by step, to Luo Tian's side. Level 2 Berserk. Magma raging fire, both his hands and feet turned into magma as a scorching hot aura emerged. Luo Tian moved his fists and used all the strength in his body to heavily attack. Xianxia did not care as he coldly laughed, your attack is too weak. He did not dodge at all and allowed Luo Tian to attack directly. The crimson-red fist heavily landed on the large worm on Xianxia's head. Goo worms should be the most fatal weakness, but when Luo Tian's fist landed on it, it was as if he had punched a thick steel plate. It was completely useless. In game terms, this punch was a complete miss. He knew that he was not Xianxia's match, but he wanted to know how strong Xianxia was. At the very least, he wanted to know some of this boss's strength. It would be helpful for his future plans, but his attack was completely tickling, too strong. This boss, Xianxia grabbed Luo Tian with one hand and laughed sinisterly. In his left hand was a glowing green goo worm. He laughed excitedly, become my undying bodyguard, I will grant you eternal life, ha ha ha. Luo Tian's mind entered, and his original intent quietly moved at this moment. In his heart, he secretly said, Corpse C, I'm coming. F***CK, wait for me. Chapter 5 is here, please vote, please like, please subscribe. 10,000 meters underground of the Xianxia Corpse City. This was a huge plaza with no end in sight. The plaza was filled with all kinds of corpses. There were so many corpses that the human heads were surging. At a glance, they were like a black sea with no end in sight. They had no consciousness, no soul, and were wandering around freely. The goo worms in their brains were constantly growing, and in the process of growing, they were like zombies, walking corpses. The gloomy corpse aura filled the sky, and the flames of death filled every corner. There were constant sounds like the weeping of ghosts, because they were enduring the most painful torment in the world, a torment that was even more unbearable than death. Rumor had it that hell was beneath this square, however, this place was even more cruel than hell. Even if one wanted to die, they couldn't live. It was a true purgatory on earth, so this place was also called the 19th layer of hell. This was the Sea of Corpses. It was Xianxia's arsenal, the place where his undying bodyguards were constantly supplied, in a corner house on the plaza. Old man, there's such a loud noise coming from above. Is that child really here? Impossible, even if he came, he would be courting death. Sigh. I shouldn't have told him this back then, if only he didn't know about this. Old man, that child is really not ordinary, he has a great perseverance that is different from humans, and that kind of decisiveness in killing. Most importantly, his heart is very kind, I'm afraid. When he sees the Earth's core race being killed, he will recklessly rush into the Xianxia corpse city. If that's the case, maybe I really did harm him, sigh. I really hope he never steps into the Earth's core race, never sees that scene, and never comes to the Xianxia corpse city. Great perseverance, great killing, kind heart, maybe. Maybe he really is the human in the prophecy. Old man, when did you become so superstitious? Prophecies are only used to comfort the living, to give them hope. This prophecy is different, maybe it's true. The old granny was stunned. After a while, she only smiled gently, a very satisfied smile. The only thing she hoped for in this life was to see the old man again, so that she could die in peace. Now that she saw it, she was as happy as a young girl, cherishing every minute and second with the old man. As for other things, she didn't think much. The Earth's core race was gone, what else was there to look forward to? After a short while, the granny asked, "Old man, are you really going to tell that bastard Xianxia how to cure the goo?" The old man gently brushed the old lady's white hair behind her ear and chuckled. "If I didn't say that, how could I see you? All these years, I've been helping him refine the goo, harming countless clansmen. My sins are grave. All these years, my only wish was to see you again. Now that I've seen you, I can die in peace. As for the method to cure the goo, Xianxia will never get it in his lifetime." Yo, are you talking about love? Master, mistress, your relationship really hasn't changed even after hundreds of years. Ha ha ha, suddenly. A mocking and gloomy laugh rang out. A thick black cloud of death floated down. The black cloud dispersed, and Xianxia's monstrous face was revealed. The corner of his mouth revealed an extremely pleased smile. "Xianxia, you son of a bitch. You're worse than a beast. Xianxia, you will get your retribution." The two old men were incomparably agitated and furious. Their eyes were filled with hatred, and that kind of hatred was itching to tear Xianxia apart. "Ha ha ha, you two old farts, without me, Xianxia, would the Earth's core race have become as strong as they are now? If you two old fogies had passed down the goo refinement technique to me earlier, I would have led the Earth's core race to dominate a region long ago. The Earth's core race would have recovered to its peak. Why would we need to hide in this deep pit where we can't see day and night?" Xianxia's expression was also somewhat agitated. The big worm on his head couldn't help but move, looking as disgusting as it could be. Following which, Xianxia laughed sinisterly and said, "But it doesn't matter, this wish will come true soon, ha ha ha." Xianxia waved his right hand. 3 bodies descended from the sky and stood firmly on the ground. The 9th prince, Qin Yuer, and Luo Tian with a green light on his forehead. The white-browed old man saw the green light on Luo Tian's forehead and was shocked, shouting, "Xianxia, you actually refined a rank 6 goo worm, and you even placed it in a living person's body. What are you trying to do? You beast, you lunatic." The last 2 sentences were almost shouted out. The old granny looked at Luo Tian and her heart sank. Looking at Luo Tian's pained expression, her heart couldn't help but ache as she blamed herself. "Child, it's Granny who harmed you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Xianxia laughed sinisterly. "Master, you didn't expect it, did you? You didn't expect me to really refine a rank 6 green god goo worm, did you? In order to refine a rank 6 goo worm, I spent a lot of effort. I remember you said that refining a rank 6 goo worm requires the most item in the world. The blood of a virgin is an item of extreme. I really pity those girls from the Earth's core race. If not for their virgin blood, I really wouldn't have been able to refine it. But I have to thank you for all of this, ha ha ha." Laugh. Laugh proudly. Xianxia looked at his master's pained expression and couldn't help but laugh proudly. Following that, he controlled his right hand and a ball of black gas shot out, directly binding the old granny. His face sank as he shouted, "Old fart, I want you to help me stimulate the strongest potential in the 3 of them. I want their most perfect side. If you don't do it, you know the consequences." The black gas turned into a demon and tightly coiled around the old granny's neck, constantly tightening it. The old granny's breath was weak, but she said with all her might, "Old man, please don't, please don't." "Pa." Xianxia slapped the old granny's face, causing her eyes to shine. He shouted coldly, "You damned old granny, you better persuade my master to do as I say. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death." The white-browed old man frowned, his anger soaring to the heavens, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the blood on the corner of his wife's mouth and her swollen cheeks, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Looking at his wife's eyes, he wanted to make up his mind, but at this moment, he revealed a pained expression and said, "All right, I promise you, but you have to guarantee my master's wife's safety." "Ha ha ha, I knew you would compromise. It seems that I was right not to kill master's wife all these years, ha ha ha." Xianxia laughed proudly, "As long as you help me stimulate their strongest potential, I will guarantee master's wife's safety." Finished. Not long after, Xianxia brought the old granny and left while laughing wildly. The entire sea of corpses returned to its original state. The sky was filled with corpse qi, cold and humid, and the air was emitting a foul smell. The white-browed old man walked in front of Luo Tian and said in a low voice, "You can open your eyes now." As soon as the white-browed old man finished speaking, Luo Tian's eyebrows trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. Hiss, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His palms and back were almost all covered in cold sweat. The worms in his brain were constantly nibbling away at his will. It was very uncomfortable, and this kind of discomfort was almost unbearable. Along the way, his willpower felt like it was dying. The gradual loss of willpower made him panic. If it wasn't for the fact that his willpower burst forth when the green god parasite entered his brain, he would have already become one of Xianxia's undead puppets. He tried his best to restrain himself, to not let his expression show. On the way to the 19th level of hell, his heart was in his throat. If Xianxia found out, everything would be for naught. When he heard the old man's low voice, he knew that he had made it. He opened his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him. The corner of his mouth moved and he said in a trembling voice, "Damn it, I finally made it." Then, his eyes became blurry and he fainted. The old man with white eyebrows supported Luo Tian and looked at the bug that was constantly emitting green light under his forehead. He said in shock, "This kid actually managed to endure it. How many people in the world can withstand this kind of pain? Not bad, he is indeed a person with great willpower. Old woman, it seems like we really have a chance." The sky was dark. There was no sun, no moon, not even a trace of light. It was very dark and very cold. This feeling was like dying. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was a feeling of emptiness. Where is this? I'm dead? Damn, didn't I make it through? Did the old woman lie to me again? It can't be. She can't lie to me at this time, right? Luo Tian thought. His heart sank. If he really died, then, and Chun Chun's mother, who would save her? Who would snatch the bride at her wedding 3 years later, Lung Han Shuang, that ice beauty's butt, who's going to hit it, and who would protect Fatty and the Luo family? Damn it. God, you don't really want me to die, do you? I'm still a virgin. At least let me break my virginity first. Luo Tian said bitterly. Cough cough, suddenly, a voice came from the void. The voice sounded a little old as it said in a low voice, "Brat, what are you thinking about? You are not dead yet. You just can't feel your own body right now. Your consciousness has entered the void space I set up. You have to listen carefully to every word I say. This is related to whether you can survive or not." Luo Tian's heart. He immediately said, "Old man, you are the old woman's husband, right?" "Yes." Luo Tian secretly said, as expected. Then, he asked, "Go on, I'm listening. I need to quickly take control of my body and clean up the sea of corpses. Then, I'll go up there and beat up that dog Xianxia." "All right. Listen carefully. Since my wife has taken a fancy to you, then I will place everything on you. If you do as I say, I will increase your willpower by 10,000 times. At that time, even the strongest goo worms will not be able to enter your brain." The old man said in high spirits. His voice was filled with arrogance. He did indeed have the qualifications, because he was the king of the Earth's core race. Just by relying on his goo refining techniques, he was able to bring the Earth's core race out of their most humble era. Increase my mental strength by 10,000 times? Damn, from now on, refining goo won't be the same as before. If that's the case, controlling the puppet won't need to rest, ha ha ha. Old man, no wonder the old granny likes you. You're actually so awesome. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. The white-browed old man also laughed a few times, then his voice became serious, and he shouted, "Your will is the source of your will. How strong is your willpower? How hard is it? The green god goo worm is very difficult to kill. According to what I say, it won't be too difficult, but during this process, the pain you will suffer will be 100 times greater than your original pain. During this process, you must not interrupt it, you must not stop at all, you must rush forward without hesitation, you must not take a step back." This was an incomparably difficult process. The green god goo worm was extremely powerful, and it was extremely difficult to kill it. However, there was no other way. He could only use the will that Luo Tian had left behind to kill it. During the process of killing it, the torture that Luo Tian had to endure was even more unbearable than the torture of the 18 levels of hell. Luo Tian frowned, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to endure it." "Old man, come on." "All right." The old man did not beat around the bush, and said, "Empty your mind, let me control it." Luo Tian immediately did as he was told. The moment his mind was emptied, Luo Tian suddenly felt his body sink, as if his heart was about to explode. Intense pain filled his entire body, as if there were billions of ants biting his body. Pain, extreme pain. "Brat, hold on, I'm going to start." The old man's voice sounded in his mind. Luo Tian did not say anything, he gathered his strength, the muscles in his body were as hard as steel, he roared towards the sky in his heart, F***ck, come on. I don't believe that I can't withstand this bit of pain. The more painful it was, the crazier it was. The more it was like this, the more Luo Tian was like a madman. Gritting his teeth, risking his life, pacing back and forth on the line between life and death, dancing on the tip of the blade with a coffin on his back. That was that sentence. You will be a bird facing the sky. If you don't die, you will live for thousands of years. Moreover, the most important point was, the more pain he endured, the stronger his body would be. This was the same as cultivating the ability to resist attacks. The old man's idea moved, bringing Luo Tian's mind directly to his brain. Facing the incomparably huge green god goo worm, he pounced forward without hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation, resolute, the green god goo worm had been unable to control Luo Tian's will all this time, and because of this, it was extremely frustrated. Seeing that he still had a trace of his mind, it immediately rushed forward in anger. It looked like an ordinary little bug, but in the brain, facing a small ball of will, it was a giant. Kill. 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 Following his thoughts, the killing intent of the death Dao was released. This made the old man secretly excited. Luo Tian's mind greatly exceeded his expectations. Seeing the appearance of the killing intent, the old man was more confident. At this moment, Luo Tian's brain was a huge battlefield. Thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting inside. The pain of the brain being split open was more than 100 times worse than the pain he had endured before. It was simply painful to the point of death. However, Luo Tian was laughing crazily, laughing extremely arrogantly. How could one be called a person if they were not crazy? If they were not crazy in this other world, how could they live up to their identity as a transmigrator? Crazy. I want to be crazy to the point that heaven and earth are moved. After an unknown period of time, finally. A tired voice sounded in his mind, "Brat, it's done." Hearing that, Luo Tian's eyes opened wide, he clenched his fists and grinned, "Power. I can feel my own power again, ha ha ha." The moment he said that, his stomach churned, a pungent stench rushed to his throat, Luo Tian opened his mouth and vomited. He spat out the corpse of a green worm. Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine, he could not help but ask, "This is the green worm in my brain?" Huff, huff, the white-browed old man's face was pale and weak, he gasped for breath like a cow, he nodded and asked, "I've helped you remove the goo, what are you going to do next?" "With your current strength, you are not Xianxia's opponent." The peak of the 9th level mystic spirit realm was extremely strong. Luo Tian was only at the 1st level of the great mystic master. How could he be his opponent? Luo Tian looked at the endless sea of corpses outside the house and laughed excitedly. "My plan is to kill all of them, then go up and fight Xianxia one-on-one." "This is your plan?" The old man almost vomited blood. "Kill them and you can fight Xianxia one-on-one? What's going on in your head?" If I knew earlier, I would have saved him, maybe I would have had a chance to live, no matter what. He is still at the 5th level of the Mystic Spirit Realm. 5th level of the Mystic Spirit Realm? Luo Tian was startled. He looked at the handsome man who was standing in the room like a block of wood. Luo Tian did not have a good impression of men who were more handsome than him, but looking at the man in front of him, he did not hate him and asked, he was also captured by Xianxia? He was sent down with you, and he was planted with the goo while he was still alive. If not for your appearance, I'm afraid the green god goo would have been planted in his body. If that's the case, then he can't be saved. The old man recovered a bit of strength and said. 5th level of the Mystic Spirit Realm, he should be a good helper. Old man, can you save the two of them? Luo Tian asked. There was also the big-breasted Qin Yuer. This girl was not bad, seeing that he was about to die, she actually thought of dying together with him. Very silly and very naive. The old man with white eyebrows rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and said, do you think it's so easy to remove the goo? Removing the goo consumes more spiritual power than refining the goo. Although the goo in their bodies is not as strong as yours, it will still cost a lot to remove their goo. What's more, they don't have the original intent in their bodies. If you want to remove the goo, you can only test the intent of the goo user. This consumes too much spiritual power. If you're not careful, both of them will die. Removing the green god goo worm from your body has exhausted all of my mental power. I'm afraid that I won't be able to recover in half a month. After half a month, their wills will have been completely devoured by the goo worm, so. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Once the goo worm was implanted, the goo worm would continuously devour the will in the brain. Without any willpower, the goo worm would have complete control over your body, turning you into a puppet. Time was of the essence when dispelling the goo. The earlier the better. It wasn't that the white-browed elder didn't want to save him, but he really couldn't. Luo Tian pondered for a moment and said, can you give me the antidote technique? I'll think of a way to save them. After all, it was 2 lives. If he could save them, it would be better. You? The goo dispelling technique is a secret of my Earth's core race. Passing the goo refining technique to you is already breaking the taboo of the Earth's core race. If the ancestors were to find out about this, they would scold me until my head bled. The white-browed elder immediately shook his head. These 2 goo techniques were the foundation of the Earth's core race. If outsiders were to learn them, the Earth's core race might not be able to survive in this world. Because no one would be afraid of the Earth's core race, Luo Tian did not force him, he only sighed lightly and muttered to himself, what a pity, if I had 2 more helpers, the chances of killing Xianxia would be higher. Then. Luo Tian walked out of the house and looked at the sea of corpses that was like an ocean. There was a blood trough floating above their heads, and in his tears, they were all experience, thousands and millions of experience. He laughed, it really is a paradise of experience. He laughed excitedly, then took a step forward and rushed into the sea of corpses. The white-browed elder looked at Luo Tian's departing figure, and muttered to himself, should I pass the goo dispelling technique to him? This is the absolute taboo of the Earth's core race, the ancestors of the Earth's core race, what should I do? After a while, the white-browed elder's brows relaxed, and he laughed bitterly, the Earth's core race is about to perish, what am I still guarding it for? On Luo Tian's side. Level 2 Berserk. 10,000 lightning blast, boom, boom, boom. Within a radius of 5 meters, 100 bolts of lightning struck down. Wherever the lightning went, no one was left alive. These corpses were all infected with goo worms, but the goo worms had not fully developed yet, so they kept wandering around like zombies. Luo Tian would not encounter any resistance at all. What he had to do was to continuously release the 10,000 lightning blast, with 4 times the attribute, the power of the 10,000 lightning blast increased. With 100 bolts of lightning striking down, 70 to 80 corpses fell to the ground, and the prompt in Luo Tian's mind exploded like a pot, exploding with incomparable explosive sounds. Ding! 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 It was deafening. Luo Tian was incomparably excited because of this. 2 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Great Xian Master Stage 2. Luo Tian grinned, and said, I leveled up. After leveling up, all of his attributes were filled. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, and became even more excited in his heart. When he sensed his sea of consciousness and mind, his tiger body shook again and again, F***ck, 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 this sea of consciousness, this mind, is too F***king strong. I want to see who can use their pressure to crush me next time. Just as the old man had said, Luo Tian's mental strength had increased by more than 10,000 times. His sea of consciousness was already wider than the experts of the profound spirit realm, and had truly reached the level of a sea. The sea of consciousness and the mind both belonged to the mental plane. Their strengthening was undoubtedly the increase in mental strength. The old man really didn't lie to me, with my strong mental strength, if he can teach me the goo dispelling technique, I should be able to save the two of them. Luo Tian thought silently in his heart. He turned around to look at the house in the distance, and shook his head. Let's hurry up and level up. Yin King Palace. Lord Yin King, the 19 levels of hell are constantly emitting rumbling sounds. Could something have happened? A tall and sturdy man with 2 hammers in his hands asked worriedly. Yin Shan did not mind, and said, the old bastard is probably training my Green God War General. To be able to make such a loud noise, he probably trained quite well. This was the world he ruled, no one could cause much of a stir. Yin King's corpse city was the same, and so was the 19 levels of hell. Moreover, Yin Shang was very happy. His mood was extremely good, because he had obtained what he thought was the perfect vessel. As long as Luo Tian cultivated the green goo to the undying realm, then he would be able to devour the undying blood within the goo and become the true undying Yin King. The sturdy man was still a little worried, and said slightly, Lord Yin King, why don't I go and take a look? Yin King waved his hand, and said, if you want to go, then go, just take a look at how that old thing's training is going. The 3rd chapter was delivered today, and there were still 2 more chapters that would be a little late. 19 layers of hell. Inside the white-browed old man's house. The old man looked at Luo Tian curiously and frowned. He couldn't figure it out and muttered to himself, impossible, how is this possible? No matter how talented you are, it's impossible to break through 2 realms in just 12 hours. 12 hours, 2 realms, even the number 1 human, Morong Wanjian, couldn't do it. Not to mention Morong Wanjian, even from ancient times until now, no one had done it. Every small realm was extremely difficult to break through, but this freak in front of him broke through 2 realms in 12 hours. Was he still human? Breaking through was like playing with a toy, or was there something wrong with his eyes? Had he seen a ghost? Seeing the old man staring at him with a strange expression, Luo Tian couldn't help but take half a step back and said, Old man, what are you trying to do? I'm not gay. Cough cough, the white-browed old man was startled, but he still couldn't help but ask curiously, Brat, how did you do it? It's very simple. I killed them. Luo Tian giggled. Naturally, he wouldn't tell anyone about the system hidden in his body. No matter who it was, he wouldn't tell anyone about it. This was his biggest secret. The old man rolled his eyes at him. Luo Tian smiled and said, Old man, do you have anything else? If not, I still have time to break through. So many undead guards. These were all experience points and Xianxia points. Wasting time here was no different from wasting one's life. Luo Tian's mood was surging. Ever since he came to this world, he had never felt so good. Leveling up here was simply too good, so good that it felt like it was exploding. Looking at the undead guards outside, Luo Tian was somewhat impatient. The old man lightly exhaled and said, There must be a reason why I brought you back. I've decided to teach you the goo dispelling technique, but you must promise me that you will never teach it to a 3rd person, including the goo refining technique. After speaking, the old man looked at Luo Tian seriously. Luo Tian stared blankly at first, but then he was overjoyed and said, I swear to the heavens that I will not teach it to a 3rd person. He thought to himself, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Luo Tian also wanted to impart his cultivation technique to Fatty Feng, but he could only release the technique with a thought before it disappeared. His cultivation method was different from the cultivation method in the Tianxian continent, so the technique he released could only be cultivated by himself. In gaming jargon, it could not be traded or lost, it could only be used by himself. Alright. Next, remember the incantation I'm going to tell you. The old man's expression was extremely serious as he thought to himself, ancestors of the Earth's core race, the unfilial disciple, by Mei, had no choice but to do so in order to kill this evil thief, Xianxia. This person's character is upright, his heart is kind, and he is also the great benefactor of my Earth's core race. Praying in his heart, Bai Mei looked around to make sure that there was no one around before he began to narrate the story. Luo Tian listened attentively, not missing a single word. 10 minutes later. The system beeped. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the dispelling goo. Luo Tian was secretly happy. In the future, he would be able to display his goo refining skills even better, especially that goo technique called Happy Goo. He would definitely learn this goo and make good use of it. Luo Tian's thoughts became lewd. At the beginning, he was still thinking that once he used the goo and could not remove it, wouldn't he be happy until he died. Thinking about the scene, Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Now that he had the dispelling goo, there was no need to be afraid of this kind of thing anymore. Have you remembered it clearly? The old man asked. Luo Tian nodded, and said, N. The white brow looked at Luo Tian very seriously, and asked, I only said it once, and you already remembered it clearly? Could it be that other than breaking through quickly, your comprehension ability is also so fast? Are you human or not? Luo Tian grinned, there's no other way, people who are handsome learn everything quickly. Old man, if you don't believe me, teach me a few more sets of your Earth's core race's taboo techniques. Let's see if I can really remember them. F***CK. Brat, don't even think about getting any more chance from me. Seeing Luo Tian's expression, the white brow immediately stopped doubting him, and said in shock in his heart, he really is not an ordinary person, maybe he can really save the Earth's core race, maybe he really is the person in the prophecy. I hope so. The white brow sighed in his heart. Alright. I've passed the dispelling goo technique to you. When do you want to save them? The old man could not help but ask. With Luo Tian's current mental strength, it would not be too difficult for him to save them. The old man thought that Luo Tian would immediately save him, but Luo Tian started to ponder, and asked, Old man, when will Xianxia come down to find you? The white brow said, 7 days later is the day of the Earth's core race's sacrifice. Before the sacrifice, he will definitely come here and ask me for the 3 of you. Why are you asking this? This has nothing to do with you saving them. The goo worms in their bodies are not as powerful as yours, but you can't drag it on for too long. The longer you drag it on, the harder it will be to solve it. Luo Tian nodded, and said, I understand. Following that, Luo Tian quickly walked out of the house, and once again charged into the sea of corpses. Another series of 10,000 lightning bolts struck down, and another group of corpses fell to the ground. Rumble, rumble. The entire 19th level of hell was enveloped in a sea of thunder. The white-browed man was dumbfounded. He really couldn't figure out Luo Tian's intentions. Looking at Luo Tian's crazy figure, he muttered to himself, what is this kid trying to do? Why can't I understand it at all? Other than killing the undead guards that had yet to take form, Luo Tian also had to do something very important, which was to raise the level of the dispelling goo technique. There was a certain amount of danger in the dispelling goo technique. And it was a two-way danger. The level of the dispelling goo technique was too low, so Luo Tian did not dare to rashly save him. He had to have enough confidence, or else he would rather not save him. The sea of corpses had absolute natural conditions. Everyone had goo worms in their heads, and they were the best test subjects for the dispelling goo technique. The moment the 10,000 lightning bolts struck down, Luo Tian's mind secretly moved, and quickly used the dispelling goo technique. Ding. Failure. Ding. Success, proficiency plus 2 inch. There was success, there was failure, it was very unstable. Luo Tian's heart was very anxious. 7 days was a short time. If he could dispel the goo in these 2 people, then he would have a higher chance of killing Xianxia. This was also the reason why Luo Tian wanted to save them. The peak of the 9th level mystic spirit realm was too strong. He needed their help. For an entire day and night, Luo Tian did not stop at all, nor did he rest. He finally raised the dispelling goo technique to level 3, the success rate had reached 60%, and it had a 100% success rate against rank 1 goo worms. The moment it leveled up, Luo Tian immediately rushed towards Bai Mei's house. Luo Tian saw Bai Mei lying on the ground in the distance, covered in blood. Not far from him, there was a tall and sturdy man holding a pair of hammers that was currently in a frenzy, roaring at Bai Mei. Luo Tian's eyes twitched, and his killing intent rose as he coldly snorted, seeking death. Chapter 4, Chapter 5 delivered before 10 p.m. Begging for monthly votes, begging for subscriptions. The giant with 2 hammers was called Li Lei Dun. He was one of the 4 protectors under the Yin King, a great Xian master stage 5 expert. The most important point, he was also implanted with a goo by Yin Shang when he was still alive, and it was done willingly. He wanted an immortal body, so he cultivated with all his might all these years. From an unremarkable mystic cultivator to a great mystic cultivator rank 5 expert, he also became one of the 4 great protectors under the Yin King. You old fart, where did you hide him? Li Lei Dun kicked the white-browed man in the abdomen again. The white-browed man flew a few meters away and spat out a mouthful of blood. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Ha ha ha. You traitor of the Earth's core race, your death is coming, ha ha ha, humph. Old thing, a wise man submits to circumstances. It's because of you, an old and stubborn man, that the Earth's core race was reduced to hiding in this kind of deep pit. If it wasn't for Lord Yin King not letting me kill you, you would have died hundreds of years ago." Li Lei Dun said in disdain. Looking at the white-browed man's pained expression, Li Lei Dun's face was filled with pleasure. He sneered complacently and shouted, "You old thing, I advise you to be tactful. Don't ask for trouble. Tell me honestly where that kid went. Otherwise, you know what I'm capable of." Li Lei Dun was famous for being ruthless in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City. He was the executioner of the Shadow Mountain Corpse City, and he was the one who killed the most people from the Earth's core race. In fact, his own parents were killed by him. It could be said to be extremely cruel and inhumane. It was also at this time. A voice came from behind Li Lei Dun. It was incomparably cold and filled with endless killing intent. Otherwise, what will happen? Li Lei Dun did not react for a moment, and said with an even more complacent expression, "I will twist your head off." Huh? Who is it? Li Lei Dun's gaze darkened as he turned to look at the darkness. A black shadow walked out from the darkness, bringing with it killing intent and the aura of death. It was as if he had walked out from hell, step by step, with a deathly smile on his face, as if he was a messenger of hell. "The person who wants your life is here." The white-browed man laughed excitedly. Li Lei Dun narrowed his eyes and looked at the person walking out of the darkness. His expression relaxed and he said disdainfully, "Him? Trash, huh? It's you. Weren't you implanted with the green god goo worm by the Yin King? How could it be?" Li Lei Dun's expression changed drastically. According to Yin Shang, the green goo poison bug could not be removed. One could only be devoured by the goo poison bug for the rest of one's life. Unless the goo poison bug was removed by the goo poison bug, it could not be removed. Once the goo worm is removed, the victim will die immediately. However, not only was he not dead, but he was also alive and well. Most importantly, there was no green light on his forehead, which meant that the poison had been removed. If there was anyone in this world who knew how to detoxify goo poison, it was probably Bai Mei. Li Lei Dun was extremely angry. He turned his gaze and looked at the white-browed man. "Old thing, you actually taught the Earth's core race's secret technique to an outsider, violating the taboo clan rules of the Earth's core race. You are truly amazing. You would rather pass it on to an outsider than to Yin King. A person like you should not stay in this world, so go to hell." Li Lei Dun moved his 2 hammers, and a thick black light flashed. His body moved, bringing with it a thick wave of death energy, pressing down on the white-browed man. At this moment, Luo Tian said indifferently, "Hey, I'm still here. Scram to the side, you piece of trash. I'll play with you slowly later, and play you to death." Li Lei Dun did not dare to look at Luo Tian at all, and directly ignored him. In his opinion, Luo Tian was just a piece of trash that Yin King had set his eyes on, and it was only because of his good luck. He was extremely unhappy with Luo Tian's treatment. This was because he felt that Luo Tian was not qualified to obtain the green god goo, nor was he qualified to obtain Yin King's gift. Only he was the one who could cultivate the undead goo to the highest realm. The heavy hammer was like thunder as it smashed down heavily. "Old thing, go to hell!" Li Lei Dun roared, and smashed down with his right hammer. If he was hit by this hammer, his head would definitely explode. However, the white-browed man did not move. He was severely injured by Li Lei Dun, and he could not move. The moment Luo Tian's figure disappeared, he did not think of moving. Boom! With a loud sound, he picked up a piece of black dust. The dust covered his eyes, and he could not see if the white-browed man was dead or not. However, Li Lei Dun's expression secretly tightened, because his hammer did not hit down, and was forcibly blocked by something. The shock caused his arm to go numb, and the heavy hammer almost fell out of his hand. This made him extremely angry. The dust dispersed, and the hammer landed on a huge blade. It was like a huge blade that had been picked up from a pool of blood. It was dripping with blood and emitted a bloody red light. It carried a killing intent that smelled like blood and was extremely sinister. Under the huge blade was a person. His body was somewhat thin and weak, but his body was even harder than steel. There was a smile on his face, a smile like that of a death god. Luo Tian, Li Lei Dun's gaze turned sinister as he sneered and shouted, "Damn trash, you dare to be arrogant in front of me and block my, Li Lei Dun's, heavy hammer? If it wasn't for the Yin King not allowing me to make a move, you would have died long ago. Alright, let me see how many more times you can block it." As soon as he finished, the heavy hammer in Li Lei Dun's left hand directly smashed onto the other heavy hammer, and shouted, "Heavy thunder hammer." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Sparks flew in all directions, and the aura of death shot out like an explosion. Luo Tian did not move at all, and the draw blade in his hand did not move either. Li Lei Dun was a little puzzled. A day ago, he was just a piece of trash at the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage, and his heavy thunder hammer could directly kill him, but why was it like this? "Heh, you're done, now it's my turn." Luo Tian grinned and laughed very excitedly. Looking at Li Lei Dun's somewhat flustered eyes, he said with extreme disdain, "A mere 5th stage of the great Xian Master stage dares to be arrogant in front of me? I'll let you see what the power of a 5th stage of the great Xian Master stage is." With that, the power in Luo Tian's body suddenly exploded. With a movement of his figure, Luo Tian, who was under the heavy hammer, instantly disappeared. Li Lei Dun's eyes kept moving, and his mind kept trying to capture Luo Tian's aura, but he realized that his mind could not keep up with Luo Tian's speed at all. He thought to himself, how did this damn trash become so strong in just a day? White Brow, who was on the ground, was also stunned. After pausing for a moment, White Brow's face was shocked. 5th stage of the great Xian Master stage. This brat is indeed a monster. Monster, breaking through 4 realms in a day and a half, he's not human at all. Monster. Monster, absolute monster. Monster. In the air, the draw blade flashed with a scarlet light. Luo Tian coldly snorted and said, "I'll let you see my new cultivation technique. Ghost/Azura Strike." Let's talk about why I updated so late today. Old Cow is a villager, and right now is the busiest time of the year, harvesting rice. My family planted more than 20 mu of rice fields, which is considered the family's largest income. I finished harvesting in the morning and harvested in the afternoon. The first chapter in the morning was when I woke up at 4 in the morning to write, and the second chapter in the afternoon was when I woke up in the fields just now. When I was writing, my hands and feet were covered in mud. I didn't have time to take a bath or eat because I was afraid that my brothers would rush me even more and I wouldn't have any books to read. Old Cow really did his best. I hope that my brothers can subscribe and vote for Old Cow if you have monthly votes. I'm extremely grateful. Luo Tian could no longer remember the cultivation technique that the main character in that novel cultivated. This was the system reward for him breaking through to the great Xian Master realm when he was struck by lightning for the last time in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City. It was a set of saber techniques. It was the best saber technique to complement the draw slash. At this moment, a huge Azura phantom appeared behind Luo Tian. It was sinister and had 2 black hole-like eyes that stared straight at Li Lei Dun. With a move of his arms, the Azura rushed down and slashed down heavily. Azura Strike. Bam. the saber slashed down. Li Lei Dun roared towards the sky, and shouted, "You think you can kill Lousy with just a trash like you? You overestimate yourself." Twin hammers shaking the heavens. Block. The twin hammers crossed each other and blocked the attack. The berserk blade and the twin hammers collided in an instant. The twin hammers were shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The Azure saber chi slashed down, directly splitting Li Leidun's body into two halves. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Li Leidun. Obtain 2000 experience, 200 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian, F***CK, this experience is too little. Luo Tian was a little unhappy. The experience of a 5th stage Great Xian Master was indeed a bit lacking. However, Luo Tian's level had risen to the 5th stage of the Great Xian Master realm, and the experience of killing someone of the same level had become very low. If he were to kill a rank 3 demonic beast now, the experience might only be in the single digits. Luo Tian complained in his heart, then laughed excitedly and thought to himself, Ghost Slash is indeed awesome. To be able to instantly kill Li Leidun with a single slash, the Azura aura it contains is simply too awesome. The feeling of being possessed by an Azura made people extremely excited. Azura Strike was only the first realm of Ghost Slash. There were even stronger and higher realms behind it, and the power they released was even more terrifying. Pfft. A 5th stage Great Xian Master dares to be arrogant in front of Lousy, die. Mother *** cur. Luo Tian spat on Li Leidun's body with a look of contempt. Bai Mei stood up and stared at Luo Tian for a long time with a serious and strange expression on his face. Seeing this, Luo Tian felt a chill in his heart. He scratched his head and said, "Old man, I've said it before. I'm really not gay." The white-browed man was quite puzzled. He pointed at Li Leidun's body and said in disbelief, "You killed him with one strike?" "Yes. I didn't expect this guy to be so weak. I thought he was stronger than that Yuhun guy and could at least exchange 8 to 10 moves with him. Who knew that this guy is a complete piece of trash? He's all talk and no substance." "How boring," Luo Tian said casually. He wanted Li Leidun to practice more, but he didn't know that this guy couldn't even withstand one strike. He was too weak. And this was without using Berserk. If he had used Berserk, this guy's body would have turned into dust. Luo Tian's words made the white-browed man unable to explain. When he heard that Luo Tian had also killed Yuhun, he was shocked. After a long time, he finally said, "Change." Change? An existence that could instantly kill someone of the same level, this wasn't called change. What was change? Moreover, the white-browed man could tell that Luo Tian hadn't used his full strength yet, but he was still able to instantly kill him. He was completely a monster. This made the white-browed man's hope increase a little, and he couldn't help but secretly say, "Maybe it really can." F***CK. You're the one who changed. Where's your attitude? Your whole family has changed. Luo Tian joked. Actually, Luo Tian also didn't expect to be able to instantly kill him. After breaking through to the 5th stage of the Great Xian Master, he only felt that his strength had increased a lot. Furthermore, the power of the 8th rank cultivation technique, Ghost Slash, was extraordinary, which was why he was able to instantly kill him. The white-browed man glared at Luo Tian, his eyes dimming again, and said worriedly, "You killed Yin Shang's most capable subordinate, I'm afraid he won't show mercy to you anymore. Furthermore, Li Leidun hasn't returned to report, so Yin Shang might come here at any time." Luo Tian frowned slightly, and said, "I forgot about this matter. If I knew earlier, I would have pretended to be crazy." "Humph, you only know how to pretend to be crazy. You can't wait to kill him, right?" F***CK, old man, I did it to save you. If I didn't make a move, I'm afraid you would have already died under his hammer. Then you don't have to kill him. You just want to kill him. Do you think I don't know you? I've been paying attention to you all day. You've killed tens of thousands of undying guards, and your cultivation has also broken through 5 realms. It's obvious that your cultivation method is different from others. The white-browed man thought of the demon clan that was at its peak 10,000 years ago, and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Brat, you can't be from the demon clan, right?" Only the demon clan would kill like you, breaking through the shackles in the midst of killing. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, revealing a very despicable expression, and said, "Guess." The white-browed man said in annoyance, "Guess your sister." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the two of them laughed at the same time. Luo Tian walked into the house, looked at Qin Yu and the ninth prince's ice-cold expressions, and said slightly, "It's time to help you remove the goo." With Li Leiduan's death, Yin Shang would find out sooner or later. For this, Luo Tian needed the help of the ninth prince and Qin Yu even more. Looking at the two of them, he finally chose to start with the ninth prince. After all, this was his first time removing the goo from a living person, and Luo Tian didn't have much confidence in him. The reason why he chose the ninth prince was because he didn't know him at all. If he died, so be it. Since he didn't know him, he would use him as a practice first. As for Qin Yu, it was different. After all, she was a great beauty, and the kind of great beauty with great breasts. It would be a pity if she died, and furthermore, she wanted to die with him. Just this point alone made him cautious. Not long after, Luo Tian looked at the ninth prince and said seriously, "Brother, it's best if you succeed, but don't blame me if you fail." Immediately after, Luo Tian's idea moved, and a wing sound came out from his body. A powerful mental force shot out from his body, and with a thought in his sea of consciousness, Luo Tian's right hand grabbed onto the ninth prince's pulse, and the idea wandered out. The difference in his actions was so great that the white-browed man beside him exclaimed in surprise. He thought to himself, "Monster, he's a complete monster. Is this guy a human, a demon, or a ghost?" The idea smoothly entered the ninth prince's mind. A big goo worm pounced towards him. Luo Tian furrowed his brows. The most critical and dangerous moment had arrived. The idea shouted, "Brother, whether or not you can remove the goo poison in your body will depend on this attack. If you can hear me, please cooperate with me. As long as you kill this goo worm, it will be fine." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly bellowed in his heart, "Level 2 Berserk." The idea was like a raging ocean as it surged forward. In just an instant, the big goo worm that was showing off its might was killed. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Originally, I wanted to bring Xiaoqiao to the hospital for an injection today. It's already 10 days past the due date. But because my father is sick, and there's a lot of rice at home that needs to be dried, I didn't go to the hospital today. Today, I'll still be reading at 5, but I might have to take leave tomorrow. Chapter 1 here. Why was there a notification? Luo Tian was slightly startled as he listened carefully. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for curing the ninth prince Tang Jiu's goo poison. Favorability has increased by 1000 points. TCH. Why would I want a man's favorability? System your sister, I'm not gay. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded in curing the poison and had saved him from the gates of hell. Tang Jiu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luo Tian. He suddenly knelt down on one knee and said heavily, "Thank you." His name was Tang Ming, and because he was ranked 9th among the princes, he was also called Tang Jiu. When Luo Tian's idea entered his body, he felt it, but his mind was completely controlled by the goo worm and could not make a sound. He had thought that he would die here, that everything he had would be buried here. His great future. No matter if it was in the imperial capital or in the Cloud Sea sect, his future was bright. Moreover, his strength was one of the top few princes, and he was highly regarded by the elders of the Cloud Sea sect. He had stepped into the 5th level of the profound spirit realm before the age of 30, which was something that many people would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. Some elders had already predicted that he would step into the profound king realm before the age of 50. However, he did not think that he would fail in the Ing King Corp city. Everything he had was about to be destroyed. He was very unwilling, not because he cared about his bright future, but because he was unwilling to die like this. Dying in a place where no one knew, dying without any value. When he heard the voice that came from Luo Tian's idea, he was excited, and the desire in his heart was aroused. It was as if he was grabbing onto a straw in the vast ocean, completely cooperating with Luo Tian. The moment he opened his eyes, he knelt down without hesitation. This was the third person he had knelt down to. When his father ascended the throne, he knelt down once. When he became a disciple of the Cloud Sea sect, he knelt down once. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time, he knelt down even more heavily. He was extremely grateful in his heart, but he could not find any other words to express his gratitude. He was not good at expressing himself, so in the end, he could only say the word thank you. However, this was the first time he had said these 2 words in his 30 years of life. Luo Tian immediately helped him up and said casually, "It's nothing." After helping him up, Luo Tian immediately jumped to the side and said, "You will spit out a goo worm later, you should go outside and spit it out." Tang Jiu did not say anything and ran out directly. Not too long later, he ran back with a pale face. The corners of his mouth were wiped clean, without the slightest trace of dirt. Luo Tian smiled and said, "He was the one who saved you. If he hadn't passed the method to me, I wouldn't have been able to save you. Now, your body is still weak. Rest well for a few days, I'll need your help in a few days." Tang Jiu bowed 90 degrees to Bai Mei, and Bai Mei returned the bow with a faint smile. Following which, Tang Jiu looked at Luo Tian and said, "All right, just say the word." "All right. Go and rest first." Luo Tian smiled faintly. The more he looked at Tang Jiu, the more he liked him. He thought to himself, I was right to save him. Following that, Luo Tian did not rest. He walked to Qin Yuer's side and let out a soft breath. Bai Mei could not help but ask, "Kid, you have already used up a lot of your mental strength. Do you want to rest for a while before coming back?" He succeeded in an instant. He didn't even sweat a little, and he looked extremely relaxed. But that was not the case. Dispelling the goo consumed more mental strength than refining the goo. Even if Luo Tian's willpower was 10,000 times stronger, he would still be extremely tired. However, Luo Tian did not choose to rest, because he did not have time to rest. Li Lei Dun's death made him even more anxious. Yin Shang could come down at any time. He had to make the best use of his time to raise his level. Rank 9 Mystic Spirit Realm was too strong, too strong. It was so strong that Luo Tian had no choice but to risk his life. There were still many undying guards in Corp C. Although the experience was not as much as before, it was still quite considerable for him. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "No need, we don't have much time left." Immediately after, Luo Tian's consciousness moved once more. This time, he released the killing intent in his consciousness as well. Dispelling the goo was the same as fighting. Since he was going to fight, then he would release his strongest strength without holding back. Absolutely crushing. Furthermore, it was Qin Yuer this time. A beauty like a big sister. Even if she wasn't his woman in the future, Luo Tian did not want there to be one less beauty in this world. Holding her pulse, his consciousness surged into Qin Yuer's body. Very quickly, it reached her mind and reminded her, "Sister, I'm here to save you. Don't move your consciousness around. As long as you kill the goo worm in your mind, it will be fine." Just as Luo Tian was about to start, Qin Yuer's voice rang out. She said in a coquettish voice, "Damn it, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Sister, your consciousness?" Luo Tian was secretly surprised. He had not expected Qin Yuer to have retained her own consciousness. Qin Yuer smiled gently and said, "When you were caught by Yin Shang, I knew that you wouldn't die that easily. How can a man that I have my eyes on die so easily? Your sister's judgment is extraordinary. Therefore, I didn't think too much about it back then. Since he wanted to plant the goo worm in his mind, it must have something to do with a person's consciousness. Therefore, I sealed my consciousness away." Just because of a single glance from Luo Tian, Qin Yuer had thought of so many things. Her intelligence was definitely much higher than her big breasts, big brains, and a frighteningly high IQ. This was Qin Yuer. Luo Tian was secretly shocked and said, "Sister, use your consciousness to cooperate with me. Let's kill this goo worm together. It might be painful, but we have to endure it. Don't let go of it in the slightest. Otherwise, all our efforts will be for naught." Qin Yuer smiled ambiguously. Her voice was a little coquettish and flirtatious as she said coquettishly, "Sister, I'll cooperate with you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll cooperate with you." The moment he heard that voice, Luo Tian's evil fire burst forth. His entire body was burning up as his consciousness became even more unbridled in Qin Yuer's mind. Naturally, Qin Yuer knew of all the evil thoughts in his mind. Qin Yuer smiled tenderly and said, damn it. To think that you would be so lustful. Your mind is filled with evil things. Luo Tian's heart sank as all the lustful thoughts in his mind were exposed. He thought to himself, damn it. He wanted to explain himself, but he realized that he couldn't. Therefore, Luo Tian asked directly, sister, do you want it or not? He was going all out. At this moment, any more words would be useless. It was best to get straight to the point. Qin Yuer had not expected Luo Tian to be so direct. Her face flushed red as she replied shyly, yes. Holy F***ck, Luo Tian's nose nearly bled. He thought that Qin Yuer would scold him. To think that she would agree to it right away. His blood was boiling as he was filled with energy. He said immediately, sister, I'll help you kill the goo worm right away. After that, we'll, Luo Tian could not wait any longer. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Today, the second chapter has arrived. The removal of the goo poison in Qin Yuer's body was surprisingly smooth. Luo Tian did not know if it was because of Qin Yuer's hot body or because the evil thoughts in his mind had activated his super strong consciousness. In any case, it was so fast that even Luo Tian himself could not react in time. Done. Qin Yuer opened her eyes slowly. Her face was still flushed red. Looking at Luo Tian, who was only half a meter away from her, she pounced on him without hesitation. It was a sudden hug. That feeling could only be described with one word, wow. Her huge breasts were pressed against his chest. The faint fragrance from Qin Yuer's body made Luo Tian unable to extricate himself. His hands were suspended in midair. He did not know if he should hug her or not. Luo Tian did not expect Qin Yuer to be so daring. Hug me, please. Qin Yuer took Luo Tian's hands and placed them behind her waist. She then leaned on Luo Tian's shoulder and said coyly. Hugging Qin Yuer's petite waist with both hands, Luo Tian felt as though his entire body had been electrocuted as he held on to that tight and supple waist. This feeling was really amazing. Luo Tian's mind was filled with evil thoughts. All kinds of poses and difficult moves from Japanese action movies flashed through his mind. Qin Yuer hugged Luo Tian's neck tightly and rested her head on his shoulder. Sensing the arousal coming from Luo Tian's lower body, she did not continue teasing him. Instead, she began to sob softly. Her tears blurred her vision. In the end, she bit Luo Tian's shoulder and bawled her eyes out. She just cried and did not say a word. Tang Jiao stood by the side and looked at her with a serious expression. He had never seen Qin Yuer cry before. This was the first time. All the evil thoughts in Luo Tian's mind disappeared at this moment. He patted Qin Yuer's back gently and comforted her. All right, it's all in the past. Don't cry anymore. You won't look good if you continue crying. I'm so scared. I'm really scared. I've never been so scared before. Thank you. Thank you so much. Boo-hoo. Qin Yuer said with great difficulty. At this moment, she was like a little girl. That kind of grievance suddenly burst out like a flood, making one's heart ache. He's really scary. Can we make it out alive? I'll make it out alive. Really? Yes. The two of them talked silently. Luo Tian was comforting a child. Qin Yuer was very mature. However, no matter how mature a woman was, she would still have a childish side to her. After a long while, the two of them separated. Qin Yuer ran out and started vomiting. Luo Tian chuckled as his expression turned serious. He walked to Tang Jiao's side and asked, "What's your name?" Tang Jiao was somewhat excited as he said, "Tang Jiao, the 9th prince of the Great Tang." Royalty? Luo Tian was taken aback, but he quickly introduced himself, Luo Tian, an unremarkable boy from Jade Mountain City. Greetings, 9th prince. No wonder there was an increase of 1,000 affinity points. So, he had saved a prince. Tang Jiao stepped forth immediately. Benefactor, you're treating me like an outsider. You're the one who saved me. No matter how high my status is, I can't accept your greetings. I'm older than you by a few years. If you don't mind, you can address me as Big Brother. He was a stubborn man. Since Luo Tian had saved him, he would treat Luo Tian as his benefactor. In the face of anything, his benefactor was more important than anything else. Luo Tian did not treat him as an outsider. Brother Jiu, Xianxia is a level 9 mystic spirit being. If we want to escape from here, we have to kill him. Furthermore, he has gathered a large number of Undying Guards. If these Undying Guards were to head out, they might threaten the safety of the great Tang Empire. Tang Jiu nodded his head, that's right. However, given our current cultivation states, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. How about I stay here and you take advantage of the chaos to escape? Bring my token to Heaven Sword City and inform my father to send a Mystic King state being over. Level 9 Mystic Spirit was extremely difficult to deal with. The moment Tang Jiu of the Yin King Palace was enveloped by Yin Shang's death aura, he did not even have the strength to retaliate and was immediately restrained. Inform the imperial capital? Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. Before he could speak, Bai Mei said, I'm afraid it's too late. There are still 6 days before the Earth's core race's sacrificial ceremony. At that time, Yin Shang will definitely lead his undying army out of here. Heaven Sword City is 1,000,000 kilometers away from here. With your cultivation states, you won't be able to make it in half a month. In a month's time, millions of humans would have already died. Tang Jiu frowned, then what should we do? What should we do? Hee. We'll use the most direct method to crush him. Then, we'll wipe out all his undying army. Wouldn't that be great? Luo Tian said excitedly. After he finished speaking, Bai Mei, Tang Jiu, and Qin Yuer, who had just finished vomiting, all looked at Luo Tian with their mouths agape. They just looked at him with their mouths agape, not saying a word. It was as though they were looking at a monster. After a long while, Bai Mei spoke first, what a change. Pervert. Tang Jiu was startled for a moment, and asked, is this really okay? Qin Yuer smiled ambiguously, and said, little handsome brother, is this really okay? Then, Qin Yuer's expression secretly changed, and she suddenly said, your cultivation. Luo Tian laughed, and said, the two of you should recuperate well, it would be best if you can break through, but if you can't, you should at least recover your strength to your peak. Then, the old man will tell you where the weakness of Yin Shang and the Undying Guard is. We have at most 6 days left. Once the 6 days are up, we will use Yin Shang's head as a sacrifice to the heavens. Luo Tian said excitedly. Tang Jiu, on the other hand, was confused, and asked, what about you? Luo Tian walked to the door and looked at the sea of corpses not far away. He turned around and smiled, I'll go level up first, I'll tell you when I come back. Huh? Tang Jiu was stunned. Looking at Luo Tian's back view, the 3 of them were confused. Qin Yuer asked in confusion, that day, he was still at the 9th stage of the Xian Master stage, and now he's at the 5th stage of the Great Xian Master stage. Senior brother, have you ever seen someone break through so quickly? Tang Jiu's face changed, and said, what? In less than 2 days, he broke through so many times? Even the number 1 person in the human clan, Morong Wanjian, can't do it. Bai Mei stroked his goatee and laughed, he is a monster, there are many things that you can't even imagine, I don't doubt that he will be able to kill Yin Shang in 6 days, this kid is simply a legend. The 3 of them looked at each other. All of them looked in the direction where Luo Tian disappeared. At this moment, their confidence was strengthened. They believed in Luo Tian. But Luo Tian did not have much confidence. The experience was too little, and the time was too short. It was very difficult to kill Yin Shang, who was at the 9th stage of the profound spirit stage, but he had no choice. Chapter 3. Yin Shang was very strong. The boss was naturally very strong. This was something that Luo Tian had experienced when he was playing games in his previous life. A weak boss would not be called a boss, the stronger the boss, the better the items it would drop. Yin Shang's entire body was shining with golden light. Luo Tian wanted to kill him very much. That kind of desire was even stronger than the desire to sleep with a woman. So, Luo Tian cultivated with all his might. In the sea of corpses, he was like a madman. He killed day and night, constantly cultivating his skills, constantly increasing the proficiency of various skills. Facing a strong enemy. The only thing Luo Tian could do was to make himself stronger than his opponents and then completely crush them. He liked the feeling of crushing his opponents. Sea of corpses, endless undying guards. This place provided Luo Tian with the best training ground. 6 days and 6 nights, there was not a single minute of rest. His hands did not even stop moving. The endless sea of corpses turned into a sea of corpses, an ocean of corpses. Corpses were everywhere. The number of corpses was comparable to the number of corpses in the killing world. There were many, so many that one could not see the end. In the entire 19 levels of hell, only Luo Tian stood there alone. He, this madman, had killed all the undying guards in the sea of corpses. Madman, changed. Pervert, monster, there was no other word to describe Luo Tian. Only a madman like him would continuously kill for 6 days and 6 nights. He was completely like a killing machine. Standing in the darkness, Luo Tian clenched his fists. The power in his body let out a deafening roar and roared without restraint. This feeling was very good. It was so good that Luo Tian roared towards the sky. The earth-shattering sound spread thousands of miles in the square. The anger in his heart was roaring. In the darkness, Luo Tian held a huge blade in his hand. He was like an Azura in the darkness. His body was filled with endless killing intent. That killing intent was even more terrifying than the aura of death. Bai Mei, Tangjiu, and Qin Yuer's eyes were not as agitated as before. They were already used to it. To them, Luo Tian was a monster. He was not human at all. In Bai Mei's words, this kid was a legend, mystic realm, 5th level mystic spirit realm. In a short span of 7 days, he soared from a 9th level mystic martial artist to a 5th level mystic martial artist. This was something that had never happened in the profound sky continent in 100 million years. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Who could do it? A nameless country bumpkin from a remote village, Luo Tian. This was 2F** king crazy. Luo Tian felt the power of a level 5 mystic spirit realm and looked at the corpses around him. He grinned and said, "This place is 2F** king awesome. If only these monsters could respawn like in the game. If that was the case, I wouldn't leave this place for the rest of my life. I would definitely break through the Mystic Emperor realm first." Yin Shang's painstaking efforts of several hundred years were gone just like that. The 19 Hells was his weapon factory. This place was his backing, the endless source of the undying bodyguards. But, now, there was nothing left. The worst thing was that he didn't even know, at this moment. He was receiving the guests in the Yin King Hall. In his heart, he was still thinking about how Bai Mei had trained his perfect vessel. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that his perfect vessel would destroy his weapon factory. Pung! Pung! A few loud sounds. At the entrance of the 19 Hells, 2 rows of elite undying bodyguards walked in. The leader was one of the 4 protectors, Kuan Tua. The moment Kuan Tua stepped into the 19 Hells, he felt a thick killing intent. This killing intent made him extremely angry as he shouted, "Bai Mei, you old thing, what are you doing? Eh? Where are the undying bodyguards?" Suddenly, Kuan Tuo's gaze tightened. He saw that there wasn't a single undying bodyguard standing. They were all lying on the ground, not moving at all. Furthermore, all of their heads were split open. Dead. They were all dead. Kuan Tua panicked. His rage soared to the heavens as he swung the thorny whip in his hand. "Pa! White Brow, get the hell out here. Yin King let you train these undying bodyguards, but you killed them all. What do you want to do, you old thing?" Kuan Tua was furious. The thorny whip in his hand released death aura flames, forming many death whip shadows. As long as Bai Mei came out, he would be hit by the death whip shadows. "Sai, why do you always like to find me? I didn't do anything." Bai Mei shook his head and sighed as he walked over. Looking at the incomparably furious Kuan Tua, he said, "Little ant, I didn't do anything. These undying bodyguards have nothing to do with me. If you want to kill them, then kill him." Then, Bai Mei pointed at Luo Tian, who was walking over step by step from the darkness. Kuan Tuo's gaze turned, looking at the black shadow in the darkness. His gaze became gloomy. You damn thing, you dare to destroy Yin King's weapon factory, give me your life. The shadow of the death whip blurred. With a sudden movement in the air, the whip was like a spirit snake, growing longer and larger, directly attacking Luo Tian. Luo Tian's gloomy expression, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he began to sneer sinisterly. The shadow of the death whip stopped 3 meters away from him. It was blocked by an invisible force. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and exerted a little force. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The shadow of the death whip exploded. Luo Tian said in disdain, weak. Kuan Tuo was startled, and shouted, who are you? Luo Tian continued to walk forward, stopping when he was 5 meters away from Kuan Tuo, and grinned sinisterly. Kuan Tuo's expression was shocked, and he shouted, it's you? Aren't you? When he saw that Luo Tian's brain did not emit the green light of the green god goo, his face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, his goo poison has come into contact, kill him for me. With just you guys? Tang Jiao released the Emperor's chi from his body, directly dispersing the death aura released by the Undying Guards. He took a step forward and stood at the front. Your goo poison has also been cured? Heh. And sisters. Qin Yuer also walked out. Whitebrow spread out his hands, revealing an innocent expression, and pointed at Luo Tian, these things have nothing to do with me, he did everything. My old bones can't take it anymore. If you want to hit him, kill him. None of this has anything to do with me. Whitebrow had a despicable expression on his face as he giggled. Kuan Tuo's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, all of you must die. In this Shadow Mountain Corp City, Lord Yin King is the ruler, he is the god here, all of you must die. Before the word die could be said, Tang Jiao moved. However, Luo Tian stood in front of him, and said, Brother Jiao, leave it to me. Then Luo Tian made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Cracks appeared in the dark space as Luo Tian grasped the power of the void in his hand. Then, with a loud shout, he blasted the power of the void out. Bam! Kuan Tuo's body turned into ashes, and the system sounded out. Whitebrow, Tang Jiao, and Qin Yuer said in disdain at the same time, change. Pervert. Luo Tian didn't care. He directly killed those Undying Guards. Then, he turned to the last Undying Guard who was paralyzed on the ground. He laughed and said, tell your Yin King that this daddy is here. Chapter 4. Yin Mountain Corp City. The entire city, every street, every corner, was densely packed with Undying Guards. Elite Undying Guards. They were all Mystic rank 5 and above, and they were all evolved rank 2 goo worms. Their gazes were like steel as they looked at Yin King Hall without moving. Their gazes were filled with incomparable reverence towards their Yin King, the Yin King who granted them eternal life. There were tens of thousands of elite Undying Guards in the city. In any corner of the Tianxian land, they could be considered an extremely valiant army. Adding on their bodies that did not know pain and could not die, their battle strength could rival any dynasty or even any sect's elite army. This was Yin Shang's strongest Undying army. Yin King Hall. Yin Shang's face was flushed as he shouted. The 37,000 Undying Guards shouted in unison, Yin King, Yin King, Yin King. Their voices shook the sky. The moment they shouted in unison, each of their bodies released dense death aura. In an instant, the death aura occupied the entire corpse city. That kind of cold and hellish aura made every guest in Yin King Hall fearful and shocked. Yin Shang smiled in satisfaction as he turned around to look at the guests behind him. Everyone, how is it? How is my Undying army? Lord Yin King is truly amazing. My Demon Fiend sect ordered 5,000 rank 3 Undying goo worms. The great mystic master corpses you need, we promise to gather them for you within a month. My Underworld sect will buy 8,000 Undying goo worms. My Undercurrent sect will buy 3,000. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. They had already seen the strength of those Undying Guards. Most importantly, as long as they implanted their thoughts and used the goo worms without anyone noticing, once they succeeded, they could control this person. This was the best medicine for these heretical sections. Xianxia laughed loudly. Don't worry, I can satisfy all of your requests. King, can refine countless goo worms. As long as you give a high price, you can have as many as you want, ha ha ha. His goo refinement skills had already reached an unprecedented height. In addition to the large goo worm on his head, he could refine over 10,000 goo worms every day, and they were all rank 3 and above. The refining of these goo worms only required mental strength, which was not a problem for him at all. Don't worry, King. Our Devil Fiend sect can satisfy any of your requests. Not to mention great Mystic Master Realm corpses, we can even get Mystic Spirit Realm corpses. Our sect master said that as long as Lord King continuously supplies our sect with undying goo worms, we can give you as many corpses as you want. Same for us. No matter how awesome the Devil Fiend sect is, it is still just a third-rate sect. It doesn't even have the qualifications to have a badge. Our undercurrent sect is different. On this continent, who doesn't know the strength of our undercurrent sect? The undercurrent sect is nothing more than a bunch of rats that can't see the light of day. They only know how to assassinate and launch sneak attacks. Moreover, their methods are extremely despicable. They are simply a disgrace to us evil sections. Well said. What? If you don't accept this, old ghost, do you believe that I won't let you die here immediately? You dare? We don't know who will be the one to die yet. For a moment, the dozen or so people were all in a mess. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he released a huge amount of death aura and shouted, "All of you, quiet down." As soon as the voice came out, the surroundings immediately quieted down, because all of them had something to ask of Xianxia, and this was his territory. If they really made him unhappy, none of them would be able to leave this Shadow Mountain Corpse City. Xianxia's voice sank as he shouted, "Today is the day of my Earth's core race's sacrifice to the heavens, and also the day I, King, step into the light. I want all of you to witness the scene of me, King, leading the Earth's core race's undead army to crush the human clan." Heh, Lord King is mighty. King. Everyone roared in unison, their voices resounding through the clouds. It was also at this time, an undying guard rolled and crawled. His face was extremely pale, his legs were trembling, and he walked as if he was drunk. His voice was trembling as he shouted, Lord King, not good, not good." Xianxia's face darkened, the space between his brows turned sinister, and a burst of anger rose in his heart. With a move of his right hand, a dense wave of death aura shot out, directly lifting the undying guard up. He glared at him and shouted, "What are you screaming for? Don't you know that today is this king's big day?" What happened? Xianxia was furious. If not for the surrounding guests, he wouldn't have listened to him at all and would have directly killed him. The undying guard anxiously said, the 19 levels of hell are gone. What did you say? Xianxia's gaze tensed up as he pulled that person down. His eyes stared straight at him as he shouted, "What did you say? Say it again." "The corpse sea of the 19 levels of hell is gone. All of them were killed by one person. And that person is already here. He wants me to tell you that he wants to take you." The undying guard didn't dare to continue. Xianxia's anger surged to the sky as he roared, "What did he say?" "He said that he wants your dog head as an offering to the heavens." Boom. Xianxia's will controlled the undying guard's head to explode. When he recalled the moment when Luo Tian implanted the green god goo insect, the anger in his heart erupted. The death aura on his body roared like a raging sea and instantly enveloped the entire Mountain Corpse City. He shouted, "White Brow, you old bastard, this king will not let you go." Achoo, White Brow kept on sneezing. Just as he wanted to curse, he heard Xianxia's ghostly cries. He put on a bitter expression and looked at Luo Tian. "Who did I provoke? Why do you always want to make an example out of me?" Ha ha, Luo Tian and the other two laughed at the same time. At the same time, Luo Tian looked at the light above the stairs and clenched his fists. He looked at Tangjiu, then at Qin Yuer. "Are you ready? It's about to start. Today, I must settle the grudge of him planting the poison goo in me. And the grudge of the Earth's core race. I will use Xianxia's dog head as an offering to the heavens." With each sentence, the anger that Luo Tian had been suppressing for the past few days exploded. The scene of hundreds of people from the Earth's core race dying tragically appeared in his mind. Luo Tian was enraged. Tang Jiu laughed excitedly. "I've been looking forward to this day." Qin Yuer smiled sweetly. "Damn it, after we kill that big monster Xianxia, I'll definitely reward you well after we get out." Luo Tian was secretly raging as he muttered, "After we get out, I'll definitely fight with you for 3,000 rounds. Damn it. Come on. I'm not afraid of you." Qin Yuer laughed. Chapter 5, Delivered. Seeking monthly votes and subscriptions. The sacrificial ceremony was Xianxia's big day. He had long sent Kuan Tua to bring him his most prized and perfect living vessel. He wanted to see how far White Brows had trained him and if the green god parasite had evolved. He never thought that he would receive news of the complete annihilation of the 19 levels of hell. This caused him to be extremely angry. This anger was the most primal form of anger. Rage. Xianxia was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Even the huge bug on his head could not help but curl into a ball in fear. "I will kill all of you one by one." Xianxia roared. His entire body was enveloped by a ball of deathly aura. That terrifying power forced the evil faction experts behind him to continuously retreat. Their faces were pale and very unsightly. At the same time, Luo Tian, Tang Jiu, Qin Yuer, and White Brows walked out to a place not far from the Yin King Hall. The moment they appeared, Xianxia sensed them. His gaze was gloomy as he roared in disdain, "You want to overturn the heavens with just the 4 of you? This king will use your heads as a sacrifice. F***ck. Come and get it if you have the guts. This daddy wants to see if you have the life to do so." Luo Tian also roared coldly. As a level 5 mystic spirit, he was not afraid of Xianxia in terms of aura. In fact, he was stronger than Xianxia. Of course, it was useless to just have aura. The corner of Xianxia's mouth turned cold as he looked at Luo Tian. He was secretly shocked, but his heart was greatly shaken. He never thought that in just a few days, Luo Tian's strength would reach the profound spirit realm. What had happened in the past few days? Xianxia's face was a little ugly as he looked at the calm Bai Mei. Seeing the faint smile on his face, Xianxia's face darkened as he said with disdain, "Damn old man, you think that by raising his cultivation to the 5th level of the mystic spirit realm, he can fight against me? Even 10 level 5 mystic spirit cultivators can forget about being my opponent. Furthermore, do you know where this is? Shady Mountain Corpse City, the world I rule. I really didn't do anything, but if you insist on saying that I did it, then I did it. Xianxia, you great sinner of the Earth's core race, you will definitely not be able to escape death today, I advise you to." Xianxia impatiently interrupted Bai Mei's words and shouted, "You old thing, stop preaching in front of this king. This king is already sick of it. Since you want to die, this king will fulfill your wish. Undying guards, heed my command. Kill them for this king, and I will grant you eternal life." In an instant, 37,000 undying guards' eyes glowed with black light as they shouted again, "Yin King, Yin King, Yin King. Eternal life, eternal life, eternal life. Kill. Kill." The tide, the incomparably turbulent tide, was as ferocious as the rising tide. Waves of black waves rolled towards Luo Tian's group of 4. "Aren't there too many undying guards? How are we going to fight? I'm afraid that even the Yin King Hall will be exhausted to death before they can reach it. Brother Luo, what should we do?" Tang Jiu frowned as he looked at the undying guards rushing towards them like a tide. He couldn't help but be moved. Qin Yuer and Bai Mei also looked at Luo Tian. There were too many of them. These undying guards were not the low-level undying guards from the 19th level of hell. Their cultivations were all mystic rank 5 and above, and the undying goo in their heads were all rank 2 and above. The battle strength of several tens of thousands of undying guards was extremely strong, and even a mystic king realm expert would be moved. The experts of the evil sects behind Xianxia were shocked. They were shocked by the scene. At the same time, they were thinking how great it would be to have such an army. Indeed, with so many undying guards, they would also be exhausted to death. Their mystic chi wouldn't be able to hold on for long, and those undying guards wouldn't get tired or feel pain. There was only one order in their minds, and that was to kill them. Bai Mei's expression also changed. The three of them couldn't help but look at Luo Tian at the same time. Luo Tian, on the other hand, had a despicable look on his face as he took out dozens of wooden tokens. These wooden tokens were of the lowest grade. They were the trashiest storage items, and one could buy a pile of them on the streets with 1 or 2 taels of silver. The three of them were confused when they saw him take out so many wooden tokens. Xianxia sneered, "Are you trying to use the wooden tokens to kill my undying guards? I'm really scared, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, this kid must have shit in his head. I guess he's scared silly. Kid, it hasn't even started yet. Don't be so scared that you'll cry for your mother later, ha ha ha." Unbridled mockery could be heard. Luo Tian saw it all, and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "Laugh, laugh all you want. Damn it, I'll make all of you cry later." The undying army was about to reach them. They could already feel the immense pressure formed by the thick death aura. At this moment, Luo Tian was still fiddling with the wooden tokens. What in the world was he trying to do? Tangzhou didn't ask. He protected one side of Luo Tian with all his might, looking majestic as the emperor's aura in his body surged out. On the other side of Luo Tian was Xianxia. She had a long sword in her hand, and her brows were furrowed. She was already in battle mode. Like Tangzhou, she protected the other side of Luo Tian with all her might. They didn't know what Luo Tian was doing, but they believed that Luo Tian must be doing something important. Bai Mei was the same. Luo Tian had given them too many surprises. Even if he were to do something weird, they wouldn't find it strange. Looking at how Luo Tian was fiddling with the wooden tokens, they had a feeling that these undying guards were going to be in trouble. Luo Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he cursed bitterly in his heart, "Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have bought a better spatial ring before entering the Ghost Prison mountain range. Why the F***ck did I get so many wooden tokens?" Tangzhou and the other two weren't in a hurry, but Luo Tian was. Looking at the black mass of undying guards rushing up, Luo Tian's heart was trembling with excitement as he mumbled, "How much experience points are there? Kill. Kill." All of a sudden, a few undying guards took the lead and rushed up. Luo Tian still didn't move, and was still taking out wooden tokens. There was already a pile of wooden tokens in front of him, just like the bamboo slips of ancient times. Tangzhou and Xianxia moved at the same time, and with a thrust of their long swords, they instantly returned to their original positions. At the same time, 2 corpses fell from midair. Their heads were broken, and a pool of black water flowed out. A stiff bug floated in the black water. Xianxia's expression changed. He waved his arm and shouted, "Kill them." At the same time, Luo Tian wiped off the sweat on his forehead and sneered, "It's finally done. I woke up at 4 in the morning to write a chapter. I'll be going to the hospital later, and I might only have 1 chapter today. I hope Xiaoqiao and her son will be safe today. What the F***ck? Next time, I must get a space ring. Otherwise, I will kill people like this." Luo Tian complained, looking at the undying guards that were pouncing towards him like a tide. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, and said faintly, "All of you, back off, watch my performance now." Tangzhou and the other 2 looked at the pile of spaceplate in front of Luo Tian, not understanding what he was trying to do. However, they still cooperated and retreated to the side, maintaining their vigilance. Xianxia pursed her lips into a smile, and said, "What kind of shocking thing are you trying to create this time?" Luo Tian turned around to look at her, and said, "You'll know later." Then Luo Tian looked at Xianxiang, who was on top of the King Palace, and shouted, "Xianxiang, you big monster, I will let you know what goo refining is, and let you know what the strongest undead army in history is." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian picked up a spaceplate and threw it into the air. "Huh? Does this brat really want to use that piece of broken wood to smash these undying guards to death? Ha ha ha. This kid is simply a joke. What a fool. Lord King, this is a show to liven up the atmosphere of the heavenly worship ceremony. It's quite funny, ha ha ha." The dozen or so evil sect people behind King began to mock him. The moment the spaceplate was thrown into the air, The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a sinister smile, and suddenly shouted, "Raging bear, crush them for me." Boom! A loud sound came from the sky, and a rank 4 monster beast, Raging Bear, landed heavily from the sky. Its 2 eyes that were filled with death aura flashed with a sinister black light, and its body was more than 10 meters tall. Its 4 limbs were thick, and its sharp bear claws clawed forward the moment it landed. Rumble, rumble, the Raging Bear was like a bulldozer as it knocked the undead guards off their feet, blocking the first wave of shockwaves. Unbridled. It was extremely domineering. Those who were mocking Luo Tian earlier all shut their mouths, their expressions extremely ugly. Demonic beast? A rank 4 demonic beast that has been implanted with an undying goo worm. King, didn't you say that you're the only one in this world who knows how to refine goo? How could this brat know how to do it too? Moreover, he actually combined the undead goo worm with a demon beast. This is much stronger than your undead bodyguard. That's right. Can the goo worms you gave us also control demonic beasts? Why didn't I think of using the immortal goo to control the demon beasts? If I can catch more high-level demon beasts and bring this demon beast army outside, who can resist it? Ha ha ha. Good idea, I'll do that when I get back. This brat's brain is really good, but fortunately he only caught a rank 4 monster beast, otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian grabbed a handful of wooden planks and threw them in different directions. He shouted ferociously, "Iron-armored rock tortoise, gale wolf, one-eyed striped tiger. Go, kill them all for me, ha ha ha." Boom, 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 another series of explosions rang out in the sky. All sorts of stage 4 monster beasts descended from the sky, their bodies suffused with death aura as they heavily crushed down. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tangjiu looked at Luo Tian's back view, and suddenly felt that his back view was like a giant's. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, and his heart became incomparably excited. Qin Yuer, on the other hand, laughed until her body trembled, and said with all her might, too handsome, the man sister has her eyes on is really different, little handsome brother, sister loves you to death, haha." Luo Tian had shocked him countless of times, and his heart's endurance was much stronger than before. He originally thought that there would be no more shock, but now, he was shocked again. He had never thought that the undead goo could combine with the demon beasts. Not only him, even the ancestors of the Earth's core race had never thought of it. If they had thought of it earlier, perhaps the Earth's core race would have been able to rule this continent 10,000 years ago. Because, no matter what era it was, the demon beasts were incomparably powerful existences. After a long while, Bai Mei's eyes stared blankly as he laughed excitedly, "This brat. He's really King changed. Abnormal." He really couldn't find a more suitable word to describe Luo Tian. The only word he could use was abnormal. To him, Luo Tian wasn't a human at all. This brat was a complete legend in King Palace. The expressions of those evil cultivators were extremely ugly, as if they had swallowed a fly. Xianxia's expression was the same, extremely ugly. He also didn't expect to use the undead goo to combine with the demon beasts. He had refined the goo for hundreds of years, how could he know how to refine it to death? He had never been flexible before. Seeing Luo Tian's demon beast army, he was extremely unhappy. This kind of unhappiness came from someone who had surpassed him. He had always considered himself as the #1 goo refiner in the history of the Earth's core race. Who would have thought that an outsider would only use a few days to treat his so-called #1 goo refiner as a joke, a very funny joke? Xianxia was extremely displeased. He frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Crush them with all your might." 37,000 undead guards were truly too many. When they heard Xianxia's order, they charged forward even more crazily. At first, it was only a small portion, but this time, all of them pounced forward. Xianxia's voice was deep as he suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted, "Puppet General, Tycoon, you guys go too. Kill them first, ignore those demon beasts." Understood. Unknowingly, 2 black figures flashed behind Xianxia and turned into 2 streams of light as they flew out. The few people behind him had a slight change in expression. Puppet General and Tycoon's aura were clearly different from the other undead guards. Their strength was extremely powerful. King, this brat only got some rank 4 demon beasts. Even if there are more rank 4 demon beasts than your undead guards? I think this brat won't be able to hold on for long. Let's wait and see. I think so too. Rank 4 demon beasts do have some strength, but they are still not strong enough. Facing over 30,000 undead guards, they are not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. There were truly too many undead guards. The streets and alleys were filled with them. One after another, they charged forward without any regard for their lives. The undead demon beasts that Luo Tian sent out were basically all undead guards. Although they didn't know pain and were constantly fighting, they still couldn't outlast Xianxia's undead guards in terms of consumption. The difference in numbers was too great. However, Luo Tian was very calm. He looked at the undying guards and shouted, "Motherfucker, this father will destroy your formation first." Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he shouted, "Motherfucker, this father will break your formation first." 10 space wooden tablets were in his hand. 10 different directions, Luo Tian's right hand moved, and the wooden tablets flew out. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 10 incomparably heavy sounds exploded in the sky. 10 rank 5 demon beasts descended, erupting with a primitive and ferocious power. Originally, he had applied for leave today, but when he came back from the hospital, he said that he would have to wait for 2 more days before he could give birth. Holy shit. Crazy, crazy, completely crazy. A 5th rank monster has appeared. This little brat, when the 5th rank monster appeared, the whole situation began to become chaotic. Originally, Luo Tian was unceasingly rushing towards the undead bodyguards. The 5th rank monster's strength was so strong that every time it attacked, a large number of undead bodyguards would fall down. Moreover, Luo Tian's consciousness was in their heads. This thought was controlling them how to kill the undying bodyguard and telling them where the undying bodyguard's weakness was. Ding, ding, ding. If Luo Tian's eardrums were hurting from the myriad thunderclaps in the sea of corpses, then right now, his ears were about to go deaf. The voice notifications in his head were like 100 strings of firecrackers being set off at the same time, crackling non-stop. This feeling was too awesome, just like the climax of a symphony. That kind of surging passion and the feeling of blood boiling made Luo Tian extremely excited. Tangjiu, the 9th prince of the Tang dynasty, an inner disciple of the Yunhai sect. He had seen many things in his life. But now, he was completely convinced by Luo Tian. His heart was filled with admiration and respect for Luo Tian. He admired Luo Tian very much. In these few days, Luo Tian had given him too much shock. Tangjiu felt as if he had lived for 30 years in vain. Luo Tian had overturned his worldview. He was also thinking in his heart, incredible, incredible, I must bring him to the Yunhai sect. I must not let the other sects get ahead of me. With his talent and potential, he will be able to break through to the Xianxia layer before he is 20 years old. 20 years old, Xianxia layer, my god, when the patriarch sees this, he will be very happy. Ha ha ha, at this moment. Tangjiu was ecstatic. He had already made up his mind. After killing Yin Shang, no matter what, he would bring Luo Tian to the Yunhai sect. No matter what, he would bring him to the Yunhai sect. He believed that his appearance would cause a sensation in the world. The influence of the Yunhai sect would rise to a new height. Qin Yuer could not stop laughing. She did not think as much as Tangjiu. She was only thinking about one thing, which was when she could give birth to a child for Luo Tian. The child that she gave birth to with him would definitely be one that was extremely talented. Who asked his father to be so awesome? Bai Mei was dumbfounded and his heart tightened. Looking at Luo Tian's back, he muttered, this kid has really suffered. In the entire Shady Mountain Corpse City, he was probably the only one who knew how difficult it was to refine the immortal goo. Moreover, the failure rate of the immortal goo in the body of the demonic beasts was very high. However, Luo Tian actually risked his life to refine so many immortal goo. The pain he suffered was unimaginable. Luo Tian was already prepared, he was preparing for this day. There was no free lunch in this world. If he wanted to be stronger than others, he had to work twice, 10 times, or even 100 times harder than others. Violet was powerful. Moron Wanjian's strength. These two mountains were pressing down on him to the point where he could not breathe. He was constantly risking his life and working hard. Sometimes, he did not even want to waste a single minute. 3 years, in 3 years, Shuer would be married to Murong Wanjian. Luo Tian would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. He would definitely not allow his woman to marry someone else. No matter who the other party was, no matter how strong the other party's background was, he would not allow anyone to do so. If he wanted to stop this wedding that the entire human race was optimistic about, he would need to have absolute strength, and he only had 3 years. 3 years was a very short period of time. It was so short that he could not do anything at all. Luo Tian could only risk his life. He gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. He continued to level up and break through. No matter how much pain he had to endure, he would not frown. Shady Mountain Corp City was filled with immortal guards. Before coming here, he was already clear about this. For this reason, in the short span of 10 days, he continuously refined goo worms and undead demon beasts. During this period, he failed thousands of times. All of his medicinal pills and demon cores were consumed to recover his profound qi. He endured the extreme lack of mental strength countless times and the pain of his brain being hollowed out as he desperately tried to refine. 10 rank 5 demon beasts were released. Luo Tian picked up another wooden tablet and sneered at Xianxia, who was on Shady King Hall. Xianxia, I will let you see what an immortal beast army is. Go. Kill them all for me. Rumble. Rumble. Shady Mountain Corp City was in a state of shock. The intense tremors resounded through hell and even space was trembling. 20 rank 5 demon beasts landed. Xianxia's expression became increasingly ugly. The 30 immortal rank 5 demon beasts completely blocked the immortal guard's attack. However, this was not the end. Luo Tian grabbed another bunch of demon beasts and threw them at the immortal guards. Another 20 rank 5 demon beasts landed. It was not over yet. Another dozen rank 5 demon beasts landed. Luo Tian was still continuing. He kept throwing out wooden plates, and those ferocious demon beasts were like creatures from another world, crazily crushing everything in their path. Inside Shady Mountain Corp City, houses collapsed and corpses were everywhere. Luo Tian was floating in the air like a madman, constantly throwing out wooden tablets to every corner of the outer city. More and more rank 5 demon beasts rushed out. They were incomparably ferocious. Shock could not be any more shocking. Everyone, including Xianxia, who had an ugly expression, stared at Luo Tian without moving. They looked at him as if he was a monster. The impact on their hearts was like a tsunami. Unbelievable, 2F** King unbelievable. Mighty, mighty. Tang Jiu held back for a long time before uttering this word. He began to worship Luo Tian in his heart. There were countless geniuses in Yunhai sect, but he had never worshipped anyone. From today onwards, he would worship Luo Tian. Qin Yuer did not laugh because her expression was infatuated. She looked like a love-struck fool looking at Luo Tian. She could not wait to pounce on Luo Tian and do some very dirty and violent things to him. At this moment, Luo Tian was too cool, as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth. His aura was enough to mesmerize any woman. Luo Tian was also excited. Looking at the rank 5 demon beasts, his experience was soaring. He was excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He turned around and looked at Xianxia from Shady King Palace and sneered, "There's still one more. I'll let you see what it means to be as strong as a mountain." A wooden tablet was thrown into the air. Luo Tian shouted, "Come out, rank 6 demon beast, lava beast." Boom. A huge lava beast fell down. Its eyes were black and its body was like a 100-meter-tall mountain. Its body was covered in a black death aura. As soon as it appeared, it began to crazily crush everything. Strong, too damn strong, even a rank 6 demon beast came out. Xianxia's face looked like it had been slapped tens of thousands of times by a shoe. It was incomparably ugly. At the same time, he was incomparably furious. It was time to go out and harvest rice. The remaining 2 chapters would be updated at night. Lava Giant Beast, rank 6 monster. To kill it, Luo Tian had almost paid the price of half his life, and to refine it, he was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. Fortunately, the refinement was successful. The lava giant beast's body was like a tall mountain as it stood in the Mountain Corpse city. Its pair of arms made of rocks continued to sweep around, and those undying guards could only be crushed. The scene in front of them was like Ultraman beating up a small monster. The small monster covered its head and ran away like a rat, completely unable to resist. The appearance of the lava giant beast caused the hundreds of demon beasts in the city to roar in unison. Their voices shook the sky, and their morale soared. The 37,000 undying guards were forcefully blocked by the hundreds of demon beasts. This scene was truly shocking. Luo Tian stood quietly at the side with his eyes closed. His hands were constantly waving in the air like a conductor. His face was filled with intoxication and excitement. He was excited. Xianxia was furious. His gaze darkened as he shouted in a deep voice, "Kill!" In that instant, the puppet general and the Grand Protector hidden among the undying guards charged out at an astonishing speed. One of them held a sword while the other held a rod. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. "Be careful. Kid, these two aren't simple. Be careful." The puppet general and the Grand Protector were both profound spirit realm undying guards. Moreover, the undying goo in their minds were all at the fourth stage, which was the eternal goo that Xianxia had mentioned. Tang Jiu's gaze darkened, the emperor's aura on his body surged, and he waved his sword. Luo Tian grinned, and said, "Brother Jiu, let me do it." Profound spirit realm undying guards, that experience was a lot. No matter how little experience it was still experience. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Luo Tian would not let go of any experience, not even a little bit. If he wanted to level up, he had to accumulate enough experience. "Give me your life. Die for me." The puppet general and the Grand Protector shouted at the same time. The sword technique was filled with deathly aura, forming a visible deathly sword chi that was incomparably ferocious. The staff in Tycoon's hand turned into hundreds of staff shadows that sealed Luo Tian's body. The two of them had great chemistry with each other. Adding on the fact that they were both in the mystic realm, their cooperation was even more powerful. "Humph. King, these two undying guards aren't simple. I don't think that kid will be able to withstand it. Definitely can't block it." The coordination of these two people is something a normal 5th level mystic spirit realm cultivator can't do. Furthermore, look at this brat's intoxicated and proud face. Your father, am not happy just looking at it. A 5th level mystic spirit realm cultivator, no matter how fast his reaction is, he can't block their attacks in such a short time. Indeed, a normal 5th level mystic spirit cultivator would not be able to react in such a short period of time. Furthermore, General Puppet and Tycoon had launched a sneak attack. They had been hiding among the group of undying bodyguards, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was fine if they didn't make a move, but as soon as they appeared, they would unleash their most powerful attacks, aiming for a one-hit kill. In addition to the cooperation between the two of them, their strength was not to be underestimated. But was Luo Tian a normal 5th level mystic spirit realm cultivator? Reaction was mental energy. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness had increased by 10,000 times from the green god parasite, so their aura and actions were all within Luo Tian's range of vision. Looking at it with the naked eye, General Puppet and Tycoon were a bit faster. Luo Tian's speed could not be seen with the naked eye. His reaction was too fast. The moment the long sword and staff landed, Luo Tian's lips curled up, revealing a death god-like smile, and calmly said, "Just this bit of speed? Too weak." As soon as his voice fell, his entire body's aura was released. Luo Tian pulled out his blood-sucking wild blade, and the aura around his body erupted like a volcano. That dense death god's killing intent and the killing intent of millions from the slaughter realm was added onto Luo Tian's body. His hands moved and he shouted, "Ghost slash." Second move. Motionless underworld slash. Ghost slash, second level profound, motionless underworld slash. After 7 days of endless killing, Luo Tian had already upgraded the ghost slash to the second level, which was the current motionless underworld slash. At this moment, a sinister phantom suddenly appeared behind Luo Tian. The phantom was the underworld's yellow springs, the yellow springs that controlled life and death. At this moment, General Puppet and Tycoon's hearts were suddenly pulled out, as if they were watching their own deaths. This feeling was very strange, very strange. They were clearly alive, but they felt like they were dead. This was the profound meaning of motionless underworld slash. Not only was it a super powerful blade technique, it was also a greeting from hell. Die. Luo Tian held the blade with both hands and heavily slashed down. It was extremely fast. General Puppet and Tycoon's attacks had not even landed when the blood-sucking wild blade slashed down with the greeting from hell. It was majestic and unstoppable. That kind of death from the depths of hell was incomparably terrifying. The blade energy wreaked havoc and almost instantly slashed down, directly crushing the heads of the two people. Boom! Shady Mountain Corp City trembled violently. A blade energy that was dozens of meters long split the ground. Wherever the blade energy passed, the entire body died. Not a single person was left alive. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing General Puppet, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing General Tycoon, dead, instant kill. The faces of those who were Luo Tian did not have time to react were incomparably ugly, as if they had eaten feces. Looking at Luo Tian's sinister smile, which was like the smile of the Grim Reaper, they felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, their bodies slightly moved back, and some of them were afraid. Luo Tian raised the 1,800 gene giant blade in the air, then pointed it at Xianxia, who was on the Shady King Palace, and said arrogantly, "Xianxia, the next one is you." Very arrogant. Very arrogant. That gaze, that aura, he did not put Xianxia, who was at the 9th level mystic spirit realm, in his eyes. Xianxia's expression was changing. His anger was changing. The goo worm on his head was also changing. His entire body was changing. His body became even more swollen. He had completely turned into a huge monster. The deathly aura around him was very strong and direct. The few people around him turned pale when they got close to him. In just a moment, they fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Terrifying, his aura made every person and every beast in Shady Mountain Corp City fall into fear. In an instant, Xianxia raised his head and laughed eerily, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, his laughter was like the cry of a ghost, penetrating one's heart. You lowly human brat, you have made this king incomparably angry. Now, I will tear you to pieces, I will turn every single one of you into food for my goo. I will make you unable to reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes, ha 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 ha. Xianxia crazily laughed. Luo Tian's heart tightened as he secretly shouted, "Oh no, Xianxia has gone berserk." Damn. He went berserk the moment he came up, how awesome. Luo Tian looked at the intensity of the golden light on Xianxia's body, and his eyes darkened. It was very common for a boss to go berserk in the game, but they would usually go berserk in the final stage and use a big move or something. However, Luo Tian had never met a boss that went berserk right from the start. This surprised Luo Tian a little. The white brow's expression darkened, and he immediately reminded them, "Everyone be careful, the death aura on Xianxia's body can instantly kill people, do not let it invade your body, or else even immortals will not be able to save you." I really didn't expect this. He actually refined himself to such an extent, and is about to step into the realm of a stage 9 goo worm. Luo Tian, the goo worm on his head is already at the point of being invincible. If you want to kill him, you have to find his weak point, or else you won't be able to kill him. The white brow was secretly anxious, looking at Xianxia, who was swollen like a big goo worm. His heart ached, and he thought to himself, he really is a goo refining genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years in Earth's core race, but he walked on the wrong path. It's all my fault, it's all my fault, I didn't guide him well back then. Luo Tian looked at the white brow's pained expression, and said, "Old man, a person like him deserves to die. If not for him, Earth's core race would not have been reduced to this state. How dare you?" Before Luo Tian could finish his words, Xianxia suddenly flew into a rage. The death aura on his body shot into the sky like a huge stone pillar, and he shouted, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to comment on this king's mistakes? I am the #1 person in the history of Earth's core race. I was the one who made Earth's core race so strong. Old thing, do you see that? Do you see these humans? They are all begging me, ha ha ha. They are begging me. If this king is not happy, they will all die, ha 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 ha. Crazy. Not only did Xianxia go berserk, he had also fallen into madness. This kind of boss was even more troublesome. The evil sect members behind Xianxia had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted to resist, but they realized that they could not even speak. They were completely suppressed by Xianxia's death aura. Laughing crazily, Xianxia's expression became even more ferocious. The death aura on his body continued to surge into the sky. The sky above the shady mountain corpse city became as dark as ink. Nothing could be seen as it was completely covered by the death aura. Xianxia clenched his fists and shouted, "Bastard, isn't your demonic beast army very strong? Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the death aura in the air suddenly began to roll. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had entered a countdown to destruction. Luo Tian's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Ha ha ha, death lightning strike. Kill them all." Xianxia laughed crazily. The rolling death aura was like a thundercloud. Under Xianxia's control, thousands of black lightning bolts formed by the death aura struck down. Rumble. Rumble. Wherever the black lightning went, there would be a huge crater. Luo Tian's undead demonic beasts were all turned into ashes in an instant. Only the rank 6 demonic beast lava beast was bitterly holding on, but it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Just one move, hundreds of powerful demonic beasts were all killed. This Xianxia's strength was beyond Luo Tian's imagination. The 9th stage of the profound spirit realm was simply too powerful. Not to mention, Xianxia had stayed at the 9th stage of the profound spirit realm for nearly 100 years, and had truly reached an invincible existence below the profound king, and this was only the beginning. King, 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 King. Every corner of the shady mountain corpse city was filled with shouts. Their voices shook the heavens, and their morale soared to its highest point. At this moment, with the death of the demonic beast army, the undead guard army that had been suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe seemed to have been revived. They were filled with killing intent as they pounced towards Luo Tian and the others even more ferociously. Ha ha ha, this king wants to see what you can do to fight me. You think a lowly human like you can fight me? You overestimate yourself. I will let you know the consequences of going against me, ha ha ha. Xianxia shouted sinisterly. At the same time, the aura of death on his body was still being released. It was as if it was endless. It was too king shocking. Luo Tian clenched his teeth. At this point in time, he no longer had a choice. He had to fight even if he didn't want to, immediately. Luo Tian's gaze darkened, and he shouted, "Brother Jiao, let's go. Sis, protect the old man well, and also protect yourself. Leave your life for us to fight for 3,000 rounds outside." Qin Yuer smiled sweetly, and said, "This servant is always waiting." Then Tang Jiao pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm ready." The royal aura from the royal bloodline was released, and quickly repelled the surrounding aura of death. With a move of his sword, the aura of the profound spirit realm burst forth, and the sword chi carried the power of thunder. In a split second, the two of them looked at each other. After a short exchange of glances, they rushed out at almost the same time. "Humph. Two smelly bugs want to overturn the heavens?" Xianxia said coldly with disdain. He only glanced at Luo Tian and Luo Tian before ignoring them. In his eyes, Luo Tian and Luo Tian were like ants, or even worse than ants. In that instant, the two of them swapped positions on the left and right, and the two phantoms continued to stack. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to tell who was who. In less than half a breath's time, they had already rushed to the middle of the King Palace. Luo Tian's blood-sucking broadsword flashed, and heavily shouted, "Level 2 Berserk." Hiss, the power of 4 times the attribute surged out, and the killing intent on his body became even stronger. Ghost Slash. Immovable Underworld Slash. It was also at this moment Tang Jiao combined the royal aura in his body with the sword chi, thrusting out thousands of sword images, and shouted, "Thunder Sword Shadow, kill." Xianxia raised his eyes slightly and raised his right palm. The death aura on his body instantly rolled out and blocked in front of him, forming a thick wall of death aura. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Tang Jiu's attack landed first. He wanted to create a good opportunity for Luo Tian. However, all of his attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea when they landed on the wall of death aura, and there was no reaction at all. Not only that, the death aura continued to rebound along with his sword chi, and he quickly jumped away to avoid the attack. Luo Tian's attack also landed at this moment. Seeing that Tang Jiu's attack was useless, the Sea of Consciousness suddenly released a dense killing intent from the Death God's killing intent, and shouted, "Let's see if your death aura is stronger, or if Laozi's Death God's killing intent is stronger." Previous chapter next chapter boom. A blade slashed down. The tens of thousands of blade chi on the blood-sucking broadsword seemed to want to cut through the sky. It came crashing down. Rumble, a slash landed on Xianxia's wall of death aura. The wall of death aura trembled slightly before cracking open. Finally, it shattered like glass. Broken, Luo Tian was secretly excited, and was about to say, "You're only at this level." However, he discovered that Xianxia's figure had disappeared. Luo Tian's face changed greatly. At this moment, his heart was shrouded in the shadow of death. Death was coming. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Terrifying. A very terrifying aura of death filled his heart. At this moment, Xianxia disappeared from Luo Tian's vision and even his aura disappeared. To be more accurate, he could not keep up with Xianxia's speed, it was too fast. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyebrows tightened. A mass of black flames of death fell from the sky, smashing into Luo Tian's chest. Hong Long. He could not resist at all. Luo Tian did not have time to react. His eyes opened wide and he wanted to block the attack, but he found that he had already been sent flying far away. The dense black flames in his chest continued to devour his body's functions. His tendons, blood vessels, and even his capillaries were filled with the flames of death. They were crazily devouring, spreading from his chest to his entire body. At this moment, Luo Tian really felt like he was going to die. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The cultivation of the 9th level mystic spirit realm was just too strong. The death aura that Xianxia released was several times stronger than the Undying Guard's. When the black flames of death dissipated, Xianxia floated in the air. His face was ice cold and his lips were filled with disdain as he shouted, "So what if you're in the 5th level mystic spirit realm? In front of this king, you're not even an ant. Humph. Unappreciative thing." His voice was very cold, but it was also filled with arrogance and disdain. Pung. Luo Tian heavily fell down, crushing a house and burying himself in the ruins. The death aura in his chest was still spreading, crazily invading his body. "No, I really can't. He's too strong. My cultivation is not his match. What do I do? What should I do?" Ever since Luo Tian had stepped into the mystic spirit realm, he could feel that the difference in strength between each realm was extremely large. The higher one realm, the stronger the lower one. The 5th level mystic spirit realm and the 2nd level berserk had 4 times his attributes, but he could not even get close to Xianxia. How could he kill him? Cultivation. Strength. It's too damn big of a difference in levels. Luo Tian was infuriated. He thought that a 5th level mystic spirit realm cultivator would be able to kill Xianxia, but he never thought that it would turn out like this. His words had become a joke. What a joke! Brother Luo, little handsome brother, little Luo, Tang Jiu and the other two felt their hearts in their throats as they looked at Luo Tian a few hundred meters away. Dust was still floating around the place where Luo Tian had fallen. They didn't know if Luo Tian was still alive or not. Ha ha ha, Yin King, Yin King, Yin King. The entire Shady Mountain Corp city erupted with even louder cheers. Every Undying scribe was extremely excited. The evil cultivators behind Yin King were also shocked. Many of them immediately flattered, "Lord Yin King is so powerful. This brat can't even take one move. Ha ha ha, His Excellency Yin King is too powerful. He's just a smelly bug at the 5th level of the mystic spirit realm, yet he dares to jump around in front of Lord Yin Wang. He's simply seeking death. ha ha ha, Xianxia revealed a proud smile and said, he dares to stop me. It doesn't matter if he's a human, a demon, or a ghost. I will destroy his soul and never let him reincarnate. The only outcome for offending me is death. Ha ha ha, Yin King, Yin King, Yin King. Many undying scribes and the evil cultivators all shouted in unison. Not far away, Xianxia rushed forward as if she had gone mad. Her eyes were filled with tears as she shouted, didn't you say that you won't die? Didn't you say that you'll bring me out? Didn't you say that you'll fight with me for 3,000 rounds? Didn't you? Get up. Get up. Get up, Luo Tian. Her cries were heart-wrenching. It was painful, the kind that was extremely painful. Tang Jiao and Bai Mei also hurriedly followed. Brat, you can't have forgotten what you promised me. Brat, get up. Brother Luo, get up, get up. The three of them charged forward without any regard for their lives. They were all shouting loudly. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The louder they shouted, the happier the undying scribes and Xianxia laughed. You still want to get up after receiving a blow from the Yin King? Dream on. This brat is already dead. Even his soul is gone. Ha ha ha, three fools, do you think you can wake a dead man up by shouting? All sorts of mocking laughter and insults filled the city. The three of them continued to do as they pleased. They did not care about the ear-piercing mockery at all as they charged towards the ruins where Luo Tian was buried. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly as he sneered sinisterly, Lieutenant General, listen up. Stop them and kill them all. Ha ha ha, ha. Many undying scribes' spears shook the ground as they shouted in unison. Then, countless undying scribes instantly surrounded the three of them. There were simply too many undying scribes. Although Luo Tian's undying beast army had been destroyed, it was less than 1%. Furthermore, the undying beast army had not been out for long before they were all destroyed by Xianxia in one move. There were still 30,000 undying scribes left. Their morale was sky high, and the power they unleashed was twice as strong as usual. For a moment, Tang Jiao and the other two were instantly stopped. One after another, it was difficult for them to advance. Xianxia continued to break out of the encirclement and was constantly forced back. Her entire body was covered in wounds, and looking at the ruins not far away from her, she shouted once again, Luo Tian, hurry up and get up, hurry up and get up. In the darkness of nothingness, the idea trembled slightly. Next, a monstrous killing intent surged out from his sea of consciousness. The killing intent of the death god's killing intent surged out crazily. He continued to crush the death aura in his body. Rumble. Suddenly, the ruins trembled violently as countless rubble shot out. In the deep pit under the ruins, Luo Tian's entire body was enveloped by a ball of death aura. His entire being was abnormally sinister and terrifying. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at him. Luo Tian dug his ears and said impatiently, you guys are really too noisy. It's so noisy that I can't even sleep for a while. It's so annoying. As soon as he finished, an illusory figure appeared on his back. Holding a long, gigantic scythe in his hand, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His eyes were filled with the concept of looking down on the world. Death God, his appearance caused the death aura on Luo Tian's body to disappear without a trace. It was instantly crushed, without even the slightest bit of resistance. Then, Luo Tian raised his gaze and looked at Xianxia, who was on top of the Yin King Palace. He laughed sinisterly and shouted, F*CKU, I will definitely cripple you today. If I can't kill you, I will follow your surname. F*CKU, I'm so angry. Finished. Luo Tian turned to look at Tang Jiao, and said, Brother Jiao, hold on for me for half an hour. Just half an hour will be enough. Tang Jiao nodded his head heavily, and asked in confusion, alright, but what do you need half an hour for? Luo Tian rose into the air, laughed sinisterly, and roared arrogantly, I want to turn this place into ruins, I want to turn all the undying guards into ashes. End of chapter 150. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.